In my last life, I was the model son, grateful, obedient, and selfless. I gave everything to my adoptive parents, even when the world was ending. And how did they repay me? With betrayal. They left me to die when the apocalypse came, and I was brutally killed, my blood staining the ruins of a world that no longer cared. But fate gave me a second chance. I was reborn, and this time, I'm done playing the filial son. This time, I'm living for me. Lack of supplies? It doesn't matter. My space can create infinite things. Floods? It doesn't matter. I've built the strongest Noah's Ark the world has ever seen. Bored? It doesn't matter. I've collected a harem of goddesses to keep me entertained. While the rest of the world suffers under endless rainstorms, fighting for a single mouthful of fresh water, I'm on my yacht, sipping wine, eating hot pot, and hosting the most extravagant swimsuit party the apocalypse has ever seen. The rich second generation begs me, I'll pay $1 billion. Just let me on the boat. I'll even drink your bathwater. My asshole neighbor threatens me, let me up, or I'll report you for wasting water resources. The beastly property manager snarls, Chen Hao, you've offended us. You'll suffer. Let us up now. But I just laugh. Sorry, this boat is for goddesses only. By Lianhua, my former crush, perks up. Brother, you mean I can come up, right? I smirk. Sorry, you're too ugly to be a goddess. Ha 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 ha. This is my life now, luxurious, selfish, and utterly satisfying. After all, what's the point of living well alone? You have to make your enemies live miserably. I am Chen Hao, the king of the apocalypse. The world may be ending, but for me, it's just beginning. So let the rain fall. Let the floods rise. Let the world burn. I'll be on my yacht, living my best life. Cheers to that. Brother! After you go back, you must create more people. Remember! You must create as much as possible. On the devastated earth, only 2 men remained: Chen Hao, with his jet black hair, and Zhou Ting, whose hair had turned white. They were brothers, bound by more than blood. But now, Zhou Ting was dying. His time was running out. Soon, Chen Hao would be the last human on Earth. Chen Hao said nothing, his eyes fixed on the endless ocean that had swallowed the land. In the year 2047, a terrifying meteorite had struck the Earth. But its horror wasn't in its hardness, it was made of the softest substance in the universe, water. A water droplet the size of the moon had crashed into the planet, rendering human technology useless. Sea levels rose rapidly. Torrential rains lasted for 3 months. Floods surged as high as 20 stories, drowning cities worldwide. The extinction rate of species reached 97%. The human population plummeted to less than 100 million. But the worst was yet to come. The water meteorite carried radioactive substances, triggering massive mutations in organisms. The remaining humans were hunted by mutant creatures until only Chen Hao and Zhou Ting remained. Fortunately, they too had mutated. Chen Hao had awakened spatial abilities. Zhou Ting had awakened time manipulation. Haozi, I'm serious, Zhou Ting said, his voice growing weaker. When you go back, you must have more children. Only by creating enough helpers can we change this future. It's not that easy, Chen Hao replied bitterly. You know, the stronger the superpower, the lower the fertility rate. That's why you must have more children. With enough offspring, some will inherit powerful abilities. Together, we can change humanity's fate. Zhou Ting grew more animated, but his excitement triggered a coughing fit. Blood spilled from his lips. Chen Hao knew Zhou Ting's time was up. He nodded solemnly. All right. I'll do it. I'll create as many people as it takes to change this future. The fate of humanity rests in your hands. With a knowing smile, Zhou Ting unleashed his time domain, pouring all his energy into sending Chen Hao back 1 month before the disaster. Haozi, remember, your abilities will regress due to the time reversal. But I'll preserve your awakened state. You'll need to develop your powers again. That's fine. I wasn't satisfied with my strength anyway. This is a chance to grow stronger. And live a good life. You've suffered too much. In this new timeline, live well. I promise. Also, don't mess with my sister. If you must, don't hurt her. I won't, if I have a choice. You jerk. You don't like her, do you? I respect her. Fine. It's all up to you, Housie. Leave it to me. Chen Hao smiled at Zhou Ting, who saluted in return. Then, under the erosion of the time stream, Zhou Ting's body disintegrated into nothingness. The price of time reversal was life itself. It could only be performed once. Chen Hao knew failure wasn't an option. Is this the river of time? He watched as flickering images of his past life flashed before him, growing up under abusive adoptive parents, escaping beastly neighbors, surviving traps set by other superpowered humans, and finally becoming the strongest, only to find himself alone in a desolate world. Aha! Chen Hao woke with a start, drenched in sweat. He was back in his bed. The room was familiar yet foreign, as if a lifetime had passed in a single nap. What just happened? His heart raced, but his body felt heavy, pinned to the bed. After 30 seconds, he sat up, panting. Was it all a dream? He clutched his head, struggling to separate reality from the vivid memories of pain and loss. But soon, he knew it wasn't a dream. The pain was too real. No! It wasn't a dream. I remember everything. My adoptive parents treated me like a drink, draining my blood daily. The neighbors hunted me like an animal. If I hadn't awakened my powers, I'd have been someone's meal. Chen Hao's voice rose in a hysterical roar. The flames of revenge burned within him. But he couldn't forget. The apocalypse was coming. He had to prepare. Only by surviving and creating powerful offspring could he change humanity's fate and honor Zhou Ting's sacrifice. Today is August 7th. 1 month until the end. Chen Hao went to the living room, grabbed a bottle of Coke from the fridge, and gulped it down. After the apocalypse, clean water would be priceless. Cool. He finished the bottle, then sat on the sofa to plan his next steps. I'm still an employee at a yacht rental company. My finances are a mess. He frowned, recalling his past life. His adoptive parents had forced him into the job, hoping he'd marry into wealth. But his salary was meager, 3,000 yuan a month, plus commissions. Now, he lived in a rented apartment, paid for his phone in installments, and rode a second-hand electric scooter. Even my savings are pathetic, barely 5 digits, starting with a 2. Chen Hao checked his bank account, disgusted with his past self. He'd worked tirelessly to please the Lin family, buying them a house and car, only to be kicked out with a flimsy excuse. Your brother got married. Your sister-in-law says it's inconvenient for you to stay. Foolishly, he'd rented a place in the same neighborhood, clinging to a shred of hope. No more. This time, Chen Hao would live for himself. And he'd ensure humanity's survival. But the Lin family's attitude toward me is still the same, always demanding. Don't forget to pay the property fee, water, and electricity bills. Oh, and next month, we're going on a family trip, so transfer 20,000 yuan. And come take the dog out for a walk. Ugh, what a pain. Honestly, my status in that family isn't even as good as their dogs. I just laughed it off. Thankfully, the year-end bonus came in yesterday. Otherwise, the last 20,000 yuan in my account would have gone straight to those Lin family leeches. With this little money, even if I wanted to prepare in advance, I'm completely powerless. And this place? It can't hold much anyway. I glanced helplessly at the apartment I'm renting. It's on the top floor, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It's decent cool in winter and warm in summer. If I hadn't deliberately chosen a small 2-bedroom place to focus on writing novels part-time, my living situation would have been even worse. It's only 80 square meters. Even if I filled it to the brim, it'd only last me a few months. For the first time, I felt like living alone in a 2-bedroom apartment wasn't a luxury, it was actually kind of a struggle. I really should find a more spacious place. But what now? Do I have to spend more money to rent a bigger place? The thought crossed my mind, and then I suddenly slapped my forehead. What am I thinking? I'm so confused by this whole time travel thing. I'm the one with space powers. Why would I even worry about storage? I immediately opened my personal space, boundless and capable of holding anything. In my previous life, meteorites brought cosmic radiation that caused fragile humans to mutate. But not everyone was so lucky. Most people just died. Even those who mutated couldn't escape death in the end. They weren't strong enough and ended up killed by mutated creatures. But me? With the strongest ability, I survived until the very end. A confident smile spread across my face. If it were just an ordinary space power, it wouldn't be considered the strongest. But what if my space power could also create things? Anything I put inside would be perfectly duplicated. That's a divine power only a creator could possess. To test it, I calmly tossed a bottle of Coke into my creation space. With just a thought, the number of Cokes doubled from 1 to 2. And this incredible ability only required a bit of my physical and mental energy. Good, the proficiency is still there, but the power has reset to its initial state. I'll just have to develop it again. Besides, it's amazing that I awaken this power now. In my last life, I didn't awaken my powers until after the apocalypse. I only developed the creation function much later. So even though I had a massive space, it was practically useless, empty and just for show. But this time, I awakened my powers a full month before the end of the world. That means I have 30 days to hoard as many supplies as possible. First, I need to secure the basics, food and water. Then, entertainment. The order can't be messed up. You see, after the apocalyptic rains, cosmic radiation from the meteorites entered the global water cycle, polluting and necrotizing the land. Production became impossible. As time went on, supplies dwindled, and competition grew insane. People would kill for a single bottle of water. Whoever had the most supplies could become a ruler, maybe even a world hegemon. But I'm not really interested in that. Even if I dominated the world, it wouldn't change humanity's eventual extinction. The only way to save mankind is to find high-quality partners and raise powerful heirs. But that process could take decades. So I need to ensure a good quality of life, or it'll be unbearably boring. After all, everyone needs variety. Eating plain rice every day for 10,000 years? What's the point? I really need to find a way to get rich. Otherwise, I'll end up living the same miserable life as before. I frowned, deep in thought, until a flash of inspiration hit me. I rushed to the community lottery station like a madman. How many scratch-off tickets do you have? I want them all. Huh? The girl at the counter was startled. All of them? Yes. Every single one from 5 to 10 yuan. That'll cost tens of thousands. I'll take them all. I scanned the QR code and paid directly. When I ran out of money, I even borrowed from Huabei, maxing out my credit to buy every ticket. I'm not crazy, though. In my last life, I saw a huge scandal explode in the community group. Someone at this very lottery station scratched a 5 million yuan ticket. Everyone knows scratch-offs are basically an IQ tax, with no real chance of winning big. But for some reason, a 5 million yuan prize actually appeared. Some speculated that an employee made a mistake when printing the tickets, resulting in this massive prize. But the story didn't end there. On the night the winner scratched the ticket, a low-key Hongqi sedan quietly pulled into the community. They found the winner and bought the ticket for 8 million yuan. 8 million for a 5 million yuan ticket? And that's before taxes, which would have left the winner with only about 4 million. Those who understand, understand. It's just two words, money laundering. This kind of thing isn't unfamiliar to me, given my connections to rich second-generation circles. So I had to get that ticket, even if it cost me 50,000 or 100,000 yuan. To outsiders, though, I must have looked completely insane. What's wrong with that guy? He just bought tens of thousands of scratch tickets. He's crazy. Is he doing some live stream stunt to get attention? I didn't see him live streaming. No live stream? Then he's really out of his mind. At least he could have made some money from a live stream. Exactly. Hey, Yushan, isn't that your brother Chenhao? Outside the lottery station, two glamorous girls walked by. Both had curvy figures and were dressed in luxury brands' urban goddesses, for sure. Lin Yushan, with her 80-point looks, immediately frowned in disgust at the mention of my name. What brother? He's just my family's dog. Her friend Wang Qian, who only scored a 75 in looks, smirked. Even if he's a dog, he's a money-making dog. And he's pretty handsome too. Want to go say hi? Over the years, Wang Qian had stuck close to Lin Yushan, reaping plenty of benefits and sucking me dry along the way. She'd been eyeing an opportunity to hook up with me directly, cutting out Lin Yushan as the middleman. Not exactly a good person either. But Lin Yushan outright refused. In her eyes, why would an owner greet their dog? Greet your mother. He hasn't even introduced me to a rich second-generation guy after all these years. Let's go. I don't want to waste time on him. With that, Lin Yushan cursed under her breath and left with Wang Qian. I heard a loud laugh coming from the lottery station. Ha 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 ha. 5 million. I won. Hear this. Lin Yushan's legs couldn't walk anymore. 5 million is not much, but it is not too much. At least it's a figure that ordinary people can't earn in a lifetime. Including Lin Yushan and Wang Qian. So Lin Yushan immediately said with bright eyes. Quick! Let's go! Come with me and say hello to my brother. Let him give me the 5 million. Ha 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 ha. 5 million. I really won 5 million. Chenhao said with a loud smile. There is no low-key awareness at all. But in fact, Chenhao did this on purpose. After all, a large amount scratch-off of 5 million yuan is not like the small amount winnings of 50 yuan or 100 yuan, which can be cashed directly by the lottery station. Scratch-off tickets with such a large amount of 5 million must be reported to the distributor by the lottery station, and then reported to the local management unit by the distributor. After a whole set of procedures, at least more than half a month has passed. Chenhao couldn't wait at all. So what Chenhao is doing now is to spread the news of 5 million to the ears of those who want to buy this scratch-off ticket. Chenhao, what makes you so happy? Lin Yushan pretended to be passing by, and unknowingly brought her best friend Wang Qian to say hello to Chenhao. Wang Qian also acted as an assist with an outspoken appearance. Chenhao, right? Just now Yushan saw you all the way away and insisted on dragging me over to find you. I refused and she was still angry with me. You decide whether it's funny or not, haha. Oh, is it so? Chenhao said something lukewarm, not even bothering to look at Lin Yushan. The accounts between him, this woman, and the Lin family must be settled slowly. After all, what's the point of killing someone with a quick knife? It's all over in 1 second, it's not pleasant. You have to slowly prepare the ground, slowly torture, and finally, when the feeling reaches the highest point, end it ruthlessly. That's cool. But Chenhao's indifferent attitude instantly made Lin Yushan feel a sense of crisis. In the past, if he sent a message at 2:30 in the morning, Chenhao would reply instantly, just like a dog-licking attitude. What is it today? So Lin Yushan gently flipped her hair. Brother, it's been a long time since we two had dinner together, right? How about we go have a meal together tonight? Lin Yushan raised her lips confidently. After 20 years of getting along with him, she knew very well how to handle Chenhao. As long as you call brother, you can let Chenhao die. Unfortunately, this method worked in the past. As for now? That's a joke. Chenhao said coldly. No time. Lin Yushan's face immediately turned green when she heard this. She didn't expect that Chenhao would dare to talk to her like this. This is the opposite. But thinking that the 5 million was not yet received, Lin Yushan could only suppress her anger and put on a pitiful look. Brother, why are you so cruel? Do you not like me anymore? Don't you want me as your sister? Oh, I'm not your brother, and you're not my sister. Chen Hao said with a disgusted look on his face, thinking about these people who gave their sincerity but were used as fools by others. He's disgusting. Realizing that Chen Hao, this money tree, was going to grow up and run away on his own, and he still took 5 million with him. Lin Yushan was anxious. But as a goddess, how could she personally end up fighting with Chen Hao? That would be too detrimental to her own image. She will still marry into a wealthy family in the future. So Lin Yushan quickly gave Wang Qian a look. Wang Qian also understood instantly. After all, the relationship between her and Lin Yushan is like this: she is responsible for scolding the shrew, and Lin Yushan is responsible for paying for the meals. One keeps the fairy spirit, the other eats for free after earning money, and everyone gets what they need. So Wang Qian immediately acted like she was standing up for her best friend. Chen Hao, what's your attitude? Do you think that if you have 5 million, you can abandon your parents? And then your brothers and sisters will also be abandoned? You are still not a human being. Xianxian, stop talking. Lin Yushan still looked miserable, pulling Wang Qian's sleeve and asking Wang Qian to stop standing up for her. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Everyone originally hated the rich, but now that they saw the big melon, they all fell into trouble. That's right, this young man just won a scratch-off ticket, and he doesn't even recognize his brothers and sisters. He's really not a human being. So what if he has money? His character is not good. God will accept him sooner or later. The money you make by luck will be lost sooner or later by your strength. Young man, we will see when you finish it. There were so many accusations and insults that everyone was so overwhelmed that he couldn't hold his head up. Lin Yushan and Wang Qian were still secretly proud. See how arrogant you are? If you don't want to be stabbed in the back for the rest of your life, just bow your head and pay me money. However, this kind of moral kidnapping is difficult for people like Chen Hao who have died once. It's useless. Instead, Chen Hao calmly raised the scratch-off device in his hand and waved it arrogantly on the faces of the uncles and aunts. Yes. I am not a good person, but I won 5 million. Do you have it? You are a good person. Do you have 5 million? Do you have it? Do you have it? You. The uncles and aunts were so angry that their noses were crooked. But they couldn't refute it. Because they really didn't have 5 million. But it's not over yet. Chen Hao walked in front of Lin Yushan and said with a smile on his face. Lin Yushan, I won't give you a penny of this 5 million unless what? Lin Yushan asked nervously, because she really wanted 5 million, even if there was only a slight chance. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chen Hao said with a wicked smile. I think your best friend is very unhappy. If you can give her a few slaps, maybe I will be happy and give you a few tens of millions. What? What? Wang Qian's eyes widened immediately. She was just an assist, why was she being slapped in the face in public? But Lin Yushan almost couldn't hold back her laughter after hearing this. I was scared to death. I thought she would give me money only if I barked like a dog. It turns out that all you need to do is beat Wang Qian. After all, you can't give up 5 million for your best friend. But Lin Yushan still confirmed it cautiously. Section 4 Brother Chen Hao, don't make fun of me. Why would I hit someone? I'm serious. If you hit her, I'll give you money. Everyone present can testify to this. Chen Hao said with a solemn oath. Lin Yushan immediately looked at Wang Qian. Qian, what you just said was a bit too much. Brother Chen Hao wants to teach you a lesson, and it's reasonable. No, Shu. Qian. Don't worry, I'll just hit you a few times. When I get the money, don't worry, I'll definitely give you 10%. Lin Yushan pulled Wang Qian's arm and whispered to her. But Wang Qian refused directly. After all, being slapped in the face in public would hurt both the body and the mind. She had to pay more. No. 10% is too little. At least 50%. Lin Yushan was also anxious. 20% at most. I really can't take more. 40%, this is my bottom line. Otherwise, no one wants this money. 30%. If you don't agree, then I don't want it either. Okay. 30% is 30%. The two women quickly agreed on the price. Then there was a slap. Lin Yushan slapped Wang Qian in the face. The force was not heavy, but it was not light either, and there was a little personal emotion in it. How dare you bargain with me? But Chen Hao listened to this light slap, with a half smile on his face, and said nothing. Lin Yushan got anxious all of a sudden, thinking that it must not be enough. There was another slap. Wang Qian's eyes were full of stars. The corners of her mouth were bleeding. But Chen Hao still had that half-smile expression. Lin Yushan got even more anxious. Not enough? Then go all out. As long as I can make him happy, I'll have money right away. So Lin Yushan didn't care about her image anymore, and she swung her arms and used all her strength. But Wang Qian was not a fool. The last slap had made her bleed, and this slap was obviously more powerful. Wouldn't she have a concussion? So she dodged with a whoosh. This made Lin Yushan, who slapped nothing, almost sprain her waist. So she got angry. Why are you hiding? Damn it! If I don't hide, you'll beat me to death. Wang Qian cursed. It was obvious that she was furious. But Lin Yushan was also anxious. She was still waiting to make Chen Hao happy and let Chen Hao share her money. No. Didn't we agree that I'd give you 30%? You asked me to beat you? Bullshit. You said you'd beat me gently. Are you going to beat me gently? You're going to make my teeth fall out. Don't think I don't know that you just can't bear to give up the 30% and want to beat me up. You. What do you want now? What? I don't want the 30%. I just want to give you back these slaps. What are you going to do? Ah. With a snap, a red 5-finger mark immediately appeared on Lin Yushan's face. How could Lin Yushan, who always cared about her image, bear this? She screamed and rushed towards Wang Qian. I'll fight you. I'll fight you too. In an instant, the two originally exquisite urban goddesses wrestled into a ball, grabbing hair and tearing clothes, and completely turned into two shrews. The uncles and aunts around secretly took out their mobile phones and took photos while laughing. After all, Chen Hao's 5 million is a melon, but two women fighting is not a melon? In fact, in terms of the degree of popularity, two women fighting is more attractive. So no one cares about Chen Hao's bad character. Dog bites dog, a mouthful of hair. Chen Hao said with a wicked smile. You know, people's attention is very short. When you are rumored, framed, and slandered, instead of making useless explanations, you might as well create a bigger melon. It will immediately divert the attention of the melon-eating crowd. Besides, doing so can not only divert everyone's attention, but also teach Lin Yushan a lesson. Why not? I feel refreshed. So Chen Hao stretched his waist, turned around and left with 5 million in a chic manner. Lin Yushan, who was bleeding from the nose in the fight, saw that Chen Hao was leaving, and hurriedly grabbed Wang Qian's hair and shouted excitedly. Wait a minute. Brother Chen Hao. You said you would give me a share of the money. Where are you going now? Are you going to claim the prize? Take me with you. Why should I take you there? I don't plan to give you a share of the money. Chen Hao said with his arms folded across his chest. Lin Yushan looked unacceptable. Didn't you say that everyone in the audience can testify that you will give me money as long as I beat her? Yes, but I am not a good person and I don't keep my word. Everyone can testify to this. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao laughed and left in style. After all, is image important? The world is about to end, is there any need to care about such things? But Lin Yushan was completely confused. Is this still Chun Hao? Is this still the honest man who works honestly to make money and responds to her every request? Not at all. So Lin Yushan was in a mess, and Wang Qian even took the opportunity to kick her twice more. Then, she finally understood that she was fooled by Chun Hao. Because now, she has lost her best friend. Her image is also ruined. The most important thing is that she didn't get a penny of 5 million. So Lin Yushan was twisted. Ah! Chun Hao! How dare you fool me? Ah! I will definitely make you pay the price. Ah! But Chun Hao was too lazy to pay attention to these. Because Chun Hao now has to go home and wait for someone, the person who comes to buy scratch tickets. And if Chun Hao guessed correctly, the person who came must have a lot of power, and this person will provide Chun Hao with an important prop. One of the most important survival props in the end times. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chun Hao stayed quietly in his house number 3202. He didn't go out to spend money. You know, the first reaction of many people after winning the lottery is to go out and let themselves go, wishing to spend all the tens of thousands of dollars in their pockets in one night to celebrate their overnight wealth. But Chun Hao will not, because Chun Hao knows that the end of survival is coming soon, so survival is the first priority. It's about time. Chun Hao checked the time on his phone and continued to wait on the sofa in the living room. Then, like a magic trick, a scratch card appeared in his hand, and then disappeared. Section 5. This is Chun Hao developing his own creative space. Because superpowers are just like guns, if you play with them regularly, your ability to use guns will naturally improve. But you only have a gun, but you don't use it. Then when it's time to get down to business, you can only be helpless. After a while. Suddenly, there was a low knock on the door of Chun Hao's house. Dang dang dang. Chun Hao smiled slightly, knowing that the person he was waiting for had arrived. But he still asked. Who is it? Then he walked behind the door and looked out through the peephole to see how many people were coming to the other party. If the other party wants to take away their scratch-off ticket by force by relying on the strength of the crowd, then Chun Hao will make them unable to find the scratch-off ticket for the rest of their lives. After all, the creation space is exclusive to Chun Hao. But there is only one person on the other side. Hello, I am Li Hua, the chairman of Dahua Group, and I am here to discuss a business deal with you. Li Hua. Chun Hao was a little surprised. Because this Li Hua is no ordinary person. He is a 30-year-old billionaire. He is one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Tiandu City. He is also a well-known philanthropic pioneer. But the most important thing is that Li Hua started from scratch. From a peasant family, with no background, he worked hard to become a billionaire. Now it seems. This no background needs to be put in question. So Chun Hao opened the door. Mr. Li, why are you here? If you want to rent a yacht, just say it on WeChat. Yes, Li Hua is also a customer of their yacht rental company. And he is a supreme VIP customer. Li Hua was not surprised at all when he saw Chun Hao and just said calmly. Chun Hao, let's go in and talk. It's not convenient to talk here. Good. Chun Hao made way for Li Hua to sit on the sofa in the living room. Chun Hao, let's get straight to the point. I know you won 5 million by buying a scratch-off ticket, and I want to buy your scratch-off ticket, and I'm willing to pay 8 million. Obviously, Li Hua is not a person who likes to grind, so we gave him an irresistible figure. Unfortunately. For Chun Hao, who knew that the end of the world was coming, the number 8 million was attractive, but not much. So Chun Hao said calmly. Mr. Li, you can buy my scratch-off tickets for 8 million. But do I have an additional condition? Oh? Li Hua was a little surprised, because he felt that buying a scratch ticket for 8 million would only end up with 4 million. Totally enough. It's a pity that if it were anyone else, of course he would agree immediately. But Chun Hao doesn't. Because Chun Hao knew the value of this scratch-off ticket very well. I also know what Li Hua's background is. Li Hua is definitely the white glove of a certain big boss. So now, he is looking for money for the big boss behind him. Of course. The big boss behind him will not be short of money, what he is short of is clean money. And things like scratch-off tickets are purchased anonymously. In other words, whoever holds it can redeem the prize. It is the cleanest and most ideal legal income. So Chen Hao spoke. I need a gun and 20 bullets. As long as he has the first gun and the first bullet, with the creation space, Chen Hao can continuously produce guns and ammunition. You can even build an arsenal. This is the greatest guarantee in the cannibalistic apocalypse. But this additional condition made Li Hua a little embarrassed. Chen Hao, you should know very well that guns are prohibited in our country, and no one can hide guns privately. He didn't agree or refuse, he was just waiting for Chen Hao to give him a reasonable reason to ask for the gun. Of course Chen Hao understood. Mr. Li, you should also know my background. I was trafficked by human traffickers. To be honest, I feel very insecure. So I want a gun, just to feel more secure, especially since I will have 8 million soon. It's at 8 million instead of 5 million. Chen Hao had already expressed his intention to cooperate. Li Hua couldn't help but smile. In this smile, there is 30% appreciation and 70% understanding. Because he was born in a rural area, he had nothing and was very insecure. That's why I willingly became the white glove of a certain big shot. So he could understand Chen Hao's fear. Chen Hao also calculated this point accurately before moving out of his own life experience. Many times, if you want to impress others, especially those who are already powerful, you need to rely not only on profits, but also on emotions. Leverage empathy. So Li Hua reached out, took out a pistol from his purse, and pointed the gun at Chen Hao. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Chen Hao said calmly. He bet Li Hua didn't dare to shoot. Even if he fires a gun, he still has room for creation and can put away the bullets. Looking at Chen Hao's calm look, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Hua's eyes. Most people are scared to death when they see a gun, but you're not scared? I believe Mr. Li will not shoot. Why? You are a businessman, not a killer, so you don't need to do it yourself for such a small matter as killing people. That's a nice thing to say. Li Hua's appreciation for Chen Hao increased a little more. Then he handed the gun to Chen Hao. Try it. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Hao took the pistol, which was heavy, but the weight on the handle was not enough. Obviously the bullets inside were not full. Li Hua did not hide this point. There are only 5 bullets in this gun, which is enough for self-defense, but if you want to kill someone, Li Hua took out a round object from his purse and put it on the coffee table. It's a silencer. Chen Hao nodded, and did not bargain anymore, but took out the scratch card from his pocket and put it on the coffee table. This attitude made Li Hua very satisfied. He hated men who couldn't get enough of small bargains. So Li Hua put away the scratch card and said, I will arrange to transfer 8 million to your account. Only you and I know about this. Thank you, Mr. Li. Also, next time we meet, I hope you won't ask me to help you get out. Li Hua smiled and walked out with his briefcase. Chen Hao also smiled knowingly. He knew what Li Hua meant. Li Hua was warning him not to use the gun recklessly and cause trouble for Li Hua. Of course, Li Hua didn't say that he wouldn't help him get out. Section 6. This shows that Li Hua is still very optimistic about me. Maybe in the future, he will arrange some things for me to do and accept me as a general. What a pity. If it were in peacetime, this would definitely be an excellent opportunity for me to rise to prominence and become powerful. But now, we are about to enter the end of the world. So this opportunity is not as practical as this gun. Chen Hao looked at the gun in his hand with a wicked smile. With this first gun, he can produce guns continuously. So Chen Hao couldn't wait to throw this gun into the creation space. Chen Hao's pistol is a 92 Type pistol with a caliber of 5.8 mm and a capacity of 20 rounds. The advantage is that the recoil is small and it uses a steel core bullet, so after the armor-piercing effect, it is especially suitable for novices. The disadvantage is that the service life is short and it will be scrapped after firing 3,000 rounds of bullets. However, is this a problem for Chen Hao, who owns the creation space? He can copy infinitely. It takes about 5 minutes to copy a pistol, but only 3 seconds to copy a bullet. Looking at the 5 extra pistols and 200 bullets in the creation space, Chen Hao smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, all the fear comes from insufficient firepower. Now that he has enough ammunition, Chen Hao even feels that even if Sadako comes, he can shoot her and make her limp back. It's just that the power of the pistol is still too small. If I can copy some heavy weapons, tanks, airplanes, or even aircraft carriers, Chen Hao's eyes lit up as he spoke. You know, the world environment in the future will have more oceans than land. So if I can own an aircraft carrier, or even a fleet of aircraft carriers, it is not impossible to dominate the world. Just when Chen Hao was thinking about where to get an aircraft carrier, there was a knock on the door. Dong! 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 Who is it? Chen Hao asked lazily. A coquettish voice came from outside the door. Chen Hao, I'm Anna. Chen Hao's bones softened immediately after hearing it. Because this Anna is not an ordinary person, and ordinary people's figures are definitely not as good as hers. The big breasts in front of her are like big honey pomelo, full and round. The hips behind her are also like big honey pomelo, full and round. But her waist is quite thin, which is just right for hugging. Pure thin branches bear fruit. So Anna has always been the dream goddess of all men in the community. As for what kind of dream? Of course, it is a very pleasant dream. Speaking of which, this Anna seems to be a widow. It is said that her husband was married to her for only 1 year, and he died, probably because he was squeezed dry. After that, Anna has been alone, saying that she wants to find someone with feelings, but she has never found one. Oh. It turns out that what I want to find is not someone with feelings, but someone with money. I guessed that Anna was attracted by 5 million. Chen Hao was no longer in a hurry. After experiencing death once, his attitude towards love changed. He changed from choosing one person to spend the rest of his life with to 9 words. Not proactive. Not refusing. Not responsible. What's more, Chen Hao also shoulders the mission of saving mankind, making more babies, giving birth to more powerful offspring. So Chen Hao walked slowly behind the door. Sister Anna, why are you looking for me so late? If this gets out, it will not be good for my reputation. Chen Hao, I'm looking for you. Of course there is something important. Please open the door first and let me in first. Outside the door, Anna said shyly, even a little anxious. That's right, half of the reason why Anna was so anxious to find Chen Hao was for money, because time is money. Whoever takes Chen Hao first can spend more of Chen Hao's 5 million. The other half is that Anna also wants to eat meat. She had been married for only a year when her husband died. In the past 6 months, Anna had not touched any man. The main reason was that Anna wanted to find a man who was both rich and good-looking, but in reality, most of the rich men were old men, and the good-looking men were basically poor young men. So Anna could only hold back and never had sex. It happened that she heard that Chen Hao won 5 million today. Thinking back, Chen Hao was quite handsome, so Anna couldn't wait to come over. Seeing that Anna couldn't wait, Chen Hao smiled wickedly. Is he a gentleman? No. Gentlemen are all wooden, how can they be as romantic as the scumbags? So Chen Hao had to dawdle for a while, and wait until Anna was completely agitated, and then Chen Hao would be the one who finally enjoyed it. So Chen Hao only opened the door a little. Sister Anna, if you have anything to say, just say it. Chen Hao, it's so cold, just let me talk at the door. Anna said as she twisted her plump figure slightly. Her figure, which was as slender as a branch, did not look bloated at all, but rather full of charm. In addition, Anna was only 24 or 25 years old, and her appearance was also 80 points. At this time, her charm was in place, and it was really hard to refuse. But who is Chen Hao? Chen Hao was a person who died once. So after rebirth, his willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people. So Chen Hao knew that he couldn't act like a lustful ghost, otherwise Anna would think that he was easy to control, and would perfunctorily treat him and not give him the ultimate enjoyment. So Chen Hao pretended to close the door. "Sister Anna, if you don't say it, I will close the door." "No, no, no. Don't close the door." Sure enough, as soon as Chen Hao wanted to close the door, Anna immediately became anxious, and pushed the door with her hands on her chest, inadvertently revealing a gap. Chen Hao watched calmly, just as if he was eating a little dessert first. "Oh, so what's the matter?" "It's like this, I like a bag, more than 10,000 yuan, I want you to buy it for me first." Anna is not a stupid woman, she knows very well that most men are very sensitive to money. Once you say you are here to ask for money, they will immediately drop a few levels. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. It makes people feel like selling. But you said you want a bag, which is in line with a woman's coquettish personality. It can also satisfy a man's chauvinism. As for paying back the money? Ha, no money. No money? Then you can only repay it in other ways. After a while, they hooked up. You mean, you want a bag? Chen Hao confirmed it, thinking that there is such a good thing. You know, your creation space can copy things. Buy the bag, copy it and return it, which means it doesn't cost money, so Anna doesn't want money, just the bag, then round it up, is it letting herself get it for free? But Chen Hao just wanted to confirm it. Anna thought Chen Hao was asking her about paying back the money, so she twisted her body gently and posed a beautiful S shape. Chen Hao, I really want it. And I won't treat you badly. Then come on. Chen Hao hugged Anna in his arms, her soft body was just like a little rabbit, very comfortable. Anna also said with blurred eyes. Baby, don't pity me just because I'm weak. Tonight, let me be a happy woman. Don't worry, I won't feel sorry for someone else's wife. Section 7 Chen Haoxie said with a smile. He has been working hard to make money for many years but has not been able to live a good life. He has not released himself for a long time. So after a stormy night. Chen Hao finally understood that sentence. Do you think rich people are happy? No. You can't imagine the happiness of rich people. Crazy enthusiasm, coupled with crazy initiative, and crazy openness. It's so satisfying. Until morning, Anna got dressed, limped over, and called Chen Hao sweetly. Baby, I'm leaving, remember my bag. I'll give it to you tonight. Well then I'll come over tonight. Needless to say, we know that there will definitely be another big battle tonight. So Chen Hao was too lazy to get up, and was going to sleep a little longer to recuperate and fight her for another 3,000 rounds at night. But just about to go to bed. There was another knock on the door. Boom. 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 Who? Chen Hao asked, wondering if Anna had forgotten to take something. But looking out from the peephole. Standing outside were actually 3 burly men. What's happening here? Looking at the 3 burly men outside the door, Chen Hao touched his chin suspiciously, wondering who found them? But it doesn't matter who found it. Chen Hao now has a gun in his hand, which is more than enough to deal with a few stinky crabs and rotten shrimps. So Chen Hao calmly opened the door. Who are you looking for? Unexpectedly, when Chen Hao opened the door, the 3 burly men outside were startled. The leader, a bald man, stretched his neck and shouted into the room. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you can't come out. We know you live here. Chen Hao suddenly felt happy, it turned out that he was looking in the wrong place. So Chen Hao said. Look carefully. This is 3201. I live alone. Are you mistaken? No. Sorry. We made a mistake. Excuse me. The bald man was actually quite polite. After apologizing, he even closed the door for Chen Hao. Chen Hao shook his head speechlessly, stretched out, and was about to go back to bed and take a nap. As a result, I heard 3 bald men shouting at the door of 3202 opposite. Zhou Xiaoxiao, we know you are at home. Come out to us quickly. Otherwise, we will pour paint on your door. Besides, today I'm throwing paint at your door. Tomorrow, I'm going to your workplace to throw paint. Don't think we don't know that you're interning in the city hospital. Then your reputation will be ruined. You won't be able to be a doctor, and you won't be able to be a student either. I heard the big bald head call out the name Zhou Xiaoxiao. Chen Hao immediately yelled, F***CK. Fuck. Xiao Xiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao has an unusual relationship with Chen Hao, because her brother Zhou Ting is Chen Hao's good friend, even before the end of the world. It was because Chen Hao lived in 3202 that Zhou Ting took his sister to live in 3201 opposite. It's a pity that Zhou Ting died in a car accident more than half a year ago, although Zhou Ting will be resurrected later. For now, Zhou Ting is indeed a dead person. This is a foreshadowing, so in order to save her brother, Zhou Xiaoxiao borrowed a lot of online loans and loan sharks. Chen Hao once helped repay more than 200,000 yuan for this money, for which he delayed buying Lin Yushan a car, and was scolded bloody, but loan sharking is a bottomless pit. I want to pay it back. Unless you use your fists to square it off. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoxiao, a student, had no choice but to hide here and there as long as he could. But how long can it be hidden? So in the previous life, after Zhou Xiaoxiao was splashed with paint in the hospital, she couldn't become a doctor or a student. Finally chose to commit suicide. Because those people forced her to pick up guests. But Zhou Xiaoxiao would rather die than go. And at that time, there were only 3 days before the end of the world. If Xiaoxiao could persist for another 3 days, she would no longer have to worry about loan sharking. In the apocalypse, he is nothing but a loan shark. Chen Hao sighed with infinite regret. Failure to protect his brother's sister was one of his biggest regrets in his previous life. So in this life, Chen Hao will never let this tragedy happen again. 3202 over there. After hearing that the other party was going to the hospital to throw paint on her, Zhou Xiaoxiao had no choice but to open the door. After all, she could hide when paint was thrown on her at home, but she couldn't hide in the hospital. Brothers, I beg you, please give me a little more time. In a few days, I will definitely pay back this month's interest. Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was still a college student, begged with a pale face. She was scared. But the 3 bald men just sneered after hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words. Said the big bald man. What interest? What we want now is the principal. Our manager said that your debt has been owed for too long, and now you have to pay it back with the principal and interest. What? Didn't Manager Lu say before that he could pay it back in 2 years? The past was before, and now is now. Now with principal and interest, the total is 516,000 yuan. You must pay it back today. The big bald man said aggressively. Zhou Xiaoxiao's already pale face became even paler. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes. More than 500,000, how could it be more than 500,000? I only borrowed 200,000 from you in total. And I only got 180,000. It's none of my business. If you don't pay it back today, we will splash paint on your doorstep today and go to your hospital tomorrow to splash paint until you pay it back. You guys. You want so much money, where can I find it for you? Zhou Xiaoxiao said weakly. She didn't regret borrowing high-interest loans to save her brother. She only felt miserable that she didn't have the ability to deal with these loan sharks. But when he heard Zhou Xiaoxiao say this, the big bald man looked Zhou Xiaoxiao up and down evilly and laughed. You know, Zhou Xiaoxiao is a beautiful woman with a 90-point appearance, and her figure is really good, far better than those tech beauties. I don't know how many men are willing to spend a fortune just for a moment of spring breeze. Beautiful Xiaoxiao, when we came, Manager Lu had already told us that as long as you accompany him for 1 night, he will give you a week's grace period, and if you accompany him for 2 nights, he will give you 2 weeks grace period. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. If you accompany him for 3 nights, I can give you 1 more week to help you make up for 1 month. Ha 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 ha. You are dreaming. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately scolded. She is weak, but only in physique. In terms of character, she is extremely strong. Otherwise, she would rather die than sell. But the 3 bald men who were scolded by Zhou Xiaoxiao were immediately annoyed because if Manager Lu was full and drunk, they brothers could still get some sex. Damn it. You are shameless. If you don't want to accompany Manager Lou, then pay me back. If you can't pay me back, I will take you to pick up customers. You are a doctor during the day and a lady at night. Any man is willing to spend money. As the big bald man said this, he wanted to pull Zhou Xiaoxiao's arm, wishing he could send Zhou Xiaoxiao to work part-time right now. Zhou Xiaoxiao fought hard. But how could a girl stop three grown men? Just when Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to be subdued by force. Section 8 Chen Hao came up and kicked one of them without saying a word. Then a left hook. A right leg kick. Knocked down all three of them cleanly. The whole process takes less than 5 seconds. The bald head screamed in pain. Aha! Damn you! Mind your own business. What did you say? Chen Haoxie smiled and clasped his fist with his right hand. The 5 knuckles of his left hand immediately made a snapping sound. The bald man was so frightened that he immediately closed his mouth. You know, Chen Hao has been very insecure since he was a child, so in order to improve his sense of security, he can only improve his fighting skills to the full level. Seeing Chen Hao, Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately became happy, but immediately blushed, because if you like someone, you don't want him to see his embarrassing scene. Xiaoxiao, don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Hao comforted Zhou Xiaoxiao. The big bald man said without giving up. If you have the ability, just pay her back the money. Otherwise we will continue to make trouble tomorrow. And the trouble will get bigger and bigger. Does she owe you a lot? 520,000. Do you think it's too much? TCH. That's it? WeChat or Alipay? Ah. Ding. Alipay has arrived, 520,000 yuan. Hearing this news, the bald man was dumbfounded. With a number as big as 520,000, could he really just change it? But how could Chen Hao do a loss-making business? He still wants to keep money to stock up on supplies. So now if he loses 1 cent, he must get back 10 cents. So Chen Hao smiled disdainfully. It's just such a small amount of money, why do you need to knock on the door so early in the morning? Please pay more attention next time. If you have anything to do, wait until the afternoon. Asking for money in the morning is unlucky, do you understand? The bald men glared at Chen Hao with dissatisfaction, but they couldn't beat him, so what else could they do? I can only take the money and go back to recover. Wait. Just when the bald guys were about to leave, Chen Hao stopped them. The bald people were so scared that their faces turned green. I thought I was going to get beaten again. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is a legal society, and you must be legally responsible for fighting. Oh. You are quite aware of the law. I am speechless to hear a gangster like you say such things. Chen Hao complained directly to his face. Then he raised his chin and said, Aren't you guys lending money? Just recently, I needed some funds to cross the bridge. You can do that, right? Ha ha. That must be possible. When they heard that there was a business coming to their door, the bald guys immediately became as enthusiastic as dogs, because they would get a rebate if they made a deal. And Chen Hao's first move was 520,000. This kind of person needs funds to cross the bridge, and the number will definitely not be small. Correspondingly, the amount of rebates will not be small. Chen Hao said with a smile. Face. Leave me your contact information. Also, what kind of guarantee do you need? House. Car. Watch. When listening to the first 2 things, the expressions of the bald people were a bit better, but when they heard the last watch, their expressions turned down. The big bald man said with a grimace. Brother, please stop making fun of me. How much is a watch worth? Chen Hao said nothing, but calmly stretched out a finger. The bald man said weakly. 100,000? Chen Hao shook his finger in disgust. The big bald man was a little nervous. 1 million? Chen Hao was even more disgusted. The bald man was confused. No, it can't be 10 million, right? Is there really such an expensive watch? No way? If you don't know anything, just learn more. Don't just know about cheap products like Rolex. Have you heard of Vacheron Constantin? If not, go to Tushio Encyclopedia. Disliked by Chen Haoyatong. The bald man touched his head in embarrassment and thought to himself, what a 10 million watch. Even in my wildest dreams I wouldn't have the guts to buy it. So I can only say one thing. I have to go back and talk to the manager about this. I'll add you on WeChat. He began to use you in his words, and it was obvious that he was completely shocked by Chen Hao. Chen Hao also scanned it lazily. Go back and talk to your manager. Also, don't bully my sister again, or I want you to look good. Sure. The bald man nodded in fright, and then left with frightened expressions. From Chen Hao's words and deeds, they all fell 3 words, can't afford to offend. So if they can't afford to offend, they can only hide. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao, she was completely frightened by Chen Hao's generosity. Brother Haozi, where did you get so much money? After all, she is the sister of a good gay friend, so she knows everything about her. The little salary in Chen Hao's pocket is used to pay off the mortgage of Lin Yushan's family every month. From time to time, he also has to pay property fees, water and electricity bills, and TV membership renewals for their family. He is as tight as a beggar. Worse than a beggar. So where did you get so much money? But Chen Hao just touched Zhou Xiaoxiao's head and said, Idiot. You still don't know that I won 5 million? Brother Haozi, you won 5 million. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt pleasantly surprised at first, and then felt lonely again. But if you give me the money, Lin Yushan's family will definitely be unhappy, and they will scold you again, don't worry. Brother Hao and I are already awake. From now on, they are them and I am me. It has nothing to do with me. Really? Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes were suddenly filled with excitement. You must know that she has been secretly in love with Chen Hao since very early on. Unfortunately, in Chen Hao's world, there has always been only that family, now Chen Hao is alone. Then, can I become Chen Haosen's family member? Also, you silly girl, why didn't you tell me what happened? I treat you like my own sister. Don't do this again next time. Chen Hao said as if his brother was lecturing his sister. Zhou Xiaoxiao was so angry that he cursed. Stinky Chen Hao. No. I mean, what happened to the 10 million watch? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Hao curiously. Even if you win 5 million, you won't be so crazy as to buy a 10 million watch, right? Besides, the money is not enough. They won't sell it to you either. But Chen Hao just smiled. Fool. Then I lied to them. If you don't do this, won't they still come to harass you? We have to make them think that we are rich and powerful. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. That's it, Brother Hao, you are really smart. Zhou Xiaoxiao said with admiration. Chen Hao also smiled with a satisfied look on his face. In fact, Chen Hao doesn't have a 10 million watch now, but it won't be possible later. Speaking of which, this was the inspiration given to Chen Hao by Anna, the seductive woman. When he thought of Anna, Chen Hao became a little bit angry. Section 9 Anyway, Chen Hao's creation space can be copied, then copying a 10,000 yuan bag is also a copy, copying a 10 million watch is also a copy, why not copy them together? And now, what I lack most is cash that can be used for shopping directly, so using a 10 million watch as collateral and borrowing 10 million in cash is not too much, right? Chen Hao smiled evilly. In the end of the world, what use will a 10 million watch be? Not as good as a 1 yuan bun. But now, 10 million yuan can buy a lot of supplies. And these supplies, after the end of the world, cannot be bought by 1,000 or 10 million. So Chen Hao changed his clothes and went to the most luxurious shopping mall in Tiannan City. And the target is directly at the Vacheron Constantin brand store. It was just that Chen Hao had just approached the door of the Vacheron Constantin brand store, and before he could step in, a beautiful manager walked out of it and inadvertently stopped Chen Hao. The beautiful manager said with a smile. Sorry, sir, we are a high-end brand store here, so you need to wear formal attire before you can shop inside. In one sentence, your pussy will be filled to the brim. However, the subtext is dash poor guy. Don't come in. Thank you. But Chen Hao didn't say anything. He just picked up the phone, pressed a few buttons, and then put the phone down again. 3 seconds later, Chen Hao's cell phone sounded a notification tone. Alipay arrived. 1 million yuan. For a moment, the beautiful manager's face changed into 3 expressions: shocked, incredible, ecstatic, and then bent over like a dog to be courteous. Dear guest, I'm really sorry. It was my mistake just now. As distinguished a guest as you don't have to wear formal clothes to shop inside. After all, rules and so on are originally used to stop the poor, not the rich. Chen Hao touched the beautiful manager's head with satisfaction. Lead the way. If it were an ordinary person touching her head, the beautiful manager would explode on the spot. But if someone can earn 1 million, is he still an ordinary person? So the beautiful manager said very happily. Please. Then happily lead the way. First, Chen Hao was brought to the watch section worth more than 100,000 yuan. Sir, take a look, do you have any styles you like? If you like them, I can give them to you to try on. But Chen Hao just glanced at the price and stopped talking. The subtext was, it's too cheap, I don't like it. Because that's what rich people are like, they don't seek the best, but the most expensive. The beautiful manager also understood instantly and immediately took Chen Hao to the 1 million watch section. Sir, look at these styles here. Chen Hao only glanced at it roughly, not showing much interest, and even let out a long yawn. The beautiful manager understood. It seemed that only the most expensive watch could arouse Chen Hao's interest. So the beautiful manager took the initiative and took out a watch. Sir, take a look at this watch. This is our new model. The current price is 2.18 million yuan. Is there anything more expensive? Chen Hao picked his ears and spoke absent-mindedly. The beautiful manager quickly took out another more expensive piece. Then take a look at this one. It's more than twice as expensive as the one just now, priced at 5.22 million yuan. When she said that, the beautiful manager's voice was trembling a little, because those who sell famous watches are, if you don't open for 3 years, you will have to wait for 3 years after opening. 5 million watches. The commission can be as high as 20,000 or 300,000. This time, Chen Hao finally got started. He stretched out his hand lazily, and then asked the beautiful manager to carefully put it on himself. It looks pretty good. Chen Hao casually flipped through his watch a few times and said. Having been in the circle of wealthy people all year round, Chen Hao still has a certain appreciation for luxury goods. So Chen Hao knew that this watch was already very good, but not top-notch enough. Is there anything more expensive? Yes. Please wait. The beautiful manager suppressed her excitement and tried hard to keep a calm tone when talking to Chen Hao. If you can't even afford a 5 million watch, then you can only buy a 10 million watch. As for the commission for this order, it will be even more. Maybe it will reach 500,000. Why maybe? Because they have never had such a big order since they opened. Look at this watch, it's 10.88 million yuan. Well, give it a try. After the beautiful manager put the watch on her wrist, Chen Hao then slowly turned his wrist, thick. There is texture. You'll know it's top quality just by looking at it. Chen Hao also nodded with satisfaction. This watch is probably the most expensive watch in their store. There is probably nothing more expensive than that. After all, the brand owner is not a fool. It is enough to put a store-building treasure worth about 10 million yuan in a city. As for the more expensive ones, it is basically private customization. So Chen Hao decided to copy this watch. So Chen Hao raised his fingers at the beautiful manager with a smirk on his face. Come. The beautiful manager immediately leaned over. This is a big order that can make her 500,000 yuan. So Chen Hao asked her to do anything. But Chen Hao just said. How about I perform a show for you? What show? The beautiful manager said sweetly. Chen Hao smiled. Let me show you a magic trick, look. The watch is gone. The beautiful manager was smiling sweetly in the last second, and the next second, her face was as ugly as hell. Because it was the watch she took out, if it was lost, she would be responsible. But the key is that she can't afford to pay even if she sells herself. So the beautiful manager got excited all of a sudden. No. Sir. Where is the watch? Where did you hide it? Of course it's on me. Chen Hao said slowly and slowly. His creation space, when copying things, only looks at the quality of the things, not the craftsmanship of the things. So copying a watch takes about 1 minute at most. Even if it is a watch worth 10 million, it takes 1 minute. But the beautiful manager was really anxious. If she didn't see the watch for 1 second, she couldn't calm down for 1 second. Sir, please take it out, otherwise it will be difficult for me. Oh, you are so anxious, then search it yourself. Chen Hao spread his hands and said. The beautiful manager had no choice but to grit her teeth and slowly search Chen Hao's clothes with both hands, carefully searching from top to bottom. But she didn't touch the watch, she only touched the strong chest muscles, hard abdominal muscles, and a mighty big guy. Since he was reborn, Chen Hao found that his energy has become unusually strong. Maybe his physical fitness has been greatly improved. So the beautiful manager retracted her hand in horror. This is so big, such a big watch, you can't find it, I surrender to you. Chen Hao said, calmly took the watch out of his trouser pocket. The moment she saw the watch, the beautiful manager finally breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately realized a problem. Did she just offend Chen Hao? This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So the beautiful manager hurriedly wanted to apologize. You were so hesitant just now, it was quite cute. Chen Hao said with a grin, you know, the sales of luxury stores do not look at academic qualifications, but only at appearance. So this beautiful manager, with a look of 85 points, has a slightly curvy figure. After all, not every rich person likes plump ones, and there are many who like slim ones. The beautiful manager also understood instantly, there are many people who sell themselves for performance. She will not be the first, and she will definitely not be the last. Section 10. So the beautiful manager also gave her own hint. Mr. Chen, if I have the chance, I will let you see me hesitating again. Oh. You are hesitant, are you serious? If Mr. Chen is serious, I will be serious. If Mr. Chen is not serious, I will not be serious. I'll sweep you. Good. So Chen Hao had one more contact in his cell phone. Then Chen Hao stretched. Let's go. Come back another day. Walk slowly. The beautiful manager is a little disappointed, but that's right, anyone can buy a watch worth more than 10 million yuan, so why should she buy it from herself? So if you don't pay anything, you won't get the 500,000 commission. The beautiful manager has long been mentally prepared. Mr. Chen, I get off work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Can I invite you to have dinner with me? Chen Hao had just gone out when he received a message from the beautiful manager. But Chen Hao just smiled and didn't care too much. Anyway, when Chen Hao needed it, even if it was 2:30 in the morning, this woman would come over by herself, so Chen Hao could talk to him if he wanted to, and if he didn't want to talk to him, he wouldn't. Pay attention. So Chen Hao paid more attention to another piece of news. It's from the big bald loan shark. Mr. Chen, our manager said that famous watches can also be used as guarantees. This is our company address, and the company name is Datong Business. Then there is location information below. Chen Hao suddenly smiled. Hey! The money sender is here. Why the hell are you pretending to be noble? Have you never slept with a man or something? Now you are asked to accompany 10 men every day. Is it difficult? Is it difficult? Chase Business Company. As soon as Chen Hao entered the door, he saw several burly men trying to coerce and lure a red-haired girl. A woman who was a loan shark can basically not escape the fate of being forced to sell. The red-haired girl immediately became anxious. I have a boyfriend. If he finds out, he will definitely not marry me. Why didn't you think about these things when you borrowed money to buy the bag? Besides, if you didn't tell him, how would he know that you were selling it? Could he have prostituted you or something like that? But, don't worry. It's okay. As long as you work harder, you can settle the account in 2 months. It's time for you to get married by then. No one knows you have done this. That's not okay. There are so many secretly filmed videos nowadays. If my video is posted online, how will I behave in the future? Damn it, you just won't listen to me, right? Okay. Then pay back the money now. With interest, the total is 100,000. No money, no money. Ha! Then it's not up to you. Brothers, inspect the goods. A group of big men immediately surrounded him like wolves and tigers. In the room, the wailing sounds of the red-haired girl suddenly came out, as well as the man's loud laughter of joy. Aha! Chen Hao watched expressionlessly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. A woman who can borrow a loan shark for a bag today will borrow another loan shark for a mobile phone tomorrow, not worth saving. It can't be saved. So Chen Hao sent a message to De Guangfa. I have arrived. Mr. Chen, please wait. The big bald head came back instantly. A few seconds later, a low roar came from the room, and then the big bald man came out, without even putting on his pants, with a look of exhaustion and satisfaction on his face. You really just asked me to wait. Chen Hao joked. The bald man's head and scalp immediately turned red with embarrassment. We are people who pursue efficiency. Then he quickly changed the topic and invited Chen Hao inside. Mr. Chen, our manager Lu has told you that when you arrive, he will take you directly to his office and he will receive you personally. Chen Hao snorted emotionlessly and ignored the big bald head. Talking too much to the minions would only lower his status. After passing through several ordinary offices, the bald man invited Chen Hao to the door of a luxurious office, and then knocked on the glass door of the office. Manager, Mr. Chen is here. Mr. Chen. Hearing that Chen Hao was coming, Lu Chang, with his oily hair, immediately came out to greet him with enthusiasm. Mr. Chen, when I heard that you were coming, I have been waiting here for you and never left my side. Sit down and talk. Chen Hao pointed to the coffee table in the office with his chin. Lu Chang nodded immediately. Sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. Then I closed the door of the office, brewed a pot of good tea, and then slowly got to the point. Mr. Chen, I heard that you want to cross the bridge. I wonder how big the number is. Crossing a bridge is actually a short-term loan, so the interest on the loan is called a bridge fee. Chen Hao calmly stretched out a finger. These 10 million? Lu Chang's eyes flashed. A loan of 10 million must be a big deal, but the bigger the business, the bigger the deal. The greater the risk. If Chen Hao runs away, 10 million will be wasted. So Lu Chang said with a smile. Mr. Chen, you also know that we are a small business, it is not easy. You want such a large sum of money, and we certainly dare not lend it casually. Take it. Chen Hao put the 10 million watch on the coffee table neatly. Although it is a copy, the copying technology of the creation space is perfect. Using a copied watch, a loan of 10 million is almost equivalent to freeloading. So Lu Chang's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the watch. This is a good thing. I'm afraid there is no second one in the whole Tiannan city. But Chen Hao just sneered. Let alone the second one, even if you want 1,000 pieces. As long as I have enough free time, I can make it for you. But although Lu Chang liked this watch, looking at it again and again, touching it again and again, he still maintained a trace of rationality. Mr. Chen, although this watch is good, if it is exchanged for real money, at most only 70% is left. That is 7 million. If 7 million guarantees 10 million, Manager Lu, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Chen Hao said without raising his eyelids. Frightened Lu Chang. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Look at this watch, it's almost new. How many times do you think its owner wears it in a year? This seems to be brand new? It hasn't been worn much. Could it be? Just what you think, Chen Hao said with a sneer. It made Lu Chang sweat profusely in an instant. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Section 11. Who can own luxury goods but dare not wear them? It is definitely not the rich, because the rich are not afraid of showing off their wealth, so it must be the big shots in the system who are powerful and influential, but afraid of being discovered by the organization. So Lu Chang instantly determined that Chen Hao was working for a big shot. That is also commonly known as white gloves. As for why the big shot needs money? There are too many reasons. For example, after embezzling the organization's property, there is a deficit. And afraid of being investigated. So borrow it to fill the hole first. But Lu Chang dare not ask. Can't ask. If he still wants to live. So Lu Chang's attitude instantly changed from respectful to flattering, because no matter how powerful the loan shark is, he dare not be an enemy of the government. I understand. I understand. It is my honor to work for Mr. Chen. Just know. Chen Hao leaned on the sofa and said casually. After years of hanging around in the high-level circle, Chen Hao was naturally good at such trivial things as pretending. But Lu Chang thought about it and still wanted to ask for a little commission. But Mr. Chen, our small company is not easy. This 10 million, okay? Stop nagging. 10 million, borrowed for half a year, and 5 million commission will be given to you when it expires. Is that enough? Enough. Enough. Lu Chang was instantly shocked by Chen Hao's generosity, thinking that the powerful must be rich. He didn't even blink an eye when he gave 5 million. If he had to earn it himself, he might not be able to earn 5 million in half a year. But he didn't know that Chen Hao had no intention of paying back the money at all. The end of the world is coming soon, what the hell? As for the 5 million commission, it was a smokescreen to save Lu Chang from trouble before the end of the world. So soon, Chen Hao's account had 10 million more real money. That is commonly known as cash flow, which can be used at any time. Unlike those asset flows, you have to sell the house to make money. Hee. 8 million plus 10 million, now I can get whatever materials I want. Chen Hao smiled confidently. Although 18 million in cash is not much. But you have to know that in this world, you don't have to buy to experience something. For example, a beautiful woman, you need a gift of 600,000, plus a house and a car to marry her, but you only need to give 600 yuan to have her for one night. This is the benefit of short-term rental. What's more, I still have the creation space. As long as I get the things, I can copy them infinitely. Thinking of this, Chen Hao can already foresee his future. In the end times, in an environment where nothing can be produced, he can continuously come up with new things. That is simply the creator of the new era. Okay, now, it's time to go to work and be cool. Chen Hao stretched his waist for a long time. In the future, when the sea level rises, no matter how powerful the fortress or safe house is, it will be a dead can under the seawater, and it will be finished sooner or later. Only yachts are the most practical safe houses and the most practical means of transportation. And Chen Hao knows that in his yacht rental company, there is a yacht called Noah's Ark, which can be called a magic weapon in the Doomsday Water world. Speaking of this Noah's Ark yacht, its origin is quite interesting. Someone once said, "I'm not interested in money," and then turned around and spent 2 billion to buy a yacht. That's right, with the rapid development of the times, the real top rich people have long stopped playing with luxury cars and luxury houses, and they all play with private yachts. So the owner of this Noah's Ark is also a top rich man, and a rich man who was keen on technology. Musk. After sending the car into space, after sending the rocket to Mars, Musk built this luxury yacht that can survive alone in the end of the world. The 109-meter-long hull is also the top existence among private yachts. All operations have two modes, automation and manual. One person can drive the entire yacht. But the most important thing is its safety. With the blessing of top-level materials, even if a nuclear bomb comes, it can block it. As for such a god-level yacht, why did it appear in China? And it appeared in Chen Hao's company? Don't ask. The question is that Musk is happy. So he puts it wherever he wants. After all, Musk has always been nicknamed Mad Genius. He never follows the routine when doing things, and focuses on the unexpected. So this kind of free-spirited style, for him personally, he has gained happiness for his business empire, he has gained a lot of attention. It has become a free advertisement. Let his company's stock price rise wave after wave. So he put his luxury yacht in a medium-sized city in China and handed it over to a small-scale yacht rental company to manage. It is simply shocking the eyes of people all over the world. Of course, the stock price also soared, bursting Musk's wallet. He. I just didn't expect that the person who benefited the most from this matter would be me. Chen Hao laughed. Because when the flood comes, what stock price? What business empire? They are far less valuable than a mobile fortress on the sea. Moreover, don't forget, Chen Hao has room for creation. When the time comes, he will be able to copy this Noah's Ark yacht infinitely, so even if there is no aircraft carrier, he can still build a maritime fleet. Become the overlord of the sea. Of course, if Chen Hao doesn't mind the trouble, because instead of dominating the world, he would rather lead a group of beauties to live happily. So Chen Hao immediately rushed to the place where he worked, a yacht rental company called Haohan Yacht Club. Vast Yacht Club. Zhang Meili, the department head, was furious at Chen Hao's workstation. Where is Chen Hao? Where are the others? He ran away without saying a word. He thinks he runs this company. He can come when he wants and leave when he wants? As a company that specializes in entertaining wealthy people, Haohan Yacht Club has high requirements for its employees, but they must be good-looking. So Zhang Meili's appearance is not bad either, with a score of 85. She also has a hot figure and is a very tasteful woman. But as Chen Hao's supervisor, the biggest conflict between her and Chen Hao comes not from the superior-subordinate relationship, but from the relationship between men and women. That's right. Zhang Meili once pursued Chen Hao crazily. But he was ruthlessly rejected by Chen Hao. The reason given by Chen Hao is that he doesn't like women older than him, but he's kidding. Sister-type women are also attractive, okay? So the real reason is how chaotic the yacht rental industry is. Chen Hao knows better than anyone that it is commonplace to go to bed with the second generation of rich people for the sake of performance, especially Zhang Meili, whose rich experience is enough to produce an 8-million-word movie. Novel. So after that, Zhang Meili held a grudge against Chen Hao, and whenever she got the chance, she would be violent towards Chen Hao. If Chen Hao's performance hadn't been strong enough, he would have been fired long ago. He's becoming more and more undisciplined. Today he skipped work if he wanted to, but will he pry customers if he wants to tomorrow? Zhang Meili kept criticizing and fighting, and did not forget to throw dirty water on Chen Hao. But other people in the department, instead of speaking up for Chen Hao, actually added insult to injury. Supervisor, Chen Hao has gone too far. I suggest that today's matter must be dealt with seriously. Yes. It must be dealt with seriously. I agree. I agree too. But this is not because Chen Hao has a problem with his character, but because Chen Hao is too strong. There is no way, excellent people will always be envied by others. So the stronger the ability, the more jealous people. Especially Zhang Meili's number one dog licker, Zhao Dong. This guy is not only crazy about Zhang Meili, he even drives Zhang Meili himself to a suburban villa of a rich second generation, somewhat like a Taoran. So Zhang Meili angrily rebuked Chen Hao, and Zhao Dong had to support him. That's right. Chen Hao has no discipline at all. He is simply trying to drag down our entire department. I suggest that Chen Hao be kicked out. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the noisy department immediately fell silent. Because it's time to play, and don't make fun of the performance, more than half of their department's performance is due to Chen Hao. Without Chen Hao, the monthly targets cannot be achieved, so it is necessary to drive Chen Hao away. Not even the monthly bonus? How about playing? When Zhang Meili saw the situation, he felt a little out of control and quickly kicked himself off. Okay, just give him another chance. If he doesn't cherish it, pack up and leave immediately. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But Zhang Meili's words had just finished. Chen Hao's voice came from the door. Cherish the wool, I will resign now. Chen Hao. What did you just say, do you want to resign? This time it was Zhang Meili's turn to be uneasy. She knew about Chen Hao's family situation and knew that Chen Hao was tortured by the Lin family, so she would not resign easily, so she had the courage to bombard Chen Hao, but Chen Hao once it's time to leave, she will be the first to be unlucky. If the department's performance is not up to standard, she will be fired from the company. So Zhang Meili immediately became hysterical. Why are you so crazy? The company has rules and regulations, you can just leave if you want. The rules and regulations are, right? You have to submit a resignation application, right? It's simple. Chen Hao immediately sat down at his workstation, clicked on the keyboard for a while, and then printed out a resignation application. It was thrown into Zhang Meili's hand. For you. Zhang Meili was so angry that her face was distorted. When she looked at the reason for applying for resignation, I see the department leader Zhang Meili is unhappy. Her whole face turned green. Chen Hao. Zhang Meili was about to gnash her teeth and roar, then she suddenly discovered that under the resignation application, there was another list. It was a lease order. Someone wanted to rent the Noah's Ark, and the rent was for 10 days, for 50,000 yuan a day. The rent is 500,000 yuan for 10 days. Oh my god. Section 12. Zhang Meili's heart was pounding, because the market price of ordinary yachts is only 5,000 yuan a day, and smaller ones can be 3,000 yuan, only this Noah's Ark has a strict rule given by Musk that it must be no less than 50,000 yuan a day. So usually, few people are willing to rent it in a month. But now, someone rented it for 10 days at once. This is equivalent to the performance of their department for a whole month. So Zhang Meili felt secretly happy. Ha ha. Chen Hao. You seem to be very smart at ordinary times, but you still make a fool of yourself at the critical moment. Do you think you can still get the commission of this order after you leave? Ha! It belongs to me directly. Just when I was thinking about the commission of this order, which was as much as 50,000 yuan, and what kind of bag I could buy. Zhang Meili suddenly found out that the salesperson on the order was Chen Hao and the customer was also Chen Hao. Am I dazzled? Or is it the same name? Take a closer look, not only the name is exactly the same, but also the ID number and contact information are exactly the same. This is the order that Chen Hao placed for himself. Zhang Meili's eyes widened. But this is not over yet. Because yachts are luxury goods after all, so they must be guaranteed by proof of assets. Otherwise, if they are damaged a little, ordinary people can't afford it even if they work for 200 years. So on the next page of the order, there is a proof of assets. Tomato bank certificate, the account holder Chen Hao has cash assets in our bank of 18 million yuan. Zhang Meili couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. The number on it was still 18 million. The account holder was still Chen Hao. Looking at Zhang Meili's look of seeing a ghost. Chen Hao smiled. What? You don't want to blacklist my orders, do you? Do you have the guts? Ha 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 ha, Mr. Chen, what are you kidding? How dare I have the guts to blacklist your orders? Seeing Chen Hao's asset certificate, Zhang Meili immediately called Chen Hao the beloved Mr. Chen. Why? Because Chen Hao is rich. 18 million. And in cash. This is a high-quality customer in any company. So as long as Chen Hao tells the boss, Zhang Meili will be fired immediately. After all, it's not easy to find a customer with 18 million assets, but you can easily find a lot of employees who are prettier than Zhang Meili. You are a man who knows the times, so arrange it for me, as soon as possible. Okay. Mr. Chen. Zhang Meili responded with great temptation, trying her best to show off her charm. But Chen Hao not only had no reaction, but even felt a little disgusted. He really didn't want to drive this car that was worn out by the rich second generation. Mr. Chen, the Noah is under maintenance and is expected to be completed on Sunday. Can I arrange it for you next Monday? Zhang Meili came over with the order and said, while exerting force on her chest, snap. 2 buttons of the shirt on her chest suddenly opened, revealing a seductive deep cleavage. This is her unique skill. It has helped her win countless rich second generations. After all, men prefer this kind of accidental little benefit to naked temptation. However, Chen Hao didn't even look at it, but just calmly confirmed the order. Next Monday, right? Okay, I'm not free this week. Then he swiped twice on the order, wrote his name, turned around and left the office in a chic manner. Zhang Meili was left alone in the wind, her breast-revealing benefit that worked every time was useless in front of Chen Hao. So Zhang Meili's face twisted. Chen Hao. You actually. Humph. You wait for me. I will definitely win you. This is the money power brought by wealth. No matter how ruthless you are, those gold diggers will forgive you for the sake of money. As for Chen Hao, he felt refreshed after leaving the company. Ha! I can finally hold my head high and live a life of my own. I will explode if I stay in this cramped place for another second. Hee hee. Besides, I have just enough time to prepare in this week. After all, what needs to be copied is a 109-meter-long yacht, which requires a considerable amount of physical strength plus mental strength, so you must prepare first. Improve your ability limit. Just like in the last life, start copying some small things first. The more you copy, the faster you can copy. Chen Hao's mouth curled up a wicked smile. Because superpowers are like playing with guns, the more you play, the more skilled you will become. But if you don't use a gun, it will soon rust. So in the next week, Chen Hao has only one thing to do, copy various things. First, you can reserve supplies. Second, you can enhance your abilities. So the first thing Chen Hao did was to make a phone call. Hello, manager I'm Chen Hao, I want to rent a BMW 5 Series. You know I'm an expert, so don't fool me with a modified car. My current location is, in fact, most rental companies are playing tricks. You think you're renting an 8 million Rolls-Royce. It's actually a 200,000 red flag sedan modification. You think you're renting a 100% new luxury Mercedes. It's actually an old car that has been traded 800 times with a new shell. As for whether there are real luxury cars for rent? Yes. But very few. Basically, you need strong connections to get them. Coincidentally, Chen Hao is also a senior person in the rental industry, and he is also the sales champion. So others definitely dare not deceive him. Because they are still counting on Chen Hao to introduce customers to them. So 10 minutes later, a brand new BMW 530 drove in front of Chen Hao. Manager who was as fat as a ball, climbed down from the car and said, Brother Hao, the car you wanted is delivered to you, brand new, and it's the first time to rent it today. Is it true? Where did you get the new stuff? Chen Hao was also a little curious, because the first time the car was sold was indeed a bit rare. Manager said with a chuckle. There's a driver whose boss just bought a car and asked him to drive it out for a run-in, so he dumped it here. Interesting. He's taking his boss's salary and gas money while taking your kickbacks. This guy is really calculating. Isn't he afraid of damaging his boss's car? This car is like a wife. If she's not your wife, how can you feel bad about her? Manager said in a slick tone, and then looked at Chen Hao expectantly. Chen Hao understood instantly. The market price for a BMW 530 is 600 yuan per day. Since it's brand new, I'll give you 1,000 yuan per day. That's good enough, right? Good enough. Good enough. If I'm good enough, you have to be good too. Ha! Give me a whole new Land Rover tomorrow. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you the money you want. Got it. Got it. Manager who was as fat as a ball, smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Take the BMW rental for example. Chen Hao gave 1,000 yuan, of which 600 yuan went to the company, and the remaining 400 yuan naturally went into his pocket. The market price of a Land Rover is 1,500 yuan per day. But Chun Hao would only give more. So how could he not do his best for something that benefits him? My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. So Manager Yu immediately mobilized all his connections. The almighty friend circle, asking for a brand new Land Rover. Paid. Private chat. As for Chun Hao, after getting the car keys, he sat in the BMW and just stepped on the accelerator lightly, and he knew that Fatty Yu had not lied to him. Although Chun Hao himself could not afford a BMW, he had been in the circle of rich second generations for several years and was very familiar with cars. Because the rich second generations have nothing to do, they want to go racing. And they often invite Chun Hao to join them. With his superb driving skills, Chun Hao was also named the 9 Benz car god. Otherwise, how do you think Chun Hao got so many orders? With beauty? No. It's with ability. He. Such a good car, wouldn't it be a pity not to take a photo? So Chun Hao picked up his mobile phone and took a photo of himself, and by the way, he took a photo of the steering wheel with the BMW mark without any concealment. And then posted it in the circle of friends. I don't know why, but I've been liking small animals lately. BMW, Land Rover, Jaguar, Hummer, etc. But Chun Hao's message was not blocked in moments. So when Lin Yushan saw this moments, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Because she felt that the 5 million yuan that Chen Haozhong had received should be given to her. But now Chun Hao spent it himself and didn't give him a penny. Damn it! Damn Chun Hao! He actually spent the money himself. I'm so angry. Lin Yushan's face was twisted and furious, and then suddenly a light bulb flashed in her head, and she thought of a great plan. Wait a minute, if I can't get the 5 million yuan as a sister, then why can't I get it as a wife? Ha 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 ha. I'm such a genius. Section 13 Woo. 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 Chen Hao stepped on the accelerator, and the BMW 530 flew out. Not only was the pushback extremely strong, but the driving feeling was also extremely comfortable, because the comfort of driving a BMW car is one of the best among all cars. That's why it is called, drive a BMW, ride a Mercedes. In this way, he drove to the suburbs in one breath. After confirming that there was no one around and no cameras, Chen Hao climbed out of the car and prepared to start copying this BMW 530. But the phone rang. Chen Hao picked it up and saw that the note was sister. Oh, it was Lin Yushan, and the previous note was forgotten to be changed. It is likely that she saw her circle of friends, so she came to make trouble. It happened that Chen Hao had been driving for a long time and was a little bored, so he just looked for some fun. Hello? Hello, is it brother? Lin Yushan pretended to be shy, and the moment she opened her mouth, she was tea-like. Chen Hao said calmly. What's the matter? Tell me quickly, or I'll hang up the phone. Well, actually I like you. Oh, then? Chen Hao's heart was calm, and he even wanted to laugh. But Lin Yushan was still immersed in the play. Brother, you may not understand what I mean. I don't like you like a brother or sister, but like a man and a woman. Chen Hao was speechless, thinking that you are really brave. But it's true, after all, people can't give up money for dignity. But Chen Hao's speechlessness made Lin Yushan think that her words worked. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She looks so good and has such a good figure. Which man can't be moved? So Lin Yushan increased her offensive. Brother, if you can't say your feelings for me, then do it with practical actions. Lin Yushan emphasized the word do very much, and people could understand what it meant at once. On the other end of the phone, Chen Hao gave his answer after a moment of silence. Okay, then come over, I'm at this location. Seeing the location sent by Chen Hao, Lin Yushan was immediately ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Men are creatures who think with their lower body. I've got it now. 5 million, finally in hand. In this situation, Lin Yushan didn't even care why Chen Hao asked her to meet in the deserted suburbs. She might have thought that Chen Hao wanted to communicate with her in the wild. So Lin Yushan hurriedly called a Didi, and even paid extra money to let the driver step on the accelerator to the bottom. She couldn't wait to get Chen Hao. No. To be precise, she wanted the 5 million in Chen Hao's hands. So when the car arrived in the suburbs, as soon as she saw the BMW 530 parked on the yellow mud road, Lin Yushan got out of the car immediately, and then walked towards the BMW impatiently. In the wild, a BMW, a man and a woman. Lin Yushan already knew what was going to happen next. 5 million. Here I come. As a result, Lin Yushan was just about to walk to the front of the BMW. The BMW immediately stepped on the accelerator. It launched directly. Dragging a long smoke tail, it flew away at a speed of 200 kilometers. Lin Yushan was completely confused. No. I haven't got in the car yet. I haven't got in the car yet. So Lin Yushan hurriedly took out her mobile phone in a panic. Brother, what are you doing? I haven't got in the car yet. Didn't you say that you would let me show you with actual actions what my feelings for you are? Yes, then what are you doing? I'm just showing you that my feelings for you are that I don't want to care about you. Ha 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 ha. Then Chen Hao hung up the phone. Lin Yushan was left alone in the wind. This is the suburbs. There is no village in front, no shop behind, and even a taxi can't be taken in the wilderness. If you want to go back, you can only walk. Just thinking about this, Lin Yushan is already trembling a little. In order to seduce Chen Hao, she can dress as sexy as she can. High heels, short skirt, no leggings underneath. So if she really walks back, this yellow mud road will be enough for her to sprain her ankle 800 times. So Lin Yushan's face twisted and she screamed hysterically. Chen Hao! You bastard! Bastard! But at this time, Chen Hao's mood was the same as the BMW 530 under him, and they all rushed into the fast lane. Ha 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 ha. Not only because he just played a trick on Lin Yushan, but more importantly, Chen Hao's BMW 530 was successfully copied. And it was very easy. It only took half an hour to copy a BMW 530, and the energy consumed is almost equivalent to jogging for 10 minutes. But you have to know that Chen Hao used to be a long-distance runner, and even ran a marathon in 2 hours and 15 minutes, so the amount of exercise in 10 minutes of running is far from Chen Hao's limit. It can only be regarded as a warm-up. In this way, the chances of copying Noah's Ark are much greater. After all, my physical strength is still very durable. Hey! That's time to start stockpiling supplies. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So Chen Hao turned the steering wheel lightly and drove to the most luxurious buffet restaurant in the city, a buffet restaurant where the average per person costs 2,000 yuan. 5-star Dihao Hotel. After all, for Chen Hao, who can copy any item infinitely, quantity is not important. What is important is the type. Because eating is like dating a woman. If you date one woman once, and date 2 women once each, can the feeling be the same? So Chen Hao went straight into the restaurant. Open a private room for me. Okay, sir. The sweet-looking waiter answered while inviting Chen Hao into the private room and giving Chen Hao a menu. A truly luxurious buffet restaurant will not let customers run around like a dog to eat something, and have to fight with others if it is not enough. All orders are from the menu, and whatever you want to eat, they will make it for you, ensuring the taste and quality. But Chen Hao didn't even look at the menu, and just said, 2 of everything. Ha! I said, as long as the dishes are written on the menu, give me 2 of each. Ha! The waiter was confused. You know, their store has also had many internet celebrity big eaters come, challenge to eat 50 lobsters to see if the store will beat you. Challenge to eat 100 portions of caviar to see if the store will vomit blood. But the store actually makes money with tears and blood. As for people like Chen Hao, they order 2 of everything, you know, they have more than 500 kinds of varieties. And it also includes egg fried rice, ramen, fried rice cakes and other staple foods that take up space. So let alone one person, even if 10 people come, they definitely can't finish it. So the waiter said weakly, Sir, we advocate the clean plate campaign here. If you can't finish it, you will be fined 100 yuan for every 100 grams. The implication is that if you order so much, you can't leave without paying tens of thousands of yuan. After all, they provide high-end ingredients, such as abalone, lobster, steak, and grilled lamb chops. 100 yuan for 100 grams is not the market price, but it is not an excessive request. But Chen Hao just smiled. If you can't finish it, I will compensate you 100 yuan for every gram. Stop talking nonsense and serve. Under Chen Hao's request, the waiter had no choice but to place an order of 2 of each to the kitchen. But such a large order immediately caused a sensation in the entire restaurant. What's going on? 2 servings of each dish, are you sure you're not kidding? Who is this god? He ordered so many things, which add up to 200 pounds, heavier than a person. Are you sure he can finish it? Is it another internet celebrity who's trying to attract attention? When it's time to pay, he'll say, I'm an internet celebrity, I'll cyberbully you if you don't give me a free meal? The waiter's whispers and discussions startled even the restaurant manager, who hurried over to take charge. The restaurant manager, named Wumi, has big wavy curls on her head and wears a serious professional suit, but it doesn't hide her figure, but highlights her proud chest, at least So she's nicknamed Big Secret. Wumi at work, but don't think Wumi is just hot, her management skills are also very strong. Section 14. So Wumi acted vigorously and resolutely when he came up. Everyone, please get back to your posts. If anyone points fingers at the guests again, they will pack their things and leave immediately. Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, you two are responsible for entertaining this guest. If there is any situation, please report to me immediately. In an instant, the originally lively room door suddenly became quiet. Only 2 waiters, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, were left delivering food inside. Hello, here are your supreme shrimp dumplings, crab roe shamai, steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce, and steamed pork ribs. As a result, halfway through the conversation, the 2 waiters were dumbfounded. The dozen or so dishes they had just served had already been swept away by Chen Hao. Chen Hao urged impatiently. Just put it down, hurry up and serve the rest while they're hot. Yes, yes. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi were so frightened that they both hesitated. In the next 2 hours, Chen Hao, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Qi began to go in and out repeatedly. Chen Hao kept sending meals into the creation space, and Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi kept sending them. Stuff came in, old dishes were taken out, it didn't stop for 2 hours. With such an astonishing eating appetite, even though Wumi explicitly prohibited discussion of Chen Hao's affairs, everyone couldn't help but murmur to themselves. Can you still eat it? How big of a stomach does this have to hold so much food? Who knows? Anyway, there are birds everywhere in the forest. Among hundreds of millions of people, it's normal for one to be particularly edible. Oh, I heard that the more a man can eat, the better he is in that aspect. You said this man is so good in eating, does that mean this? Wow. How about asking for a WeChat account later? A group of people were whispering. Wumi stepped on high heels and came up with a scolding. What are you mumbling over there again? We are service staff, here to serve customers. We are not here to judge customers. This is the first warning. It is also the last. The harsh style made all the waiters very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do about it. The official level would kill people. All we can do is disperse. But Wumi herself was in no mood to go back to the office, because she heard that sentence, the more edible a man is, the more powerful he is. Although Wumi is not a slutty woman, no matter how powerful a strong working woman is, there are still times when she is lonely late at night, especially, Wumi is still a face controller, so there are not many people she likes, and she has already suppressed it. It's been a little half a year, but when Chen Hao came in just now, Wumi noticed that Chen Hao was not only handsome, but also in good shape. So Wumi doesn't mind being friends with Chen Hao, the kind of friend who takes what he wants and only enters his body, not his life. Sir, are you satisfied with the taste of our food? Wumi said with a sweet smile. In order to understand Chen Hao's meal, he came over to hook up with Chen Hao. Chen Hao only glanced at Wumi and saw that the woman's eyes were full of beauty. This is the trouble of handsome men, you will often find that there are always women who want to eat you. But Chen Hao has no intention of refusing, because his principle is, not to take the initiative, not to refuse, and not to be responsible. So Chen Hao said with a smile. Not bad, but the dining experience still has room for improvement. Really? How about we add a WeChat account and pick a suitable time to discuss it in depth together? I think tonight is quite appropriate. I'm afraid I'll forget it tomorrow. I get off work at 7 p.m. I'll wait for you downstairs at 7 o'clock. Easily, Chenhao got Wumi's WeChat account and of course Wumi's entire night time. First, sir, all your dishes have been served. Do you want more? Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi said timidly, because from the beginning to now, Chenhao has never even burped, and it seems that he is not full yet. Oh, are they all here? That's it. These are enough. Chenhao waved his hand and drove the stunned two people out, preparing to continue sending food into the creation space. But taking a closer look, these last few dishes are quite suitable for posting on WeChat Moments. So I just posted it on Moments. After all, how can it be enough if you only let others know that you are rich? You also have to let people know how you spend so much time on alcohol, so that they can become jealous and twisted. It only costs 2,000 yuan to have a simple meal. There's nothing I can do about it. They said it's already the most expensive item in their store. In an instant, the takeaways in the hands of countless people no longer taste good. Especially Lin Yushan. She was alone in the suburbs, cold and hungry. She just wanted to send a message to Moments for help, but then she saw this, and her mentality suddenly collapsed. She was half dead on the yellow dirt road in the suburbs, but Chenhao was actually enjoying himself in a luxurious restaurant. Chenhao. Ah. Chenhao. I must kill you. Kill you. Lin Yushan roared hysterically, scaring the kind-hearted driver who had finally passed by and wanted to take her for a ride. He stepped on the accelerator and ran away. Men can heroically save beauties, but crazy women can't be offended, so they can still hide. The further away the better. But after the rage, Lin Yushan gradually regained her senses. Because no matter how angry you are, it's not worth 5 million yuan. 5 million. I must get 5 million. I don't want to eat cheap takeout for 20 yuan anymore, I also want to eat 2,000 yuan. A luxurious dinner for 10 yuan. After thinking about it, Lin Yushan felt that she could no longer hesitate. She had to use her ultimate move, seduction. And she could no longer just use words to seduce Chenhao. She had to use her body capital. Take it directly. So Lin Yushan immediately made a decision. Go home. Then tonight, put on the most beautiful makeup, wear the sexiest clothes, and knock on Chenhao's door. There are almost 2,000 species. That's it for today. After coming out of the Royal Hotel, Chenhao went to several other 5-star hotels and scanned all their dishes. As for restaurants with 4 stars and below, I'm sorry, I don't like them. It's almost 7 o'clock, just in time to pick up my wife tonight. So Chenhao drove to the downstairs of the Dihao Hotel, ready to pick up Wumi and go home to discuss it in depth. But since Chenhao drives a BMW 530 and the other person is handsome, it is natural that a woman will come over to hook up with him. Handsome guy, your car is so beautiful. Can you take me for a ride? A woman with a 75-point appearance, wearing a miniskirt and rocking an 80-point figure came over to chat with Chenhao. She is very confident in herself, after all, she is not ugly, and besides, men can never refuse a woman who takes the initiative to approach her. It's a pity that although Chenhao's attitude is no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility, but above these 9 words, there is still a basic line, body and appearance, any one of them is lower than 80 points. He doesn't want any women. As for men, he would rather lack than waste. I would rather eat cake only once a week than let go of myself and eat Ali. So Chenhao simply ignored this woman. But this woman is still clinging to Chenhao. Handsome guy, don't ignore me. Besides, I'm not that kind of ignorant woman, she's very sensible. The woman said meaningfully, and in her words, she was already nakedly hinting to Chenhao, as long as Chenhao is willing to take her out for a ride, she can make Chenhao happy. It's a pity that Chenhao still doesn't bother to pay attention to her. Handsome guy, you've gone too far. They are so sensible, why don't you pay attention to them? The woman in the miniskirt was trying her best to act coquettishly. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of high-heeled footsteps, which made the woman couldn't help but turn her head and glance. A woman with a figure of 95 or above is walking towards her step by step with the steps of a domineering strong woman. With every step she takes, her proud chest will rise and fall violently at any time, making people feel dizzy. But the most important thing is, this woman's appearance is above 90 points at least. This woman is naturally the big secret. Woomy. Woomy held a coat in his left hand and stood 5 steps away from Chun Hao and the woman in the miniskirt and smiled. Am I disturbing you? No, you came just in time. When Chun Hao said this, he didn't even look at the woman in the miniskirt. He meant, that woman is so annoying. You came just in time to help me out. Woomy just smiled and said nothing more, sitting on the passenger seat like a hostess. For a moment, there was only a woman in a miniskirt with an embarrassed look on the ground, wanting to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. She thought she was qualified to stick with him, but she was instantly killed. As for what Chen Hao and Woomy will do next? Chen Hao is not the kind of man who is emotionless. He says he wants to go home when he comes up, otherwise he goes to the hotel, or he rushes to do errands in the parking lot. Chen Hao took Woomy to a pretty good Western restaurant, the most expensive and luxurious one in the city. The kind with per capita consumption of more than 1 yuan. Why come to such a good Western restaurant? Woomy was a little puzzled. At the same time, he was swaying a glass of wine as bright as blood, authentic 1982 Lafite. So how did the per capita yuan come from? Steak is 800 yuan per portion, and a bottle of red wine is 1 yuan. Chen Hao also gently shook the wine glass in his hand and smiled slightly. That's because I am still very superficial. Huh? What do you say? Because I always like to measure important people with money. For example, if I don't value someone, I don't even want to treat her to a 5 yuan fried rice meal. But for someone I value enough, I'd be willing to spend $500 to treat her. See a concert. Section 15-0? Then you treated me to this bottle of 50,000 yuan wine. Doesn't it mean that you value me very much? Very correct. Cheers. Chen Hao raised the wine glass slightly and immediately drank half a glass of wine. This wine is silky and delicate, just like chocolate sliding across the tongue. Not bad. I'll put a bottle in the creation space later. Woomy also picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and then 2 blushes immediately floated on her face. I don't know if it was because she was slightly drunk or because of Chen Hao's teasing. Anyway, her eyes began to be a little blurred, and her spring spirit was a little rippling. So the next thing came naturally. Under the influence of a little bit of alcohol, the two of them went from the living room to the bathroom, from the bathroom to the sofa, from the sofa to the bed, and from the bed to the floor in Chen Hao's house. The fight spread to every corner of the house. Until Woomy begged for mercy with a red face. Rest? Let me rest for a while. I'm almost exhausted. Okay. Chen Hao kissed the big secret, went to the living room to get a bottle of water, and gulped down the sweat he had shed during exercise. At the same time, he felt a little weird. Strange, why do I feel that my physical fitness is getting stronger and stronger? Is it because of the awakening of superpowers? So my physical fitness has also been strengthened? When Chen Hao was thinking, the door suddenly banged. Who is it? It's me, brother. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lin Yushan, who was outside the door, showed her 12 points of charm, wrapped in only a slim nightgown, and came to the door of Chen Hao's house, and she really only wore a nightgown, nothing else. Chen Hao scratched his ears calmly. I say, don't think about the 5 million, I won't give it to you, just give up on it. Brother, actually, I don't want the 5 million at all. I want, actually you. Lin Yushan said with a firm look in her eyes. She was ready. As long as Chen Hao opened the door, she would definitely not be able to escape her beauty attack. And Chen Hao would definitely open the door. Because Lin Yushan decided to do something crazy. Brother, just look at me, I'm really sincere. Lin Yushan said, facing the cat's eye of Chen Hao's house. She opened her nightgown, showing off her perfect figure naked. Sure enough, the next second after Lin Yushan opened her nightgown, Chen Hao opened the door. Lin Yushan raised the corner of her mouth proudly. Success! But Chen Hao just opened the door, but did not let Lin Yushan in. Instead, he blocked the door, and boredly scratched his ears with his fingers, while shouting, Mimi, come out and help me. Okay. Changfu Wumi, how could that thin bath towel cover up that amazing figure? Instead, it made the figure of the big secret even more attractive. Not to mention that Wumi's face was flushed at this time, so attractive that even Lin Yushan couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The real perfect goddess is like this, slaying both men and women. After Wumi came out, she didn't say anything, just leaned against the wall and lazily lifted her thick long hair for a moment. Silence was better than words. Lin Yushan was killed instantly because of her proud figure and style. See, I don't like you at all. Chen Hao said disdainfully, and closed the door with his backhand, wiping out all the last bit of pride of Lin Yushan. Chen Hao! Chen Hao, you bastard! Bastard! Lin Yushan roared hysterically, her face full of hideousness and distortion. From her perspective, Chen Hao is just a dog of their Lin family. And she is the little princess of the family. But in order to get close to Chen Hao, she lowered her head and didn't care about her face. But what was the result? It was Chen Hao's humiliation again and again. So Lin Yushan also completely put away the face of a gold digger and replaced it with her true nature, the face of a hungry wolf. The kind that will chew up bones. Chen Hao, don't think that you can take your 5 million with ease. I must squeeze all your money out. You can't leave a penny of this 5 million. However, Lin Yushan's emotional and angry performance. Chen Hao didn't even watch for a second because he was busy flirting with Wumi. You have a lot of troubles, I've only seen the second one. Wumi said lazily, lying on the bed. Chen Hao gently hugged Wumi's plump body. Jealous? Not really. After all, I am a beauty and I have many admirers around me. Some of them are crazy. Then I will be a little unhappy. Because I have admirers? No. Because you actually said that you are not jealous. Chen Hao picked up Wumi and put him on his body, making Wumi sit like riding a horse. So I want to punish you, move yourself? No, my legs are still a little weak. Then I will do it. No, unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Hao turned over and switched positions with Wumi, making Wumi's final struggle of no sound so reluctant. One night passed. Early the next morning, Wumi packed up and left. She was a strong woman. No matter how tired or weak her legs were, she had to go to work on time. This tough attitude was completely different from last night. But she also left a message for Chen Hao. I want to have dinner with you in a few days, which was equivalent to directly making an appointment with Chen Hao for the next shot. What an interesting woman. She is one way during the day and another way at night. Chen Hao stretched, and then continued to go out to buy food. Anyway, there is still some time before the end of the world, so he can stock up more categories, just stock up more categories. But he didn't expect that as soon as he walked downstairs, Chen Hao was surrounded by a group of people. It's finally here. Hee, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Dear mom and dad, and brother and sister-in-law. Chen Hao looked at the 5 people in front of him with a smile, his dad Lin Dashan, his mom Jiang Suiping, their baby son Lin Jiawei, and Lin Jiawei's wife Bai Xiajie. As for the last one, it was naturally the resentful Lin Yushan. Chen Hao, you forced me to do this. Lin Yushan looked at Chen Hao with resentment, wishing she could bite Chen Hao to death. As a high-ranking little princess, she was willing to approach Chen Hao in an approachable way, which was Chen Hao's honor. But Chen Hao humiliated her again and again. So Lin Yushan had to give up the idea of taking 5 million for herself. That's right, Lin Yushan had planned to take the 5 million all by herself from the beginning, so she also deliberately tampered with the phones of Lin Dashan and others. First, she blocked Chen Hao's circle of friends, and then deleted all the news about Chen Hao's winning. So it was not until this morning when Lin Yushan told this matter that the Lin family knew that Chen Hao had won the 5 million jackpot. Haozi, how could you be like this? For the money, you even don't want your family. Jiang Suiping said with great sorrow, but in fact, she was the one who beat Chen Hao the hardest. Either with a stick, or an iron hanger, or even a data cable. You know, a data cable is like a whip, and one whip is half a life. Chen Hao was almost beaten to death several times. That's right, Chen Hao, you have to have a conscience. You can't pretend that your parents and us are strangers just for money. Bai Xiajie also fanned the flames, but after Chen Hao worked so hard to buy a house for the Lin family, Lin Jiawei wanted to marry Bai Xiajie, and the first request Bai Xiajie made was, kick Chen Hao out. Then my name, Bai Xiajie, must be added to the house title. Otherwise, no deal. But Jiang Suweiping and Bai Xiajie still knew how to pretend, and used some family affection to morally blackmail. But Lin Dashan and Lin Jiawei were not so polite. Lin Dashan directly stretched out his hand fiercely. You are rebellious. You won 5 million and dared to embezzle it? Take it out for me. Otherwise, I will beat you to death today, you unfilial son. Yes. If you don't take it out, don't even think about leaving today. Lin Jiawei said from the side. Such a lively scene naturally attracted a lot of attention, and soon a lot of onlookers gathered around. After all, Chen Hao won 5 million, and many people were jealous, so Chen Hao was in trouble. Of course everyone was happy to see it. When Jiang Suweiping saw the onlookers coming, she immediately cried out, wow. Chen Hao, you can't be so heartless. We provide you with food, housing, and let you go to college. You can't do this to us now. You can't. Although you are not my biological son, I have never treated you as an outsider for a day. I am your mother. After hearing this, the onlookers also pointed fingers at Chen Hao. Section 16. This person is so bad. Even if he is not his biological child, he has raised him for so many years. That's right. He also provided him with food, shelter, and let him go to college. How expensive is college now? At least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a year. This person is so bad. As expected. In this society, the less conscience, the richer they are. But Chen Hao was not moved at all when he heard it, and even wanted to laugh. What kind of food did he eat since he was a child? Where did he live? Do you dare to say it? If it weren't for his excellent physique, he would have been tortured to death by eating those leftovers that no one wanted and sleeping on the cold cement floor. As for going to college, Chen Hao laughed even more. As soon as his admission letter came back, it was thrown away by Lin Dashan. Just because Lin Jiawei didn't get into college, Chen Hao picked it up by searching through the garbage cans in the entire community. Especially the tuition fees, Chen Hao finally saved enough by working part-time, but Lin Dashan took Lin Jiawei to whore with him. It was called coming-of-age ceremony. Chen Hao had to borrow online loans, and he lived in the shadow of debt collection for several years in college. So he just let it go. And you still have the nerve to say that you treat yourself as your own son? Is your son worse than a dog? But Chen Hao would not refute these, because refutation is useless. What is really useful is counterattack. So Chen Hao looked around and saw a big and strong man, Han Lei, the fitness coach in the next building, so he shouted to him. Hey! Han Lei, do you want to make 5,000 yuan easily? Ah? Han Lei was a little confused. He was just a bystander, so why was he suddenly tagged? But I have to say, 5,000 yuan is still quite tempting. It is equivalent to his monthly salary. So Han Lei asked with a stiff upper lip. How do you make money? Is it really easy? I promise it's easy. Just give him a slap and I'll give you 5,000 yuan. Chen Hao pointed at Lin Dashan and said. Lin Dashan was so angry that he screamed. You asked someone to beat me? You're being treasonous. But Han Lei thought about it, and looked at the red banner hanging next to him, don't fight. If you lose, you'll be hospitalized, and if you win, you'll go to jail. And immediately shrank his head and shook his head. No, now we live in a society ruled by law, I can't do such illegal things. Seeing Han Lei's attitude, Lin Dashan's family couldn't help but feel a little proud. The more legal society there is, the more honest people there are, and the more shameless scoundrels like them can get by. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But they miscalculated one thing, that is, under a big reward, there must be a brave man. No one does things for you, it only means that you haven't given enough. So Chen Hao changed the strong man's mind with just 3 sentences, and by the way, he also changed the minds of everyone in the audience. 5,000 for one slap, 2 slaps, no upper limit. What? What? Han Lei was a little confused by the happiness. The first 2 sentences were fine, but what did the latter no upper limit mean? 10,000 for 2 slaps, what about 50 slaps? 100 slaps? Isn't that 300,000 or 500,000? And as everyone knows, Chen Hao won the grand prize in the scratch lottery, 5 million. So he can definitely afford this money. So Han Lei looked at Chen Hao very seriously. Chen Hao, you are not kidding, right? Just 1 slap and you will get 5,000 yuan? And is there any upper limit? The serious attitude immediately scared Lin Dashan a little. After all, Han Lei is a fitness coach, and if he slaps him, he will lose half his life. But Lin Jiawei stood firmly beside Lin Dashan. Dad! Don't be afraid. You still have me. I will protect you. Good son. Lin Dashan nodded with satisfaction. It is said that father and son fight together in battle, and at the critical moment, it is his son who can be relied on. But the next second, Lin Dashan heard someone shouting in dissatisfaction. Well, Chen Hao. What if I hit Lin Dashan? Will you also give me money? 5,000 yuan for a slap? Yes. We can also hit him. Han Lei is not the only one with hands. Just let us hit him together. A group of people said, already eager to try. As long as Chen Hao nodded, they could beat Lin Dashan in 5 seconds so hard that even his mother couldn't recognize him. Lin Dashan was sweating profusely. Crazy. Crazy. These people are crazy. Son. Let's go quickly, but Lin Dashan turned his head and found that Lin Jiawei had already hidden far away, and even drew a clear line between himself and Lin Dashan. Dad, they are looking for you, not me. You bastard. Lin Dashan cursed in a rage. He accidentally cursed himself. After all, being backstabbed by your own son is not a good feeling. But what he suffered now is only a mental blow. The next second, he will suffer a physical blow. Because under the gaze of everyone, Chen Hao gave an answer that would make everyone crazy. Everyone listen. As long as you hit Lin Dashan, you can ask me for money. 5,000 for a slap. A kick. No upper limit. Also, remember to ask me for the money for the video. Don't even think about fishing in troubled waters. After Chen Hao finished speaking, before Lin Dashan could react to what was going on, a flurry of fists came down on his head and face, making Lin Dashan's eyesight black and dark. Lin Dashan hurriedly ran away, but as soon as he got down, countless big feet flew towards his face, knocking Lin Dashan to the ground, and then kicked him in all directions. What made Lin Dashan feel like adding salt to the wound was that he vaguely saw his good son Lin Jiawei mixed in the crowd, rushing to give him a few kicks. There was no way, after all. Chen Hao said that as long as he defeated Lin Dashan, he would give him money, and he didn't say that his own son could not participate. As for Jiang Suaping, by Xia Jie and Lin Yushan, they stayed far away, but they did not dare to trouble Chen Hao again. After all, Lin Dashan has fully demonstrated the consequences of offending Chen Hao. So the way they looked at Chen Hao was full of fear. Not to mention the trouble of continuing to look for Chen Hao. Damn! Chen Hao, you rabbit! Just as Lin Dashan was about to scold Chen Hao, someone suddenly kicked him in the mouth. I just swallowed the remaining words. But the most annoying thing is that Lin Dashan can see clearly this time. The kick was not given by others, but by his good son Lin Jiawei. Lin Dashan suddenly stared angrily. I want to tell Lin Jiawei that I have seen him hit me. It's just Lin Jiawei, who didn't know whether it was because of a guilty conscience or something, but he hurriedly kicked Lin Dashan in the eyes a few more times. He was kicked directly into panda eyes by Lin Dashan. Lin Dashan fainted alive. Only then did everyone regain some sense. It's not worth sacrificing a life for 30,000 to 500,000, just kill someone with 20,000 to 30,000 if you want. Looking at Chen Hao again, he had already disappeared without a trace, so the group of people dispersed chatting and laughing. I slapped him 5 times and kicked him 3 times. What about you? Oh, there were so many people that I couldn't squeeze in. I could only kick them once, but I couldn't get in from behind. That's such a pity. I just saw that Han Lei, grabbing Lin Dashin by the collar and slapping him hard. I guess he hit him at least 20 times. Damn it! Isn't that more than 100,000? What a thief! No. By the way, how can I get this money from Chun Hao? I don't have his WeChat account. Just add him to the group. Isn't he in the community group? Yes. I almost forgot. It wasn't until everyone was almost gone that Lin Jiawei and the others went over to help Lin Dashin up and put their fingers under Lin Dashin's nose to see if Lin Dashin was still breathing. As a result, Lin Dashin threw away his hand and slapped Lin Jiawei. Dad! You didn't faint! Lin Jiawei covered his face and said. Lin Dashin was even more furious. Damn it! If I didn't pretend to be dizzy, would you still have to give me a few more kicks? Dad, I'm not afraid that Chun Hao will give all our families 5 million to others. So if you can get some back, take back more. Damn it! Are you still reasonable when your son hits me? Lin Dashin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, what kind of bastard son did he raise? It was Bai Xiajie who came up to smooth things over. Jiawei, what you did is wrong, please apologize to Dad. Then he turned around and gave Lin Jiawei a quiet thumbs up. Well done. Dad's body is his, but the money is ours. Lin Jiawei chuckled. Daughter-in-law, that's what I think. The two of us really have a good connection. He. But compared to Bai Xiajie's hypocritical making peace, Lin Yushan only has resentment. Vicious. Still spiteful. She will never be willing to squeeze out Chen Hao's 5 million. Dad, please stop scolding me. What I said is right. The 5 million belongs to our family, not to Chen Hao. Lin Dashin was silent for a while, although he thought so too, but there was really nothing they could do against Chen Hao. Yushan, what do you think? Section 17. We can find someone. Get rid of Chen Hao directly. What? You want to kill Chen Hao? Lin Dashin and Lin Jiawei were all horrified. Although they had thought of many ways to get money from Chen Hao, they had never thought of killing someone. But after a few seconds of silence, the faces of the Lin family calmed down, even thinking that Lin Yushan was making a suggestion. Shoo! It's not convenient to talk outside, let's go home and talk. Okay. At the same time, Chen Hao was looking at a big Land Rover and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. Among all SUVs, Land Rover has always been the top-notch both in terms of comfort and safety. If a Land Rover collides with another car, unless the other party is a tank, the winner must be the Land Rover. I am very satisfied with this car. Chen Hao readily transferred the money to Manager Yu and gave him instructions for tomorrow. Tomorrow, you have to get me an excavator. Oh, and get me a half-dead Mercedes-Benz. Remember. As long as it can be driven, it's fine. Other conditions can be different. Don't be polite to me. Manager Yu was stunned. Asking for an excavator is fine, but asking for a half-dead Mercedes-Benz is not what it means? But seeing that Chen Hao was so generous, Manager Yu immediately made an okay gesture, then turned around and posted a circle of friends. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Universal Circle of Friends. Asking for a half-dead Mercedes-Benz. I'm really not kidding. Looking at Manager Yu's expression of "you rich people really know how to play," Chen Hao just smiled calmly. He. BMW, Land Rover, excavator, these three cars, Chen Hao deliberately arranged them in order from small to large. The purpose is to exercise his copying ability. As for the half-dead Mercedes, this is really not a joke by Chen Hao, but Chen Hao is going to conduct the next stage of testing, that is, when he copies the items, he adds some of his own personal will to the items. For example, transform a half-dead Mercedes into a brand new excellent Mercedes. With my current ability, I should be able to do this, but if I want to master it, I still need to practice a few more times to achieve perfection. Chen Hao smiled evilly. You know, in his previous life, Chen Hao relied on this transformation ability to gain rapid strength. Why? Because after the rainstorm, most of the materials in the world were soaked and damaged by the flood, and became waste that no one cared about. But Chen Hao can transform these things back to their original appearance. What kind of concept is that? It is equivalent to being able to control most of the materials in the world. What a rich man! Ha! What's the situation? At this time, Chen Hao's mobile phone suddenly trembled in waves, like a little teddy bear. When I clicked on it, I found that it was the people who had just beaten Lin Dashan who added me as a friend through the group chat. Each one of them was impatient. Chen Hao, please approve my friend request. I'm here to collect money. Hurry up and give me the money. Don't think about defaulting on your debt. If you default on your debt, you won't be able to live in this community. Each one of them was aggressive and more brutal than loan sharks. But Chen Hao just calmly approved these people's friend requests and sent a message to them. Video. And your names. Transfer requires name verification. Did Chen Hao really want to transfer money to these people? Of course not. Needing name verification is just an excuse. The real purpose is to accurately lock everyone's identity. As for what to lock the identity for? He. Sorry. Chen Hao never accepts threats. Of course he wants to retaliate. Hey, I want to call the police. Someone is fighting in a group. I have a video as evidence. Chen Hao smiled evilly. In the community, many people were discussing Chen Hao, but none of them were good. Ha ha ha. This Chen Hao is a nouveau riche. He started to act so arrogant after getting some money. That's right. He gave me 5,000 for a slap and 5,000 for a kick. He thought he won 50 billion. He only won 5 million. Anyway, after these 3 punches and 2 kicks, he must give me 15,000. He won't default on his debt, right? He dares. So many of us are fighting for him. If he dares not to give it, he won't be able to leave the community alive. That's right. Just when they were chatting, someone sent out bad news. Fuck. Have you heard? A police car just came and took Han Lei away. What's going on? I don't know. Someone reported him for fighting. This guy is an idiot. Why doesn't he keep a low profile when fighting? And his brain is not working well. Can't he just deny it? No, they said there is a video of him fighting. Speechless, this Chun Chun is an idiot. He doesn't hide when fighting, and he even asked someone to take a video as evidence. I heard that he took the video himself. What an idiot. He filmed the fight himself. Wait, the video he filmed himself? It couldn't have been filmed in the morning. That's right, how did you know? The group of people were silent, because what video did Han Lei film in the morning? Of course it was the video of them beating up Lin Dashan. So Han Lei was taken away, and they couldn't escape. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there were knocks on the doors of many people. Police! Open the door and cooperate with the investigation. The group of people were alerted, and I was the idiot. At the same time, at 2102, Lin Dashan's family was sitting together. I have confirmed with the lawyer that although Chen Hao is not on the same household registration book with us, as long as we can prove that Chen Hao was raised by us and there is a support relationship, you can inherit his 5 million. Hearing the results of Lin Yushan's consultation, Lin Dashan and Lin Jiawei rubbed their hands excitedly. After all, that's 5 million. How many people can't earn that much in their lifetime? But they also heard that there was a commotion outside, and there were sirens blaring. What's going on outside? Lin Dashan walked to the window and looked down, and saw policemen escorting people to sit in the police car, but what surprised him was that he looked familiar with these people. After all, they were the ones who beat him up this morning. Lin Jiawei on the side was also shocked because he saw the group message. Fuck. Chen Hao, this kid, in order not to pay, actually reported all the people who helped him this morning. Is this true? Lin Dashan was shocked. Not only did he not pay, but he actually called the police? This is going in the direction of a deadly feud. But when Lin Yushan heard this, she was so excited that she laughed evilly. He. Great. This is really a great opportunity. What? He. Chen Hao offended so many people at once, so it is reasonable for him to be beaten to death by revenge? Lin Dashan and Lin Jiawei were stunned for a few seconds, and then there was madness in their eyes. They have seen that 5 million is waving to them. So, Dad, if the police come to you for questioning later, you know how to cooperate, right? You must let these people stay in the police station. Why? No reason, just to let these people stay in the police station. Only by letting them stay in the police station, they will hate Chen Hao to death. Okay. I understand. Thinking of being beaten by these people, Lin Dashan was so angry that his teeth itched. So it was just the right opportunity to take revenge. Section 18. At the same time, Chen Hao was also in the group chat, watching the video of these people being taken away one by one, smiling sweetly. Oh, I didn't expect that you old comrades in your 60s would also participate in the fight. Tisk, TSK. When we usually take the bus, everyone says that their legs and feet are not good, but when I kicked Lin Dashan, he was even harder than Bruce Lee. Chen Hao was vomiting. As for whether he was afraid that these people would bite back and say that he instigated everyone to beat up Lin Dashan? The answer is of course not to be afraid. Now is a society governed by the rule of law. If you say it was me who instigated it, then you have to provide evidence. So do you have a video? No? If not, then please just go and do the job honestly. Fighting will result in a maximum of 15 days of detention. Those who get into fights for tens of thousands of dollars are not good people. In the end of the world, they will all be desperados. Well, put these people on the blacklist first. After the heavy rain comes, they must not be allowed to get even half a step closer to me. Chen Hao silently made a ledger in his mind and registered all the names of these people. Then he started to show off today again. Oh, the Land Rover looks so square and ugly. But once I found out that it sells for more than 2 million, I instantly felt that it looked so much more beautiful. As soon as the video was released, it immediately attracted countless likes and comments from beautiful women. Wumi, where did you go to be cool today? The words are simple, more like the greetings of an old friend, making people feel very comfortable. A beauty with no remarks. Mr. Chen, are you free tonight? I would like to have dinner with you and talk some witticisms. Emotic and smiley face. If Chen Hao hadn't seen from the profile photo that this was the beautiful sales manager of Vacheron Constantine, Chen Hao would have almost forgotten this person. By the way, your hesitating is a serious hesitating? Former department head Zhang Meili, Mr. Chen, if you drive such a good car, why don't you take me for a ride? I also like driving. Chen Hao only had 2 words to evaluate this person, haha. Anna, a newly married widow whose husband died. Brother, where is the bag you promised to give me? Actually, I don't want the bag, I just miss you, brother, hee. It's so sexy that it makes people's bones go numb. Chen Hao then remembered that because a big secret was coming that day, he asked Anna to postpone her arrival. As a result, as soon as she postponed, Chen Hao forgot about it. No wonder noble people often forget things. There are new beauties appearing around every day, who still remembers the old ones. Anna, however, Chen Hao still sent a message back to Anna. Come to my house tonight. No reason, just to let those people in the community see what kind of magical life I am living now. If you want money, you will have money. If you want a woman, have a woman. At this time, another message popped up in Chen Hao's circle of friends. Brother Haozi, you are in danger. Brother Haozi, you are in danger. Haozi was used by Chen Hao's good brother Zhou Ting to tease Chen Hao, but after he died, there was only one person who would call Chen Hao that is Zhou Ting's sister Zhou Xiaoxiao. So Chen Hao clicked on Zhou Xiaoxiao's personal WeChat account. Xiaoxiao, what news did you hear? There are many people in the community saying, Brother Haozi, you are going too far. Even if you don't pay, you even call the police. So when you come back, I will kill you. Looking at the message sent by Zhou Xiaoxiao, Chen Hao smiled disdainfully. If harsh words are useful, why do you need a pistol? Brother Haozi, you have been a bit flamboyant recently. You were not like this before. Zhou Xiaoxiao sent another message. Chen Hao in her impression was a low-key, but very perseverant man, so the current Chen Hao was a bit strange to her. But how did she know that people can change? Especially after dying once. Don't worry, your brother Haozi will always be your brother Haozi, don't worry. Then you should pay attention to safety. Aha. Also, you have to pay attention to safety in that regard, huh? Which way? That's it, when doing something, it's best to test it first. Chen Hao suddenly had black lines all over his head. Xin said, Xiaoxiao, how come you, a little girl, are still secretly paying attention to my private life? But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, Zhou Xiaoxiao has been in love with her for more than a day or two, so when Zhou Ting was alive, he often warned Chen Hao, they are brothers. Don't mess with my sister. Unless I die. Thinking of these past events, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile knowingly. Then he remembered what Zhou Xiaoxiao had just said. I've been a little bit flamboyant recently, well, just a little bit, but it's not enough. I have to step up. Chen Hao smiled evilly. The most unpleasant thing in life is that the life of the person you look down on is getting better and better, while your life is getting worse and worse. Coincidentally, people in the entire community looked down on Chen Hao before, thinking that he was just a dog of the Lin family. Then let me show you how I live a life that you can't even dream of. An hour later, Chen Hao swaggered back to the community. As soon as they saw Chen Hao, many people's eyes immediately turned red. Chen Hao, UF***K, what did you say? I say, UF***K, you look pretty cool today. A fierce man was about to tease Chen Hao, but then he withered. Why? No reason. It was because Chen Hao was followed by 18 black-clad bodyguards. All in black clothes, black pants, and black sunglasses, they looked tough. Anyone who wanted to disrespect Chen Hao should be prepared to be beaten. So Chen Hao walked into the community majestically, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Those who threatened to deal with Chen Hao didn't even dare to fart. They only dared to curse behind his back. What are you so arrogant about? Winning 5 million is more arrogant than winning 50 billion. Wife, let's go. Don't bother with this kind of people. But after calling his wife, he found that his wife was actually staring at Chen Hao's back, unable to extricate herself. After all, women's nature is to admire the strong. Although Chen Hao may not be the strongest one, he is definitely much better than their useless husbands. For a time, people in the community were in a panic because no man likes to have an extra green hat on his head. Why do I feel like so many people want to eat me? Chen Hao snorted suspiciously, feeling as if he was being stared at by a group of hungry wolves. Those eyes clearly wanted to eat him up. Want to leave nothing behind. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities after the rainstorm comes. Chen Hao is not in a hurry for the moment. He has a more important thing to do now, that is to rent a house. And he rented the entire floor downstairs. Because in the last life, the tenant downstairs from Chen Hao, after knowing that Chen Hao still had supplies at home, actually dug up the ceiling in the middle of the night. He also climbed up with a kitchen knife, wanting to kill Chen Hao. Fortunately, Chen Hao had insomnia at the time and discovered this matter in time, so he didn't die in his sleep, but this incident also left a big psychological shadow on Chen Hao. So Chen Hao must prevent this from happening again. Hey! Open the door. We are here to rent a house. Chen Hao waved his finger, and 2 bodyguards went up and knocked on the door of room 3101. Because the community where Chen Hao lives is a demolition community, so there are houses that have been bought and those that have been allocated for demolition, so there are many people who have several houses under their names, all of which are rented out to make money. This is the case on the 31st floor. The entire floor of 4 houses belongs to a little old man. Hearing the knock on the door, the little old man in 3101 opened the door with a squeak, and then said with a bad face, "What? What's the matter?" As mentioned earlier, this community is a demolition community, so many of the demolition households are relatives, so among the people Chen Hao reported in the morning, there are cousins of this old man. Chen Hao pointed to several other houses and said, I want to rent a house. Ha! I won't rent it to you, no matter who I rent it to. The old man was about to close the door. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chen Hao just said calmly, I'll pay 3 times the price. For a moment, the old man felt that relatives and other things didn't seem to be that important, but the old man was still a little hesitant. It's not about money, it's mainly because I've rented out these houses, and they live well. Chen Hao understood it's not about money, it's about not having enough money. So Chen Hao was very straightforward. I'll pay 5 times the price. Any other questions? No. No problem. The old man's eyes were straight when he heard it. The rent in their community is about 3,000 yuan per house. 5 times is yuan. 4 sets add up to a full yuan. A year is yuan. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? So the current tenants live well, what does it have to do with me? Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Just kick them all out. Seeing the old man still dreaming of getting rich, Chen Hao smiled disdainfully. When the end of the world comes, you still want 720,000 a year? I won't give you a penny. Section 19. Okay, you guys stay here, these rooms will be your dormitories in the future. Yes. Mr. Chen. Remember, anyone who wants to pass through here and go to the 32nd floor must get my consent, understand? Understood. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, and then walked upstairs alone, before officially entering the end of the world. This is still a legal society, so finding a group of thugs to deter these people in the community is still the most direct and effective. But after the end of the world, the thugs around you may become the murderers who kill you. So the ability development of the creation space cannot stop. Even speed up. Chen Hao said secretly in his heart, and then he saw that there was a small pink bag hanging on the door handle of his room. What is this? Chen Hao took off the small bag curiously and opened it to take a look. There were several test needles and a small card in it. The words on the card were written quite beautifully. Brother Haozi, be careful, Xiao Xiao. Chen Hao's mouth twitched immediately. This little girl. What kind of test needle is this? Of course, it is a test needle used to test whether the other person has sexually transmitted diseases. And Zhou Xiaoxiao was very considerate and shows a quick acting type that can produce results in 1 minute for Chen Hao. Are you worried that Chen Hao is too anxious and will do it before the results come out? Well, how should I put it? This feeling is like someone is going to do something with your goddess. Not only do you give your goddess a protective film, but you also ask her considerately, do you like strawberry flavor or lemon flavor? It's just that after the gender change, why do I feel a little cute inexplicably? Chen Hao couldn't tell what Zhou Xiaoxiao was thinking, probably because she likes someone and is afraid that he will be hurt. But speaking of it, since I was reborn, why do I always feel that I have endless energy? Chen Hao was a little suspicious. Although he was a young man, his current firepower level was far beyond the level before rebirth. Could it be that not only do you want me to create things, but also people? When thinking about creating people, Chen Hao felt the feeling coming up again, so he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the pretty widow Anna. Come here. Get the bag. Then he went back to the room and waited. 10 minutes later, Anna hadn't come yet, but the bodyguards downstairs called first. Hello, Mr. Chen, there is a person named Anna here who wants to take the elevator to the 32nd floor, but we stopped her. Is this your guest, Mr. Chen? Yes. I called her up, please let her up. Yes. Chen Hao was very satisfied with the reaction of the black-clad bodyguards. Anna was caught as soon as she arrived at the 31st floor, which meant that these people did not neglect their duties. So Anna started complaining as soon as she came up. Brother Chen, why did you find so many bodyguards downstairs? They almost scared people to death. Chen Hao said nothing, but calmly put a bag on the table. What now? He. I'm going to take a shower. Anna saw it at a glance. The bag Chen Hao gave her was definitely authentic. After all, she had too many high-end imitation bags. But Chen Hao stopped Anna. No hurry. Give me a shot first. Ouch. Before Anna could react to what was going on, she felt like a mosquito bit her arm, and then a few drops of blood were drawn. Anna curiously watched Chen-hao drop blood on a test paper, covered the wound on her arm, and muttered curiously. What is this? Safety measures. Chen-hao said calmly, watching the changes on the test paper calmly. Green is safe, red is dangerous. Soon, a small green bar appeared on the test paper. Okay. Since it's safe, there's no need for a protective film. Ah. That's not good. You don't want another bag? Come on. Darling. So Chen-hao picked up Anna with a bear hug, and the two of them went into the bathroom together. Why did they go into the bathroom together? Of course, it was to take a bath together. Because in this world, there is no way that is more romantic than taking a bath together. So soon, a very harmonious sound came from the bathroom. Pa. 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 In the elevator. Wait a minute, we'll go up and trick Chen-hao into opening the door, and then we'll rush in together and hold him down. Lin Dashin said with a bundle of ropes in his hand, and then looked at Bai Xiajie, a look that entrusted him with an important task. Xiaojia, whether you can trick Chen-hao into opening the door depends on you. Don't worry, Dad, just look at me. Didn't I tell you, this is not as delicious as dumplings, and not as fun as, he. Bai Xiajie confidently posed in a coquettish pose. After all, she was a young model, so her appearance and figure were both above 80 points. Plus the special identity of sister-in-law, she didn't believe that Chen-hao would have no idea at all. Lin Jiawei was also praising her. That's right. My wife is so beautiful, she can seduce anyone with ease. Ha 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 ha. Okay, we will be on the 32nd floor soon. Keep a low profile and don't let Chen-hao find out anything. Lin Yushan said cautiously, today. She must kill Chen-hao. Then get the 5 million that belongs to her. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the 31st floor, the elevator door opened, and a group of big-looking bodyguards in black stood outside the door. The Lin family was all stunned for a moment. What? What's going on? But the bodyguards in black just walked in expressionlessly, not letting the elevator continue to go up, and then asked aggressively. What is your name? Then he called Chen-hao. Hey, Mr. Chen, there are a few people here who want to go to the 32nd floor. Their names are Lin Dashin, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Suiping, Lin Yushan, and Bai Xiajie. Do you want to let them go up? Oh, these guys are my enemies, so you know what to do? This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As Chen-hao spoke, he pressed Anna's head down. The bodyguard nodded sensibly. I understand, Mr. Chen. You won't leave me any trouble, will you? Don't worry, Mr. Chen, we are professionals. The bodyguards in black smiled confidently. You know, they have many means to make life worse than death. But no disability could be identified. This is called professionalism. Seeing the cruel smiles of the bodyguards in black, Lin Dashin and others all showed extremely horrified expressions. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Ah. Listening to the wailing sounds like killing pigs coming from downstairs, Chen-hao felt extremely happy. But this is not enough. How can I pay off everything I have been squeezed out of over the years with this little pain? The torture must continue. Chen-hao said with an evil smile on his lips. After a full 2 hours, Lin Dashin's family fled back home in great embarrassment. Everyone was hurt to the depths of their souls, but they were not seriously injured on the surface. Lin Dashin bared his teeth and cursed. Section 20 Chen-hao, that bastard. How dare you treat me like this? I must kill him. It's easy for you to say. I didn't even see him face to face, but he was beaten violently. My legs are still weak to this day. Jiang Suiping gasped and said, if she hadn't been so old that people couldn't stand up, others would have thought that she had just been taken advantage of. Even Lin Jiawei was a little discouraged. How about I forget it? Damn it! After a few days, I haven't received any money, and my life is almost gone. That's not possible. I still want to buy a bag. Bai Xiajie immediately became anxious. She had already boasted to her sisters that she wanted to buy LV's latest bag this year. If she failed to buy it, would she be laughed at by her sisters? How long has it been and you still want to buy a bag? Can you be realistic and see how many big bags we have been hit with? Why are you so hard now? Why weren't you hard just now? Just now, now is now. Besides, what's wrong with me being tougher at home? What's wrong with me being tougher at home? Oh, then why haven't I seen you so hard on the bed at home? The atmosphere was a little stiff for a while. Lin Jiawei was dissatisfied but had no way to refute. Jiang Suiping glanced at Lin Dashan angrily, and Lin Dashan lowered his head helplessly. Stop fucking arguing. Hearing this roar, everyone in the room turned their attention to Lin Yushan. Just look at the ferocious look on Lin Yushan's face. Her repeated failures have already made her a little manic. If we can't kill Chen Hao, let's find professionals to do it. If you can't bear the child, you can't trap the wolf. What's the meaning? Ask the killer. Let the killer kill Chen Hao. The news that Chen Hao had occupied the right-of-way on the 31st floor immediately spread throughout the community, causing many people who planned to plot against Chen Hao to shrink back with curses. But there is nothing they can do about Chen Hao. After all, this floor on the 32nd floor is quite special. There are only 2 rental houses in total, one for Chen Hao and one for Zhou Xiaoxiao, so you don't live there. Up there, what are you doing up there? Unable to speak? That's an evil intention. So everyone can only hate it with itch, but there is nothing they can do against Chen Hao. It doesn't matter. Even tigers take a nap, let alone a few bodyguards. They will definitely take advantage of it. When the time comes, I'll give you some more colors to see. But what they never expected was that when they arrived at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bodyguards were working hard. They went there at 9 p.m. and the bodyguards were working hard. They went there at 3 a.m., and the bodyguards were still working hard. Because they are professionals. And it's still the best. So the people they protected before were either celebrities or rich second-generation people, and they performed dangerous tasks, but there was never anything wrong. So, isn't it easy to deal with a few unruly people? So after a whole night, when Chen Hao came downstairs of the community refreshed, he saw a group of people with dark circles under their eyes, looking at him with hatred on their faces. He looked like he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Chen Hao. Because among these people, some of them are fathers who were reported to the police by Chen Hao. Some people are brothers who were reported to the police by Chen Hao. There are also people whose husbands were reported to the police by Chen Hao. So they all wanted to chop Chen Hao alive. But now, they all have one more thing in common, that is, there is nothing they can do against Chen Hao. This feeling is so good. Chen Hao stretched out comfortably, enjoying this very much. You look like I'm unhappy, but you can't kill me. As for these neighbors, are they innocent? Not innocent at all. Because in his last life, Chen Hao went through at least 3 rounds of looting of supplies before he was killed. If Chen Hao hadn't tried his best to hide some food, he would have starved to death before being eaten by the Lin family. So, in the apocalypse, what is the difference between looting other people's supplies and killing people? No difference. The only difference is that killing people will be more merciful and will not cause people to suffer and then slowly die. As for who were the people who robbed Chen Hao? Of course, these demolition households are the main ones. Because these people are all related, and after the end of the world, they will gather together much faster than other people. So others can't resist them at all. But the situation is different now. Now, I have room for creation. Chen Hao smiled slightly, already looking forward to the apocalyptic battle between himself and these demolished households. When the time comes, Chen Hao will slowly torture these people to death and pay back the pain he suffered in his previous life 100 times 1,000 times. So reporting them to the bureau will only result in a little interest first. Let's go, take me to this address, and then you can move around freely. Pick me up in 2 hours. Yes, Mr. Chen. The bodyguards in black are very professional, they won't ask unnecessary questions and are only responsible for following Chen Hao's orders. As for where Chen Hao is going, naturally, I went to the tour manager to ask for the half-dead Mercedes-Benz, and they no man can refuse excavator. I want an excavator to exercise my copying ability. The reason for creating a half-dead Mercedes-Benz is to experiment whether one can add one's own will to the object when creating it. For example, can one add one's own will to the copy of a half-dead Mercedes-Benz car and turn the copied car into a brand new Mercedes-Benz car? How important is this ability? To put it simply, after the rainstorm, 99.99% of the world's materials will be soaked in radioactive floods, thus becoming waste. If Chen Hao can copy and restore, then the 99.99% of the world's unwanted materials will become Chen Hao's resource treasure house. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Hee. Let's experiment first. After all, opening champagne at halftime is not a wise move. So Chen Hao went to the delivery location agreed with Manager Yu. Not disappointing Chen Hao's expectations, Manager Yu really has an almighty circle of friends, and really found the half-dead Mercedes-Benz car. Of course, there is also an excavator. Mr. Chen, please take a look at this car. Does it meet your requirements? Manager Yu solemnly introduced a dilapidated Mercedes-Benz car. The four wheels were worn out and the body was dirty, as if it had not been washed for 800 years. The most important thing is that this car has accumulated 500,000 kilometers. Tang Seng's journey to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures was only 108,000 miles. It is equivalent to several trips to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Not bad. Not bad. Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. If even this kind of car can be restored, then what else can't be restored? So Chen Hao readily transferred 5,000 yuan to Manager Yu. Okay, if you need anything else, I will call you. In addition, I may be a little slow these days. What if I forget to pay the rent? I'll pay it for you first. Manager Yu said with a flattering face. After all, there is only an excavator and a half-dead Mercedes-Benz, and there is no value in stealing and running away. So Chen Hao waved his hand, and Manager Yu left happily. He made at least 3,000 yuan from this order. It was a small windfall. Seeing Manager Yu leave, Chen Hao immediately took action and put the two cars into the creation space. As Chen Hao expected, after undergoing orderly training, from small to large, increasing the difficulty bit by bit, Chen Hao's creation space copying speed has been significantly accelerated. It used to take 3 seconds to copy a bullet, but now it only takes 2 seconds. So it only took 1 hour to copy a huge excavator. You know, it took Chen Hao half an hour to copy the BMW before. But the size of the excavator is more than 3 times that of the BMW. It seems that my copying ability is improving rapidly. Hee. At this rate of improvement, copying Noah's Ark is not a problem. Next, it's a question of whether it can be transformed. Chen Hao's eyes immediately fell on the half-dead Mercedes-Benz car. The copy integrated into the transformation is an ability that Chen Hao has never tried, so Chen Hao doesn't know how much damage it will cause to himself. Let's start. Chen Hao closed his eyes and began to copy the half-dead Mercedes-Benz car. Just look at the hazy phantom in the creation space, like a 3D image, showing the appearance of a Mercedes-Benz car. This is the necessary process every time Chen Hao copies an object, first the phantom, then the entity. But this time, Chen Hao made a little change, that is, when the object is still a phantom, inject his personal will into the phantom. Change according to my idea. As Chen Hao's idea was injected into the phantom, the Mercedes-Benz car, which was still a phantom, unexpectedly changed a little strangely. Although only a slight one, pay attention. It is just an illusion now. So as time goes by, this change gradually enlarges. Enlarge. Enlarge again. Until a qualitative change occurs later. It's done. Chen Hao smiled and opened his eyes. Because at this moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz appeared in Chen Hao's creation space. So Chen Hao took out the new Mercedes-Benz, sat on it, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Mercedes-Benz roared immediately. With an acceleration of 3.5 seconds per 100 kilometers, it gave Chen Hao a strong sense of pushing back. Confirmed. This is definitely not a scrap car that has run 500,000 kilometers. It can run at super high speed. Ha 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 ha. From now on, I am the god of this world. Chen Hao couldn't help laughing out loud. He has the two heaven-defying skills of copying and transforming. If he is not a god, who is? With copying, as long as you get a sample, you can copy it infinitely. Section 21. With transformation, after the flood comes, Chen Hao can go around and pick up rockets, warships, submarines, etc. that no one wants. Transform the waste and form a world-destroying army by then. Not easily? So Chen Hao feels that he is a god in the apocalypse, which is no exaggeration at all. Even a little humble. It's just that if I use the transformation ability, the consumption on me will also increase, which is about 1.5 times that of normal copying. But with a lot of practice, this consumption can be reduced. Unexpectedly, the experiment went so smoothly, so Chen Hao was too lazy to keep these two pieces of trash, the excavator and the Mercedes-Benz, in his hands. He just called Manager Yu and asked him to take them back. However, Chen Hao still paid the tour manager enough for the whole day, and even gave the tour manager an extra 10,000 yuan for consumption. The tour manager was so moved that he almost called him dad. The next step is to practice in seclusion. Chen Hao chuckled. This retreat practice is not about locking yourself up and having no contact with the outside world, it is about using the power of online shopping to send everything you can buy to your home. Then stuff them all into the creation space. Make a copy. So in the next few days, Chen Hao became the husband that every woman in the community dreamed of, because Chen Hao could really clear the shopping cart. Hello, your express delivery has arrived. There are 13 boxes in total. Look at this. Should you come down and pick it up yourself, or should I deliver it to you? The courier boy looked at the 13 big boxes and felt that his thighs were trembling. If he had to carry them alone, he would definitely be exhausted. But Chen Hao said very understandingly, "Wait downstairs for a moment." Then, the courier boy was shocked to see 4 bodyguards in black coming down from upstairs, carrying all the boxes away very powerfully. The courier boy was stunned for a while. It's just different for rich people to shop online. Even to pick up a courier, the bodyguard came down to pick it up. 4 bodyguards came down all at once. But what shocked the courier boy even more was what happened next. Just as the courier boy was about to leave, he saw his colleague driving a large truck over. As soon as he came over, he called tremblingly and said, hello, your express delivery has arrived. Yes, there will be another one later." Then another bodyguard came down, the same 4. It makes the courier guy start to doubt his life. Good guy, the 13 boxes I just bought are just an appetizer. But this can't be blamed on Chen Hao. After all, this is an era of abundant material conditions. You can't lower your quality of life just because the end of the world has arrived, right? So it's reasonable to prepare some food if you're afraid of being hungry, right? A total of more than 20,000 kinds of food, including Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Min, Hunan and Anhui cuisines, plus all Michelin classic dishes. So it's reasonable to be afraid that you'll be thirsty, so it's reasonable to prepare something to drink, right? Not only drinking water is prepared, but also more than 6,000 kinds of alcoholic beverages and beverages, mainly classified into beer, foreign wine, liquor, cocktails, cola, coffee, etc. So it's reasonable to be afraid of being bored and prepare some entertainment, right? Stock up a variety of recreational tools, including but not limited to games, TV series, sports equipment, Fiji Cup, etc. As for Chen Hao's hoarding of such a large amount of supplies in a short period of time, will it attract the attention of the regulatory authorities? The answer is no. Because Chen Hao only pursues rich categories and does not pursue the number of individuals. Therefore, in the eyes of the regulatory authorities, Chen Hao is just a collector at best. I just like collecting all kinds of things. What really makes regulatory authorities wary are those who hoard 1 or 2 things in large quantities, because such people either want to monopolize the market or want to rebel and cause trouble. He is a dangerous person who must be killed immediately if he disagrees with you. Therefore, based on this, Chen Hao completely avoided supervision and collected various materials without any danger. In this way, even if the doomsday comes, my life will be quite nourishing, hee hee. Chen Hao smiled evilly and opened his eyes. now the reserves in his creation space can simply be described as terrifying. It has more variety than Walmart supermarket. Because Walmart has it, so does Chen Hao. What Walmart doesn't have, Chen Hao also has. Moreover, after these days of training, Chen Hao also developed a way to kill people with his superpowers. A way to kill people invisible. With it, Chen Hao doesn't have to be afraid of almost anyone. But the most important thing, Noah's Ark, why hasn't there been any movement yet? Didn't you say last week that you would make arrangements for me this Monday? Chen Hao picked up the phone suspiciously, wondering if something had gone wrong. If there is no Noah's Ark, then even if Chen Hao prepares so many supplies, he will not be able to survive in the era of heavy rains and floods. Is there anything going wrong? Chen Hao picked up the phone depressedly, and then solved the case. It's not that there was something wrong with Noah's Ark, but a few days ago, when Chen Hao was concentrating on copying items, Zhang Meili kept sending him messages, sending some small photos that he thought were sexy, and then Chen Hao has cancelled the new message notification. So Chen Hao did not receive any reminders from Zhang Meili's later messages, including the messages about Noah's Ark sent by Zhang Meili. Brother Chen, Noah's Ark has been repaired. When do you think you can come and check it out? Finally finished. Seeing that Noah's Ark was fine, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. You know, after the rainstorm, the Earth's sea level will rise sharply. By then, the land area available for habitation will be less than 1% of the entire Earth. In such an environment, a safe and reliable yacht is the foundation of survival. Then get ready to go and turn this Noah's Ark into a pile of Noah's Arks. Chen Hao's mouth suddenly showed a wicked smile. That's right. The most amazing thing about his creation space is that it ignores the craftsmanship and only looks at the size and density of the object to distinguish the difficulty of replication, so the high-precision Noah's Ark is difficult to replicate in the outside world due to the craftsmanship, but for Chen Hao, it is just a matter of time. So Chen Hao immediately set off and went to the Haohan Yacht Club. But Chen Hao didn't expect that as soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhou Xiaoxiao outside the door, sneaking around and preparing to leave him some test needles. Chen Hao immediately grabbed Zhou Xiaoxiao's head helplessly. Xiaoxiao, why did you send me this thing again? Brother Haozi, I see that there are people coming in and out every night. Zhou Xiaoxiao said with a slightly red face. Chen Hao was a little speechless. Yes, Chen Hao was busy with creation recently, but he actually took time to let Wumi and Anna take turns to come over several times, but Zhou Xiaoxiao knew about this? It seems that this little girl has been peeking at him a lot. Could it be that she really has some kind of bull demon attribute? So Chen Hao helplessly ravaged Zhou Xiaoxiao's little head and messed up her hair like a ball of hair, which made him feel a little relieved. Okay, I haven't used up the ones you gave me last time. Oh, Zhou Xiaoxiao hummed softly, and 2 blushes quickly jumped on her cheeks. There were only 5 test needles for Brother Haozi. All 5 were not used up, so it seems that there were not many to find. But Chen Hao said although the number I found was not large, each of them used it many times. But Chen Hao didn't have time to waste time on this topic. So he touched Zhou Xiaoxiao's head and said, by the way, I'm going out for a few days. During these days I'm out, I want to give you a task. Is it to help Brother Haozi look after the house? No. It's to spend money. Ha! I'll give you some pocket money, and you must spend it all when I come back, otherwise I'll eat you up. The strong tone of the overbearing CEO is too greasy for ordinary people, but it's just right for Chen Hao. Zhou Xiaoxiao just nodded cutely. Yeah. She thought that Chen Hao only won 5 million, so giving her 5,000 or 6,000 yuan pocket money was enough. 5,000 or 6,000 yuan can't be spent in a few days? That underestimates the ability of girls to spend money. Unexpectedly, when Chen Hao's message came, Alipay has arrived, 500,000 yuan. Zhou Xiaoxiao was shocked. How much more? Take another look, 500,000. Not a penny less. Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned for several seconds, until Chen Hao and his bodyguards walked away. Zhou Xiaoxiao gradually regained consciousness, convinced that Chen Hao transferred 500,000 to her. 500,000. This is a huge sum of money. Why? Why did Brother Haozi transfer so much money to me? Why? Zhou Xiaoxiao thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out this question. Why did Chen Hao only have 5 million, but gave her 500,000 pocket money all at once. Could it be, hinting that in Chen Hao's heart, his weight is about 1/10 of his heart? But this question is easy for Chen Hao to answer because the world is about to end. If you don't spend the money now, you won't be able to spend it. What's more, as the sister of his good brother, Chen Hao naturally has to take care of her a little more. You guys, after sending me to the club, you can move freely. Whenever I find you, you can gather at that time. I will pay your salary during the free time. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The black-clad bodyguards are still very professional. Never ask Chen Hao what he is going to do, just follow Chen Hao's orders. At the Haoan Yacht Club, Zhang Meili, the department manager, has been looking around at Chen Hao's workstation, but this time she is not cursing, but waiting for Chen Hao to come. Oh. Why hasn't Mr. Chen come yet? Zhao Dong, who has a crush on Zhang Meili and has more Minotaur attributes, sees Zhang Meili anxious, and suddenly he is more anxious than Zhang Meili. Yes. Why hasn't Mr. Chen come yet? How about I give him a call to urge him? That's not good. Just call him, but don't tell him I told you to. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Zhang Meili said in a teasing tone. Section 22. Zhao Dong immediately picked up his cell phone stupidly and called Chen Hao. Sorry. Your phone number has been blocked by the other party. Please stop broadcasting. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhang Meili next to him was speechless. He thought Zhao Dong, a licking dog, could be of some use, but in the end, even a phone call had no effect. Zhao Dong himself was embarrassed, but he would not just accept his fate. Sister Mimi, wait for me, I'll borrow someone else's cell phone and I'll make a call. Go! Zhang Meili rolled her eyes disdainfully and said. But Zhao Dong happily ran aside and asked his colleagues one by one to borrow their mobile phones. Speechless. Zhang Meili rolled her eyes again. Just when she was about to walk back to the office gracefully, she caught sight of Chen Hao coming over from the corner of her eye. So Zhang Meili immediately changed her mouth, from disdain to flattery, like a clingy puppy, jumping in front of Chen Hao step by step. Mr. Chen. You are here. Well, I'm here to get the secret key. Where is the secret key? Chen Hao didn't want to say a single unnecessary word. But Zhang Meili clearly knew that Chen Hao had this attitude, so he still had the shamelessness to say a few more words. After all, if you are more shameless, you have a 50% chance of winning Chen Hao. But if you are thin-skinned, you will lose everything. So Zhang Meili said with a sneer. Mr. Chen, why are you so impatient? I have the secret key right here. I'll get it to you right away. Mr. Chen, actually, what I want to say is that I recently bought a few new swimsuits and I just need a place to take pictures, Zhang Meili said with a charming face, chatting a few words, which made people think about it. Is there any difference between wearing a swimsuit and wearing underwear? Have. One shows off her figure more implicitly, while the other shows off her figure blatantly. So why do the rich second generation like to hold swimsuit parties on yachts? Of course it's because you can pick out girls with good figures. Then enjoyed it happily. So Zhang Meili's subtext is, Chen Hao, take me on the ship, and I will get on the ship with you. But subtext is something that depends on who uses it. If the real goddess said this to Chen Hao, then Chen Hao would definitely not refuse. But you, Zhang Meili, who is just a bus driver, still has temperament but not temperament, and charm but not charm, how dare you play like this with Chen Hao? Do you think that Chen Hao is a dog and would take a bite of a piece of meat? So Chen Hao got angry directly. Are you fucking disgusting? What? What? Zhang Meili didn't hear it clearly. In fact, she couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that Chen Hao would dare to scold her in front of the entire office. Because Zhang Meili felt in her heart that she was once Chen Hao's leader, so Chen Hao had to give himself some face. But Zhang Meili couldn't believe it, so Chen Hao scolded her until she believed it. You think I've eaten too much ribs and want to taste shit, right? You don't know what I am. And crawling out every day is disgusting. In a bus where anyone can sleep on it and have sex with anyone, you really think you're a pretty girl, the leader? Chen Hao hit the nail on the head and hit the point. Zhang Meili's face turned pale when she heard this, and her whole body was trembling with excitement. A lot of times, it's like this. Zhang Meili is obviously working as a boss, and everyone knows it, but no one says it out loud. That means she doesn't. She is still a good woman. But now Chen Hao exposed it in front of everyone in the office. Zhang Meili felt that she was no longer a good woman. She was transformed from a good woman to a bad woman who works as a boss by Chen Hao. So she hates Chen Hao. I wish I could cut Chen Hao into pieces with 1,000 knives. Chen Hao. You. How can you say that? Zhang Meili glared at Chen Hao, and the manicure on her hands sank deeply into her palms. Chen Hao smiled disdainfully. How can I say that? That's because you disgust me. You. Zhang's beautiful eyes are almost bursting with fire. Because Chen Hao means that he asked for this. You are bringing this humiliation upon yourself. It was me who wanted to announce that I was a boss. This is simply murderous. So Zhang Meili's face twisted for a while, and she wanted to slap Chen Hao hard. But she still held back. Because she can't afford to offend Chen Hao now. So Zhang Meili could only turn his head angrily. Use heavy footsteps to express your dissatisfaction and anger. It's a pity that Chen Hao won't spoil her. Wait. What else are you doing? Zhang Meili roared angrily. She had to be domineering to save a little bit of dignity. Chen Hao said calmly. Where's my secret key? With one sentence, Zhang Meili could only come back dejectedly and respectfully handed the secret key to Chen Hao's hand. This humble call made Zhang Meili so angry that she bit her lip and bled, but there was no way. The secret key was the exclusive key to activate Noah's Ark, and there was only one in the whole company. So if Chen Hao wants to take it, Zhang Meili has no choice but to give it to her. But the frustration of being able to make Zhang Meili surrender obediently with just one sentence made Zhang Meili feel that everyone was laughing at her now. Ouch. I thought I had a good temper. But I just said a word and came back obediently. Why else would it be a boss? It's just that you say no, but your body is honest. Your temper is just a pretense. Ha 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 ha. Even though no one in the office laughed at Zhang Meili, and no one said anything about her, Zhang Meili still frantically imagined everyone's thoughts. There's no way, for people with a guilty conscience, even if you cry now, she will think you are laughing at her until she cries. So for Zhang Meili, who was so concerned about her reputation, this is more painful than killing her with a knife. Chen Hao. I must avenge you. I must avenge you. But even though Zhang Meili roared madly in her heart countless times, in the end, she just had to admit it helplessly. She could only watch Chen Hao take the secret key and leave in a chic manner. And she was unhappy with Chen Hao, but she just couldn't get rid of Chen Hao. So Zhang Meili herself was discouraged. Forget it, what can I do to him? I can only admit that I'm unlucky. Sister Meili, I have a way. The sudden interruption of the voice caught Zhang Meili off guard. Zhao Dong, why are you here? Sister Meili, I've been standing here for most of the day, and I've heard you say that you've wanted to kill Chen Hao for most of the day. Did I say it? Zhang Meili was instinctively a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that her anger towards Chen Hao had reached a state where she would unconsciously say it out loud. But Zhao Dong said very firmly. Sister, I'm not kidding, I really have a way to kill Chen Hao, and no one will know. Really? Zhang Meili looked at Zhao Dong suspiciously. For Zhao Dong, she didn't find any special talents except knowing that he was a loyal licking dog. But Zhao Dong just smiled and quietly leaned close to Zhang Meili's ear and said a few words. Zhang Meili's eyes lit up immediately. Xiao Zhao, if this thing can be done, sister will definitely not treat you unfairly. Sister, as long as you are happy, I will be satisfied. Zhao Dong said shyly, and was actually a little shy. At the same time, at the Tiandu City Pier not far from the Haohan Yacht Club, Chen Hao finally saw the Noah's Ark, silver gray in color, 99 meters long, with a total of 6 floors, and on the hull on both sides, its name was written in 3 languages, Noah's Ark. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. What a beautiful baby. Chen Hao smiled slightly, and then took out the secret key used to start Noah's Ark, not a key, but a control tablet similar to a mobile phone. After all, Musk is a technology madman, so his super yacht is definitely the most advanced technology yacht in the world. Even if there is only one owner, as long as he holds the secret key, he can sail on the sea. So Chen Hao lightly pressed the start button of the secret key, and for a while, a pleasant sound came from the secret key. Facial recognition passed. Confirmed to be a temporary user, Chen Hao. Level 3 permissions are about to be opened. Smart butler, Xiao Ma, serving you wholeheartedly. Interesting. Section 23. Chen Hao saw that when the secret key was activated, the entire Noah's Ark suddenly lit up with layers of pale white light, as if an artifact had been activated. At the same time, a deck appeared at the bottom for people to enter. It's quite advanced. But the level authority is only level 3, which is a bit unpleasant. There is no way, no matter how crazy Musk is, he cannot just send the cruise ship to China casually. He must have a backup plan. The backup plan is that the management authority on Noah's Ark is divided into 3 levels. Musk himself controls level 1, the yacht company controls level 2, and renters can only use level 3. Among them, level 1 is the highest and level 3 is the weakest. When a high-level command is issued, it will automatically overwrite the command of the next level. So even if the renter wants to secretly drive away the yacht company only needs one instruction to make the yacht return to Tiandu City immediately. And this is also the way Zhao Dong will use to retaliate against Chen Hao. Because Zhao Dong accidentally obtained the second-level authority of the yacht. Oh, you actually asked me to go to the 3rd floor above. It's quite interesting. Chen Hao smiled slightly and didn't care, but he knew, this Musk must have hidden a lot of good things in the 3 floors below, preventing others from discovering, but it doesn't matter, as long as he copies it himself, then these secrets it can be easily cracked. So Chen Hao went up to the upper 3 floors first. First we came to the 1st floor, the middle floor of the entire yacht and the floor with the largest usable area. 109 meters long and 18 meters wide at its widest point. It is mainly used for daily living, so it is equipped with a living room, dining room, kitchen, gym, etc., and there is even a hot spring swimming pool at the end of the deck. The area is more than 30 square meters. Swimsuit party, this is good, we can have a swimsuit party here in the future. Chen Hao touched his chin with satisfaction and said, then walked towards the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is mainly used as the captain's control room. The 1st floor is equipped with a fully intelligent captain's room and a large number of independent machine rooms. Some of these computer rooms are used to store data, some are used to transmit signals, and some can be directly connected to Musk's Starlink. The so-called Starlink is the thousands of artificial satellites launched into space by Musk. These satellites form a circle on the surface of the Earth. Therefore, they can not only monitor every corner of the Earth in real time, but also transmit signals to every location. But if you think about it, you know that the right to connect to Starlink must only be in Musk's hands. Knowing that the complete functions would not be open to him, Chen Hao briefly browsed and walked to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is a semi-open-air building, the front third is an independent studio, and the back is an open-air balcony and apron. You can barbecue, bask in the sun, and watch the stars on the open-air balcony, so the 3rd layer is also the simplest layer among the 3 layers above. But that independent studio caught Chen Hao's attention. Above that studio? Chen Hao noticed the top of the studio. The top was round and made of some special transparent material, like a high-precision instrument. Musk is known as a technology geek, so there must be a lot of black technology hidden on his yacht. It seems that only those with the highest authority can know about these things. So Chen Hao did not stay on the 3rd floor, but went down to the captain's cabin on the 2nd floor. Hello, this is Smart Butler Pony. How can I help you? Help me drive to VK Island. Okay, here's a route planned for you. The Smart Butler Pony immediately generated a route on the electronic screen, pointing directly to VK Island. Because Noah's Ark uses special fuel, the speed can easily reach 100 knots per hour. This is the fastest among all yachts. They are all top-notch speeds. At this rate, it only takes 1 day to get to VK Island. By then, we can start replicating this Noah cruise ship. Looking at the estimated time on the screen, Chen Hao smiled slightly, then sat in the captain's cabin and used the internal monitoring of the entire cruise ship to check the internal situation of the cruise ship. The assistant robot on the side, a cylindrical robot that is good at delivering things to its owner and has storage space inside, also ran over on his own initiative and asked Shenhao what drinks he wanted. Give me a cocktail. Okay, I'll go to the restaurant to get it for you now. I'm assistant unit 1. After saying that, assistant number 1 ran to the restaurant in a hurry. There are elevators in the cruise ship, from the 3rd floor to the 3rd floor, so the robot that walks on wheels does not have to worry about going down the stairs. It's quite interesting. It's just that the name is not nice. When the cruise ship is copied, I will also copy a few robots to play with. Chen Hao touched his chin with interest and said. At the same time, at the Haohan Yacht Club, a figure quietly sneaked into the boss's office. It was Zhao Dong who wanted to help Zhang Meili take revenge on Chen Hao. Chen Hao, don't blame me. Who made you offend Sister Meili and make Sister Meili so sad? Then I will have no choice but to kill you. An evil smile appeared on Zhao Dong's lips. After all, he is a professional bootlicker, so as long as he can make Zhang Meili happy, he is willing to do anything. As for why Zhao Dong knew the 2nd level permission password of Noah's Ark? Because he saw it secretly. Once before, when the boss was helping a customer set the 3rd level permission, yes, the higher the level of security, the simpler the method is, that is, manual input, so when Zhao Dong came to deliver the file to the boss, he happened to see the boss's 2nd level permission password secretly. So what Zhao Dong and Zhang Meili talked about was, after Chen Hao goes out to sea, I will quietly go to the boss's office, and then use the higher level of authority to drive Chen Hao into the sea with the robot on the ship. Then use the level 2 authority to delete this instruction and all the monitoring records. Then no one will know. As for someone wanting to investigate? That will definitely not be found out. Unless they find Musk and get Musk's level 1 authority. But Musk is so busy, how can he care about such a small matter? Hearing Zhao Dong's clear and logical talk, Zhang Meili couldn't help but look at Zhao Dong with new eyes. But what Zhao Dong didn't tell Zhang Meili was, it's okay, even if it fails, they can only find out about me, not you, Sister Meili, you are always safe. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Every time Zhao Dong thought of this inner monologue, he felt that he was so handsome. Men, you must be brave enough to sacrifice yourself. Okay, hurry up. If the boss finds out, I won't be able to stay with Sister Meili and protect her well. But Zhao Dong just put his hands on the keyboard and was stunned because the computer showed that Noah's Ark was offline at this time. And there is only one way to make Noah's Ark offline, that is, Noah's Ark is destroyed. And there is not even a trace left. No. Where's the boat? Zhao Dong's eyes widened in an instant. At the same time, the door of the boss's office also opened with a bang. The boss rushed in with a group of security guards. After looking at the computer, the boss yelled hysterically. Zhao Dong! You bastard! What did you do? Where's my boat? Where's the boat? No, I haven't done anything yet. This is not me. Zhao Dong felt like vomiting blood. If he did it, he would admit it, but it really wasn't him who did it. But the boss didn't care so much. Go talk to the judge. Damn it! You're going to jail. No! I can't go to jail. I can't go to jail. I have to protect someone. I have to protect an important person. Fuck you. Drag him away. The boss cursed and turned around anxiously while looking at the computer. He didn't know how to contact Musk. Even if he got in touch, what could he say? Should he say this, "Dear Musk, your ship exploded"? But the boss didn't know that at this moment, Noah's Ark had been received by Chen Hao in the creation space. Noah's Ark. It's really a behemoth. Chen Hao looked at the Noah's Ark in the creation space inside, the 109-meter hull, a total of 6 floors, and the widest part reached 18 meters. It was simply a mobile bunker. You may not have any concept just looking at the numbers, but you can imagine the scene when you stand at the door of a 32-story building and look up from the bottom. That is absolutely shocking. It will make you feel how insignificant you are. But this behemoth will soon belong to me. Chen Hao smiled slightly and began to copy Noah's Ark. Moreover, Chen Hao doesn't have to worry about anyone harassing him, because Chen Hao deliberately chose VK Island as the copying location. VK Island is an uninhabited island near the Chinese Sea area, but it has good climatic conditions, with beaches, mountains, and forests. Chen Hao also stayed in the yacht company for a long time before he knew there was such a place here. Most people don't know about it, and can't come here by themselves. It's a pity that after the rainstorm, this place only has half a mountain left, Chen Hao said with some sighs. After the rainstorm, the sea level rose rapidly, so these islands on the sea surface will be submerged by the rising sea level. So no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it has entered the countdown. After a little regret in his heart, Chen Hao put his mind in order and continued to copy Noah's Ark with all his strength, because time waits for no one. Besides, the disappearance of Noah's Ark will be discovered sooner or later. When the time comes, a search team will definitely be sent to find this place, so I must hurry up. But Chen Hao didn't know at this time that because of Zhao Dong's matter, the outside world was almost crazy looking for him. After all, it was a luxury yacht worth 5 billion. And the actual owner was Musk, a world-famous entrepreneur. If he didn't handle it well, he would leave an international stigma. So a massive search operation has quietly begun. However, Chen Hao didn't know about this matter. He has now fully devoted himself to copying the Noah's Ark. After a long period of training, Chen Hao's ability to copy objects has made a leap forward. For example, Chen Hao can stop copying in the middle, and then continue copying. Or he can take a little time out of copying, let his body drink water, go to the bathroom, etc., to achieve the effect of doing two things at the same time. And the most amazing thing is that he can copy while sleeping. It's just that the speed of copying will be reduced to avoid draining Chen Hao in his sleep. This simple copying process lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, a complete Noah's Ark yacht appeared in Chen Hao's creation space. Complete permissions, instead of only the third-level permissions. Because Chen Hao chose to transform Noah's Ark when copying, and set all its internal systems to the initial values. So Chen Hao is its only owner. If you copy a Noah's Ark with the third level of permissions, Musk will wake up with laughter in his dreams. But how can I let people get it for free? After Chen Hao teased, he released the new Noah's Ark and it appeared on the sea. Section 24. The way to start is still the secret key. Enter the captain's identity. Are you sure the current user is the captain? Confirm. The user has been confirmed as the captain. Do you want to enter the personalized customization? Personalized customization? Enter. Chen Hao had no reason to refuse, because he was a man, he had a possessive desire. So he wanted all women to become his own shape. Excuse me, how do you like the smart butler to call you? Okay, master. Then do you want your smart butler to be male or female? Female. Then what type of woman do you want your smart butler to be? A. Sweet girl type. B. Cold and arrogant sister type. C. Mature young woman type. D. Gentle aunt type. Sweet girl voice. Okay, master, it has been set as a sweet girl type for you. Please give your smart butler a name. Let's call it Silly Girl. Okay. Silly Girl will serve you soon, please wait. After 3 seconds of silence, when the system setting was completed, a sweet girl's voice echoed in Chen Hao's ears. Hello, master, your smart butler Silly Girl is here to serve you. How can I help you? The voice is pleasant and makes people feel very good. I have to say that Musk, this kid, secretly hid this. Sure enough, men all over the world know how a woman's voice can be the best. So Chen Hao said with a smile. I want to know what is inside the negative first floor to the negative third floor. Okay, I'll introduce it to you right away. As soon as the silly girl's voice fell, the secret key tablet in Chen Hao's hand immediately projected a plane map, listing the 3 lower floors of the yacht in detail. The negative first floor is actually a large filter room. It can not only be used to filter air, but also to filter seawater. Even at the end of the world, it can continue to provide fresh air and safe fresh water to the yacht. Awesome! Musk is a technology madman, and he really designed this Noah's Ark according to the doomsday scenario. Chen Hao couldn't help but applaud Musk, because Musk really bet on the problem of the end of the world. The negative second floor is a technology layer. All the power of the cruise ship comes from this layer, and Chen Hao only knew at this time that the cruise ship not only has mixed fuel, but also has light energy charging, and the charging board is hidden on the surface of the yacht. It's interesting. No one floor is redundant. What is the negative third floor? Chen Hao's interest was aroused, and he quickly began to look at the third floor. It turned out that the third floor was an escape floor. Not only was there an emergency speedboat and 2C motorcycles, but there were also 2 emergency escape capsules, 4 meters x 1.6 meters in size, which could be ejected 100 meters away in an instant, allowing people to escape from danger in the first place. It's full of black technology. No wonder the 3 floors below have not allowed other people to come in. Those who don't know that the end of the world is coming will only laugh at Musk as a lunatic. Chen Hao smiled at the corner of his mouth, and was very satisfied with this Noah's Ark. With this artifact, even if there is a global rainstorm, Chen Hao can have a very high quality of life. By the way, there is another place I haven't seen yet, that is the studio on the 3rd floor. Chen Hao couldn't help but think of the studio on the 3rd floor. On the top of that studio, there was a round, strange thing. I wonder what black technology it is. Silly girl, let me see what that thing is on the roof of the 3rd floor. Chen Hao said to the smart housekeeper, silly girl, carelessly. That round thing was not an ordinary object at first glance, so Chen Hao was also a little curious. Silly girl immediately replied to Chen Hao. Master, that is the telescope on Noah's Ark, eye in the sky. Eye in the sky? Yes, with it, you can observe everything within 100 kilometers nearby, and when you encounter danger, you can activate the protection mode and use the eye in the sky to observe the surroundings without using your naked eyes. Noah's Ark actually has a protection mode? Turn it on and let me see. Yes, please go to the captain's room on the 2nd floor and I will demonstrate it to you. As silly girl said this, she linked an internal mobile car, a 4-wheeled car like a wheelchair, and came to Chen Hao. Chen Hao sat on it generously, and the mobile car automatically sent Chen Hao to the elevator and went straight to the captain's room. I'll show you the protection mode now. As the voice fell, all the windows on Noah's Ark were covered with a solid deck, although these glasses themselves were also super glasses that could block bullets. But compared to this deck, they were still more than a little worse. When the deck covered all the glass, a holographic projection covered the entire captain's room, so that Chen Hao's upper, lower, left, and right were all real-time images of the outside world. He even felt that he was outdoors, not in the captain's room of a yacht. Awesome! Holographic projection. Real-time image. This is what a technology madman should look like. Chen Hao couldn't help laughing. Needless to say, this protection mode must have been specially developed by Musk considering extreme situations, just what Chen Hao wanted. But at this time, Noah's Ark's intelligence system proactively issued an early warning. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. There are a large number of ships approaching 70 kilometers southeast. It is expected to arrive at the location of Noah's Ark in 2 hours. Want to check now? Chen Hao was a little surprised, but he nodded and made a soft sound. The screen zooms in immediately. Relying on the powerful far-sightedness of the sky eye, the scene 70 kilometers away was transmitted to Chen Hao's eyes in real time, and projected on the holographic projection in the captain's cabin. Chen Hao saw that the owner of the Haohan Yacht Club was rushing towards him with a group of police, Coast Guard, and even armed forces. It's them. Well, it's almost time. Chen Hao chuckled. Although he didn't know about Zhao Dong's affairs, Noah's Ark was of great importance after all, and it was impossible for no one to pay attention to it even if it disappeared, so it was only a matter of time before someone found it. So Chen Hao immediately made preparations, first put away the new Noah's Ark, then took out the old one, and then pretended to be nonchalant and went fishing on the beach. Just 1 hour after Chen Hao completed these preparations, bosses and large numbers of armed troops suddenly appear. Chen Hao pretended to be curious and stood up. What's going on? Name. A group of armed forces immediately pointed their guns at Chen Hao. The black muzzles were full of live ammunition. The boss quickly smoothed things over. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. One of our own. One of our own. He is the tenant Chen Hao. Confirm his identity. The armed forces did not relax. Even after confirming Chen Hao's identity, their guns were still pointed at Chen Hao when they asked directly. Has anything strange happened in the past few days? You must answer everything. No, after I came here, I started camping, fishing when I had free time, or just taking a walk nearby. It's that simple? It's that simple. Hearing Chen Hao's answer, the junior officers of the armed forces were a little surprised, but their mission was to confirm what happened to Noah's Ark. At this time, Noah's Ark was intact, which was of course the most satisfactory result. Got it. Of course, it would be a bit embarrassing if such a large force was used for a perfectly fine yacht. If word got out about this, the young officer specifically talked to Chen Hao, hoping that Chen Hao could take care of this matter. Confidentiality. Of course Chen Hao doesn't want this matter to spread, at least for now. He doesn't want anyone to suspect that he has the means to make a 109-meter large yacht disappear. So both parties happily forgot about the matter. The classic big thing is reduced to a small thing, and a small thing is reduced to a small thing. Then, Chen Hao also started to set off and return to Tiandu City. This was actually partly the intention of the military. They didn't want to come looking for Noah's Ark again, so they asked the company to recover Noah's Ark in advance. Chen Hao expressed his understanding and respect for this. If I were a soldier guarding the border, I wouldn't want to leave my post and come to such a distant place to waste my time just to find a rich man's yacht. And that Zhao Dong, you are really going to cause trouble for me. After learning about Zhao Dong, Chen Hao was so filled with hatred that he really wanted to punch this kid in the face. I almost had my secret exposed just because of this kid. But there is no other way. I heard that this kid has been secretly sentenced and imprisoned. It is estimated that he will have to squat for 2.5 years before he can be released. But this kid probably never dreamed that as soon as he entered, the world would end. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. So Chen Hao also forgot about Zhao Dong. Calculating the time, it has been 18 days since I was reborn. In fact, there are less than 2 weeks left before the end of the world comes. The rest of the time, then use it all for fun. Anyway, there are still more than 10 million in the account. If you don't play, it will be useless. Section 25. So Chen Hao smiled and called his 18 bodyguards in black and asked them to come and follow him. Then he called Zhou Xiaoxiao. Brother Haozi, are you back? Xiaoxiao, before I leave, I told you that you have to spend all the pocket money I gave you. If you don't spend it all, I will beat you. How about it? How much is left now? Chen Hao said jokingly. He knew that with Zhou Xiaoxiao's frugal character, he probably wouldn't be able to spend even half of it. It hasn't even been spent yet, huh? Then what did you do with it? I saved it all. Zhou Xiaoxiao said a little proudly. I was afraid that Brother Haozi gave me the wrong money, so I kept it and waited for you to come back, Brother Haozi, and then return the money to you. Well, it was the wrong one. Right. I should give you 5 million. Let you run away with the money overnight. I don't say a penny. Are you the reincarnation of Grandet? Okay, where are you? Come out and find me now. I am not yet off duty. Now, immediately, come to Brother Haozi. I believe Brother Haozi, it will be better for you if you don't go to work. Then I'll go over now. Yeah. Remember to take a taxi here, you're not allowed to take the bus. Chen Hao said helplessly and asked Zhou Xiaoxiao to come over quickly. But Chen Hao also understood that Zhou Xiaoxiao had lived a hard life for too long, so he couldn't adapt to the life of eating, drinking, and having fun for a while. But Xiaoxiao, don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will let you live a happy life. This is also the last thing I can do for Zhou Ting. Thinking of his good brother, Chen Hao felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he could eat a bowl of instant noodles with him. Good brothers who can sleep on the same quilt together. Xiao Tingzi, don't worry, I will take good care of Xiaoxiao. So when Zhou Xiaoxiao arrived, Chen Hao took Zhou Xiaoxiao to the most luxurious shopping mall in Tiandu City. He bought whatever he saw along the way, whether he wanted it or not. All the things he bought were brand-name goods. You can see all the beauties were drooling, and they all tried their best to show off in front of Chen Hao, but they were all ignored by Chen Hao. Because that's what Chen Hao is, only giving to those who are worthy. As for other people, I'm sorry. I won't pay a penny if I can have sex for free. Just eating, drinking and having fun all the way. 18 bodyguards carried more than 100 large and small bags back, which made all the women in the neighborhood jealous. In an instant, there were dozens more friend requests for Chen Hao. I don't know whose lonely daughter-in-law she was in the community. As for the Lin family, their hearts were bleeding when they saw it. That's all our money. Our money. Damn it. Why hasn't the killer come yet? So they could only watch Chen Hao continue to be cool, but there was nothing they could do about Chen Hao. As a result, Chen Hao's life became simple and happy. He took Zhou Xiaoxiao to play around in shopping malls, amusement parks, and snack streets during the day. As long as he could spend money to buy happiness, he wouldn't choose any of them. In the evening, it was Anna and Yang Mi who came alternately, and hooked up with a few neighbors' daughters-in-law along the way, experiencing the happiness of being a thief. After more than 10 days passed like this, it was finally the last night before the end of the world. Brother Hausi, why did you call me? I must come over for dinner tonight. Zhou Xiaoxiao was wearing a beautiful black dress and said, this little girl is always the best in appearance and figure with a score of 90 or above. At this time, wearing suitable clothes will double your temptation index. She is the dream lover that men 100% want to sleep with. Chen Hao said with a smile. How can there be so many reasons? I came to you for dinner together, and now you have to make excuses? That's not true. Zhou Xiaoxiao grabbed a small piece of her hair and kept gently spinning it, just like a girl's mind, which is always spinning, hoping that someone can make it stop. Okay, before, when I took you out to eat, I always wouldn't let you drink. Today, I'll make an exception and let you try this $500,000 bottle of Romanée-Conti. As Chen Hao spoke, he poured half a glass of red wine for Zhou Xiaoxiao. As soon as Zhou Xiaoxiao saw Chen Hao pouring wine for her cheeks could not help but blush. They say that if a woman is not drunk, a man has no chance. When a man takes the initiative to pour wine for a woman, it's not his intention, it's all a conspiracy. But at this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao not only did not reject it, but had been looking forward to it for a long time. Drunk Xiaoxiao, so Zhou Xiaoxiao happily picked up the wine glass and took a slight sip. The wine is a bit astringent, but it's really sweet in my heart. So Zhou Xiaoxiao drank it all in one gulp. Chen Hao was a little confused when he saw it. No, why are you drinking so fast? Drinking on an empty stomach makes you faint easily. Brother Hausi, I'm fine. In fact, I've always wanted to drink with you. Zhou Xiaoxiao said with a blushing face. She didn't know whether it was because of drinking or because of the ambiguity. Drinking is not a big deal. If you like to drink with me, then I will have a drink with you when I have time in the future. Brother Hausi, let's make an agreement. Before Zhou Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she plopped down on the dining table. Chen Hao was speechless. With this amount of alcohol, why are you talking to me about drinking? I was originally worried that you would drink too much, and I was thinking about giving you some medicine or something. I was overthinking it. Chen Hao shook his head helplessly, stood up, and carried Zhou Xiaoxiao to the bed in the room. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face was red, although her consciousness was groggy. She had been mentally prepared before she fell into coma, so Chen Hao had to use all his strength to struggle out of Zhou Xiaoxiao's bare hug. This little girl. She is really strong. She also has a really great figure. After all, he was being hugged by a bear, so it was completely impossible not to have a little bit of friction on his body. Zhou Xiaoxiao was still on the bed, calling softly. Brother Hausi, don't leave, you are the only relative left in Xiaoxiao. After muttering a few times, Zhou Xiaoxiao shrank up in grievance, like an insecure child who missed the sleeping position when he was safely protected in his mother's body. Chen Hao moved forward lovingly and whispered in Zhou Xiaoxiao's ear. Don't worry, Brother Hausi will always protect you. I swear. After saying that, he couldn't help but kiss Zhou Xiaoxiao gently on the side of his face. Zhou Xiaoxiao's body relaxed slightly and was no longer as tense as before. Then the next step is just the final preparations. Chen Hao picked up his cell phone and gave the last order to all the bodyguards downstairs. Disband. Everyone go home. Take 3 times your salary and bonus and spend a night with your wife and children. As for whether the bodyguards listened, Chen Hao has nothing to do with it. Anyway, this is his last tenderness, and his kindness has been exhausted. Then after all the bodyguards left, Chen Hao quietly sneaked to the 31st floor and took some necessary protective measures for himself. The big rocks he brought from VK Island were placed all over the room on the 31st floor. As long as someone dares to dig up the floor here, thousands of pounds of rocks will teach them how to behave. After doing all this, Chen Hao returned to the 32nd floor, then calmly cut off the surveillance in the stairwell, and blocked 2 2-meter-high stones directly in front of the elevator door. The strongest defense often uses the simplest materials, hee. Chen Hao clapped his hands proudly. If he wanted to break the stone, he couldn't break it with a hammer. At least he had to use explosives. And it has to be a large dose. After doing all this, Chen Hao returned home, lying on the rocking chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the feasting outside. It's so peaceful. Sometimes, it feels like the days after rebirth are like a dream. It's so happy to see someone fighting someone, so happy that it's a bit unreal. Chen Hao was rocking quietly on the rocking chair, feeling like a leaf of duckweed in the wind, lonely, hesitant, without direction or sense of security. After all, my previous life was so miserable. So Chen Hao was a little skeptical. How could there be any counterattack by a loser? This is just a dream of a boy named Chen Hao before he died. If this is the case, then the more beautiful this dream is, the crueler it will be to me, haha. Chen Hao laughed self-deprecatingly, then picked up a glass of wine and raised his glass to a strange blue shadow in the sky. The strange blue shadow is a bit similar to the legendary Halley's Comet, a long tail trailing behind its round head. Even from a long distance, it looks as big as a basketball court in the sky. Big, visible to the naked eye. Then he ran to the other side of the earth. That's the meteorite that hit the earth. It brought a drop of water as big as the moon to the earth, and then changed the earth's ecological environment forever. It started, nothing has changed, the world is about to end. Chen Hao smiled slightly and looked at the dark sky outside, which became even darker, and then it started to rain heavily. People who were playing outside couldn't help but curse. They're crazy about the weather. It's raining in the middle of the night. It's probably a shower, it will stop after a while. We can't play anymore, fuck. Wait a moment, it'll be fine after a while. But these people did not realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. The reason why it rains now is because when the meteorite reached the earth, it rubbed violently with the atmosphere, so a large amount of water turned into water vapor. And just this water vapor quickly enveloped the world, forming the first continuous rainstorm. Yes, this is only the first heavy rain. Section 26. It's a pity that people haven't discovered this yet and just thought it was just an ordinary rainstorm until the rain blocked traffic. Flooded the building. Toxic substances were detected. But all this has nothing to do with Chen Hao. Because Chen Hao has made enough preparations for the doomsday, he can survive well even if the doomsday comes. So Chen Hao fell asleep quietly, amidst the crackling rainstorm. Why hasn't the rain stopped yet? It's been raining all day and all night. In the community group, some people have begun to find the heavy rain too annoying. It has been raining all night, and instead of getting smaller, the raindrops are getting bigger. It's already as thick as an adult's thumb. But looking at this news, Chen Hao just yawned happily, thinking to himself, where is this? This is only the first day. The first heavy rain will last for more than 3 months. However, many people in the community group have become anxious. It's raining so hard. How can we let people go to school? My daughter has to take an exam today. What if she doesn't do well in the exam? Your exam is nothing. I even made an appointment with a client to the company today. If I let the client off, I will be fired. Does anyone have inside information? Why do I feel like this rain is abnormal? What's wrong? I don't know, it's just a weird feeling. It seems to be related to the vision I saw last night. When it comes to last night's vision, many people have an impression. After all, a blue light as big as a basketball court flashes across the sky. As long as your eyes are not glued to your mobile phone, you can see some movement. So now that someone has mentioned this matter, not only is it not surprising, but it has made some people start to understand it and start giving advice in the group. The vision last night must be a UFO. But this UFO is either an alien spacecraft, or the latest weapon of the M country. So this heavy rain is also caused by country M? That's for sure. They must have invented some kind of weapon that can affect the climate, and they are using China as a guinea pig. It makes sense. I just feel like this rain is not normal. That's necessary. Actually, country M has done a lot of things, but most of you just don't know about it. Really? Tell me something and let's hear it. Well, this kind of thing is not something I can just say if I want to, you know? And even if I say it, you may not understand it, so it's not something I can say or not. That's it. I understand. Seeing Brother Understand appear in the group, Chen Hao didn't tolerate him and directly sent the latest news to the group. Special news, because a special meteorite hit the Pacific Ocean, causing heavy rains in many places around the world. Experts speculated that the meteorite should be composed of a large amount of fresh water, so after falling into the Pacific Ocean, a large amount of updrafts and water vapor were formed. This caused a global heavy rain. For a moment, Brother Dong was quiet, and so was the entire group. But everyone seemed to hear a loud pop sound again. It hit Brother Dong in the face. But the tranquility after the slap in the face also did not last long, because someone soon sent a message. At property Brother Wang, what's going on? Why did I receive a danger warning about my car and it was flooded? Damn it. I received it too. It's even flooded to the bottom of the fucking chassis. Me too. Me too. At property Brother Wang. All the car owners in the group were anxious. You know, the biggest fear of cars is water damage. Once it is flooded, let alone repairs, even if you go to a second-hand car store to sell it by the pound. So everyone is crazy at property management. But the property management seemed dead and didn't reply to anyone's messages at all. Everyone is actually used to this result. After all, this group of properties is like blood-sucking insects. They only lie on the bodies of their owners to suck blood. Except when they are very active in collecting property fees, they are almost like dead people at other times. But forget it in normal times. Today it involves hundreds of thousands of cars, so no one wants to get used to the property. At property Brother Wang. Give me an explanation. Yes. I have to give an explanation today. At property Brother Wang. Hurry up and give me an explanation. At property Brother Wang. A series of urging messages finally had some effect. What's your explanation? The car can't be parked in the underground parking garage, so you just drive out. You're like crazy. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Rush your mother like crazy. Everyone was speechless for a while. Everyone wanted your property management company to quickly go to the underground parking lot to see if the drainage system was blocked, but you actually asked us to directly drive the car out of the underground parking lot? All of our property fees go to the dogs. So someone immediately started yelling. You are all fucking freeloaders. We pay to support white-eyed wolves like you? You should speak more civilly. How can you speak? The property king said not to be outdone, looking aggressive. How are we talking? We pay you property fees every month to let you serve us. We don't want you to question us. That's right. Your property is used to serve our owners. It's funny, and they still serve you. I tell you. Our property management is here to manage you. Otherwise, why is it called property management fee? It means that our property management is here to manage you, the owners. Also, those who just spoke, I know which floor and number you live in. Be careful when you speak. The arrogant tone immediately made everyone very unhappy. But there is nothing they can do. Just like he said, he knows which floor and number everyone lives in. As long as he makes some small moves, such as cutting off water and electricity, it will make people very uncomfortable. But others will indulge these black property management, but Chen Hao will not. So Chen Hao sent a sentence slowly. Yo! Your property management is quite arrogant. Then I declare that I will not pay the property management fee this month. Seeing that someone was willing to be the first to speak out, others also followed suit anyway. The black property management wanted to make trouble, so let them find Chen Hao who led the trouble. I won't ask for property management fees this month. I won't pay next month. Yes, if your property management company doesn't make corrections, then we won't pay property management fees in the future. No more. No more. Change property management company. Change property management company. The news was like raindrops, bombarding the group. Wang Niu, who was drinking in the dormitory, was furious. Fuck. You know, property management is not something that ordinary people can do. They are all social people with only a layer of property management shell. Take Wang Niu for example. More than 10 years ago, he was a clerk in a bar. I don't know how many people's heads he hit with a bottle. Now he has been whitewashed and transformed into a swaggering property manager. So Wang Niu was not afraid when he saw that the group was in chaos. Catch the one who led the trouble and give him a beating. The others immediately became honest. After all, human nature is like this, they are all cowards. There are few real heroes. Let me see who is leading the trouble. 3201, Building 4, Chen Hao. Approve it, I have something to tell you. Chen Hao's phone vibrated, and then a friend request popped up. It was sent by property, brother Wang Niu. As for what he was going to say? You don't have to think about it, it must be related to the things in the group. But Chen Hao would not refuse. After all, there are people to play with him, so he should cherish them, because they will all die in a while. So Chen Hao approved the friend request generously. The next second after it was approved, Wang Niu sent a long string of voice messages. Brother, don't make trouble for me. Now apologize to me publicly in the group, otherwise, I know where you live and where you work. The threat was naked and unconcealed. It's a pity that Chen Hao never accepts threats. So Chen Hao replied with one word. Get lost. Wang Niu's eyes immediately turned red. Damn it. Don't be so shameless. If you piss me off, I'll stab you twice. Come on. Fuck. Wang Niu immediately slammed the table and yelled at the security guards at the table. Bring your weapons. Damn it. Today, I'll set some rules for these bastards and tell them who has the final say in this community. Go. Go. A group of people, holding anti-explosion shields and police batons, rushed upstairs in a heroic and high-spirited manner, because their property dormitory was on the 17th floor of Building 4. The 17th floor was originally occupied by an old man, but the old man had no children, and after the explosion, his house was requisitioned by the property as a dormitory. Wang Niu also mobilized everyone in the elevator. Section 27. When you get up there, let me go and fight. Whatever happens, I will take care of it. Someone above us must know. I know. I know. Yes, just let me go and fight. There is someone above us. Wang Niu said arrogantly, while taking out a spring knife from his pocket. He had already arranged to put the knife on Chen Hao's neck later, and then slapped Chen Hao on the face. Come on, let's see how crazy Chen Hao is. However, as soon as the elevator door opened, Wang Niu and his security guards were dumbfounded. A large square stone blocked the elevator door. What the hell is this? Wang Niu took the switch knife and stabbed it. With a bang, the dagger immediately curled up. Other security guards also used short sticks to hit them, but the rocks were not broken at all. On the contrary, their hands were numb from the shock. No, where the hell did this broken rock come from? Wang Niu was so angry that he kicked him upwards. I just kicked my thumb and broke it. I screamed in pain in the elevator. He really didn't expect that a group of his people came to Chen Hao to settle accounts aggressively, but when they came up, they didn't even see Chen Hao's face. Instead, they were blocked by such a stone and couldn't even get out of the elevator. Fuck. Where the hell did this come from? Where did it come from? Why didn't anyone notify the property? Wang Niu said angrily, just because Chen Hao just sent him a message, are you here? You are slow, slower than a turtle. Damn it. If it weren't for this broken stone, I would have stabbed you in the waist with a fucking knife. Wang Niu cursed and said, the more furious he became, the more it shows that he is incompetent. At this time, other security guards began to make suggestions. Brother Wang, since the elevator here can't go up, let's go up from the elevator next door. If that doesn't work, just take the stairs. I don't believe it, this guy can even move a second stone. That's right. If you lift one such heavy stone, it will reach the sky. You will definitely not be able to lift the second one. Right. Wang Niu thought about it carefully. It was already very difficult for Chen Hao to get one such big stone. How could he get the second one? So Wang Niu waved his hand and led the group of security guards to take the elevator directly to the 31st floor. He wanted to transfer to another elevator from the 31st floor, but as soon as the elevator opened the door, the person was stupid again. Chen Hao had just sworn that Chen Hao there was no way they could move the second stone, and now they saw it. There's a fucking second piece. It even looks exactly like the one from before. Fuck. Can someone fucking explain to me? Why did someone move two such big rocks in our own community, but we didn't know at all? Wang Niu was so angry that he smashed his fist on the stone and said with a click, his fist also cracked. But the security guards were really dumbfounded. Such a big stone weighs several tons at least. And this is still the 31st floor. Even if you want to move, you will definitely not be able to move. Unless you use a crane. Yes. It must be this kid Chen Hao who secretly set up the crane on the 32nd floor. There is a rooftop right outside his room. In addition, he hired a lot of bodyguards some time ago. It must have been secretly moved up at that time. I think so too, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Such a big stone. The security guards all spoke with certainty, feeling that this matter could still be explained by science. After all, many bosses like to use cranes to lift luxury cars, rocks, etc. to the top floor to show off their wealth. Money can do whatever you want. But Wang Niu was so angry that his nose was crooked. He didn't want to hear how Chen Hao brought the stone up. What he cared about was whether he could give Chen Hao a double blow. So can any of you tell me if he has a third piece here? My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. This, can't be done. All the security guards were not so sure. Generally speaking, if you can lift two rocks, you can definitely lift the third one, but this is not the answer Wang Niu wants to hear. But Wang Niu's stubborn temper has also come up. If Chen Hao cannot be given a blow today, the anger in his heart will never come out. Okay. Chen Hao, I have you. You're so damn awesome. But I don't believe it. How can you still make a total of 10 or 8 yuan? But immediately, Wang Niu recognized the reality, because Chen Hao really got 10 or 8 big rocks. Not only blocked the elevator entrances on the 31st and 32nd floors, but also blocked the stairwell on the 31st floor. This is equivalent to saying that Chen Hao has occupied the 31st and 32nd floors. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wang Niu never stopped cursing. This was the first time in his more than 30 years of life that he had experienced such a cowardly thing. You guys? Tell me. What should I do now? If anyone can let me go up, I will make him the security captain. When they heard that they could be the security captain, a group of loser security guards became interested. Many of them were only in their early 20s. So the salary is not important, the important thing is to treat people around. After all, which man doesn't like to step on other people's heads? So soon, someone stood up and made a suggestion. Brother Wang, we don't have to go up by ourselves. In fact, we can let him get out by himself. What do you mean? Tell me in detail. Wang Niu had some impression of the person who was talking. His name seemed to be Li Jian. He was a sports student who graduated from a sports school. He always had some tricks. Li Jian said with a chuckle. We can think of a way to anger those owners and then ask them to drive Chen Hao out. Chen Hao is usually not popular, so as long as we do something, we will definitely get him out. How to get him out? We can do this. After listening to Li Jian's plan, Wang Niu's mouth suddenly opened and he said 3 goodness in a row. Good. 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 Just do it according to your plan. Force this guy out for me. Give up so quickly? Boring. I thought you guys were so aggressive that you could at least kill me in my living room. Hearing that there was no movement outside, Chen Hao quickly sent a message to Wang Niu. He didn't like seeing people give up halfway the most. But Wang Niu just looked at Chen Hao's message with a dark face and didn't reply. Then he winked at the others. Do it. Force Chen Hao out. Okay. A few minutes later, a message exploded in the community group. Who the hell is this psychopath? Parking the car at the exit of the underground parking lot. Damn, your car is fine, what about our car? As soon as the message came out, it was followed by a short video. At the entrance of the underground parking lot, a car was parked on the slope of the entrance, but the water flowing down the slope was almost flooding the tires of other cars. Everyone who had a car in the underground parking lot was anxious. That's the fucking psychopath. Get the car out. Also, is the underground parking lot so congested? The water is already so high. It's already above my calf. If we don't get the car out, the engine will be ruined. Fuck. Whose car is this? Get out. Fuck. My son has no asshole. My car is a car, but other people's cars are not cars. Whose car is it? Just when a group of owners were furious, a property management account came out and pointed the finger at Chen Hao. I remember this is Chen Hao's car. Chen Hao. After the owners were stunned for a moment, they were all even more furious. In their eyes, Chen Hao was still hypocritically scolding the property management for not fulfilling its duties in the last second, but in the next second he secretly drove the car to the slope to avoid the water, and didn't even notify others. What else could this be but a scumbag? So hundreds of owners directly bombarded Chen Hao. No matter right or wrong. Chen Hao. Move your broken car away. Otherwise I will sue you. Damn it. There are thousands of cars in the underground parking lot. Your 5 million is enough to compensate several people. Come down and drive the car away. It would be fine if the 5 million was not mentioned. Once the 5 million was mentioned, many people's jealousy came back. He spoke directly with sarcasm. Chen Hao, you are rich but have no conscience, right? Come down and move your car away. Otherwise I will smash your car. Yes. Otherwise you will have to pay. How much our car is worth, you have to pay. Come out. Come out. Don't be a coward. Wang Niu and Li Jian, who were hiding behind, looked at the excitement in the community group and couldn't help but smile smugly. If Chen Hao didn't come out, he would never be able to hang around in the community again. It's a pity that Chen Hao never accepts threats. Chen Hao saw at a glance that someone was fanning the flames behind his back. But Chen Hao didn't think about proving his innocence. After all, it's too difficult to prove one's innocence. It's easy to throw dirty water, and the truth may not be that important. So Chen Hao directly added fuel to the fire. What are you doing? You want to smash my car, right? I tell you, there are surveillance cameras in the parking lot. If anyone dares to smash it, I will use the surveillance to sue him. Seeing that Chen Hao not only did not move the car, but his attitude was so arrogant. Immediately, someone couldn't stand it. What's more, last time, Chen Hao reported a lot of people, and there were brothers and sisters among them. New hatred plus old accounts, everyone was angry. Damn it. Smash his car. See how he can be crazy. Yes. Smash it for him. Smash it. If you have the guts, smash it. If you don't smash it, you are all sons of bitches. I despise you once I see you. Seeing that Chen Hao not only did not come out to put out the fire, but also added fuel to the fire, Wang Niu was dumbfounded. After all, Chen Hao didn't have a car in the parking lot, so whose car was parked at the entrance? Of course it's Wang Yo's own. Section 28. So now there is a group of people rushing to smash his car. What should he do? If he goes out to stop them, he will probably be smashed along with the car. If he doesn't go out to stop them, that's Wang Yo's new car. So Wang Yo hesitated for a moment. The next second, Wang Yo saw from the surveillance video that a group of people were holding weapons and smashing his new car. Even the car door was torn off. Fuck! Wang Yo just wanted to stand up, and his eyes went black, and he collapsed back into the chair. Li Jian, who was making plans on the side, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that Wang Yo would remember that it was his bad idea. But when Wang Yo was weak and Li Jian didn't dare to say anything, Chen Hao's message came. The message only had one sentence: not only did I lose my wife, but I also lost my soldiers. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. Wang Yo roared angrily to the sky. Then his eyes went black, and he fainted on the sofa. As for Chen Hao, seeing that Wang Yo hadn't replied to the message for most of the day, he knew that he had guessed it right. It was Wang Yo who was behind this matter. As for the purpose, of course, it was to force him to go downstairs so that he could deal with him. What a pity, this car is like a wife. If it's not my wife, how can I feel sorry for it? Even if you come with 100 or 1,000 people, I won't feel sorry for it. Besides, if you want to kidnap me morally, as long as I have no morals, how can you kidnap me? Chen Hao said with a contemptuous smile, and took out a bag of potato chips and continued to check the group's movements. After all, just as Chen Hao thought at the beginning, cherish the days when there are still neighbors, otherwise they will all die in a few days. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. And in the community group, there was unprecedented excitement at this time, because they had just dismantled Chen Hao's car. So many people are still showing off their righteous actions. Chen Hao, this is the price you pay for being selfish. Even if you call the police, they will still be on our side. Don't pay attention to him, he's just a nouveau riche who won the lottery. He only won 500, but those who don't know would think he won 50 billion. So arrogant. Where is he? Why is he silent? His car was dismantled but he didn't say a word. He must be too scared to speak. At Chen Hao, come out and say something. Come out. Come out. Looking at this group of people, they didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all, and even had time to find trouble with themselves. Chen Hao thought they should panic. Although your actions of dismantling the car are very cool, what if I tell you that today's rainwater is poisonous? This sentence immediately made the group fall into silence. May I ask how these people got to the underground parking lot? Of course they waded through the water. If the water is poisonous, wouldn't they be soaked in the poison for more than half an hour? You're talking nonsense. This is obviously normal rain, how could it be poisonous? Ha ha. Don't you know that normal rain is also poisonous? It just contains less poison. The poison content of this rain is very high. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are exaggerating. At Chen Hao, you will be held legally responsible for spreading rumors. Don't listen to his nonsense. Who hasn't been caught in the rain? Who has ever heard of someone dying from being caught in the rain? That's right. You don't even think about it when you spread rumors. You think we are all fools. However, just when everyone was trying their best to deny it, a weak voice came out in the group. This rain seems to have some problems. Then there was a picture, a potted cactus on the balcony turned black and smelled. But you know, cactus is the easiest potted plant to keep alive. So for a while, everyone realized a serious thing, this heavy rain seemed to be really poisonous. No way, what if this rain is poisonous? What if we get caught in it by accident? It should be, just an accident, right? After all, if a cactus is soaked in water for too long, it will turn black and rot. Yeah, I think it's just soaked in water for too long, not that the water is poisonous. At such times, there are always some people who have an ostrich mentality and are unwilling to accept the reality, which is actually very cruel. But these people are often the most miserable when they are slapped in the face by reality in the end. Emergency notice: due to the sudden rainstorm in the city, all primary and secondary schools will be temporarily closed for one day. During the rainstorm, please keep an eye on your children and don't go out at will. Emergency notice: in view of the 2-hour rainfall in our city, we call on all units to work from home to avoid accidents caused by rain to employees. Emergency notice: due to drainage failure, Metro Line 5 and Line 6 are temporarily suspended. Emergency notice: the staff of our city's Environmental Protection Bureau detected hazardous substances in the rainwater. After ingestion, vomiting, dizziness, and diarrhea may occur. Therefore, it is recommended that the general public temporarily stop using domestic water to avoid adverse reactions. The notification text messages were like a hammer hitting everyone's chest, especially the last message, which was a heavy news. It directly confirmed Chen Hao's words: this rainwater is really poisonous. So many people panicked immediately. What's going on? Could it be that the rainwater is really poisonous? It's okay that the rainwater is poisonous, but why can't people use it for daily life? If the rain lasts for a day and a night, will people not be able to drink water for a day and a night? So, are you all releasing water? Why is there so little water here? I don't have much water here either. People upstairs, can't you turn down the water a little bit and let us get some water downstairs? That's right. People can't be so selfish. Leave some water for others. In an instant, everyone started to rub against each other because of water. After all, people can go without food for several days, but if they don't drink water for a day, their lives will be in danger. Not to mention the clean little girls who need water to wash their heads, butts, and urinate. But no one expected that when everyone was trying to grab water, the water suddenly stopped. Why is there no water? I just put in half a bucket of water, how come it's gone? You at least put in half a bucket, I just saw the news, and it was gone just when I was about to put it in. At property management, Brother Wang, why is there no water? Check it out quickly, everyone is waiting for water. That's right, otherwise you won't pay the water bill this month. Seeing these messages, Li Jian, who had a lot of tricks, rolled his eyes and immediately went up to wake Wang Niu up. Brother Wang! Brother Wang! Wake up! I have another way. Fuck you! Wang Niu, who had just woken up, subconsciously slapped Li Jian in the face when he heard Li Jian say that there was another way, because the last time this guy said there was a way, his new car was dismantled alive. Stop talking to me, you fucking strategist. Don't be a military strategist every day and make things difficult for me. Fuck. Wang Niu cursed and swore in his heart that if he listened to Li Jian again, he would be a dog. But Li Jian's desire for the security captain far exceeded Wang Niu's imagination. Brother Wang, believe me. If you can't deal with Chen Hao this time, I will be your son. Ha? Wang Niu looked at Li Jian with a little curiosity. As a man, no one does not enjoy the happiness of being someone's godfather. Even if the other party is a man. So Wang Niu rolled his eyes and snorted. Talk about it. Brother Wang, look, everyone in the group is talking about the water outage now, so as long as we put this shit pot on Chen Hao's head, he will be in big trouble. Chen Hao, what does this have to do with him? He lives on the top floor. Makes sense. Wang Niu touched his chin and felt that Li Jian's proposal this time was reliable, at least he didn't have to use the car. So Wang Niu immediately started to make up news that was unfavorable to Chen Hao in the group. Dear owners, I have checked, the water supply at the water authority is normal. Someone must have turned off the sluice gate, so there is no water in each household. Who the hell turned off the sluice gate? The only people living on the top floor are Chen Hao and Zhou Xiaoxiao. Seeing that the matter was related to Chen Hao again, plus the car incident just now, everyone took it for granted that this matter must be Chen Hao's revenge on them. Chen Hao, did you do this? You turned off the sluice gate and left everyone without water. Is there any need to ask? It must be him. He must have done this on purpose. He is taking revenge on us for dismantling his car. We dismantled his car because he did something wrong, and he actually dared to blame us. He even dared to cut off our water. Kill him. At Chen Hao. Get out. Section 29. In the community group, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and they would judge Chen Hao from the highest point of justice. In fact, many people are just like this. They don't care about the truth at all, they just want to vent their unhappiness. It's a pity that Chen Hao, who knows human nature well, would be afraid of them. Not only is he not afraid, but he also wants everyone to be afraid of him. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. What are you guys talking about? I tell you, I stopped the water, so what? Chen Hao took the blame generously. As long as the blame is useful, it is a good pot, why not? But when the community group saw Chen Hao being so arrogant, they exploded. What they wanted was Chen Hao to be humble, not arrogant enough to ride on their heads. So they fired angrily. How can you be so selfish? I tell you, open the floodgate right now, or I'll make you suffer. At Chen Hao, I'll give you a chance, open the floodgate yourself, or I'll go up and help you open the floodgate. I'm the provincial Sanda champion. Are you shameless? This water doesn't belong to you alone, are you shameless? Chen Hao, it's really sad for our building 4 to have a neighbor like you. I suggest that we kick him out of the community. Kick him out of the community. Kick him out of the community. Outside the screen, Wang Niu and Li Jian looked at the criticism of Chen Hao by everyone in the group, and they all smiled with revenge. They originally just wanted to trick Chen Hao and let Chen Hao take pictures in the poisonous rain to prove that they didn't turn off the floodgate. But who knew that Chen Hao was so easily angered, and took the blame after being criticized a few times, and made everyone in the building want to beat him to death. This is really a pleasant surprise. But no one expected that even everyone in the building threatened to beat Chen Hao to death. Chen Hao was not afraid at all. He even issued his rules in a domineering manner. Want to beat me? Come on. I tell you, I will not only cut off the water supply today, but also tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. If you want water, you have to beg me here. Men, don't come, it's annoying to watch. If you want to come, let your wife come, pay attention. Dress up beautifully, otherwise I won't give you water. Of course, if she is particularly good looking, I can also ask her to take a bath at home. What do you mean? You ask someone to take a bath at home because she is good looking? Do you want to ask someone to take a bath at home? You are clearly greedy for her body. Bah! Dirty! So someone started to curse immediately. Who wants to take a shower at your house? You are simply sick. If you don't want it, then don't want it. Anyway, this is effective for a long time. So those beautiful and clean young wives, welcome to take a shower at my house. My bathroom is big and comfortable, and I can also provide back scrubbing services. Chen Hao said shocking words, and everyone was more angry than the other, and they wanted to tear Chen Hao's mouth apart right now. Because at this time, everyone felt that this was just Chen Hao's character problem, not their survival problem. After all, they still had some water on hand, although not much, but enough. Until there was no water to flush the toilet, no water to take a shower, and even no water to drink, they felt that something was wrong. Why is there still no water? Didn't Chen Hao cut off the water? No. Didn't you notice that there was no water in other buildings? No matter how capable Chen Hao is, he can't turn off the water gates of other buildings. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. So what's going on with the water outage? Actually, I've contacted my friends who live nearby. It's not just our water outage, but theirs as well. Fuck. Is this true? It's true. I have inside information that the reason the municipal government cut off the water supply is because someone drank too much water and died. Ah? Really? And it's not just one person. Many people have had problems drinking water. Although it's not certain whether it's because of the rain, in order to avoid more deaths, the water supply can only be temporarily cut off. No, then when will the water supply be cut off? Maybe, we have to wait until the rain stops and the water settles clean before we can resume the water supply. When will the rain stop? There's no sign of stopping at all. Many people suddenly felt a little desperate. It was raining heavily outside, but they couldn't drink a drop. They could only be locked in the room and die of thirst. It was only at this time that everyone realized what Chen Hao meant by long-term effectiveness just now. Did he know that the rainstorm was poisonous, so he stockpiled a lot of domestic water in advance? Thinking of this, some clean-loving young wives began to get excited. Ding dong! Hearing the notification sound of the message on the phone, Chen Hao's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that it had finally started. I'm CC. The person who added Chen Hao only sent this simple message, but looking at the profile picture, it was a daily photo. She was a beautiful woman with a beauty score of over 85 points, and a figure of over 80 points. So Chen Hao chose to pass. Any other aspect of appearance and figure that scored less than 80 points was ignored by Chen Hao. I am CC. Hello, do you still have water there? Can you give me some? Seeing the other party saying such boring things as soon as he came up, Chen Hao didn't bother to reply and closed the chat interface directly. But when the other party saw that the interface showed that Chen Hao was typing, and after waiting for a long time without hearing from Chen Hao, he couldn't help but send another message. Have you seen the news? I saw it. Can you give me some water, please? Beauty, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? I also worked hard to collect this water, why should I give it to you for free? If you continue to say such nonsense, then I will directly block you. Chen Hao issued a serious warning without hesitation. Just say a few words and you want to have sex for free? Beautiful thought. Only Chen Hao has ever used prostitution for nothing, and no one else has ever used Chen Hao for nothing. But the other party still didn't give up. Mr. Chen, I've been very polite to you. I'm just a little thirsty and want to drink some water, so I came to you for help. I hope you can also respect others and don't treat a small thing as a transaction so snobbishly. There was a large paragraph of crackling text at the back, but Chen Hao didn't read it. Directly add the blacklist to the blacklist. Suddenly the whole mood became better. There's so much nonsense. Next time, we have to set a rule. Women who talk too much are not allowed. Those who like to talk sluts don't count. Hee. At the same time, on the 26th floor, a beautiful woman with good looks and figure suddenly looked astonished, because she had just edited a large paragraph and wanted to send it to Chen Hao to impress him with emotion and reason. And found out that he had been blocked. The beauty's chest heaved violently with anger. How? How can this be done? It's a pity that Chen Hao can't care about the beauty's anger, and he doesn't bother to care about it. This damn rain is making me yawn a little. As a result, Chen Hao had just yawned. In the room, a girl had just woken up and was walking in a daze, but this was not because she was knocked unconscious by Chen Hao, but because she drank alcohol. Confused. Yes, it's Zhou Xiaoxiao who fell asleep after drinking a glass of wine. Brother Hausi, what's wrong with me? Why do you feel like you've been sleeping for a long time? Then he turned and glanced outside. The heavy rain was hitting the window, and it felt like the glass window was about to be shattered. It's raining so hard. How could it rain so hard? You've been sleeping for most of the day. Counting the time, it's almost 15 hours. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So long? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked in disbelief. This was the first time she drank alcohol, and as soon as she drank it, she completely lost consciousness. So Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately hurriedly changed clothes. I have to go to work quickly or my perfect attendance award will be gone. Xiaoxiao, calm down, sit down and listen to me quietly. Chen Hao spoke calmly, but there seemed to be some incredible intimidation that made Zhou Xiaoxiao sit down quietly. Xiaoxiao, what I tell you next is not a joke, so you have to listen carefully. This rain will last for 3 months, and it's just the beginning. Chen Hao decided to tell Zhou Xiaoxiao the truth, because Zhou Xiaoxiao is the only person Chen Hao can trust now. Because the only person Chen Hao can trust is Zhou Xiaoxiao's brother Zhou Ting. Unfortunately, he is still dead. So Chen Hao can take care of his sister for Zhou Ting, but only if Zhou Xiaoxiao is not stupid. Don't do anything to get in your own way. So Chen Hao must let Zhou Xiaoxiao make a choice. You must completely listen to yourself and stay by your side. It's better to give her some supplies and let Zhou Xiaoxiao find a way to survive on her own. That's the way it is, make your own choice. Chen Hao looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao calmly. He could take Zhou Xiaoxiao into his life. After all, Zhou Xiaoxiao was a genius as a medical student, even her tutor was full of praise. So whether it's from an emotional point of view or a practical point of view, Zhou Xiaoxiao has a reason to stay. But the problem is, who can guess what the daughter's family is thinking? But Zhou Xiaoxiao's reaction was a bit beyond Chen Hao's expectations. In other words, if I choose to stay, then I will live with you, brother Haozi? Yes. Section 30. Okay. Then I choose to go home. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He thought that this little girl liked him a little and would be happy to live with him. It turned out to be Yi Gong's love for dragons. But Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes became more and more determined. Go home and pack your clothes, and then move in with brother Haozi. Brother Haozi, this is what you said, the two of us, we will live together forever. Never separate. Ha? Chen Hao couldn't help but frown, thinking, why do I feel like I've brought in a hungry wolf? I won't be squeezed out of nothing. Forget it, it's a blessing, not a curse, it's a curse that can't be avoided. But why didn't I notice before that this little girl is becoming more and more feminine? Looking at the scene of Zhou Xiaoxiao jumping home to get clothes. Chen Hao touched his chin thoughtfully. He used to think of Xiaoxiao as a younger sister, so he didn't pay much attention to Xiaoxiao's figure. Now that the relationship is ambiguous, he suddenly found that Xiaoxiao is really a top-notch figure with a score of 95. Because it's just like an exam. It's easy to get from 60 to 80 points, but it's hard to get to 90 points. The higher you go, the harder it is. Basically, every 1 point is as difficult as ascending to heaven. So 95 points, that is basically a top-notch figure that only exists in comics. Think about it this way, how much scenery I missed before. Zhou Ting said that it's better for me to marry Lin Yushan than marry his sister. Chen Hao shook his head and smiled, and thought of the days when he and Zhou Ting quarreled with each other. He really missed it a little. It's a pity that Zhou Ting is still dead now. So he can only, heartbrokenly, find some top-notch goddesses to live with. Deal with Zhou Xiaoxiao first. So Chen Hao took out the secret key. Silly girl, help me lower the oxygen concentration in Xiaoxiao's room, to make people want to sleep, but not hurt the brain. Okay, master, I'll do it for you right away. This is the benefit of having a smart housekeeper. You can directly use the air filtration system of the safe house to adjust the oxygen concentration. Once the enemy invades, the oxygen can be directly drained, and killing people can be invisible. So soon, Chen Hao saw that Zhou Xiaoxiao yawned in the room, and then fell asleep sweetly on the bed. Done. After doing this, Chen Hao went out and came to the elevator entrance on the 32nd floor. But Chen Hao did not take it lightly. What if Wu Shiqing was a spy arranged by the Black Property Management or Song Hongfei, just to trick Chen Hao to move the big rock? Then Chen Hao would have to do some tricks. So Chen Hao directly turned on the radar detection function to detect all the movements in the elevator. In the rapidly rising elevator, there was only one woman, with her hands on her chest, walking around uncomfortably. It was like the first time she came out to fool around. Interesting, it's on the left. So Chen Hao stretched out his hand and swallowed the rock on the left into the creation space. Ding! The elevator door opened. Chen Hao and Wu Shiqing looked at each other. Wu Shiqing was a little surprised. She thought that Chen Hao's stingy look might be a bald middle-aged man. It turned out that he was quite handsome. Section 33. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Chen Hao raised his chin directly. What are you doing? Come here quickly. Oh. Wu Shiqing hugged her chest tighter with both hands, then lowered her head and walked out very nervously. Do you know where I live? Why do you keep walking with your head down? I don't know, over there. Chen Hao pointed to the direction of 3201 and asked Wu Shiqing to go there first. Probably because it was the first time to sell her body, Wu Shiqing was very nervous and didn't think much about it. She walked in the direction of Chen Hao's finger and went in as soon as she saw the door. But unexpectedly, she was covered by a glass container as soon as she entered the door. Wu Shiqing was a little panicked for a while. What is this? Don't worry, this is just a routine sterilization process to ensure that you don't bring germs into the safe house. Chen Hao said after sealing the elevator entrance with stones. Again, germs are rampant in the doomsday, so Musk has already arranged the sterilization process and set it at the door. So after a white spray was sprayed on Wu Shiqing finally entered Chen Hao's room. As soon as she came in, Wu Shiqing felt something different due to the heavy rain. The air humidity was very high. Although she also turned on the air conditioner in the rental house, the thick water vapor made people's bodies sticky and wet, and the body felt very uncomfortable. But here in Chen Hao, there is no such feeling at all, making people feel warm as if they were basking in the sun in winter. So Wu Shiqing couldn't help but be moved. It's so comfortable. It's comfortable, but acupuncture still needs acupuncture. You don't be so anxious. When Wu Shiqing heard the word acupuncture, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Chen Hao just held a test needle in his hand. What are you thinking? I just want to confirm whether you have any problem. You have a problem. Wu Shiqing grumbled in dissatisfaction, and then she felt a pain in her arm. A drop of blood had been taken by Chen Hao. The result showed green. Safe. Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Come on. Wait a minute. Wu Shiqing blushed and called Chen Hao. This is my first time, so, can I make a request? This is my first time, so, can I make a request? Huh? Chen Hao was a little surprised. In this open age, especially among the open-minded college students, there is actually a perfect one. The key is that she looks good, so this is simply a treasure among treasures. So since it is a treasure, Chen Hao is not in a hurry to gobble it up. Delicious things need to be tasted well. Tell me what you want. Be careful and don't make me angry. I want to drink some wine, Wu Shiqing said with a blush on her face. This group of female college students has also studied these things between men and women in school. Although they have no practical experience, they have rich theoretical experience. Because it hurts the first time, drinking some wine and getting tipsy can relieve it a little. But Wu Shiqing also knows that water resources are very tight now. Even drinking water is scarce, let alone alcohol and other things. After all, I am not an alcoholic. Who would stock up alcohol at home? So there is no great expectation. But Chen Hao just smiled when he heard it. What can't be satisfied with such a simple request? So Chen Hao stood up, walked to Wu Shiqing's side, and gently exhaled a breath of hot air in Wu Shiqing's ear. I'll show you a little magic. Come. Close your eyes. As Chen Hao said, he reached out and gently covered Wu Shiqing's eyes. Wu Shiqing's heart was pounding. She thought of many possibilities. The biggest possibility is that Chen Hao felt that she was too annoying, and then he knocked her out with an elbow, and then did that illegal thing. However, to Wu Shiqing's surprise, she smelled a refreshing fragrance, the smell of fruitwood steak. So Wu Shiqing's little glutton was seduced all at once. Because the water supply was cut off for most of the day, there was no way to cook. Wu Shiqing had only eaten a little biscuits from morning to now. After all, the discomfort of thirst is far greater than hunger. So Wu Shiqing didn't feel anything at first, but now when she smelled the aroma of steak, the little glutton in her stomach was immediately hooked. At this time, Chen Hao's magnetic voice rang in Wu Shiqing's ears. You can open your eyes. Wu Shiqing couldn't wait to open her eyes, and was surprised by the scene in front of her in an instant, because in front of her was a dining table, and on the table, there were not only fragrant fruitwood steaks, but also caviar that was more expensive than gold, and even handmade ice cream desserts, etc. But the most important thing is a bottle of decanted red wine, genuine 1982 Lafite, and a glass of lemonade at just the right temperature. These are luxurious meals that ordinary people can hardly eat in normal times, let alone today when it is raining heavily. So Wu Shiqing was somewhat touched, because she felt that she was valued. Rather than simply being used as a tool for others to vent their anger. So Wu Shiqing suddenly had a different emotion towards Chen Hao. Thank you, you're welcome, you are my woman today, so I will spoil you today. Chen Hao raised his glass and gently touched the rim of Wu Shiqing's glass, which made Wu Shiqing confused and fascinated. The words just now were a little gentle and a little overbearing. One more point would be too oily, one less point would be too bland. So this feeling is just right. This kind of man is just right. Doing things in this mood is just right. Wu Shiqing. 2 hours later, Wu Shiqing limped into the elevator. Of course Chen Hao sent her out and her body was exhausted. The steak was really delicious. The red wine was really delicious. But Chen Hao was really ruthless when he did things. I almost didn't have the strength to go home. Or Chen Hao fed her some glucose before leaving, otherwise she would have really no strength at all. How could such a ruthless and gentle man not be fascinating? Damn bastard. Next time. Not coming next time, right? Wu Shiqing herself was not sure. And Chen Hao, after Wu Shiqing left, sealed the elevator entrance with rocks again, and took out the secret key tablet. The radar record on the tablet showed that after Wu Shiqing came, a group of people took the elevator to the 32nd floor quietly, but were blocked by rocks again. Is it the Black Property Group? These guys are really persistent. They want to retaliate against me as soon as they find a chance. Chen Hao immediately wanted to kill. After all, being remembered by others is not a good thing. At the same time, some heavy news finally reached everyone's ears. Extreme disaster. A supergiant water meteorite hit the Pacific Ocean. It rolled up a 50-meter-high wave. It directly engulfed several countries and many cities. The death toll is expected to exceed 100 million. The number of people affected will reach more than 500 million. The impact of the water meteorite is spreading, and it is expected to officially affect our country as early as tomorrow. Experts predict that this supergiant water meteorite falling into the Pacific Ocean will quickly raise the sea level. Many cities in the south will face the crisis of flooding. Due to the influence of heavy rainstorms, many cities in the north have suffered the heaviest rainfall in history. Urban drainage is tense and has fallen into flood disasters. One piece of news after another is shocking. Many people can already see that the end of the world is waving to everyone. Everyone is discussing, where else is safe? The southern cities will be flooded, so will it be safe to go to the north? It's useless. Haven't you seen the news? The north is already flooded, and it will be flooded as well. And in this kind of heavy rain, how can the plane take off? It's impossible. What should we do? Can we just wait to die? Just like hiding from a flood, if you are afraid of being flooded, you have to climb to a higher place. Damn! Isn't living on the 32nd floor the safest? It's only temporary. If you really want to be safe, you have to run to the mountains, the higher the better. Otherwise, look at the news, a 50-meter-high flood. The whole building will be trampled down. Fuck! What are you waiting for? I feel like running with my family. It's too late, what did you say? Don't you know? The underground parking garage has been filled with water. Now the water has flooded the first floor and is flooding the second floor. Section 34. The owners who lived on the lower floors suddenly panicked. They usually thought that the second floor was the most convenient place to go up and down, but now it has become the place where people are most likely to drown. So the residents living on the second floor started going crazy. Upstairs. Is there anyone who will take us in? Any conditions are acceptable. Oh, really? Some people have already started to have other ideas. Upstairs. Is there anyone who will take us in? Any conditions are acceptable. Oh, really? Real. Okay. Chat privately. Soon, the owner downstairs and the owner upstairs added private messages, but the result of the chat was either silence or blacklisting. Ask your wife to stay with me, and I will take you in. Are you crazy? This is absolutely not okay. Then your whole family will drown together. Anyway, it's your choice, either the whole family will drown together, or your wife will be wronged alone. Even if my whole family dies together, I won't betray my wife. But such people are only a minority, and the majority of people choose to remain silent, because if they don't live at home, they can only live in the stairwells on various floors, and stairwells allow people to walk around. This place makes people feel very insecure. I feel like I'm going to get bitten at any moment. This is derived from biological instinct and is a resistance to unsafe environments. Engraved in my bones. And more importantly, food. Because modern people's lives are very delicate, they have to cook their own meals, or order takeout if they can't, and rarely stock up on emergency dry food, so once you live in the stairwell, you can't cook or order takeout, so you can only survive. Starve. Therefore, it is necessary to sacrifice one person to save more people, especially to save yourself. It's really hard to choose. In such an environment, the atmosphere of the entire community has become subtle. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Suddenly, more than 100 friend requests appeared on Chen Hao's mobile phone, the most received in the entire building. Because Chen Hao lives on the top floor, in theory, it is the safest and most promising floor for rescue, so everyone wants to live there. Chen Hao, let me live at your place and I can give you money. No shortage of money, thank you. Chen Hao, do you know my girlfriend? Although she looks average, she has a pretty good figure and has some unique skills. I guarantee you will like her. Do you think you can let us live there? Then let your girlfriend live in alone, okay? Chen Hao, we are all neighbors. At times like this, we should help each other, right? Want to have sex for nothing? See you on the blacklist. Bye. Chen Hao didn't tolerate any of them and kicked back all these people's requests. There is no free lunch in this world. Once you give them free white rice, they will ask for 3 dishes and 1 soup. This is human nature. Sure enough, after Chen Hao rejected these people started to angrily criticize Chen Hao. The humility before is completely gone. Chen Hao. You are so heartless and unjust. You will be punished by God. You're fucking sick, aren't you? I gave you my girlfriend to play with, but you didn't take me in, only her. You inhuman thing. I'll fuck all 18 generations of your family. What a bitch. But Chen Hao scolded them as he pleased, because the harder they scolded them now, the humbler they would be when they came to beg Chen Hao again. It was just beyond everyone's expectations that at this time, the group of black property owners actually stepped forward to maintain the overall situation. Don't panic, everyone. We have received instructions from the government. Although the floods this time are very fierce. But the government is already gathering our people's soldiers to carry out rescue operations in various places. So let's stay calm, they will definitely come to save us. Therefore, before the rescue arrives, our property management will first arrange accommodation for the residents below the 5th floor. We will open the unused houses in the building for everyone to live temporarily. And we will not charge any fees. After seeing these messages about property, Brother Wang, the person who was calling Wang Miao a dog before now calls him Brother Wang in an extremely affectionate manner. Brother Wang. I wrongly blamed you before. I apologize to you here. It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother Wang, take this little thought as my apology. It's not much, only 888 yuan, take it. Serving the owners is what our property management company should do. There is no need to give red envelopes. Brother Wang. Awesome. A thumbs up emoticon was added at the end. For a moment, everyone changed their faces. They were all full of praise for Wang Niao and this group of black property owners. At the same time, they all came to ridicule Chen Hao. The difference between people can be seen at a glance. Chen Hao, a selfish person like you will definitely be liquidated after the flood is over. When the time comes, we will definitely be paraded through the streets. Paraded through the streets. Stop it, being in the same building with such a person is simply disgusting. They all exchanged nasty words, as if the rescue army was about to arrive, typical halftime popping of champagne. Moreover, it is still unknown whether there is actually a rescue army. I remember that in the previous life, there was no rescue army at all. Chen Hao's eyes immediately flashed with 2 brilliant lights. In fact, the government did organize rescue activities, but finally gave up. Why? Because there was no way to start. All parts of the country were affected by disasters. If you want to carry out rescue, you must at least invest in hundreds of soldiers, but the question is, are there so many soldiers? The soldiers from all over the country added up, but only in the millions. The gap is so big that it can't be solved at all. So we can only shrink the scale and give priority to rescuing key areas, key units, and key figures. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. So in this community, what key figures can be worth the soldiers' priority rescue? Of course there are none. Interesting. Since the government has no possibility of rescue in the first time, why do they spread this news? There is only one possibility, it is for some unspeakable secret. Shenhao smiled slightly, and immediately figured out the key point at this moment. Although the government has not yet stated the rescue plan, most people still have a dependent mentality, waiting for the government to help them. So Wang Niu and others, at this time, it is easy to deceive most people in the name of the government. And once these people are fooled, they come out of the house and move to the place designated by Wang Niu and others. Then all their supplies will be controlled by Wang Niu and others, right? You know, in this environment, the longer you live, the more likely you are to wait for rescue, so sufficient supplies are the top priority. What if the supplies are not enough? Then you have to do whatever it takes like Wang Niu and others, and grab other people's supplies. Only in this way, death belongs to others, and the chance to live is left to yourself. And the fact is, just as Chun Hao thought, what so-called government announcement? There is none at all. It was all Li Jian's advice to Wang Niu. Brother Wang, this is a good opportunity for us. We don't have much supplies, so we must seize other people's supplies now. So more than a dozen owners and tenants from the 2nd to 5th floors were not on guard, but opened the door to welcome them warmly. Thank you. Thank you. But they didn't notice that Wang Niu, Li Jian, and others all showed wolf-like eyes, aimed at their drinking water. Aimed at their food. Aimed at their wives. Brother Wang, which floor should we live on first? You can live next to me first. Wang Niu took the key and led more than a dozen owners and tenants on the lower floors to the 17th floor, to the house next to the property dormitory. This was also the owner's house. Because he was not in the country for many years, it was requisitioned as a dormitory by the property. Of course, the owner himself did not know about this. After Wang Niu led people over, at first, he still had a bright smile on his face. As you can see, beds are in short supply now, so everyone must obey the arrangements so that everyone has a place to live. Do you have any objections? No. More than a dozen owners and tenants cooperated with Wang Niu's work. After all, living on the lower floors, there is a possibility of being flooded at any time. So being able to move to the 17th floor is like going from hell to heaven. But they don't know yet that now is the beginning of their hell. Wang Niu nodded, still smiling brightly. Okay, everyone, put the water and food on our side first. In extraordinary times, we must pay attention to unified distribution. This will be more conducive to everyone's unity. It will also be more conducive to everyone's survival together. Everyone was a little reluctant to hand over water and food. Wang Niu immediately frowned a little. What's your attitude? We kindly cooperated with the government and arranged for you to move out of the dangerous floor, and this is how you cooperate? Good. If you don't want to cooperate, then I'll go back downstairs. No. It's just cooperation. I must cooperate. A thin and wretched man nicknamed Skinny Monkey was the first to hand over his things. He didn't have much stuff in the first place, only 2 bottles of water and a few packs of instant noodles. After handing in the things, he could get more after the unified distribution. Section 35. The others saw that Shouho had handed in his things, so they had no choice but to do the same. Looking at the water and food gradually increasing in the living room, Wang Niu nodded with satisfaction and gave the next instruction. Okay. Thank you all for cooperating with our work. I thank you on behalf of the government. The next step is to arrange accommodation. Because it is an extraordinary period, beds are in short supply. So everyone has to sleep in bunk beds, just like in a student dormitory. Since it is a dormitory, it must be divided into male and female dormitories. Men, follow Captain Li Jian to the next room, rooms 1 and 2. The men didn't think much about it, took their pillows and quilts, and followed Li Jian into the room. Li Jian, who became the security captain, was very proud and pointed to 2 of the rooms. Go in. Just find a bed. Okay. Although Li Jian's attitude was more arrogant than Wang Niu's, after handing over the supplies, the group of men became more and more obedient. But gradually, the group of men found something wrong. They came over, and then several old people and children came over, but none of the women in their 20s and 30s came over. Feeling that something was wrong, someone finally couldn't help but ask. Excuse me, why hasn't my wife come over yet? What's the hurry? Now is an extraordinary period. Everyone's mental state is very fragile, especially women. So Manager Wang, on behalf of the organization, expressed condolences to them. Li Jian said as a matter of course, but just as he finished speaking, a sound of and ah came from next door. Hearing this familiar voice, some people immediately felt their blood boiling. They felt hot all over. Only their heads were cold. You beasts! What? We are working on behalf of the government. Who of you has any objections? As Li Jian spoke, he took out a stun gun from his back. Beside him, a group of security guards also took out stun guns, lined up, and looked at the group of men with amusement. The 2 sides confronted each other for less than 5 seconds. Several bachelors, represented by Shouo, quietly returned to the dormitory and sat down. For them, it was none of their business, so of course they just ignored it. And the remaining men, looking at the elderly and children in their own homes who were trembling with fear, and then looking at the stun guns in the hands of Li Jian and others, could only return to the dormitory in humiliation and become green turtles. Li Jian and other security guards immediately laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Obeying the arrangements is your best choice. Ha ha ha. Being humiliated so mercilessly, many people silently shed tears of regret. Now, they no longer have water, food, or even their wives. If they had known this earlier, they would have begged Chen Hao to take them in. It's a pity that it's useless to regret now. However, this is just their wishful thinking, because even if they ask Chen Hao to take them in, Chen Hao may not take them in. Woo! It's so comfortable to sleep. Brother Haozi, why do I feel that I can sleep more and more recently? Zhou Xiaoxiao rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, she slept for more than 10 hours yesterday after getting drunk, and slept for most of the day today because Chen Hao lowered the oxygen concentration, and she slept almost the whole day in total. Maybe I was too tired before. Chen Hao smiled and said, thinking that this is the type of girl he wants to take in, good-looking. And has a skill. As for women, if they want to keep a man only by their looks, it won't last long. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Really? Maybe, there seems to be some strange smell at home? As a medical student, Zhou Xiaoxiao has a very developed sense of smell, so she started to sniff everywhere. Chen Hao thought, no way. He has already ventilated the room, how can Zhou Xiaoxiao still smell a strange smell? Could she be a dog? No. Maybe it's the smell of a steak I just ate. Brother Haozi, what flavor of steak did you eat? Fruitwood steak is steak grilled with fruitwood, so the smell of the house should be the smell of fruitwood. No. The smell of the house is not the smell of fruit, but more like a milky smell. Zhou Xiaoxiao said very decisively, along the table, along the sofa, gradually all the way to Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao calmly pushed Zhou Xiaoxiao away. You must be hungry and want to drink a cup of hot milk. Okay, I'll get you a cup of hot milk. Then he calmly walked to the refrigerator. But behind Chen Hao, Zhou Xiaoxiao frowned suspiciously, and then looked at Chen Hao up and down with a suspicious look, and said secretly in his heart. Definitely, there is a problem. Feeling this kind of look, Chen Hao was also a little helpless. Who would have thought that Zhou Xiaoxiao's sense of smell was so sensitive? But when it comes to food, everyone's food reserves are not much. Thinking of those people before, they actually dared to scold him, Chen Hao felt unhappy, so it's time to give them a little counterattack. So Chen Hao sent a message to the group, not a message of declaration of war. But a message of weakness. Does anyone have any food at home? I want to borrow some from you. But in fact, I'm kidding. Chen Hao eats so much that he can't count them all. There are more than 5,000 kinds of dishes for the main meal alone. Not to mention the countless snacks, treats, desserts and so on. He just wants to play the pig and eat the tiger. But the people in the group don't know. They are used to Chen Hao's confrontational side, so when they suddenly see Chen Hao showing weakness, they are all very excited. They feel that they can finally bully Chen Hao. Does anyone have any food at home? I want to borrow some food from you. Seeing the message sent by Chen Hao, the whole community group was boiling. There was no way. There are many people who are jealous of Chen Hao's 5 million. So now as soon as they get the chance, all these monsters and demons will come out immediately. No way, don't tell me you didn't prepare any food, did you? You won 5 million. No, it rained suddenly, I really didn't prepare. Do you have any food? Are you kidding me? You didn't have any food? Every day, the couriers delivered the couriers to your house by truck. Ha 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 ha. You don't know this. He bought toys, game consoles and so on. Stupid, why did he buy these? Sentimental consumption. It is said that the more unfortunate a person's childhood is, the more he likes to compensate himself with toys. Oh. So it was an unfortunate childhood. No wonder his character is so bad. Winning 5 million is more arrogant than winning 50 billion. Ha, for this kind of person, I just want to say one thing, he deserves it. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be disobeyed, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be survived. Don't sympathize with him. Think about what he did before, blocking the lanes and cutting off the water supply. He deserves to starve to death. Wait a minute, I remember he has bodyguards, he won't let them out to rob later, right? Don't worry about that, I saw that night, all his bodyguards left. All gone? Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, if God wants him to perish, he will make him crazy first. Now that he is done with his madness, he should die. Ha 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 ha. The voices of kicking someone when he is down were extremely cheerful in the community group, as if the haze of the rainstorm was swept away because of Chen Hao's unlucky situation. Looking at the pictures of these people sneering and mocking, Chen Hao couldn't help but chuckle, and then sent out a phishing message again. I can pay for food. As soon as the message came out, there was a brief silence in the group. After all, in the eyes of most people, the rainstorm disaster is only temporary, so after the disaster, the money can still be used. So they wanted to take the opportunity to make a lot of money from Chen Hao. I have instant noodles here, do you want them? Chen Hao replied immediately. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. 500 yuan a pack. What? 500 yuan. Yes. Do you still want 5 yuan a pack? It's time now, and it's raining so hard outside, 500 yuan a pack is very reasonable, okay. Don't you think so? Yes. 500 yuan a pack, it's already a bargain. By the way, I have ham sausages here, do you want them? 100 yuan per stick. Chen Hao looked at it and smiled, deliberately not replying. But the quieter he was, the more excited these crazy dogs became. Chen Hao, I still have half a pack of Oreos here, do you want some? I just opened it this morning and there's still half left. I'll sell it to you for 888. Isn't that expensive? Section 36, what's going on? Why don't you speak? Didn't you win 5 million? Don't be so stingy. Chen Hao, let me calculate an account for you. If you starve to death, then you won't be able to spend a penny of your 5 million, but you can buy some food with 50,000 or 100,000. When the storm passes, you will still be a millionaire, right? That's right, don't be so stingy, otherwise you will only harm yourself. Do you want it or not? If not, I will raise the price. 1 pack of instant noodles, 1,000 yuan. A large number of messages flooded the screen, all of which were selling food to Chen Hao at high prices, and of course, they did not forget to ridicule Chen Hao. But among so many people, there are still one or two who care about Chen Hao. The first is of course Zhou Xiaoxiao. Brother Hausi, are we out of food? I remember, I still have some instant noodles at home. As Zhou Xiaoxiao spoke, she trotted over to help Chen Hao get the instant noodles. But he was stopped by Chen Hao. A few packs of instant noodles, no need. We still have food at home. Then I understand. Brother Hausi, you are too boring and you are just teasing them. Clever. Chen Hao gave Zhou Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Besides Zhou Xiaoxiao, there was another person who came to care about Chen Hao, Wu Shiqing, who was still limping. Are you out of food at home? I still have some biscuits here, do you want to share some with you? It's okay, I can still bear it. Chen Hao was a little surprised by Wu Shiqing's concern. He didn't expect that Wu Shiqing not only had a good figure, but also had a better heart. So Chen Hao secretly remembered this in his heart: when Wu Shiqing is short of food, he can support Wu Shiqing once. As for whether it can be supported for the second time? Sorry, I refuse to have sex for free. Then Chen Hao checked again and saw that in the group, the price of food had been getting higher and higher, even reaching 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Chen Hao chuckled and threw the phone aside quickly. These people will reap the consequences. Xiao, come here, here is the hot milk you asked for, as well as macarons and donuts, and by the way, there are also freshly baked cookies. Seeing Chen Hao conjuring up a lot of food like magic, Zhou Xiaoxiao opened her eyes in disbelief. Brother Hausi, there are so many. There are so many, I can't finish them all. It's okay. Just throw it aside if you can't finish it. I'll change it for you tomorrow afternoon. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As Chen Hao said, he took a photo with his mobile phone and turned on the beauty function to make the food more attractive. In this way, the first day passed and the next morning arrived. Someone sent a message at early in the morning. Chen Hao, have you had breakfast? I'm having porridge at home. It's hot, piping hot rice porridge. Would you like a bowl? A bowl only costs 2,000 yuan. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao, we are also eating steamed buns at home. But they are quick frozen, so they are cheaper for you. One steamed bun is 1,000 yuan. How about it? Is it interesting? Do you want instant noodles? Today they only sell for 2,000 yuan, but they won't be at this price tomorrow. Why don't you say anything? Damn. You're not starving to death, are you? It's not that easy. It will take 3 days to die if you don't eat. You must be a miser and don't want to spend money to buy food. He deserves to starve to death. However, Chen Hao just smiled calmly behind his mobile phone, and then set a table of dishes for himself, which wasn't much, just 8 dishes in one soup. White-cut chicken, braised pork, sauced pork trotters, hand-caught mutton, stir-fried beef, oyster cabbage, kung pao chicken, Cantonese roast duck. Reluctantly, just eat a few bites of one dish. As for the ridicule in the WeChat group, when you are bald and others laugh at you as bald, you will be angry, but when you have a full head of hair, others still call you bald? I don't feel any humiliation at all, I even feel like laughing. On the third day, there was obviously less ridicule in the WeChat group. Because by this time, many people have nothing to eat. So there is no food, how can they still mock Chen Hao? And what's even more terrifying is that the government rescue mentioned before has not yet come. So there were only a few people in 2s and 3s who felt depressed and panicked, so they came to Chen Hao for fun. Chen Hao, are you starving to death? Come out and say something. For a pack of instant noodles today, I won't charge you 5,000 yuan, nor will I charge you 8,000 yuan. I'll just charge you 4,500 yuan. You're not really going to starve to death, are you? But seeing the intensity of the ridicule in the group, they were starting to lose their strength. Chen Hao knew that it was time for him to come out and show off. Your products are too expensive, can they be made cheaper? Chen Hao pretended to be aggrieved and said something. It immediately attracted ridicule. This is too expensive. You really want money over your life. Don't be so fussy, these are extraordinary times, so it's normal for things to be a little more expensive. That's right. Let me be generous and sell you one pack of instant noodles for 6,666 yuan. How about it? That's fun. Seeing that the group started to ridicule Chen Hao again, many people who had already run out of food also joined in. Why? This is just like a poor loser claiming to be a rich second generation on the internet, just to seek a little spiritual superiority. Chen Hao, even if I pity you, I have a bag of potato chips here. As long as you call me dad 3 times, I will sell it to you at a low price of 1,888 yuan. How about it? Ha ha ha. This is good. At Chen Hao, recognize me as your godfather, and I will sell you the bread I had left yesterday at half price. It will be 3,333 yuan. At Chen Hao, I won't be so insulting. As long as you learn to bark 3 times in the group, I will sell you some of my dog food biscuits. Chen Hao, as long as you do a striptease in the group, I will give you a piece of want snow cake. Of course, I will still charge you a symbolic 888 yuan. You are too bullying. Even if I have to endure not eating for another 3 days, I will never do these things. Ha! Then forget it. A group of people laughed proudly and arrogantly because this is exactly what they want. They want to humiliate Chen Hao, but don't want to come up with anything substantial, because they themselves have nothing to eat and are already starting to starve. Then you'll just starve. If you don't eat for a few more days, you'll starve to death. It's okay, although I didn't eat anything, I can make do with other things. As Chen Hao said this, he sent a bunch of food photos to the group: Chinese food, Western food, French food, braised pork, steak, charcoal grilled snails. There were dozens of different dishes, plus the beauty of the polish, which looked dazzling and very tempting. It makes people want to drool just by looking at them. Fuck. You don't eat, do you mean you only eat vegetables? Damn it. You cry poor in the group every day. But you eat better than anyone else. You're so fucking shameless. You're playing us like monkeys, aren't you? We're so kind to sell you food. That's right. They're so cheap. Behind the phone, everyone was broken by the sudden food screen. Because what people fear most is that the people they look down on live better than themselves. And much better. But the most important thing is that, in this way, everything they did to Chen Hao before would become clown behavior. So some people began to desperately deny Chen Hao's life. Impossible. These photos are definitely from the past. After the rainstorm, you can't eat so many delicious foods. Chen Hao said nothing, just calmly sent out some photos, all of which were time-stamped, proving that he took these photos after the rainstorm. TSK. Just some online pictures. As long as you are willing to search online, you can download these pictures. Chen Hao still said nothing, just calmly took a photo of himself eating breakfast, and then sent it to the group. The breakfast he ate was not very rich, just some Cantonese tea snacks, tiger skin chicken feet, steamed shrimp dumplings, black bean ribs, money tripe, radish cake, water chestnut cake, etc., a total of 18 kinds. Filled the table. Seeing this photo, the group suddenly became dead silent. Because these losers found that Chen Hao not only had a lot of food, but also showed a section of his white thighs in the photo. This means that Chen Hao not only had food, he also had women to accompany him. So a raging anger burned in everyone's heart. Damn. This bastard. Because if Chen Hao's life was only a little better than theirs, they would only envy him. But if it was much better than them, they would start to be jealous. And now, Chen Hao's life is simply a fairy life. But they are like in hell. That can only be a strong hatred. This kind of life should be mine. I should live a life with women and food. Where did he get so much food? I've obviously eaten all my food. Fuck. I really want to go to his house and grab some. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. However, before such hatred burned to the highest point, Chen Hao released another news that made people grit their teeth. Section 37. If you have scolded me before, I will not sell you any food. But beautiful women who have not scolded me before, you can consider buying food from me. The price is fair. And you can also get a chance to take a bath in my house for free. Come quickly. Seeing this group of messages, countless men cursed. Fuck. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. I don't care. And take a bath. Who cares about this kind of thing? But when they looked at their wives, they were horrified to find that their young and beautiful wives were secretly shining. There is no way. Women just like to take a bath. Plus the water has been cut off for several days. So the whole body starts to smell, which is really unbearable for women. So countless men felt cold. I think there might be another green thing on their heads. Hee hee, cool. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chen Hao looked at the dead silence in the group, and couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. Don't think that no one in the group seems to pay attention to Chen Hao. In fact, silence is better than words. Because these people only have anger in their minds. They don't even want to talk. Brother Hausi, you are so mean. They must be very crazy now. Zhou Xiaoxiao sat opposite Chen Hao, tilted her head and smiled at Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled. If I can't make them crazy, then what's the point of me posting these things? Besides, if they respect me, how can they feel offended by me now? That makes sense. In the final analysis, it's their own character that has problems. Zhou Xiaoxiao just said, and then changed the subject. But, Brother Hausi, what's the matter with your welcoming beauties to my house to take a bath? Don't you really want them to take a bath in our house? Chen Hao can already feel that Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes have a hint of strong jealousy. But before Chen Hao could speak, Zhou Xiaoxiao spoke again. Actually, Brother Hausi, I am not an unreasonable person. I just want you to be more selective and not bring everyone back. Her tone was resentful, just like a little complaining woman. Chen Hao was a little speechless. I really didn't know whether to say that this little girl was reasonable. Or did she have some special attributes? But at this moment, a special message was sent to everyone's mobile phone. It was a government announcement. Notice. Due to the influence of heavy rain, the power supply is tight. So from now on, the power supply will be limited every day, from 12 noon to 13 p.m. every day, the power supply will be for 1 hour. Please use electricity reasonably. Thank you for your cooperation. Seeing this notice, countless people were dumbfounded. The water supply has been cut off, and now there is a power outage? But the most important thing is, when will the rescue arrive? There is no mention in the notice. Is this asking people to fend for themselves? So many people have begun to despair. It's over. It's over. The government doesn't care about us anymore. We're finished. Fuck. What kind of government is this? Why the hell don't they come to save me? Why? Hubby, we have no food anymore, what should we do? I don't know, waste. Marrying you is really unlucky. If I had known this, I should have waited a few years and married Chen Hao. What did you say? What did I say? I said I want to marry Chen Hao. Look at him. He can eat 8 dishes every day. What about me? I can only drink porridge with you every day, but now I can't even drink porridge. Such scenes were staged in one family after another, making countless people hate Chen Hao even more. If it weren't for Chen Hao, everyone would only think that everyone's life was difficult and there would be no dissatisfaction. But it was because of Chen Hao's show of wealth that their incompetence was completely exposed. Chen Hao. Fuck you. I must kill you if I have a chance. At the same time, in the black property dormitory on the 17th floor, Wang Niu was holding a cigarette in his mouth, hugging a young wife of another family with a score of 70, and exhaled a long smoke ring. On his mobile phone, a photo of Chen Haoxuan's 8 dishes and 1 soup was displayed. This kid eats so well, it seems that he has a lot of supplies. Brother Wang, do you want to swallow his supplies? Li Jian came up, holding another wife with a score of 68 in his arms. If there is something good, of course Wang Niu will enjoy it first, and then distribute it layer by layer. But because Li Jian is now the captain of the security team, plus Wang Niu's dog-headed military advisor, he can be regarded as the second in command in the team. Hearing Li Jian say this, Wang Niu immediately glanced at him. Should I say it or not, Li Jian's brain is still very useful. As early as yesterday, he found a reason to collect everyone's mobile phones, so the dozen or so owners and tenants who were collected before, at this moment, don't know the situation outside, and are still waiting for government rescue. So Wang Niu believes in Li Jian's ability. But he is also worried about Li Jian's ability. So Wang Niu put on airs and spoke slowly. Tell me, what do you think? He. Brother Wang, isn't the reason why Chen Hao is so arrogant because he prepared some big rocks in advance to block the passage? As long as we get rid of these rocks, he will have no means. You don't have to tell me. If I could get it open, I would have done it already. Wang Niu said disdainfully. Li Jian smiled slyly. I have a way to get rid of that big rock. Real? Wang Niu found it a bit unbelievable, thinking that Li Jian had 3 heads and 6 arms? Otherwise, how could such a heavy stone be moved? But Li Jian just raised his hands and patted them. Snapped. 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 From outside the door, a thin and wretched man walked up immediately. It was the skinny monkey who looked the most useless. Hello, Brother Wang. Hello, Captain Li. What are you doing here? Wang Niu looked at the thin monkey up and down and said, he didn't think the thin monkey had the strength to move the stone. Li Jian explained. Brother, you know that slender monkey has been in jail, right? I've heard of it. What's the matter? I've been in jail. Do I still need an extra salary of 200 yuan every month? No. Brother, do you know what he committed and was imprisoned for? What's the matter? Selling fake fireworks. When he heard the words fake fireworks, Wang Niu's eyes suddenly lit up. Because fireworks and explosives actually have the same properties. So anyone who can make fake fireworks can definitely make explosives. You know how to make explosives? Yes. Of course I will. Skinny Monkey nodded vigorously, looking at Wang Niu and Li Jian's extravagant life, eating well and drinking spicy food all day long, and sleeping with other people's wives. He didn't know how greedy he was. So he had long wanted to show off, and then he would join in, have fun and drink spicy food together, and even sleep with other people's wives. But Wang Niu thought about it and snorted contemptuously. But if you know how to make explosives, what's the use? There are no materials here, let's make explosives for you. Brother Wang, to tell you the truth, there happens to be a batch of materials at my house that have not been used yet. Oh? Wang Niu's eyes lit up again, because Shouho lives on the 4th floor. Now, although the water level outside is still rising, it has only just reached the 3rd floor. So if you go get the materials at this time, you can definitely make a bomb. Seeing that Wang Niu was a little moved, Li Jian quickly came up and whispered in Wang Niu's ear. Brother Wang, you have to make a decisive decision. We all know the current situation. The government doesn't care about us, at least in the short term. So we have to find a way to survive on our own. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Most people are still holding back and don't want to snatch other people's supplies, so now is the best time for us to take action. No one will compete with us for Chen Hao's goal. Wang Niu nodded slightly after hearing this, feeling that what Li Jian said made sense. In everything, strike first and gain the upper hand. If you miss this opportunity today, someone else may take action tomorrow. But Wang Niu thought even further. Not only did he want to rob Chen Hao's supplies, but he also wanted to rob the entire building's supplies into his own hands. So Wang Niu thought of a way to declare war on Chen Hao. These are extraordinary times, so the materials in anyone's hands do not belong to individuals, they all belong to the collective. I hope you will consciously take out the materials and distribute them to those in need, don't be selfish, and then error. Section 38. After sending this message, Wang Niu felt that he was a genius. Speaking of high-sounding lies, it is also one said after another. And Wang Niu believed that once this message was sent, it would definitely cause other people to respond positively. At that time, As long as Chen Hao refused, he could go up and rob Chen Hao's supplies in the name of the Army of Justice. Then it was logical to call on other people to hand over the supplies to him for unified distribution. As for whether others were willing to give? Ha ha. As long as there were Chen Hao's supplies as bait, who would only want to eat steamed buns and not think about getting a bite of braised pork? Sure enough, after Wang Niu sent this message, a group of people who had long been resentful of Chen Hao stood up one after another. This time I support the property management. In an emergency, any supplies do not belong to individuals. They should be handed over to the collective and distributed uniformly. That's right. This is all for everyone to survive. I support this view. At Chen Hao, hand over all your supplies quickly. Otherwise you are a sinner. Hand over the supplies. At Chen Hao. Don't play dead. Come out and reply quickly. Chen Hao, who was chatting with a few young wives, was suddenly bombarded with a large number of messages on his phone, and was also confused. Part of the chat record leaked. What's going on? Looking again, it was the Black Property Management Group who came out to cause trouble, and he sneered immediately. These guys are really thieves. I haven't bothered you yet, but you are in a hurry to die. Okay. So Chen Hao raised his hand and replied a message in the group. If you want my supplies, you have to die. But I'm afraid that you will all die, and I'm still alive and well, ha 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 ha. Seeing that Chen Hao was so arrogant, others were angry. Chen Hao. You are simply ungrateful. You are a sinner. Who wants to kill Chen Hao? I support him with both hands. Support. Agree. Everyone was hysterical, and under the oppression of water and power outages, they all seemed a little crazy. Seeing this, Wang Niu smiled and felt that the time was ripe. Chen Hao, let me ask you one last time, will you hand over the supplies? If your answer is no, then we can only take necessary actions. But Wang Niu didn't know that Chen Hao was a little depressed at this time. Because of their commotion, the young wives who had come to Chen Hao enthusiastically before all retreated. If Chen Hao was killed, wouldn't they lose a lot? So they all chose to wait and see. So Chen Hao knew that he had to use a hard battle to prove his strength. So Chen Hao directly declared war. No need to ask, if you want supplies, come and grab them. But if you can't grab them, leave your life behind. Fuck. Is Chen Hao so arrogant? Where does he get the confidence? He's just pretending to be cool, who can't do that? If anyone beats up Chen Hao now, damn it, I'll just recognize him as my idol. Go to hell. What the hell? I agree. Seeing these messages in the group, Wang Niu was overjoyed. Chen Hao, this fool, has really angered the public again. He. God is really helping me. When I get rid of this guy, the people in the whole building will all gather on me. By then, I will be the king of this building. Wang Niu's face was full of expectations. Because of the collapse of social order, personal ambitions and desires have gradually become barbaric. So Wang Niu stretched out his hand and waved. Action. Then turn on the live broadcast. I want everyone to see how I get rid of Chen Hao. Understood. Li Jian and Shouhuo both showed evil smiles. As long as Wang Niu becomes the king of this building as he wishes, then the two of them will be the biggest contributors. In the future, they will be the prime minister and national teacher of this building. So Li Jian immediately mobilized his elite soldiers, 6 security guards, and 8 owners and tenants who were deceived before. Listen carefully. We are now working for the government. So in an extraordinary period, there are people who only want to eat alone and ignore the collective. Can we tolerate such people? No. That's right. We can't tolerate it. So we have to catch him. Judge him. Let him hand over all the supplies to the collective. Hand it over to the collective. Hand it over to the collective. Okay. Let's go. Li Jian gave the order with great pride. At this moment, his vanity was satisfied as never before. This is what he has always wanted. Become a powerful person. You can make others do anything with just a word or a finger. As long as I serve Brother Wang well and make him the king of this building, then I can become the second in command. No. If my strength grows, maybe it's not impossible to become the first in command. However, Li Jian didn't notice that when he was in high spirits, Wang Niu beside him was also looking at him coldly. There is a reason why emperors in the past have to kill meritorious officials. Because there are always some people who are too meritorious to be a threat to the emperor. So the two people with ulterior motives, with more than a dozen men, rushed to Chen Hao's 3201. And they also broadcast live all the way, in the community group. Most importantly, Chen Hao could see it. What does this mean? It means that Wang Niu is sure to win. So the community group was boiling. Fuck. Is it so exciting? Live broadcast? Ha 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 ha. Some people can't laugh now. With more than a dozen people coming together, even if Chen Hao is Lu Bu alive, he will definitely not be able to win. Not only can he not win, he will be completely pressed to the ground. At Chen Hao, are you nervous now? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that everyone in the group was supporting him, Wang Niu couldn't help but curl up a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. He now knew why the ancient emperors had to say a pretext for going to war when they went to war. Because it was so cool to have the advantage of public opinion. But before Wang Niu could be proud for too long, with a ding-dong sound, the elevator arrived at the 32nd floor, and the moment the elevator door opened, the huge stone blocking the elevator entrance was revealed. In an instant, everyone in the community was shocked by this scene. Fuck! Where did this stone come from? Such a big one. No wonder Chen Hao is so confident. It turns out he has this secret weapon. But how did he get such a big stone up? You don't care how he got it up, anyway. With such a big stone, it's basically impossible to move him. Yes, that's the truth. Looking at the live broadcast room, everyone had given up hope of catching Chen Hao, and Wang Niu couldn't help but feel happier. The so-called hero is to create miracles when everyone has given up hope. Skinny monkey, it's up to you. Okay, Brother Wang. The skinny and wretched skinny monkey came forward, holding a heavy thing in his arms. Even Chen Hao looked at the skinny monkey with interest. This guy, I don't think I've seen him in my last life. Is it because of me that the fate of some people has changed? Chen Hao guessed correctly. In the last life, because Chen Hao did not provoke Wang Niu, Li Jian had never been reused by Wang Niu, so Shou Ho and others were forced to leave after the flood flooded the 4th floor, and finally starved to death in the stairwell. Shou Ho went forward and touched the stone first, a little surprised, because this kind of stone weighs at least more than 10 tons. The difficulty of moving it up is not ordinary. It needs a large dose. After recognizing the stone, Shou Ho knew how much gunpowder to use. So Shou Ho took out a pen from his school bag and made a few marks on the stone. Brother Wang, please ask a few people to make holes in these places. Okay. Wang Niu glanced at Li Jian, and Li Jian immediately directed the lowest-ranking owners and residents to make holes in the stone. In a short while, several people used hammers and chisels to punch several holes in the stone. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It seems that they came prepared. The tools are so complete. And this skinny monkey is also good at blasting, and he actually used fixed-point blasting instead of brute force blasting. Chen Hao immediately saw that the skinny monkey's method was not simple. Section 39. Most people who have never learned how to blast, when they encounter such a big rock, they only know to increase the dose of gunpowder and use brute force to blast. But the result is that the stone is not damaged and a lot of gunpowder is wasted. But Thin Monkey's method is different. The few points he selected seem to have no connection, but once the gunpowder is inserted and detonated, the power of the gunpowder interacts and the stone will be shattered in an instant. The technique is quite clever. This guy is not like an ordinary person. He needs to be arrested and interrogated. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Chen Hao said with a wicked smile on his lips, because people with such superb explosive methods have either been in the engineering team or in the army. So if it's the latter, then maybe we can get some information about the army, and then Chen Hao can collect supplies for the army. Chen Hao is very interested in those tanks, rocket launchers, and so on. At the same time, Skinny Monkey had also arranged all the explosives, and surprisingly, the total amount of explosives he used was not much. It's almost as big as a few fists. Should we stay away? Wang Yo was a little nervous. But Shouho was very confident in his gunpowder dosage. No. We just need to stick it to the corner of the elevator and put the explosion shield in front of it. You sure? Sure. Good. Wang Yo immediately shrank into the corner. Standing in front of him were Li Jian and Shouho, and in front were several security guards. As for those standing in the front, they were naturally the group of slave-like owners and tenants. Click the lead. The thin monkey licked his lips excitedly and said, and lit the fuse. Suddenly, there were a few ba-ba sounds, and the fuses flew towards the flames like several fire snakes. Then there was a loud boom. Immediately afterwards, the boulder blocking the elevator entrance suddenly fell apart. Rumbled into several large pieces. The live broadcast room suddenly became excited. It exploded. It really exploded. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao is dead now. He has no support left. I can already imagine him kneeling down and begging for mercy. Quick, quick, quick. Go in and catch Chen Hao. Quick. Wang Yo also seemed particularly excited. He was only one step away from becoming the king of this building. So Wang Yo just squeezed out from the back and rushed to the front. Lead the charge towards Chen Hao's 3201. Brothers. Follow me. Catch Chen Hao. Brothers. Follow me. Catch Chen Hao. Wang Yo said with excitement, he couldn't wait to be the king of this building. And a very important point is that Wang Yo clearly remembers that Zhou Xiaoxiao on the 32nd floor was a beauty with a figure and appearance of over 95 points. Judging from the photos sent by Chen Hao, Zhou Xiaoxiao should be hiding in Chen Hao's house. Only such a woman is worthy of my status as a king. Those few now are all crooked. An evil smile immediately appeared on Wang Yo's face. He's not afraid of comparing goods, but he's afraid of comparing himself to others. Compared with Zhou Xiaoxiao, those nowadays cannot be called women at all, they just have holes. The barrage in the live broadcast room was also full of excitement. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao is finished. He probably never dreamed that the big rock he moved with all his efforts would be blown apart like this. I estimate that he must be hiding behind the door now, trembling with fear. You're kidding. What kind of door can be harder than a stone? That is. Ha 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 ha. It makes me a little excited. This thief Chen Hao must die. Under the cheers of everyone, Wang Yo and others rushed to the door of 3201, and then were stunned, because the door of 3201 was open. Chen Hao, sitting in the living room, where they could see him, slowly picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip. Bah! It tastes terrible. Then he poured it into the trash can next to him, replaced it with a cup of Coke, and took a big sip. Cool. The eyes of Wang Yo and others turned red. Because now, they can't even take a few sips of water. But Chen Hao not only had Coke to drink, he even threw away the coffee if he didn't want to drink it. Such a luxury. They don't even dare to think about it. But Chen Hao did just that. So Wang Yo took the lead. What are you waiting for? We must not let him ruin our food anymore. Go! As a result, Wang Yo had just stepped into the door of 3201, and the next second, there was a clang. The door closed automatically. Hold! Wang Yo was so frightened that he cursed, but before he could react, there was another bang and a glass wall locked him up. So at this time, Wang Yo was like a fish in a fish tank, trapped in a small place and unable to escape at all. Damn it! Let me out! Wang Yo violently raised his fist and hit the glass wall. But sorry, this glass is harder than steel. So Wang Yo punched twice, and the pain was so painful that tears flowed out. So he quickly turned around and attacked the door behind him. But I'm even more embarrassed. The material of this door is harder than the glass wall. So with just 2 clicks, Wang Yo bared his teeth and became honest, because if he continues to be dishonest, he will only suffer the consequences. At the same time, Li Jian and others outside the door went crazy. Brother Wang! Brother Wang! How are you, Brother Wang? I originally wanted to judge Chen Hao, but I didn't expect that just after they met, my boss was captured by Chen Hao. But more importantly, they are broadcasting live in the community group. So everyone in the community saw Wang Niu being captured by Chen Hao. And a team that even the boss was easily defeated, what dignity can there be? So Li Jian gritted his teeth. Break it down. Even if this door is made of steel today, it must be broken open by me. However, they never expected that although this door was not made of steel, it was dozens of times stronger than steel. So everyone grimaced in pain, and they all felt a burning pain in their hands and feet. Damn it! Damn it! How can this door be so hard? Li Jian's face was very distorted. After all, now he was broadcasting live to the entire community. It's such a mess because who else will obey them? But at this time, the skinny monkey came out again and kept touching the door of Chen Hao's house, making squeaking sounds in his mouth. This door is not an ordinary door. It should be made of alloy. Alloy? Yeah. It's the kind that's often used as a vault door, so if you hit it with your fist, you won't be able to break it open. What should we do? Hey! If you hit it with your fist, it won't be able to break it open. But you can still blow it through with explosives. Are you sure? Certainly. After meeting the field in which he was good at, Shouho couldn't help but feel proud. He knew that there must be many women looking at him now, and as long as he performed well, he could easily find a few to whip their horses and whips. So Shouho increased the dose and stuck the explosive package on the door of 3201, almost half of the door. Others were dumbfounded when they saw it. So many explosives? I'm afraid I'm going to blow up Brother Wang to death too. But the thin monkey just laughed. Don't worry. We just need so much explosives. Otherwise, we won't be able to blow open this door, let alone rescue Brother Wang. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Everyone, stay back. Li Jian directed everyone to retreat, and then nodded towards the thin monkey. The skinny monkey immediately lit the fuse and watched the little spark turn into a small fire snake and quickly dodged towards the explosive pack. Suddenly there was a loud bang. Everyone was shocked and dizzy. Fuck! So scary. Li Jian cursed, and then rushed over first. If Wang Niu saw him, and he was the first to rush over, then his position as second in command would be secure. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. However, what Li Jian never expected was that such a big pack of explosives, not to mention blowing open the door of Chen Hao's house, didn't even leave a scratch mark. What's going on? The thin monkey rushing over from the side was also stunned. This is impossible. With this dose, even the door of a bank's vault can be blown open. Is it possible that their door is more powerful than the bank's vault? Section 40. In a few words, everyone knew one important thing, that is, the door of Chen Hao's house was harder than the door of a bank vault. Full of security. And for women, what is the most important thing? Sense of security. Sense of security. Still feel safe. So almost instantly, all the women in the community were moved. Everyone wants to live in Chen Hao's house. Because it feels so safe. With a door like this, who needs to worry about someone knocking on the door in the last days? No, it's not. Li Jian is already sweating profusely. Based on his knowledge, he can only sweat profusely now and has no way to deal with it. It's just that they came to the door with such a big fanfare, now they can't get in, and if they retreat, the boss will still be in Chen Hao's hands, so Li Jian doesn't know what to do. At this time, someone on the side handed the phone to Li Jian as if he had discovered a new world. Captain Li, Chen Hao is broadcasting live in the community group. What? Li Jian quickly picked up his phone and looked at Chen Hao, sitting lazily on the sofa at home. Next to him was Zhou Xiaoxiao, whose appearance and figure were both above 95 points. He was feeding and cutting pieces into Chen Hao's mouth piece by piece. Of apples, damn. The mouths of the greedy people are watering. As for their boss, Wang Niu, he was locked in a pillar-like glass container and forced to stand. Because the glass container was not big, it was impossible to lie down in it. As long as Wang Niu sat down, Chen Hao would discharge electricity to make him bounce up. Looking at Wang Niu's embarrassed appearance, Chen Hao said slowly to the whole community while eating apples. I think you people haven't figured out the situation yet, so I specially started a live broadcast to help you figure it out. I, Chen Hao, am not the tyrant in this building, but the strongest in this community. So whoever of you wants to cause trouble for me will end up like him, unable to survive. Unable to survive. The live broadcast screen suddenly shifted from Chen Hao to Wang Niu, who was locked in a glass disinfection cabinet. At this time, Wang Niu was standing with a look of dissatisfaction, but he only had a temper and had no ability to resist Chen Hao. Wang Niu screamed in dissatisfaction. Chen Hao! If you have the ability, let me out. Let's challenge each other. Otherwise, you are a coward. However, Chen Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him and just calmly snapped his fingers. The bottom of the glass disinfection cabinet immediately released an electric current, which made Wang Niu scream, jumping up and down like a dog. Ah! Aha! I'm wrong! I'm wrong! Aha! Seeing Wang Niu jumping up and down, everyone was sweating profusely. Wang Niu, who is usually aloof and arrogant, is now so embarrassed. And all this is because of Chen Hao. So everyone's views on Chen Hao have changed. Arrogant. Make public. Show off. This is what men think of Chen Hao. Overbearing. Confidence. Make people feel safe. This is what women think of Chen Hao. But there are still some people who feel that Chen Hao's strength does not come from Chen Hao himself, but from his house. This guy must have renovated the house. If I can live in it, he. Do you understand everything? I, Chen Hao, am not someone you can afford to offend. So when I'm at home, you guys should stop looking for death. As for when I go out, you should hide as far away as you want, so as not to annoy me when I see you. Did you hear me? An arrogant tone, a domineering attitude that does not allow resistance, and an arrogant flamboyance. Make men jealous. Make women drool after seeing it. Especially now that water and electricity are cut off, and the environment has become harsh, which has further intensified women's worship of the strong. So slowly, the number of people in the live broadcast room decreased, all men were retreating, while women were still watching. They saw how exquisite Chen Hao's life was. Not only did he have water to drink, he even had fresh strawberries and grapes. Not only potato chips, but also grilled cold noodles and handcakes. And most importantly, Zhou Xiaoxiao. Because she was clean, obviously she had just taken a shower. This is simply unbelievable in a community that has been without water for several days. This reminded the women of what Chen Hao had said before: beauties are welcome to come and take a bath at my place. My bathroom is big and comfortable. We can also provide scrubbing services. By the way, this things work long term. So for a while, many women had wild imaginations. After all, it was a sudden transition from an era of material abundance to a time of material scarcity in the last days, and many people had not yet been able to adapt. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao did a small thing that made these women crazy with jealousy, because Zhou Xiaoxiao actually took out expensive volcanic mud and made a facial mask there. What is she doing? What is she doing? Her place is simply paradise. Because volcanic mud masks are not only expensive. What's more, use a lot of water when cleaning. For many people who can't even drink water, this is something they can't even think about now. But Zhou Xiaoxiao not only did it, but also did it very naturally, so natural that it was a matter of course. So this makes countless women feel jealous. The woman who should live in that house should be me. So all of a sudden, there were dozens more friend requests in Chen Hao's WeChat. I don't even know whose daughter-in-law she is, alas. At the same time, there is another small thing that has been ignored by people, that is the real estate team that is coming to try Chen Hao with great momentum. As a result, after the boss was taken down by Chen Hao, a group of people quietly retreated to the 17th floor in despair. But this little thing was noticed by Chen Hao. It's interesting. He actually gave up on the so-called boss and hid back. He doesn't seem to be very loyal. He. If I put Wang Niu back at this time, I don't know what kind of trouble this group of people will have. Chen Hao's lips curled up into a wicked smile. After all, the easiest way to divide a group is to make them kill each other. And now this condition has been met. Because he gave up Wang Niu and hid back, in Li Jian's opinion, this was a retreat that was temporarily impossible. But in Wang Niu's view, it was these idiots who had abandoned him. So if this contradiction exists, it is destined that this team will not go far. Besides, Wang Niu has suffered so much here, I think he will have a very bad temper when he goes back. So the corners of Chen Hao's mouth raised slightly. The team of Wang Niu and Li Jian stared at him every day, but it made him feel very annoyed. So, just destroy. So Chen Hao snapped his fingers. Silly girl, let him out. By the way, before leaving, teach him a lesson. Let him fly out. Don't let him out. Clear. Then the next second, there was a scream, and Wang Niu was so shocked that he was ejected from the glass disinfection cabinet. The electric shock caused Wang Niu to twitch all over. It's so twisted on the ground that it doesn't look like a human being. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Wang Niu returned to normal, and then like a mad dog, he couldn't wait to rush to the elevator and fled back to the 17th floor. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. On the way back, Wang Niu became more and more angry. Damn Chen Hao, but just think about it. Wang Niu's body unconsciously felt like he was being shocked. Wang Niu was so frightened that he immediately stopped disrespecting Chen Hao. He doesn't want to be shocked again. So if you don't dare to vent your grievances against Chen Hao, you can only vent them where he can, that is, on Li Jian and this bunch of doggy men. Damn it! You actually left me and ran away alone. Damn it! The more Wang Niu thought about it, the angrier he became, thinking that he would be furious when he went back. Let those forced brats like Li Jian know their anger. When they arrived at the dormitory and opened the door, they found that not only did Li Jian and his group not feel sad for a second that their boss had been captured, they were all holding a bowl of instant noodles and devouring them with sausages added, which was delicious. Got it. Wang Niu's unknown fire suddenly rose up. Fuck you. As for Li Jian and others, they were also shocked after seeing Wang Niu return. Brother Wang. Although they thought that Chen Hao would bring Wang Niu back, they didn't expect it to happen so soon, so they were a little surprised. But it was this unexpected expression that made Wang Niu get carried away with anger. Because what he saw was that this group of people did not welcome him back. These bastards are going to rebel. Eat, eat, eat. Eat as big as your mother. While Wang Niu was talking, he slapped a security guard on the face, causing his mouth and nose to bleed. But he didn't stop even after the fight. Instead, he went up and slapped him hard, and then found the next security guard to continue the beating. Seeing this scene, Li Jian's face turned ugly, knowing that Wang Niu was serious this time. I'm afraid someone will die. So he hurriedly hid at the back and secretly pulled off the clothes of several other people. A few people glanced at each other and knew that something had to be done. If they don't take action, they will be the ones killed. Fuck him. Come on. But Wang Niu also discovered this, so he immediately sneered. Damn it. I knew you were fucking dishonest. If you want to touch me, then go to hell. For a moment, the two sides were fighting together. He hit the opponent violently with every punch and kick. It doesn't end until someone dies. And this is the first time someone in this building has been beaten to death. But the fight on the 17th floor had nothing to do with Chen Hao. He was just under control, because through the sonic radar, Chen Hao already knew about the melee below. Interesting. Then he picked up his phone and continued to apply for friends, which was a bit like choosing a concubine. After all, his good mood was his own. Why should he ruin it because of other people's beatings? This is good, this is good, this. Chen Hao's hand stopped because he saw a top-notch figure with both good looks and figure. Section 41. This woman is quite interesting. Chen Hao smiled, because this woman's appearance and figure are both above 90 points. And in the picture on the avatar, the smile is very sweet, like milk-flavored ice cream. But the most important thing is, this woman is almost the same age as Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing. She should still be a college student. I just don't have any impression. We live in the same building and I haven't even seen him before? Chen Hao couldn't help but wonder. Because of the heavy rain, the water level on the ground had reached the 4th floor, about 15 meters high. Therefore, even people from the same community cannot go to other buildings to visit, so those who add Chen Hao are basically people from Building 4. But Chen Hao has lived in Building 4 for 2 or 3 years. Even though Chen Hao was a bit of a workaholic before and only wanted to make money, he is still a man after all. When you meet a beautiful woman, you will look at her twice, and you won't be left with no impression at all. Add it. Let's chat and we'll find out. Maybe it's a photo scam. After all, this is a high-tech era, so it is very normal to use some technology on photos, so it must be strictly screened. You have added Tian Tian as a friend, please say hello to her. The friend request has just been approved. The woman nicknamed Tian Tian couldn't wait to send a message to Chen Hao. Brother, can I go to your place to take a shower? Aha! I haven't taken a shower for several days, and my body is almost stinking. So I want to ask my brother for a favor and let me take a shower. I'm so shy. Oh, send me a photo. Chen Hao responded slowly, and then his intuition told him that there was something wrong with this woman. Normally speaking, we have been without water for several days, so shouldn't the first thing that normal people pay attention to is to solve the problem of drinking water? Then take a shower. Could it be that you want to trick me into opening the door? Thinking of being tricked into opening the door, Chen Hao recalled some bad memories. In his previous life, Chen Hao was tricked into opening the door by Lin Yushan because of his feelings. Then he was pushed to the ground by Lin Dashan and Lin Jiawei, and his wrists were cut to draw blood. Being treated as a humanoid drink. Because heavy rains are poisonous and there is no water supply, drinking blood or urine is safer than drinking water. The Lin family should be alive and well now. Two glints flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. Because he had been too flattering to the Lin family in the past, he bought a lot of electrical appliances for the Lin family, including a water dispenser. And it is also guaranteed to have at least 2 barrels of water in stock. So at this time, although the Lin family cannot wash their hair or bathe, they can still eat and drink water without any problem. But just eating and drinking water, how can I satisfy these guys? Especially when they see that I can also eat steak and drink foreign wine, they will definitely have ideas. They will try their best to drain me of all my supplies. Chen Hao showed a disdainful smile. In his last life, he was drained of all his inventory by the Lin family, and in the end he was almost drained of all his blood. But in this life, he will torture the Lin family worse than ghosts. So I'll wait for you to come over and settle the score between us slowly. Then he turned his attention to this sweet person. No doubt. There is most likely something wrong with this woman. But who says you can't have sex with a girl who has problems? As long as you look good and have a good figure. So Chen Hao sent a message to Tian Tian. You can come to my house to take a bath if you want, but you know what price you have to pay, right? As long as you let them take a bath and don't be too rough, they can agree to it. Okay. Then make a video and let me see your appearance and figure. Ah. Do you want a video? Then wait a moment while they prepare for it. No. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. Chen Hao said without any doubt, he just wanted to catch this Tian Tian off guard. Let her show her fox tail. Furthermore, if Tian Tian is better without makeup at this time, then you will know whether Tian Tian is good looking or not. Under Chen Hao's strength, Tian Tian fell into silence opposite her, seemingly trying to escape by feigning death, but will Chen Hao pamper her? Of course not. So Chen Hao simply sent a message. If you don't answer the video, you will be blacklisted directly. Then raise your hand and click on video call. Toot. 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 In less than 3 seconds, Tian Tian hurriedly picked up the phone, panting slightly at the corner of her mouth. I hate it, brother. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh. Are you afraid of video chatting with me? Chen Hao looked at the sweetness in the video and was a little surprised. It was actually sweeter than the one in the photo. And it's still a very natural sweetness, not the sweetness of a technological product. But think about it, most people are actually not photogenic. Only a small part can be photographed. So most celebrities are actually better looking in person than in the camera. Hearing Chen Hao's question, Tian smiled breathlessly. No way. It's just that. I wasn't wearing any clothes just now. That's it. In fact, I prefer you without clothes. Hate. Tian put on a shy look, and after being shy for a few seconds, she spoke to Chen Hao shyly. Brother, do you think I can do it? What can I do? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Can I go to your house to take a bath? I will be very obedient. Tian said meaningfully. The subtext is that as long as Chen Hao is willing to let her take a bath, she is willing to do anything. Chen Hao smiled slightly. Of course. I said, welcome all the beauties to come to my house to take a bath. You are so beautiful, of course you can. Really? That's great. Then when can I go over? Now is good. Tian said impatiently, wishing she was already in the bathroom of Chen Hao's house. Sure, then you come up now. But the power is out now, can you climb up? Chen Hao said with a smile, just now, the power was out in the community. After all, the government's power outage announcement is not just talk. Tian agreed immediately. Okay. I'll go up now, but it may take a little longer, maybe half an hour, do you think it's okay? Okay. Then you come up by yourself. Of course. If there are other people, I will be shy. Tian said with a slight blush. Chen Hao also hung up the video call happily, and then a moment after hanging up the call, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This Tian, there is definitely something wrong with her. Chen Hao had a basis for thinking so first. The whole building has been without water for several days, but Tian is not short of water at all? Secondly, knowing that the power is out, Tian is still willing to climb the stairs, which shows that she is very energetic. In other words, she is not short of food. In this environment, what kind of concept is it for a woman to have no shortage of water and food? Not a thrifty person. It means that she has already attached herself to the strong. But obviously, Tian doesn't look like a thrifty person. So it can only be the latter. She has long been attached to others. Since you have someone to rely on, why do you still come out to find me? Ha! Of course there is only one reason, that is, you want to play a trap with me. A trap usually starts with seducing a man with beauty. When the man and woman are ready to be shameless at a certain place, the woman's accomplice will come in time, at the least, they will steal money, and at the worst, they will kill you. This routine looks simple, but the success rate is very high. The reason is also very simple. Imagine, when a sexy beauty hints that she is a little tired and wants to go to the hotel with you to rest, can you refuse? After arriving at the hotel, she asks you to take a shower before doing business, can you refuse? Then, when you come back from a happy shower, you see a group of burly men standing in front of you, and even the toughest men will soften instantly. After all, times have changed, and everyone can take a mobile phone to shoot. If you don't want to die, you naturally have to take the money obediently. Unfortunately, this routine doesn't work on Chen Hao. Because Chen Hao doesn't act as a prey, he acts as a hunter. Still the old rules, let Xiao go to sleep first. So Chen Hao lowered the oxygen concentration in Xiao's room again, so that Xiao fell asleep due to lack of oxygen. As for why again? Because in the meantime, Wu Shiqing came once again to ask Chen Hao for water and food, and Chen Hao also used the same method to make Xiao fall asleep unknowingly. After Xiao fell asleep, Chen Hao ordered Silly Girl. Silly Girl! Change the setting of the door of the safe house to voice operation. Without my order, the door cannot be opened manually. Okay, master. The manual operation has been turned off and all switched to voice operation. Okay. Then, Chen Hao went to the 31st floor again and put away the rocks blocking the stairwell on the 31st floor. After doing all this, Chen Hao lay lazily on the sofa and waited, while picking up the secret key tablet and observing the sonic radar to see how many people came. If only Tian Tian came, then it would be almost as usual. If it's not just Tian Tian who comes, then let Tian Tian and her accomplices be turned away. But Tian Tian and her group are also quite cautious, probably because they are afraid of exposing their tracks and arousing Chen Hao's suspicion, so they let Tian Tian come first, and the others wait for Tian Tian's signal. "Brother, I'm at the door, please open the door." Tian Tian sent a WeChat message to Chen Hao in a coquettish voice. Section 42. In the room, Chen Hao looked at the group of figures hiding on the 30th floor displayed on the sonic radar, and smiled as expected. It's really a fairy dance. Tian Tian. You really disappoint me. But it's okay. The disappointment is psychological, not physical. We have to do the business that needs to be done. As for the distance from the 30th floor to the 32nd floor, it doesn't last for 30 seconds. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to rush up, and even if they do, it's not necessarily who will be unlucky. So Chen Hao walked to the door and gave a voice command. Open the door. At the same time, he reached for the door handle and pretended to open the door manually. Tian Tian. You're here. Elder brother. Noticing that Chen Hao opened the door manually, Tian Tian's sweet face showed a hint of cunning. Chen Hao pretended not to know. Come. Come in quickly. Okay, brother. Tian Tian stepped into Chen Hao's house, and in an instant, she felt a warm feeling, like basking in the sun in the yard in winter. Due to the power outage, the strong water vapor brought by the heavy rain, there was no way to use the air conditioner to remove the humidity, so everyone's room became sticky and damp, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Except Chen Hao. Does he still have electricity here? Or does he have a dehumidifier? Forget it, never mind. Anyway, I will be able to live in this place in a while. Tian Tian's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. Compared with Chen Hao, the place where she lives now is simply hell. I don't want to go back at all. So Tian Tian was a little impatient. Brother, I'm going to take a bath first. When I finish taking the bath, you can take it again. Oh? Can't we take a bath together? I hate it, brother. I haven't taken a shower for several days and my body is covered in mud. I'm going to be shy. 2 more blushes appeared on Tian Tian's face. I don't know where she learned her acting skills, and she obviously looks young. He even knew how to write a bad check to Chen Hao and stabilize Chen Hao first. Wait until next time. When I'm clean and smell good next time, I can take a mandarin duck bath with my brother, okay? Okay, then you go ahead. Chen Hao waved his hand and asked Tian Tian to go in and take a shower first. Whether Chen Hao goes in next time or later, that is Chen Hao's decision. Seeing that her plan was successful, Tian Tian happily walked into the bathroom. After entering, she carefully locked the bathroom door, then picked up her cell phone to send a message to her accomplice. I'm in. I'll open the door while he takes a shower. Good. The accomplice also responded instantly. It was obvious that the accomplice was not an ordinary person. He had already braced himself up and was ready to eat Chen Hao in one go. It's a pity that Chen Hao saw every word of their chat history, because this safe house was full of hidden pinhole cameras. And they are all controlled by Chen Hao alone. Only Chen Hao has viewing rights. So under the high-definition camera, Tian Tian's accomplice was also exposed at once, Song Hongfei. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. This guy is not dead yet? Chen Hao touched his chin with interest. The last time Song Hongfei came over, he was hit by a ricochet and injured his buttocks. Chen Hao thought that Song Hongfei had died of infection long ago when the building was closed due to heavy rain, but it turned out not to be. But in fact, this is because people are wandering in the world. How can I not get stabbed? So every resident of Song Hongfei is prepared with antibiotics, tetanus and other emergency medicines. This avoids the risk of wound infection. However, just treating the injury is not enough. Song Hongfei also wants to take revenge on Chen Hao. When Chen Hao was cleaning up Wang Niu, he mentioned in the live broadcast room, "All beauties are welcome to come to my house to take a bath," so Song Hongfei had an idea. The reason why he lives in this community is because he has maintained a female college student Tian Tian, at this time, used Tian Tian's beauty to play a fairy dance. Have to say, Song Hongfei's execution ability is still very strong. Let Tian Tian add Chen Hao as a friend immediately. There are also those things from before. But now, Chen Hao knows all this, can it still satisfy you? So Chen Hao calmly took off his clothes and walked to the bathroom door. Open the door. With a click, the bathroom door opened automatically. This made Tian Tian, who was happily taking a shower, instantly turn pale. She couldn't understand why she opened the door when she had clearly locked it. But more importantly, she has almost finished washing. So Chen Hao strode up to Tian Tian, looked at Tian Tian's shocked face, walked up calmly and domineeringly, pressed Tian Tian down, took out the test needle, and swabbed Tian Tian's arm. A drop of blood. Tian Tian was so frightened that she was trembling all over, like a helpless little rabbit. "You! What did you do?" "Oh, I didn't do anything, I just drew your blood." "Well, it's safe. That means no protective film is needed." But Tian Tian was shaking even harder. "Brother, come on, don't be so anxious. You take a bath first. When you finish, we will wash and do errands at the same time, don't delay. Also, call your accomplices." What accomplice?" Tian Tian's face changed. But she reacted quickly and insisted that she didn't know about the accomplice. What a pity. In front of people who don't know, this is a strategy. But in front of Chen Hao who knows, it's stupid. So Chen Hao ordered in an irrefutable tone. I told you to call Song Hongfei, immediately." Tian Tian's face turned even paler. Not only because Chen Hao knew that the person behind her was Song Hongfei. More importantly, why did she call Song Hongfei at this time? What did Chen Hao want Song Hongfei to hear? "You! What on earth are you going to do?" Faced with Chen Hao's strength, Tian Tian wanted to struggle again, but this sudden scene made her panic and tremble like a weak little rabbit. Chen Hao was not polite. The other party came with the idea of robbing money and killing people. If he was still polite, he would be really stupid. So Chen Hao directly held Tian Tian with brute force, then snatched Tian Tian's phone and called Song Hongfei. Song Hongfei answered the phone in surprise. "What's going on? Didn't I say that a text code would be enough?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, Tian Tian confessed everything about you after she came in, so she called to break up with you." "I didn't, Tian Tian wanted to deny it, but the pain was unbearable. So she couldn't help but scream. 3 parts desolate. 7 parts seductive. Song Hongfei, who was on the other side of the phone, had bloodshot eyes in an instant. He felt that there was a green thing on his head. As for Chen Hao, he felt something was wrong. He looked down and saw a stream of blood dripping down with the shower water. Damn. This kept Tian Tian as still a virgin. But not now. Tian Tian also began to beg for mercy. "Brother, I beg you, please let me go, what's going on?" "Song. Mr. Song was plotted against by his enemies before, so he has been unable to do it for a long time. I usually cooperate with him and act for others, to prove that he is still a man." Tian Tian was in so much pain that she didn't care whether Song Hongfei was listening or not, and directly told Song Hongfei's unspeakable secret. Song Hongfei was shaking all over after hearing this. As a big boss who is good at both black and white, he is not even a man. This is his greatest humiliation. But now, Tian Tian not only told this matter, but also let his subordinates know about it because Song Hongfei's ears are not very good. He usually turns on the speaker when answering the phone. So his subordinates not only know that he has been cuckolded. They also know that he is not good. "You guys? What are you laughing at secretly?" Song Hongfei looked at his subordinates with red eyes. All the subordinates were terrified. "Mr. Song. No. We are not laughing. We are, bang. Bang. Bang." Song Hongfei did not listen to these people's explanation. He shot them one by one. Knocked them all down. Then he heard Tian Tian still making the familiar humming and ah sounds. The difference is that this time it is real, it was just pretending before. She made a hysterical roar. Chen Hao! Come out! I want to duel with you. Duel? Want to duel with me? Okay. Let's talk about it in 2 hours, I'm busy now. Then Chen Hao hung up the phone, leaving Song Hongfei with a confused face and a huge shadow. Section 43 2 hours? Why did he say 2 hours? He is humiliating me. Humiliating me. Ah! Song Hongfei was extremely furious. He even rushed up to Chen Hao's house and started punching and kicking him like crazy. It's a pity that the door of Chen Hao's house is harder than the door of a bank vault. So the only one who will suffer is Song Hongfei himself. After 3 long hours, Chen Hao walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe with a leisurely look on his face. He was in a pretty good mood. After all, men like 2 kinds of women, one is good at everything. One can do nothing. This Song Hongfei is still outside. It seems that he really wants to die. Chen Hao sneered, opened the door and walked out calmly. He had just announced that he was the strongest in this community. Let everyone stop looking for death. As a result, someone came over to cause trouble. So if Song Hongfei is not killed, others will think that Chen Hao is just talking, which is almost like farting. So, it is still necessary to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. So Chen Hao came to the stairwell, and just in time, Song Hongfei, who had been waiting for several hours, was already impatient. Speaking of which, this guy is really patient. He actually waited for 3 hours. But I waited for so long just to kill Chen Hao. Chen Hao! Go to hell! Ah! Song Hongfei raised his pistol and started shooting. Bang 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 bang. All the dozen bullets in the pistol were shot out. But Chen Hao's white bathrobe didn't even show a drop of blood. Song Hongfei opened his eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? How is this possible? Why didn't you die? Why didn't you die? But how did he know that Chen Hao had opened up a space field from the very beginning, a field with a diameter of 10 meters with Chen Hao himself as the center? Within this realm, all items can be sucked into the creation space in an instant. Therefore, all of Song Hongfei's bullets were received into the creation space by Chen Hao. Chen Hao said lazily, clasping his ears. It seems that you are not only incompetent as a human. You are also incompetent with a gun. After so many times, you can't even shoot a bullet. What did you say? Song Hongfei's eyes were splitting. He was not a fool. Of course I could tell that Chen Hao was nakedly mocking him. But Chen Hao ignored Song Hongfei's anger. Chen Hao just calmly took out his gun, a gun with his hands, with the index finger and middle finger forward, and the ring finger and little finger back. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Okay, now let me show you my gun, a gun that can shoot bullets. Fuck your ancestors. Song Hongfei immediately started yelling. Pointing your hand at yourself like a gun, this is nothing but humiliation. So Song Hongfei rushed forward angrily, and used the pistol in his hand as a hammer, preparing to smash Chen Hao to death. But bang! A bullet was shot from Chen Hao's finger. It hit Song Hongfei right between the eyebrows. Song Hongfei opened his eyes in disbelief. Unbelievable. The gun that Chen Hao compared with his hands actually fired bullets. And it hit him right between the eyebrows. How can this be? Song Hongfei's body twitched. The big boss who was once able to take both black and white died in the hands of Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled disdainfully. Nothing is impossible in this world. You say it's impossible just because you have too little knowledge. Then he picked up his cell phone, took a photo of Song Hongfei, and posted it in the community group. And accompanied by text. Whose body was thrown away? Come and pick it up. I don't accept garbage here. For a moment, there was deathly silence in the community group, Song Hongfei. That can be done in the entire community, no. He is a character who can walk sideways throughout Tiannan City. Just died in front of Chen Hao's house? Who did it? Who else besides Chen Hao? So in an instant, everyone clearly realized that Chen Hao's words were not a joke. He, Chen Hao, was not the tyrant in the community, but the strongest in the entire community. Oh, are you so scared? I thought we had to kill a few more. Chen Hao looked at the community group where no one had responded, shook his head, and was about to go back to the safe house. Just hear a bang. The door to the safe house was actually closed. Ha! That's interesting. How dare you close my door? Chen Hao turned around, and the smile on his lips became extremely cold. At the same moment, Tian Tian was leaning behind the safety door, cheering for her victory. Fortunately, with her strong will, she limped over and rushed over to close the door. Now, this safe house belongs to her. Great! From now on, I can live here, eat steak, and take hot baths. Tian Tian said with great excitement. It's just that she doesn't know yet that the real treasure house has never been this safe house, but Chen Hao. By the way, you have to lock the safety lock on the door, otherwise if Chen Hao has the key, I will be in trouble. So Tian Tian immediately started to lock all the 13 safety locks inside the safety door one by one. Phew! He will never be able to come in now. Tian Tian said confidently. She believed that she had locked the internal safety lock. Even if Chen Hao had all the means, he would never be able to get in unless he broke the door open. But everyone knows that this door is stronger than a bank vault. So Chen Hao absolutely can't get in. But what Tian Tian never expected was that Chen Hao, who was standing at the door, opened the door with just one sentence. Silly girl, open the door. Good master. Suddenly there was a clicking sound. The door to the safe house opened automatically. Tian Tian was stunned for a while. What's going on? It's simple, because this safe house belongs to me. So no one can take it away from me. Chen Hao put his hands in his pockets and walked in from the door calmly. Without even looking at Tian Tian, he sat lazily on the sofa. Sweet as if struck by lightning. Then the next second, he rushed in front of Chen Hao and knelt at Chen Hao's feet. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I just wanted to make a joke with you. Ah. Chen Hao said nothing, just snorted coldly. Tian Tian's heart suddenly froze. When a man is not interested in your coquettishness, it means that he is already cruel. So Tian Tian immediately admitted her mistake. Brother Chen Hao, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Give me a chance, I can be your woman. I can do whatever you want. It seems you still haven't figured out the nature of our relationship. Chen Hao looked at Tian Tian coldly. Tian Tian was very panicked. What do you mean? It's the same thing, but everyone's nature is different. Some people do business with me, some people do it to play with me, and some people do it because they have feelings for me. As for you, you are just used by me. It's just a tool to take revenge on the enemy. Now that my enemy is dead, tell me, what is the use of this tool of yours? So if I don't kill you, it would be the greatest kindness. So, now, get out. Don't appear in front of me again. Chen Hao said with a sneer, and picked up a glass of red wine by the way, swaying it calmly in his hand without feeling any pity. After all, although perfect women are rare, they are not impossible. So Chen Hao can definitely find a few women who are both perfect and devoted to him. As for this kind of malicious woman, don't let her go. But Tian Tian doesn't want to accept it, and she can't accept this situation. With her sweet appearance, which man wouldn't be completely obedient to her? But when it comes to Chen Hao, it doesn't work. No. Even if I have to be driven away, I still have to fight for something. So Tian Tian clenched her fists and made her request to Chen Hao. Then you must give me some supplies. Without supplies, I won't be able to survive soon. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me? Chen Hao swept Tian Tian's face coldly. Tian Tian suddenly felt as if her face had been slashed by a knife. The pain was so painful that Tian Tian couldn't help but take a step back. Give you a chance, get out now. If you get out now, you can survive for a while with the supplies Song Hongfei left behind. Otherwise, I will take away all Song Hongfei's supplies right now and let you taste what it feels like to be without water or food right away. The cold and ruthless attitude made Tian Tian tremble all over, and then she could only drag her body numbly and limp away. As for Chen Hao, after Tian Tian walked out of the door, he just said something calmly. Close the door. There was a clicking sound. The door to the safe house slowly closed, and all 13 safety locks were automatically locked. Chen Hao, on the other hand, raised his glass of wine contentedly to the heavy rain outside. Section 44 Cheers. At this moment, the heavy rain outside was still falling, and the water level in the entire city was still rising. They have already flooded up to the 5th floor. But at this moment, there was a sudden loud bang. It caused everyone to panic. What's going on? What happened? Countless people were frightened and went to the windows to check. Even Xiao Xiao, who was sleeping soundly, was startled awake by the noise and rushed out of the room. Brother Hausi, what happened? It's okay, it's just that a nearby building collapsed. Ah? No need to make a fuss, it will happen sooner or later, and after a while, this building will collapse. Chen Hao said very calmly, that's right. This is the real horror of heavy rain. Corrosion. Many people think that only sulfuric acid is corrosive, but in fact, water is equally corrosive. For example, no matter how hard a cactus is, it will soften if it is soaked in water too much. Therefore, the city made of reinforced concrete is being softened bit by bit under the immersion of floods, and is moving towards the edge of collapse bit by bit. The irony is that everyone thinks that it should be the old one. The building fell down quickly, after all, it was older, but the result was that the new building fell down much faster than the old one. Why? What a crappy project. Everyone thought that as the times progressed, material conditions would also improve, but the result is that conscience has regressed. Chen Hao said with emotion, wanting to express his excess emotions. As a result, Xiao Xiao came closer and sniffed Chen Hao's body with her nose. Brother Hausi, you smell a little weird. Oh, I took a shower. No. The men's shower gel you use has a refreshing mint scent, but the smell on you doesn't. Chen Hao was a little speechless, thinking that you are 100% dog-nosed. Just when Chen Hao was thinking about how to fool Xiao Xiao, there was a bang. A sharp bullet hit the glass window of the safe house. There was only 1 meter away from hitting Chen Hao. Such a long distance, is it a sniper bullet? Chen Hao was a little surprised. After all, this is the end of the world, why is there still a killer showing up? How dedicated do you have to be still be working at this time? And more importantly, who found the killer? Also, I also like sniper rifles. Chen Hao's mouth showed a hint of excitement, because no man can refuse a sniper rifle. The feeling of calmly locking on the enemy and shooting the head with one shot is the unchanging belief of countless people throughout their lives. So Chen Hao must seize that sniper rifle. So Chen Hao confessed to Xiao Xiao and then quickly chased away. Xiao Xiao, just stay in the safe house and don't go out. I'll come back as soon as I go. At the same time, on the roof of the 2 buildings opposite, the beautiful killer in a raincoat, Amy, cursed softly. My hair. She really didn't expect that in such an ordinary community, there would be such a level of bulletproof glass. Can't even penetrate her Barrett. You must know that her Barrett caliber reaches 12.88 millimeters. It is the largest caliber sniper rifle in the world. And the larger the caliber, the more powerful it becomes. Forget it, I can only think of other ways, alas. Amy sighed and was about to find a place to huddle up. Due to the heavy rain, the water had flooded to the 5th floor, so Amy could not go to the 4th building where Chen Hao lived. After all, the water was under the water. The undercurrent is surging, and if you are not careful, you will be swept to death under the water. However, just when Amy was about to shrink down, she heard a loud buzzing sound. Amy looked over in shock, and saw Chen Hao, riding a jet ski, came to her downstairs. My hair. Amy was shocked. She thought, what's this weird? Are you actually thinking of preparing a jet ski at home? But more importantly, Chen Hao came to find her. Then she would just sit back and wait for work, and when Chen Hao came up, she would kill Chen Hao with one shot. Bullet, okay. Magnifier, okay. Status, okay. After confirming that everything was ready, Amy squatted 10 meters away from the door of the rooftop, raised Barrett, and stared at the door motionlessly. No matter how fierce the rain was, she didn't blink once, because in the world of killers, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. You blinked 1 second, and the next second, you were gone. So Amy was 100% alert, and at the same time, she quickly simulated in her brain all possible methods that Chen Hao could use. The most common way is for him to touch the door handle with a tool to trick me into shooting. But I will not be fooled by this simple trick. However, the next second, the door handle rotated, and Chen Hao's figure walked out generously from inside. This Amy has thought of countless ways, but she has never thought of this one, because those who dare to do this are not idiots who do not know how to live or die. He is a strong man with superb strength. But a fool is still a strong man, you will know after you try it. Go to hell. So Amy pulled the trigger without hesitation. The Barrett in his hand shook, and an extremely sharp bullet was shot directly in front of Chen Hao. Then. There's no after that. My hair. Amy looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, Chen Hao should be a dead man now. But Chen Hao was not only okay, he even looked at Amy up and down with great interest. Foreigner? That's right, Amy is not Chinese, but a Yangma, a fair face, so tender that you can pinch water. With a height of 176 centimeters, she is tall without losing her curves. Even if she is wearing a large raincoat, she can still see her hot figure. This made Chen Hao even more curious. Who is so capable that he hired a foreigner killer to kill me? But as a killer, Amy's professionalism is still very good. After the first shot failed to kill Chen Hao, Amy was just stunned for a moment, and then fired the second attack. Boom! The sharp bullet rushed out of the gun. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it reached directly between Chen Hao's eyebrows. But when he got close to Chen Hao, he was swallowed up by a strange force, and then appeared in Chen Hao's creation space. Yes! Chen Hao has already launched the space field in advance. So even the rainwater hitting Chen Hao's body was sucked into the creation space. So Chen Hao didn't even get a drop of rain on his body. After confirming that her bullet had disappeared again, Amy finally realized the seriousness of the problem. My hair. So Amy threw away Barrett and the raincoat at the same time, the gun in her right hand and the knife in her left. Be prepared to get up close to confirm what's wrong with Chen Hao. But Chen Hao was a little surprised when he saw Amy throwing down her raincoat. How dare you get caught in the rain? Are you okay if you get caught in the rain? So what? Amy said coldly. Chen Hao was speechless for a while. Judging from Amy's expression, she obviously didn't know yet that the rain was poisonous. But from the fact that Amy was not poisoned even after being soaked in the rain, Chen Hao knew that Amy was not an ordinary person. Because in a previous life, there was a clear explanation as to why some people were fine drinking irradiated water. Awaken! After the water meteorite hit the Earth, most of the creatures on the Earth suffered mass extinction, and humans were no exception, but the creatures themselves are very magical existences, able to adapt to various environments in order to survive. So in order to survive in a radioactive environment, some people are forced to awaken. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. But the awakening at this time is still a kind of awakening. It's just that the body can adapt to the environment with radiation. And once you enter the second type of awakening, then he will become like Chen Hao, awakening some kind of superpower and improving his survivability even more. This is the principle of survival of the fittest. If you don't adapt to the environment, you will die. Those who can stay are the strong ones. It's interesting. A killer who doesn't know he has awakened is of great research value. Chen Hao looked at Amy thoughtfully. He just wanted to grab a sniper rifle. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. As long as you subdue this female killer, you will have one more awakened person on your side. But seeing the way Chen Hao looked at her, Amy just sneered. Man! Then rush in quickly. It's obviously 10 meters away. But in just a moment, he rushed in front of Chen Hao and violently chopped off the dagger in Chen Hao's hand. It's a pity that the second type of awakened people who have awakened their abilities are completely crushing existences to the first type of awakened people who have not yet awakened their abilities. So Chen Hao just snapped his fingers. Snapped. Amy's body was immediately swallowed up into a pitch-black space. It is Chen Hao's creation space. And after entering, he quickly fainted. Because there is no oxygen in this space, anyone who comes here will end up like this. Section 45. But after seeing Amy fainting, Chen Hao smiled slightly and left Amy in another space, a space with oxygen carefully created by Chen Hao. Beauty killer, captured successfully. A slight smile appeared on Chen Hao's face, because this female killer has a figure and appearance above 90 points, especially her round butt, which looks very fertile at first glance. Maybe, I can even give myself a son and a half-daughter. What is this place? Beauty killer Amy opened her eyes in a daze and looked at everything around her blankly. She found herself lying in a living room. Everything in the living room was exquisite, and sitting on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a lazy man. It's Chen Hao. Amy immediately broke into a cold sweat. He quickly jumped up and wanted to fight back against Chen Hao. But Chen Hao just calmly took out his big gun and pointed it at Amy. That barrel now belongs to Chen Hao. Tell me which one is faster, your punch or my gun? Seeing Chen Hao's big gun pointed at her, Amy silently raised her hands. After all, the gun is faster than 7 steps away. Within 7 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. So those who know the current affairs are still heroes. Seeing that Amy was not a fool, Chen Hao nodded with satisfaction. You're not stupid, then we can communicate. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. One is that I kill you with 1 shot. The other is that you answer my questions obediently, and I can let you live a few more days. Which one do you choose? I'll be good. Amy said very honestly, in the killer's training class, there is one very important lesson, that is, stay alive. Because only when you are alive can you have a chance to make a comeback. Very good. First tell me your identity and who asked you to kill me. Remember, I have a lie detector here. Chen Hao pointed to a robot next to him, a round robot with a small head on it, but it was actually a refrigerator robot with a round belly full of drinks and alcohol. Amy's pupils shrank slightly, and then she told her origins in detail. Now, she must gain Chen Hao's trust, and then find an opportunity to reverse the situation. My name is Amy, and I am a killer affiliated with the Rattlesnake organization. Rattlesnake? Yes, this is an organization that specializes in providing killers, and can even customize killers. Can it also be customized? Well, for example, someone paid a large price to the organization to customize a group of killers who can carry out operations in China, so our organization selected a few students from the training camp and constantly instilled Chinese characters, and after we finish learning the language, we will be sent to China. It's interesting. I didn't expect your service to be quite high-end. But you just said that you students, so you have accomplices? No, I am the only one coming to China now. Why? Because Chinese writing and language are too difficult. They can't learn it. Even I have to practice for 2.5 years before I can talk to you fluently. We usually learn from other countries' language, basically only takes a few months. When talking about this, Amy felt a little bit resentful, but there is no way. Chinese characters and languages are the most difficult to learn in the world, because they are so broad and profound. This is the foundation of history. According to what you said, your learning ability is quite strong. Ha ha. Now, tell me, who asked you to kill me? Chen Hao felt a sense of murderous intent. Why would a killer from such a high-end organization come to kill him? Who was assigned here? Amy also answered honestly. It's a person named Lin Yushan. Ha? Lin Yushan? She has so much energy that she can connect with your organization. Chen Hao found it unbelievable. No one knew the Lin family's abilities better than Chen Hao. How could they be connected to an international killer organization? But Amy's resentment was even greater. Lin Yushan has no connection with our organization. After I came to China, I had an accident, so I could only make some extra money here, so I accepted Lin Yushan's commission. Accident? What accident? As soon as I got off the plane, my phone and money were stolen. Chen Hao was also speechless. A dignified elite killer had his cell phone and money stolen by a thief. But think about it, after all, there are specialties in the art industry. The killer is for killing, not for stealing. So Chen Hao thought this matter was really funny. So you want to make some money and buy a plane ticket back to the organization, right? Amy nodded helplessly. But Chen Hao just smiled coldly. I advise you not to think about returning to the organization. Think about how to survive first. You want to kill me? Amy suddenly became nervous. But Chen Hao didn't say anything, he just threw a mobile phone in front of Amy. Pick it up and take a look. You said you have learned Chinese writing, you should be able to understand these news. Amy picked up her phone without knowing why, and started reading the news. She was more and more shocked. Because she didn't have a phone, Amy didn't know that the world had changed drastically. The global water level has skyrocketed. Many countries no longer exist. Most people will face a crisis of survival. What the hell is going on? Emily was a little upset. She just didn't go online for a few days. How could it be the end of the world? Even though she was a well-trained killer, her mental state was a little broken in the face of such earth-shaking changes. Chen Hao didn't say anything, just went up and patted her on the shoulder. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. I know it's hard for you to accept it for a while, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you some time. You can rest here first, and I'll come to you tomorrow. Then Chen Hao walked out calmly and left the safe house, because the safe house, of course, is not the safe house in 3201, but the safe house that Chen Hao has newly placed on the 31st floor. Chen Hao had rented 4 houses on the 31st floor before, and now they are just in use. They can be used to put more safe houses to use. Because safe houses are not just used to defend against outside invasions, as long as an order is issued to close all the exits of the safe house, then the safe house will become the strongest cage in the world. In addition, is this woman lying? Chen Hao took out the secret key tablet and began to check Amy's heart rate record. The sonic radar of the safe house can not only detect the outside, but also detect the life activities of the people inside, that is, detect heart rate and vital signs. This was originally used to ensure the safety of the owner of the safe house. Once the owner has problems such as heart rate disorder, the safe house will provide feedback in time, but now, it is used by Chen Hao to detect lies. Because as long as a person lies, his heart rate and pulse will change to a certain extent. This is also the basic principle of the lie detector. People can joke that they have no backup plan, but they must not really have no backup plan. Well, I didn't lie. Chen Hao's mouth curled up into a slight smile, not because he was relieved that Amy didn't lie, but because he understood one thing: why are the Lin family members so honest recently? I thought they were cowardly. It turned out that they were the most ruthless. They directly hired a killer to kill me. You really don't care about any means. In that case, don't blame me for fighting back. Chen Hao's mouth showed a cruel smile. In the last life, the Lin family cut countless wounds on his body in order to get his blood. So in this life, let the Lin family suffer 1,000 cuts. Damn it! How can Chen Hao live so comfortably? He has steak to eat and red wine to drink, damn. I only have rice porridge. Keep your voice down. If people know that we still have food and drink, who knows what crazy things they will do. Hearing her son Lin Jiawei complaining, Jiang Suiping couldn't help but scold him. At present, the whole community has no water and electricity, and many people have begun to drink urine secretly. Yes, in order to survive, people will do anything disgusting, so they still have a bite of food and a bite of drink, which is much better than others. Lin Jiawei pouted unhappily after being scolded. Mom, you're still blaming me. If you hadn't disciplined Chen Hao and made him as obedient as a dog, how could he eat meat and we drink porridge now? It should be us eating meat and him drinking porridge. No. You kid, Jiawei is right, you didn't beat this kid hard enough before. Damn it. Letting someone beat me up is simply a rebellion against him. Jiang Suiping wanted to say something, but Lin Dashan started cursing again. When Lin Dashan thought about the fact that Chen Hao instigated everyone to beat him up, he was so angry that his teeth itched. At this time, Bai Xiaojie, the daughter-in-law of the Lin family, also interjected. You say, Chen Hao is living such a good life now, why don't we try to build some relationships with him and let him share some food with us? TSK. What kind of relationship can we build? He's just a dog in our family. Lin Jiawei said disdainfully. After all, he looked down on Chen Hao from the bottom of his heart. What status does a man bought by their family as a child husband have? His status is lower than that of a live-in son-in-law. Section 46. That's right. The reason why the Lin family spent 2,000 yuan to buy Chen Hao from the human traffickers was because Lin Dashan and Jiang Xueping were reluctant to marry Lin Yushan off, so they bought Chen Hao back and cultivated the consciousness of being a dog from an early age. Their Lin family pointed west, and Chen Hao didn't dare to go east. If Lin Yushan didn't think she was born beautiful and wanted to marry into a wealthy family, Chen Hao would really become the child husband of their Lin family. So from childhood, Lin Jiawei and Lin Yushan, the two brothers and sisters, never looked down on Chen Hao. But Bai Xiaojie's idea is not necessarily the same. After all, she was a young model, so there is no emotion, all interests. That's the truth, but Chen Hao has real supplies now. Besides, don't you want to eat meat? Well, Lin Jiawei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. After the rainstorm, he hadn't eaten meat for several days, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't want to. So Lin Jiawei's tone loosened a little. You can't be so humble just for a bite of meat, right? Oh. I know you men are very proud. How about I help you talk to him? Bai Xiaojie said very proactively, because she heard that Chen Hao was particularly powerful in that aspect, not at all like Lin Jiawei and Lin Dashan, who were fast and boring. So if she went there, she would definitely be happy and joyful. But Lin Jiawei was still a little hesitant. You? Can you really go? Don't worry. Absolutely no problem. Bai Xiaojie said confidently, because she was very beautiful and was Chen Hao's sister-in-law, she didn't believe that Chen Hao didn't have some impulse. When the time came, they hit it off. Wouldn't it be reasonable to give him supplies? Hearing what Bai Xiaojie said, Lin Jiawei didn't say anything, because he really wanted to eat meat, so he looked at Lin Dashan and Jiang Xueping, and the two of them didn't have any objections. So Lin Jiawei looked at Lin Yushan, what do you think? But Lin Yushan just looked down at her phone, her face gloomier than the rainstorm outside. Yushan? It's been the third day, why is there still no news? Lin Yushan's face looked very ugly. In order to hire a killer to kill Chen Hao, she had emptied all her huabei and baobei to get together 200,000 yuan, but she didn't expect that Chen Hao was still alive and kicking. Although the current situation is increasingly feeling like the end of the world is approaching, but it still feels a bit uncomfortable to feel that I was cheated of 200,000 yuan. But at this time, a message suddenly popped up in the community group. It was sent by Chen Hao to the community group. The Lin family members who had been paying attention to Chen Hao's movements naturally clicked in to watch, but at just one glance, the faces of all the Lin family members were worse than entering hell. At everyone, because Lin Dashan, Jiang Xueping, Lin Jiawei, Bai Xiaojie, and Lin Yushan hired assassins to kill me, I am very angry. So from today on, anyone who leaves a 5 centimeters wound on any one of them, I will give him a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. 1 time for 1 person, 5 times for 5 people. But whoever kills them, I will kill him. Seeing the bounty announcement issued by Chen Hao, Lin Jiawei, a big man, trembled like an old dog. No, what does he mean by this? He is clearly going to cut us into pieces. And he wants us to be unable to live or die. Lin Yushan also collapsed. Because among these messages, the most terrifying one is the last rule: no one can kill them. Otherwise, they will be retaliated by Chen Hao. What does this mean? This means that Chen Hao does not intend to let them die quickly, but to torture them slowly bit by bit. Let all the people in this building come and chop them every day. This is worse than Ling Qi. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. No. Don't worry. No one will come and chop us for such a little thing. No. Lin Dashan tried to calm down and wanted to light a cigarette to calm down, but he touched all over his body and didn't touch any cigarettes, which made him tremble, because he actually knew very well, at this time of water and food shortage, one bottle of water, one pack of instant noodles, is extremely tempting to people. Sure enough, in the next moment, the door of their house was kicked violently. Come out. Get out. Come out. Come out. Before Lin Jiawei and others could react, the door of their house had been kicked open. From outside the door, a group of people rushed in. It was a group of security guards headed by Li Jian. In the power struggle with Wang Niu, Li Jian won. So Li Jian is now the leader of the property. Li Jian looked at Lin Dashan and the others trembling. He smiled. I'm sorry. Everyone. We brothers have run out of food. So we can only rely on you to replenish our food. Hold them all. Ah! Li Jian. Li Jian, don't do this. We can give you food. We can give you food. Lin Jiawei wailed and said, he had been spoiled since he was a child, and he had never had a scratch on his skin. Now he was cut by someone with a 5-centimeter cut, how could he bear it? But Li Jian was happy when he heard it. Wow! You still have food. What a surprise! Brothers, when you leave later, take their food with you. Yes. Lin Jiawei and others' hearts sank. They realized that in this world today, people can have no bottom line for a bite of food. And Li Jian also took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and waved it in front of Lin Jiawei, Lin Dashan, Lin Yushan, Zhang Suiping, and Bai Xiejie. Li Jian kindly advised them. You'd better not resist. The more you resist, the more painful it will be. Then he took out a ruler and stuck it on Lin Jiawei's arm. In Lin Jiawei's horrified eyes, he cut it. No more, no less, exactly 5 centimeters. Lin Jiawei screamed and wailed. Ah! Fuck your mother. Ah! Your mouth is really stinky. Ha! Next one. Li Jian said, and gave the kitchen knife in his hand to another person. The man took the kitchen knife and walked towards Lin Jiawei with a wicked smile. Lin Jiawei felt desperate. Because he suddenly realized that he was wrong. These people didn't come to give him a knife, but to give him a knife each. So there are more than a dozen people here, that is to give him more than a dozen knives. So Lin Jiawei wailed in despair. Ah! Dad! Mom! Save me! Save me! Aha! Unfortunately, Lin Dashan and Jiang Suiping were both in trouble. As for Bai Xiejie and Lin Yushan, they were treated differently, because they were still a little pretty. Better than the group of women who were looted before. So Li Jian smiled wickedly. He. If you two don't want to be cut dozens of times on your face, serve me well. Fuck you. Lin Jiawei's eyes were red with anger. Bai Xiejie, that's his wife. But now she has to have sex with someone else in front of him. This is something no man can tolerate. But Li Jian glanced at Lin Jiawei coldly. Do you have any objection? Lin Jiawei's momentum softened immediately. But Li Jian didn't intend to let him go. You dared to glare at me just now. Ha! I hate others looking down on me the most. I tell you, now, I'm going to go in with your wife to do it, you must cheer for me outside. Otherwise, I'll chop you up. Lin Jiawei's head was cold. So he could only squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. Good. 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 Good job. Beautiful. Good. Ha 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 ha. Li Jian and other security guards couldn't help laughing, and lined up in front of Lin Jiawei to enter the room. What room? Of course, it was the room where Bai Xiejie was lying. I'm the first. You're the second, and you guys should keep up. As Li Jian spoke, he began to take off his clothes impatiently and walked into the room where Bai Xiejie was lying. After a while, a voice that Lin Jiawei was very familiar with came from the room. But Lin Jiawei could only clap and shout. Good. Good. Good job. Good. Good. Good job. Beautiful. One more shot. Fuck you. When my mother was being fucked, she didn't even dare to fart. Are you still a man? Seeing that her husband was still clapping and cheering, Bai Xiajie was so angry that she slapped Lin Jiawei in the face. Section 47. When Jiang Cuiping saw her son being beaten, she immediately became furious and went up to give Bai Xiajie a slap in the face. Bah! You shameless person! You still have the nerve to talk about my son? Who just shouted so loudly that the whole building could hear it? Hey, don't be like this, we are all a family. When Lin Dashan saw Bai Xiajie being beaten, he couldn't help but go up and try to persuade her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cuiping also slapped her with a big backhand. Why are you pretending to be a good person? I have long noticed that you are flirting with this shameless person. How dare you go around and hook up with your skills for just a few seconds? Huh? What hookup? After Lin Jiawei was stunned for a few seconds, his eyes immediately turned red. If someone gives him a hat, he can still accept it. But Lin Dashan also gave him a hat, and he really couldn't bear it. Seeing this scene, Lin Dashan was a little scared and quickly pointed his finger at Lin Yushan. It's all Yushan's fault. If Yushan hadn't insisted on taking care of things and found some kind of killer, how could things have ended up like this? Of course it's you. From the beginning, you were the one who encouraged us to find trouble with Chen Hao. If we knew it would end up like this, I would have given the 5 million to Chen Hao. Lin Dashan cursed and successfully directed part of his anger towards Lin Yushan. That's right. It was because Lin Yushan insisted on having trouble with Chen Hao that all of them now had more than a dozen cuts on their bodies. It hurts like hell. Yushan. What Dad said makes sense. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be like this. Look, there are a lot of wounds. It almost hurts me to death. Lin Jiawei was the first to complain, not caring that he was also greedy for the 5 million at that time, but at this time, the truth is not important, the important thing is that the emotions must be vented. That's right. If it weren't for Yushan who insisted on messing with Chen Hao, I wouldn't have been ruined like this today. Bai Xiajie also started crying. Even Jiang Cuiping was a little resentful. Yushan, this matter is indeed your fault. Look what you have done to everyone. Lin Yushan's face became more and more gloomy as she listened to everyone's complaints. Ever since she felt that she had been humiliated by Chen Hao, her mentality had become more and more distorted. Bang! 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 While Lin Jiawei and the others were still thinking, there was a knock on the door, which directly interrupted everyone's conversation. Lin Jiawei shouted angrily. Who? Just look at your neighbor downstairs, the neighbor next door, and even the neighbor upstairs, all walking in from the door with knives. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiawei, Lin Dashan, Jiang Cuiping, and Bai Xiajie all gasped, because they all ignored a very important thing. There are a lot of thirsty people in this building. There are also many hungry people. So these people will not let themselves go easily. Everyone will come and give themselves a knife. So a few seconds later, the miserable wailing of the Lin family was heard again in room 1704. Aha! Aha! Ah! At the same time, in room 3201, Chen Hao watched the video sent by everyone, the video of the Lin family being slashed one after another, and the Lin family wailing in pain. He was not excited. Not feeling sad either. Some are just a feeling of gradual relief. In the last life, Chen Hao was cut into his wrists with knives to draw blood every day. The pain was like being in hell. Suffering day and night. And now, Lin Dashan, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Cuiping, Bai Xiajie, and Lin Yushan have all been stabbed to death by the residents of the entire building, and they will even spend every day like this. As long as they still have breath. It can be said that Chen Hao is paid back 100 times 1,000 times. Therefore, Chen Hao's heart knot is slowly being opened, and his control over supernatural powers has improved to a higher level. Because in his last life, Chen Hao had a very hard life. Therefore, if the mind is unstable, it is impossible to push the superpower to a higher peak. So now that my heart is knotting up, Chen Hao's upper limit of superpowers has naturally increased. Have a drink. Commemorate the sorrow of the previous life. Celebrate the elegance of this life. So Chen Hao smiled slightly and took out the most expensive red wine in the world, Romanée-Conti. Pour yourself a glass and celebrate the moment with a smile. The sweet aroma of the red wine is exactly what Chen Hao is feeling. The days are getting sweeter. Alarm! Alarm! There is an abnormal reaction in safe house number 2. Chen Hao was a little surprised. Safe house number 2 was actually the safe house placed in room 3101 to hold Amy. So Chen Hao immediately took out the secret key and observed what was going on. Judging from the sonic radar display, Amy's body temperature index was undergoing extremely strange changes. The temperature actually rose sharply to over 45 degrees. And it continues to rise. What happened? Chen Hao was a little surprised. Human beings are actually very fragile creatures, especially the brain. Once the body temperature exceeds 40 degrees, brain function may be damaged. So many children will suffer from problems such as decreased intelligence, inability to concentrate, and decreased body control after a fever. So even a normal fever is so dangerous, let alone a super high fever of 45 degrees. Could it be that the superpower has awakened? Chen Hao looked at Amy lying motionless on the sofa in the living room in the surveillance video and decided to go over to confirm it. If it was really a superpower awakening, then it was necessary to confirm Amy's ability and subdue her in the early stage of her superpower awakening. Otherwise, once Amy controlled her ability and opened the safe house to escape, Chen Hao was not sure when Amy would come back to seek revenge on him. Xiao, wait for me in the safe house for a while, I'll be back soon. Go out again. Xiao stomped her feet unhappily. Her proud figure suddenly trembled up and down like a wave. But Chen Hao just went up and touched Xiao's head. Be good. Be obedient. Hearing Chen Hao's gentle tone, Xiao, no matter how unhappy she was, would immediately nod obediently. Brother Haozi, then go and come back quickly, I'll wait for you at home. Okay. Chen Hao smiled slightly, then turned and went out, holding the barrette in his hand. If Amy became uncontrollable, Chen Hao would not hesitate to shoot Amy. Room 3101, also in Chen Hao's safe house number 2, Amy was still lying quietly on the sofa. But her temperature was still rising. It's already 52 degrees. Chen Hao glanced at the key tablet, then put it away and walked into the safe house with barrette. Amy. Chen Hao tentatively called Amy's name. The next second, Amy suddenly jumped up from the sofa and climbed directly to the ceiling with an agility that humans could not do at all. Like a spider sucked on the ceiling. Sure enough, she awakened. Chen Hao raised the barrette without hesitation and aimed it at Amy on the ceiling. But Amy was roaring with her teeth bared. Her eyes even flashed red. Something is wrong. Even if she has awakened her superpowers, her cognition will still remain at the level of ordinary people for the time being. It is impossible for her to not know how to dodge when she sees barrette. Could it be that her superpowers are out of control? Superpower out of control is a problem that every awakener will face. Because of the sudden superpowers, people are not prepared at all, so the ability bursts randomly. It is easy for people to lose their minds temporarily. In this case, let's first determine her ability. Chen Hao put away the barrette and replaced it with a 92 Type pistol with a caliber of 5.8 mm. The smaller the caliber, the smaller the power, which is just right for testing Amy's ability. Bang! Chen Hao pulled the trigger without hesitation. As expected, Amy's body moved horizontally in an instant. Avoided the bullet. But Chen Hao knew very well Amy's speed was not faster than the bullet. She sensed the danger just before Chen Hao pulled the trigger, so she dodged in advance. Has your perception been enhanced? Well, your speed is also very fast. Bang! 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 Chen Hao fired 3 shots in a row. All of them were dodged by Amy in various postures that humans could not do. But at the same time, Chen Hao's actions also stimulated Amy's ferocity. Amy rushed towards Chen Hao with a roar. Ah! But the next moment, Amy was thrown into the creation space by Chen Hao. Chen Hao, who used the space field, could swallow everything. But although Amy was swallowed into the creation space, she still had the power to struggle. Her limbs kept waving, trying to escape from the creation space. Interesting. Chen Hao watched with interest. There is no oxygen in the creation space. So ordinary people can only hold on for 30 seconds at most after entering. But Amy struggled in it for more than 10 minutes. It seems that what she awakened is the ability to strengthen her body. After releasing the ability, her body's perception, speed, strength, and endurance have all been greatly improved. It can be said that she has undergone an all-round strengthening. Section 48. It was not until Amy passed out that Chen Hao released her and gave her a sedative 3 times the amount of an ordinary person. This sedative will make Amy's hands and feet weak and temporarily lose her aggressiveness within the next 6 hours. I'll talk to you after you regain your sanity. Chen Hao carried Amy to the sofa and was about to turn around and leave, but when Chen Hao turned around, Amy grabbed his hand. You still have the ability to move? Chen Hao was a little surprised. This has been injected with 3 times the dose, and the drug power that can even restrain tigers can't completely restrain Amy? And Amy is still in the early stage of awakening her superpowers. But Amy just looked at Chen Hao with blurred eyes. Then she kept muttering in a low voice. I want. Chen Hao was speechless. It's already this time. I'm still thinking about this kind of thing. But this is actually a normal phenomenon. After awakening the superpowers, the awakeners will amplify some of the instincts of creatures, such as perception and conditioned reflexes, and reproduction and mating are also a kind of biological instinct. So it will also be amplified. So looking at Amy's pleading, Chen Hao could only sigh helplessly. Okay. Silly girl, help me close the window. And then turn off all the cameras. Okay, master. Just heard a few swish sounds. The large glass on the balcony was all covered by pieces of decks. At the same time, the atmosphere lights in the room were turned on, and even a little song to cheer up was turned on. But even so, Amy kept urging. I'm coming. Chen Hao was not polite, respecting Amy's mating intention, and had an in-depth communication with Amy, just a communication. Chen Hao discovered a very serious problem. This Amy seems to be perfect. Chen Hao was a little surprised. A woman who kept shouting yes turned out to be a perfect woman with 0 experience. This seems to be completely illogical. Looking at Amy again, she was about to cry but had no tears. One hand trembled and pointed at the clothes thrown aside and said, Medicine, oh. So that's what you are talking about. Chen Hao was speechless. He didn't expect that he had made such a big mistake, so he immediately went to get medicine for Amy. But I didn't expect it. Just that brief exchange just now completely aroused Amy's instinct. She was already in a state of out of control of her superpowers, so her control over her body was also rapidly reduced. But the instinctive desire for mating was rising rapidly. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. So Amy entangled Chen Hao all of a sudden. Her eyes were blurred, and she bit it randomly. 3 hours later, Amy woke up with a sore body, and she was covered with a blanket to cover her body. But on the coffee table nearby, a blue pill was quietly placed, with a glass of water next to it, and originally, there should be 2 of these blue pills. That means Chen Hao fed her one. He actually fed me the medicine thoughtfully? Amy couldn't help but blush a little. As a killer trainee, in the eyes of others, they may be noble and dignified. But in the eyes of the instructors, they are a group of pigs, whose lives are cheaper than grass. Because they were all bought back, or even war orphans picked up on the battlefield, so it doesn't matter if they die in training, it's just very humble. So this is the first time Amy feels that someone respects her life. You're awake. Chen Hao came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, took a look at the blue pill on the table, and got straight to the point. Can you explain to me what this pill is about? Yeah. Amy nodded slightly, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. In our organization, in order to better control members, everyone will be injected with a special neurotoxin as soon as they enter the organization. Neurotoxin? Well, after the injection, if there is no drug to suppress it, cramps, spasms, vomiting and other phenomena will occur, and then die in pain within 24 hours. How long does one pill last? 1 month. 1 month, then you only have 1 pill left, which means that you can only last for another month at most. No wonder you take all the work and want to buy a plane ticket back, it's because of this reason. If you lose contact with the organization and don't rush back in the first time, you will be automatically considered a defector by the organization. At this point, Amy couldn't help shivering, because she was a war orphan who was picked up from the battlefield. So she has an extreme fear of death. Seeing Amy's pitiful appearance, Chen Hao felt that he had found a way to break through Amy. But this time, it was not to break through Amy's body, but to break through Amy's psychology. So Chen Hao took the initiative to attack. I can provide you with medicine to ensure that you will not die from the poison. But you must also submit to me. You can provide me with medicine? You are also from the Rattlesnake organization. Upon hearing that Chen Hao could provide herself with medicine, Amy's first reaction was to feel scared. But this is also a normal reaction. After all, it feels like being tricked. But this is obviously because Amy misunderstood Chen Hao, and Chen Hao usually doesn't use tricks. Chen Hao sat on the single sofa on one side and said, "Everyone is an awakened person, so there is no need for me to hide it from you. My awakened ability allows me to copy anything, such as this exquisite cup." Chen Hao put the cup away casually, and when he put it out again, there were 2 cups. Amy's face was filled with disbelief. This is a miracle. You can think so. In short, as long as you surrender to me, I can provide you with a steady stream of medicine. Make you healthy and live a long life. But when she heard the words "live a long life," Amy smiled sadly. It's impossible to live a long life. Are you questioning my ability? No, it's because no one injected with this neurotoxin will live past the age of 35. So sure? Well, because killers are just like athletes. After 30 years old, they have passed their peak. At 35 years old, they are already old people and have no great value. So let us die at 35 years old, and we can take advantage of it. After completing our mission, Lai Lai also solved our pension problem. Capitalism is really prudent. But if I say I can make you live a long life, I will definitely do it. Chen Hao said categorically. His domineering and powerful aura made Amy's heart beat fast. After all, no woman can refuse this damn sense of security. Amy tentatively said, "How can you do that?" It's very simple. It's not just you and me who have awakened powers, so I will recruit an awakened person with medical abilities and let her be my assistant, so I will also let her eradicate your toxins. Really? Amy was excited. Ants can still survive, let alone humans? Living is the greatest instinct of living things. But Chen Hao also explained the premise. Of course it is true, but my premise is that you must surrender to me, obey my command, and do whatever I ask you to do. Anything? Although she longed for life, Amy still had things she didn't want to do and wasn't willing to do. Chen Hao said with a faint smile. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything disgusting. Basically, I just want you to cooperate with me and deal with some difficult opponents. Really? Real. Okay, then I am willing to surrender to you and obey your command. Amy said with slightly red cheeks. In the training camp, what the instructors often said was, "You despicable and obscene things were born to do disgusting things. So you are not allowed to do it to me. I have an opinion." In contrast, Chen Hao respected her very much. This feeling of being respected made her feel warm. Seeing Amy agreed. Chen Hao nodded. Before your neurotoxins are eradicated, I will provide you with drugs on time, so you don't have to worry about that. Yes, thank you. By the way, let me ask you something that confuses me. What is that? Chen Hao pointed to the sofa cushion next to him. The bright red blood on it was particularly eye-catching. Amy's face turned even redder. All of us students must keep our chastity and wait for the leader's favor. You are so beautiful and have such a good figure. How can your leader bear it? He was beaten, down there. So he is still in treatment, although he has been in treatment for several years. Okay. Chen Hao stood up, stretched his body comfortably, and then prepared to go back to 3201. Although Amy agreed to submit to Chen Hao still had to observe for a while. I'll go back first. You have a good rest. If you have anything, you can tell the smart housekeeper directly and the housekeeper will notify me. When will you let me go on a mission? Amy lowered her head slightly and said, implying when she could meet Chen Hao again. But this good impression did not come abruptly. First, compared with the people in the organization, Chen Hao respected her very much. Second, how to get a woman's feelings the fastest. That is to enter this woman's body. Especially when this woman is still intact. Faced with Amy's slightly weak request for favor, Chen Hao reached out and touched her head. I hope you will never have a mission, because that means you and I are both safe. I will come to see you tomorrow. There is food in the refrigerator, eat whatever you like. Okay. Amy felt her face was very hot, and she didn't dare to look up at Chen Hao's back, but she knew very well that she was reluctant to let Chen Hao go. Killer, and the ability to strengthen the body, if the loyalty is enough, it will be a good helper. Chen Hao still has expectations for Amy after all, it is the end of the world, so what Chen Hao needs is not a beautiful vase, but a good-looking and useful helper. Help to deal with opponents. And also help to free his hands. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But such a woman should not be so easy to find. Chen Hao thought to himself, and was about to go upstairs, when suddenly the phone trembled and spit out a white message. Are you free? The sender is Wu Shiqing. Usually, when Wu Shiqing asked this, she wanted to come up to exchange supplies. So Chen Hao also replied. Come up. Although he had just experienced a big battle, in fact, after the first awakening, the upper limit of the human body will be opened. Before awakening, no matter how much people exercise, their strength is not as good as that of lions and tigers, but after awakening, the upper limit of the body is opened, and through exercise, the strength and endurance of the body can be enhanced, thus achieving the effect of being on par with lions and tigers. What's more, Chen Hao has already awakened to the second level and awakened his superpowers. So let alone a big battle, even if there are more people, Chen Hao can easily deal with it. But Wu Shiqing just made a sweaty expression. That's not what I meant, what does that mean? I felt like there was someone hanging around the door since this morning, and when I was sleeping just now, it seemed like someone was trying to sneak open the door, which scared me awake. Are you sure? Not sure, but I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that once I open the door, someone will rush in. Can you come over and take a look? Okay. Chen Hao didn't refuse because when he pretended to be poor before, apart from Xiao Xiao, only Wu Shiqing came to ask Chen Hao if he was really short of food, so Chen Hao gave Wu Shiqing a chance to help. So Chen Hao took out his pistol and walked slowly to the 26th floor. Gradually, Chen Hao found that something was wrong. Quiet. Too quiet. At this time, the lack of water and food has not yet triggered a large-scale home robbery. This is completely illogical. You have to know that at this time in the previous life, the building was already a horror scene of eating human flesh and drinking human blood. Come to think of it, it was quite quiet before I posted the bounty on the Lin family. It seems that there are variables. Chen Hao is more and more certain that the power structure in this building has changed. On the surface, he is the supreme fighting force in this building, and no one dares to provoke him. But secretly, most of the people in this building may have condensed into an organization. Although this organization has not done anything to Chen Hao yet, it may not be the case in the future. Who could it be? Could it be them? Chen Hao naturally thought of the largest force in this community, the demolition households. You know, in this community, more than 50% are demolition households from the same area, so they are closely related by blood. Even if they are not relatives, they are old acquaintances who have known each other for decades. Usually, these demolition households look down on these outsiders and often take advantage of them, taking their takeaways, stealing their motorcycle helmets, etc. Once the outsiders complain, these demolition households will band together and put pressure on the outsiders together. The outsiders have to swallow their anger. But such a huge force has not taken action against Chen Hao until now. And before, I reported many of them to jail, but no one took the opportunity to retaliate? Ha ha. It seems that they are ready to hold back a big wave. Chen Hao couldn't help but sneer. he knew that these demolition households who were vindictive would not let him go. In fact, Chen Hao also guessed right. Originally these demolition households had a tendency to fall apart because of their interests. They also fell apart in the last life, but in this life, because of Chen Hao's pressure, they were forced to unite together. Now, these demolition households, led by the largest Lin family and commanded by the clan leader Lin Kaidong, are planning how to attack Chen Hao. In room 1201, Lin Kaidong, who is in his 50s, sent a voice message in the newly created WeChat group Glorious with a serious face. Glorious is taken from the village they used to share, Glorious Village. Now, what we have to discuss is a matter of life and death for us. That is, how to snatch all the things in Chen Hao's hands. The terrifying thing is that the number of people in this group is more than 1,000. Chen Hao went down to the 26th floor slowly, and looked out with interest in the middle. The heavy rain for 7 or 8 consecutive days has flooded the 6th floor. This water level should be barely enough for Noah's Ark to sail. After all, Noah's Ark is not a small boat. That kind of ordinary 3-meter small boat can sail as long as there is 1 meter of water. But the 109-meter-long Noah's Ark requires at least 15 meters of water level. This is one of the reasons why Chen Hao stayed in the community temporarily, waiting for the water level to rise. Although it is a ball of water as big as the moon, it is not so fast to flood all parts of the world. As Chen Hao spoke, he had already come to the stairwell on the 26th floor. Wu Shiqing mentioned before that she lived in 2603, and each floor in this building has the same layout, so Chen Hao had no trouble finding it. No one? Looking at the empty stairwell, Chen Hao frowned slightly, and then rang the doorbell of 2603. On the door of 2603, the cat's eye suddenly lit up, and then the door opened, revealing Wu Shiqing with a nervous face and a kitchen knife in her hand. You're here. Well, I didn't see any unusual movement. Chen Hao walked into 2603 casually and sat on the sofa in the living room. It's not hard to see that this is a house where girls live. The decorations are very pink and there is even a fragrance in the air. Wu Shiqing also sat in Chen Hao's arms very naturally, and then quietly inhaled the smell of Chen Hao's body. When women are nervous, they will especially like to smell the smell of men, because this will give women a sense of security. Chen Hao hugged Wu Shiqing's slender waist. When was the last time you heard the movement? When I sent you a message. You said, I'm not too nervous and hallucinating, right? I just took a look at the floor. There are some footprints on it, and it's still very clear. Someone should have been here. Ah. Wu Shiqing's body couldn't help but shrink. This means that she was scared by this matter. Chen Hao gently stroked Wu Shiqing's back, and then asked Wu Shiqing a few questions, because it's time to consider who to take on Noah's Ark. I remember you said you were a graduate student, right? What's your major? Financial management. What's wrong? Financial management, nothing, just asking. Section 50. Chen Hao was a little disappointed. In the end of the world, financial management is one of the most useless abilities. Although Wu Shiqing could not see Chen Hao's emotions, but with a woman's intuition, she knew that Chen Hao might be evaluating her own value. So Wu Shiqing could not help but hug Chen Hao tightly, and then kept talking to Chen Hao about what she could do. In addition to my profession, I can do a lot of things, such as cooking and making Western pastries, and I am also very good at storage and organizing things. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly say this? No, I'm just worried that you don't want me anymore. Wu Shiqing hugged Chen Hao tightly, afraid that Chen Hao would leave cruelly and ruthlessly as soon as she let go. It was not until this time that Wu Shiqing realized that she actually relied on Chen Hao. Relying on the water given by Chen Hao, relying on the food given by Chen Hao, and relying on Chen Hao to relieve loneliness. So Wu Shiqing knew that she must have some value in order to stay with Chen Hao, because beauty has freshness and a shelf life after all. In addition to these things that can be done at home, I can also play with drones and drive yachts, huh? You can also drive a yacht? Chen Hao suddenly interrupted. This means that Chen Hao has discovered the value of Wu Shiqing. What he said before was nonsense, so Chen Hao didn't bother to ask a question. Wu Shiqing also nodded quickly. Yes. In fact, I have always been a technology enthusiast and like to play with some intelligent things, so I like drones, yachts, and helicopters. I didn't expect your interests to be so wide. Chen Hao patted Wu Shiqing's small buttocks and said if Wu Shiqing didn't lie, then Wu Shiqing could help him drive Noah's Ark. Although Chen Hao can drive himself, who doesn't like to be lazy? Wu Shiqing, who was affirmed by Chen Hao, was ecstatic in her heart, and couldn't help but nibble at Chen Hao wildly and how scared she was just now. Now she nibbles as fiercely. Chen Hao was not polite, picked up Wu Shiqing and walked into the room because when a woman takes the initiative, you'd better not refuse. Otherwise you will miss the moment when she is the most charming and the most clinging. A few hours later, Chen Hao and Wu Shiqing were lying on the soak sheets. Chen Hao was still not satisfied, but Wu Shiqing was already tired and fell asleep. Looking at Wu Shiqing, she curled up in his arms like a little greedy cat, greedily sucking the smell on his body. Chen Hao gently touched her forehead. It's quite cute. What sound? Chen Hao looked at the position of the door lock. There was a series of rustling sounds coming from there. Chen Hao immediately turned over and got out of bed, took out the nightgown from the creation space, put it on himself, and took out the textured beret, held it in his hand, and walked behind the door. There were at least 3 people outside the door, and they were still talking in low voices. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Will it work? Something is wrong. This little slut may have changed the key when she moved in, and hasn't handed in the spare key yet. Then it can't be opened. What should we do now? Just use explosives. As long as I control the dosage and make a small explosion, I can blow the door open. It won't make a big noise, right? If Chen Hao finds out, we'll be finished. Don't worry, this is the 26th floor, far from the 32nd floor. Okay. Then you make one now. After 2 minutes of silence, the next sound was something sticking to the door lock, and then there was a loud explosion. Boom! The location of the door lock at 2603. A palm-sized gap was directly blown out. The 3 people outside the door shouted excitedly. It exploded. It exploded. Quick! Go in and hold that little girl. Don't let her send a message to Chen Hao. However, the only response to them was the sound of Barrett's gunshot. Bang! Chen Hao shot one of the men in the head, and then pointed the gun at the other 2's heads in shock. Too late, I already know. Chen Hao said without any emotion, calm. But deadly. The 2 people outside the door were scared to the point of peeing their pants. Big brother. No. Master. Spare my life. One of the thin and wretched men knelt down on the spot, and Chen Hao knew this man, the skinny monkey who came to blast the door last time. As for the other one, Chen Hao also had some impression of him. He was the security guard of the original community. Tell me what's going on, otherwise, die. I'll tell you. The little security guard rushed first without hesitation. At this time, whoever survives has a greater chance of survival, so of course he has to rush. This is the plan of our boss Li Jian. He knows this woman is related to you, so he wants us to catch this woman and trick her into opening your door. How did he know? He checked the elevator surveillance. He found that this woman went up to the 32nd floor several times, and when she came back, her clothes were bulging. She must have hidden supplies. I see. Chen Hao figured out the thread inside, but there was a new thread that he couldn't figure out. You guys from the property management team actually dared to mess with me. Do you think you've lived too long? That's not it. The little security guard said hesitantly, but in order to survive, he resolutely betrayed Li Jian, and the person behind Li Jian. Actually, it's like this. Our boss Li Jian just found a woman. It was this woman who instigated our boss to do this. She said that as long as this plan succeeds, our boss can become the most powerful person in this community. What woman? You know this woman, Lin Yushan. As the security guard spoke, he carefully looked at Chen Hao's face, fearing that Chen Hao would collapse if he was unhappy. But Chen Hao wouldn't. How could he collapse before he had used up all his value? It turned out to be her. I said why there was no trace of her in the video I posted. It turned out that she sold her body in exchange for safety. Chen Hao smiled disdainfully, thinking that it was you, Lin Yushan. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been good at using men to get benefits. The security guard saw that Chen Hao not only did not kill him in anger, but his face looked much better, so he was excited and took out his mobile phone to offer his treasure. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. I have something important to report here. Speak. It's this Lin Yushan. She also instigated our boss to do something. That is to arrest Lin Dashan, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Suiping, and Bai Xiajie, and then notify everyone. As long as they are willing to share half of the supplies with us, then we will help them, and cut one knife on each of these 4 people every day. Lin Yushan, you are really vicious. Even your parents, brother and sister-in-law are not spared. As Chen Hao said, he pulled the trigger and shot the little security guard. This person is no longer useful. Then, Chen Hao looked at the skinny monkey who was completely scared. The only reason this person is not dead is that he still has some value to use. Do you want to make merit? Do you want to be my subordinate? Hearing this, the skinny monkey, who had thought he was doomed, immediately nodded desperately as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. I want to. I want to. I want to. Well, then do something for me. What is it? Make me an explosive pack, a most powerful explosive pack. Room 1704 was originally an owner's house, but it was requisitioned by the property management and became a dormitory for property management staff. But at this moment, the room was filled with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Aha! Yushan! I was wrong, Yushan. Let me go. Let me go. Yushan, I'm your mother. How can you do this to us? Yushan, no. Daughter. Have you forgotten? I love you the most. When you were little, I bought you candy every day. Sister, I'm your sister-in-law. When I got married, I gave you a gold bracelet. Do you remember? However, in the face of Lin Jiawei, Jiang Suiping, Lin Dashan, and Bai Xiajie's desperate pleas, Lin Yushan just leaned on Li Jian's shoulder and smiled sarcastically. Section 51 Ha, now you know how to please me? Didn't you dislike me before? Didn't you dislike me for attracting Chen Hao and getting you hurt? I was wrong. I was wrong. Yushan, I beg you. Let them stop cutting. Lin Jiawei let out a heart-wrenching wail. Because while Lin Yushan was talking, another knife cut a full 5 centimeters wound on his body. Not long or short. Why is it so perfect? That's because there have been hundreds of cuts on his body. But Lin Jiawei couldn't struggle. He, Lin Dashan, Jiang Suiping, and Bai Xiajie were tied to a refrigerator and couldn't even move. They could only watch the knife fall on their bodies and let out desperate wails. This kind of injury that can only be watched but cannot be avoided is extremely devastating. It is 1,000,000 times more terrifying than death. So under the intense pain, Lin Jiawei was going crazy. He started to speak crazily. Brother! Brother! Brother Li Jian! I'll give you my wife. I'll give you my wife. Not only will I give you my wife, but I'll also be there to cheer you up while you're doing it. It's not just Lin Yushan who can make you happy. But the weird thing is that Bai Xiajie was not angry, but she hated Lin Jiawei for coming up with this idea too late. If it had been earlier, she wouldn't have to suffer this kind of pain. Brother Li Jian, he's right. Lin Yushan is just a girl. How can she be more interesting than a wife? Besides, isn't it more interesting for us husband and wife to play with you? Yes. Lin Yushan is just a girl. What's interesting about her? We can also act with you. Whatever scene you like, we'll act whatever scene you like, brother. Sitting on the sofa, Li Jian couldn't help but imagine after hearing the couple's proposal. Indeed. Compared to playing with Lin Yushan monotonously, playing with Bai Xiajie in front of Lin Jiawei can make people more excited. Moreover, a very important point is that Bai Xiajie is a woman, and a young and beautiful woman. So everyone was relatively gentle when they started, and did not touch the sexy parts, and wanted to keep it for fun in the future. Speaking of which, she, as a sister-in-law, is not worse looking than the sister-in-law. Li Jian couldn't help but think about this matter seriously. After all, taking Lin Yushan in is taking in one. Isn't taking in both Lin Yushan and Bai Xiajie also taking in? But just when Li Jian was still thinking seriously, Lin Yushan had already stood up from the sofa without saying a word, and stabbed Bai Xiajie in the face. No! You! It was too late for Li Jian to stop it. A piece of meat was cut off from Bai Xiajie's face. Even if the best plastic surgeon in the world came, he couldn't save Bai Xiajie's face. And looking at the scene of Bai Xiajie bleeding and wailing, Li Jian couldn't get interested anyway. He could only choose to continue playing with Lin Yushan. So Li Jian snorted twice and stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiawei was even more disheartened. It was not because his wife was disfigured, but because his wife was disfigured, he could not get rid of this predicament. It's over. It's all over. Woo woo woo. Seeing Lin Jiawei crying in pain, all the security guards in the room laughed, as if they were watching a monkey show. Even Li Jian hugged Lin Yushan and laughed. You are really useless, you useless brother. But just when everyone was laughing so happily, the door of this room was suddenly kicked open by someone. It was Chen Hao. Chen Hao. The first moment they saw Chen Hao, everyone's heart tightened. Then they all reacted differently. Li Jian and his security men were like mice seeing a cat, and they were immediately scared to find a place to hide. They were afraid that Chen Hao would discover their existence. He would crush them to death with one hand. Lin Yushan roared in anger, Chen Hao. Full of anger. Full of resentment. But his body was very honest and retreated backwards. He also wanted to find a place to hide. As for Lin Dashan, Lin Jiawei, Jiang Suiping, and Bai Xiajie who were tied to the refrigerator, their eyes were shining when they looked at Chen Hao. People are like this. In desperate situations, they regard their enemies as life-saving straws. Hope that others will lend a hand to save them. But Chen Hao did reach out, but not to save them, but to throw out a bag of bombs with ignited fuses. Goodbye. Little trash. Then he reached out and released a rock, blocking the door of 1704, not letting anyone go. For a while, there was a wail in 1704. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. No. But it was immediately covered by a violent explosion. Boom. The huge power of gunpowder. It swallowed everyone in an instant. Even the huge rock that Chen Hao used to block the door was shaken. It's really powerful. Chen Hao looked at the thin monkey on the side with satisfaction, and the thin monkey looked at Chen Hao with a look of amazement. Chen Hao's move of releasing the rock to block the door was something he could not imagine at all. So the thin monkey looked at Chen Hao with admiration. Brother! How did you do it? Why can you release such a big rock? This is called superpower, and not everyone has it. In the next world, only those with this ability will be able to live. Chen Hao smiled slightly, he had already given Shouhou enough hints, suggesting that only by following him could Shouhou have a future. The thin monkey also understood it immediately. After all, he is the best at reading people's faces. Brother! If you ask me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Okay. Now let me ask you something, and you must answer me honestly. Brother, tell me. The way you use explosives is not simple. It is not something that ordinary people can learn. Where did you learn it from? Brother, you discovered me. The thin monkey scratched his head, and then in order to show his loyalty, he told Chen Hao everything. Brother, I actually learned this skill from people in the army. Nonsense. There is no reason, why should they teach you? I'm serious. Brother. He's a fellow countryman of mine who was a soldier nearby. After we met by chance, it was he who taught me how to play blasting. Hearing Chen Hao question himself, Shouhou was so frightened that he confessed inside. Chen Hao obtained the key information, serving as a soldier nearby. How dare you lie to me? I have been in Tiandu City for so long and I have never heard of any troops stationed nearby. It's true. Brother. It's right next to Chiyun Villa. It's about 10 kilometers to the south. Real? Really? If I lie, then I'll die. Okay. Then you can die. Ah. Before Shoho could react, Chenhao's Barrett had already aimed at his head and pulled the trigger. Boom. After putting Barrett away, Chenhao slowly chewed on the information he had just received. Chiyun Villa? I remember that it was a wealthy area. I've been there several times. Unexpectedly, the garrison was not far away. But now that he knew the location of the garrison troops, Chenhao thought about the environment near Chiyun Villa and felt that it was not impossible. Because Chiyun Villa is a rich area. And what kind of houses do rich people generally live in? That's right. It's a mid-level villa. Therefore, Chiyun Villa itself is built on the mountainside, and behind it is a series of continuous mountain peaks, so it is completely logical for the garrison troops to be hidden in the continuous mountain peaks and unknown to others. It seems that sometime, I have to sneak over to that area and have a look. Maybe I can pick up some good things. As for the inside of 1704, Chenhao has no intention of going in to check. Even if Lin Yushan and others do not die from the power of the bomb, now that the door is blocked by Chenhao with rocks, those still alive inside will die due to lack of water and food. In short, the ending is death. Is it still necessary to check? The answer is of course no. Oh, it's another fruitful day. I found a woman who can drive a yacht, and I also found out where a troop is stationed. It's time to go back to eat now. So Chenhao stretched out and went back to room 3201. As for Wu Shiqing, Chenhao arranged her in room 3102. At the same time, following the old rules, she released a safe house and protected Wu Shiqing in it. But as soon as I got home, Xiao Xiao, a little girl with a particularly sensitive nose, came around me. Brother Hausi, you have another weird smell. Xiao Xiao, do you like smelling me so much? No, then why do you hear it every day? I'm complaining, Brother Hausi, why can't you smell like me? Chenhao looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao speechlessly. It was becoming more and more obvious that this little girl wanted to sleep with him. But in this awkward moment, Chenhao's cell phone vibrated again. Really, why is there any news again? Chenhao finally understood Neptune's troubles, too many. It's so busy. Section 52. After reading the news, Chenhao's face suddenly became serious. The person who sent the message is Chenhao's old acquaintance, Anna. And the content of the message she sent was very simple: I'm pregnant. She is actually the first? It's incredible. Chenhao lay on the sofa, thinking about the authenticity of Anna's news. Generally speaking, the stronger the bloodline, the lower the fertility rate, so cattle and sheep are always in groups, and tigers and leopards are always alone. In the past, this was largely the impact of low fertility rates. As for whether Chenhao's bloodline is strong? Very strong. Because superpowers will permanently change human genes, no one who can awaken superpowers will be weak. What's more, Chenhao awakened the most powerful space power. Therefore, it stands to reason that ordinary women cannot withstand the strength of Chenhao's bloodline. Can't combine to create the next generation. But there are always exceptions to everything. If it is true, then I must consider bringing Anna on board Noah's Ark, even though she was not on my shortlist before. But if it's fake, Chenhao hates people who deceive his feelings the most. If it is fake, then there is only one fate for Anna, death. Confirmed first. So Chenhao sent a message back to Anna. Where are you? I'm in Building 1, room 2903, can you come over? 1. Chenhao looked at Building 1, it was the farthest building from his fourth building. It was still at an oblique angle. It was very difficult to get there at ordinary times, not to mention that it was still raining heavily. I have nothing to eat. I only have half a bottle of water left. Can you come over and bring me some food? Before Chenhao replied, Anna sent another message. Her words were very urgent. People didn't know that she was anxious to let Chenhao go. Still worried about the malnutrition of the little life in my belly. So Chenhao knew that he had to go there, whether it was true or false. But whether it's true or false, you have to be prepared first. So Chen Hao and Xiao Xiao talked. You just stay at home, I'll go do something and I'll be back soon. Leave me alone at home again. Zhou Xiaoxiao stomped her feet with her hands on her hips in dissatisfaction. The proud part of the chest was shaking violently up and down with dissatisfaction. Chen Hao could only go up and give him a warm touch on the head. Be good. I have serious things to do. Don't be naughty. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Then what do you want to eat tonight? I will prepare a meal and wait for you to come back. When I come back, let's make hot pot. The weather is a bit cold, so it's just right to have hot pot. Okay. Then be careful. What Chen Hao likes most is that Zhou Xiaoxiao has little emotions. But just a little coaxing will do. It won't affect your mood due to grinding. Chen Hao then went to 3101 and found Amy, whose mood had stabilized. I need you to do something for me. Good. Amy stood up immediately. It is said that a scholar will die for his confidant. In fact, the same is true for women. For someone to appreciate myself. Respect your own man. Amy is willing to do anything. After explaining to Amy, Chen Hao went downstairs. Before leaving, he used rocks to seal all the passages to the 31st and 32nd floors. Elevator or stairs. It's always right to be cautious anyway. Immediately afterwards, Chen Hao took out a backpack and randomly put some potato chips and other things in the backpack. It looked bulging, but in fact it was not heavy. After doing all these preparations, Chen Haocai walked down the stairs unhurriedly. As for why not take the elevator? Because the government has already issued an announcement to provide power for a limited time. But after the water level rose to the 5th floor, the daily limited time power supply was no longer available. There's a complete power outage. So Chen Hao was walking alone in the dark stairway, and could only use a flashlight for lighting. There were countless people hiding in places where the flashlight could not reach, watching with eagerness. He's down. Hide away, don't be discovered by him. Two figures flashed past and disappeared behind a door in the stairway, carefully closing the door. But they didn't know that Chen Hao had already discovered them. Chen Hao ignored it and continued to walk downstairs, but he already knew that this time things were not simple, otherwise no one would be watching him here. So now the best case scenario is, Anna is indeed pregnant. But he also joined forces with others to squeeze out the supplies he had. As for the worst case scenario, Anna is not pregnant, and she joins forces with others to lure the tiger away from the mountain and attack her own safe house at the same time. Grab supplies. Really, I'm actually a little torn now. I hope Anna will be pregnant, but at the same time I don't want Anna to be pregnant. After all, I don't want a woman who betrayed me to give birth to my child. That would be so disgusting. Chen Hao was speechless, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, as long as he found Anna, he would be able to find out immediately whether she was pregnant or not. It wasn't until Chen Hao's figure walked down the stairs that the two figures from before appeared again and sent a message on WeChat. He's out. And he's carrying a bulging backpack. Okay. Don't attract his attention. Wait until he leaves building 4 before gathering people. Understood. All the people who received the order immediately hid, without making any sound, quietly waiting for Chen Hao to pass. But this silence made Chen Hao more and more certain about who his opponent was. Too quiet. So quiet that it makes people feel that I am the only living person left in this building. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Only they have the energy to do this, the Demolition Gang. After all, in the entire community, the number of people in the Demolition Gang can account for half of all the residents. So only they can make a whole building silent. So Chen Hao's face was also terribly calm. It's not because the opponent is very strong. But it is becoming more and more clear that Anna's pregnancy is more and more likely to be a trap. This makes Chen Hao's expectation fall through. Brother, you must have more children after you go back. Zhou Ting sent himself back at the cost of his life, hoping that he could have more powerful bloodlines to save the dying human race, so even if there is only a 1% probability, Chen Hao must find out. Confirm whether he has a child. But now, this this probability is constantly falling from 1% to 1/1000. 1/10,000. Fuck. I'm very angry now. I really want to kill someone. Chen Hao stood at the stairs on the 6th floor. One step forward was a violent rainstorm and bottomless water, so Chen Hao threw out a jet ski, rode on it, and rushed to building 1. At the place where Chen Hao left, someone looked at Chen Hao's back and sent a message to the WeChat group. That jet ski has appeared again, but it can be confirmed that it did not exist before Chen Hao came down. I see, this Chen Hao is really not an ordinary person. Lin Kaidong, the leader of the demolition gang, had a gleam in his eyes, and then slowly uttered a few words. He also has superpowers. He also has superpowers. Lin Kaidong, who confirmed that Chen Hao had superpowers, was not afraid, but shook his hand and threw a basketball-sized flame from his palm. That's right. Lin Kaidong is also a superpower. This is the main reason why he can command the entire demolition gang. In troubled times, only strong military power can convince the crowd. Although they all have superpowers, they are also divided into strong and weak powers. From the current situation, Chen Hao's superpower should be something like storing things, that is, he can collect things and then put them out. No wonder he can use rocks to block the elevator entrance and prevent anyone from entering. It's a pity that no matter how good the defense is, it is still used to be beaten. Lin Kaidong smiled and waved his hand. A ball of fire the size of a basketball instantly broke through a wall. This is where Lin Kaidong's confidence lies. Even if Chen Hao moved a big rock, he could burn through the big rock. Subdue Chen Hao. However, Lin Kaidong didn't know what he was about to face. That was a peerless warrior who survived to the end in the last life. Downstairs of Building 1, Chen Hao put away the jet ski and released a Type 92 pistol at the same time because the corridor was crowded, so the long gun-like Barrett was somewhat difficult to use. Speaking of which, letting me go to the 29th floor is also to consume my physical strength, right? Section 53. Chen Hao smiled contemptuously and walked up the stairs calmly. Before awakening, Chen Hao's physical fitness was enough to run a marathon. After awakening, his physical fitness was naturally improved. So this consumption tactic is completely meaningless to Chen Hao. Patriarch, Chen Hao has reached the 9th floor. Patriarch, Chen Hao has reached the 15th floor. He will reach the 16th floor soon. Patriarch, he has reached the 20th floor. Patriarch. He is at the door of 2903. Bang! Chen Hao kicked the door of 2903. The room in 2903 turned out to be a large bungalow that connected the entire floor. So as soon as you enter the door, you will see a large living room of 100 square meters. In the large living room, all the sundries were moved out in advance, leaving only a tea table, which was placed in the center of the living room. Behind the tea table, a middle-aged man with neatly combed hair was slowly boiling water to make tea. Even after Chen Hao came in, he still said calmly, "Chen Hao, you are here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Kaidong." Bang! Before Lin Kaidong finished speaking, Chen Hao had already shot Lin Kaidong in the shoulder. In fact, Chen Hao was aiming for Lin Kaidong's head. It's just that Lin Kaidong awakened his superpowers and became highly sensitive, so he dodged the attack in advance. But he couldn't dodge it completely. Lin Kaidong's right shoulder was completely smashed. "I'm here to find Anna. I don't want to see any extra people," Chen Hao said without any emotion. Lin Kaidong couldn't be calm anymore. He even hid behind the tea table in a very embarrassed manner. At this moment, he really regretted it. Why did he pretend to be so romantic? He had to move all the things away. Now there is no place to hide. But he still gritted his teeth and tried to communicate with Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, I came to you today to talk to you. I hope that we can solve some things through negotiation without using force." But Chen Hao's response was bang! 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 3 consecutive shots hit the tea table where Lin Kaidong was hiding, scaring Lin Kaidong to run away with his head in his hands. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone with his other hand and made a video call to Anna. The next second, in a room on the left side of Chen Hao, a pleasant ringtone sounded, which was Anna's mobile phone notification tone. In there! Chen Hao strode towards the room, and the shooting action of his right hand did not stop. He kept shooting at Lin Kaidong, smashing the tea table worth 200,000 into pieces. Lin Kaidong was also scared and lay on the ground with his head in his hands. This embarrassed posture made Lin Kaidong very angry. You know, now he is already a leader who can mobilize 1,000 people. In ancient times, he would be a local overlord. But a local overlord was beaten by Chen Hao before he could even finish his words. If this gets out, what kind of prestige will he have? So Lin Kaidong took out his mobile phone and gave an order. Group 1. Get started. Group 1, who received the order, immediately rushed out of the room and stood directly opposite Chen Hao. In their hands, they all held some homemade firearms, which were handmade firearms, rough and not as precise as those on the assembly line. But they were handmade, so they produced some unexpected effects. Chen Hao, go to hell. The leader held a shotgun in his hand, and just roughly aimed at Chen Hao's position, and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! This kind of homemade shotgun has a very large coverage range of the bullet. It can almost cover a whole living person. So once a shot is fired, the person immediately becomes a hornet's nest. Chen Hao made a prompt decision and released a large stone to block in front of him. The next moment, a sound of bullets rang out on the stone, like the sound of rain. He really has the ability to store. Lin Kaidong, who saw the scene in secret, raised his mouth coldly. In his opinion, this ability is just an auxiliary ability and has no offensive power at all. So Chen Hao's attack can only rely on that small pistol. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Group 2, you guys come on too. 5 or 6 people suddenly emerged from the room behind Chen Hao, holding several bottles of foreign wine, and a towel was stuffed on the bottle mouth. The function of these towels is to ignite foreign wine. So all these highly concentrated foreign wines have turned into incendiary bombs. Chen Hao, go to hell. The people in Group 2 roared with hideous faces and threw all the incendiary bombs in their hands at Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not hesitate and released the stone again to block behind him, with a few bangs. The hot flames instantly burned on the stone. A dazzling flame was emitted. But none of them burned Chen Hao to death, and the people in Group 2 were not panicked at all. They just moved out 3 large boxes of Molotov cocktails from the room. Hide. Let's see how long you can hide. Ha 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 ha. The people in Group 2 shouted and laughed triumphantly. So the next moment, the Barrett in Chen Hao's hand taught them how to be human. But he was a dead man. Bang! 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 Chen Hao fired 3 shots in a row. Every shot hit the head. And the speed was so fast that he used the sniper rifle as a rifle. So the people in Group 2 just heard the gunshots. Suddenly they found out. The head of the brother next to them was like an exploding watermelon. The bright red watermelon juice splashed on their faces. Ah! Chen Hao! We will fight you. Ah! The people in Group 2 were all crazy. They all wanted to get a Molotov cocktail to burn Chen Hao to death. But Chen Hao just moved his finger slightly and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the pile of Molotov cocktails, and instantly detonated a large flame of more than 10 meters. It engulfed all of Group 2. Ah! Help! Ah-ha! The people in Group 2 wailed heartbreakingly, and all of them rolled on the ground with flames burning on their bodies. In just a few seconds, a group of people were all burned to charcoal. Completely motionless. Seeing that all the people in Group 2 were killed, the people in Group 1 were all bloodshot. Fuck you! All raised their guns. Aim at the place where Chen Hao is hiding and spray fiercely. Bang 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 bang. But Chen Hao is not in a hurry, holding the Barrett, shooting one by one, and directly treating the people in Group 1 as live targets. Bang! 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 After 3 shots, Group 1 lost 3 people, and the rest of the people all peed their pants. Because their guns are useless to Chen Hao. But Chen Hao is accurate in one shot. One shot takes a life. Seeing this scene, Lin Kaidong also gritted his teeth secretly. Damn it! Originally, they wanted to use the large number of people to force Chen Hao to hand over the supplies. After all, no matter how powerful Chen Hao is, he can't kill 1,000 people alone. But later, someone found that Chen Hao actually had a jet ski, which made Lin Kaidong very excited because the collapse of the nearby building gave Lin Kaidong a sense of crisis. He felt that it was not accidental, but inevitable after the appearance of a flood of more than 10 meters. So Lin Kaidong ordered the members of Building 4 to find the jet ski. Because of the jet ski, their demolition gang had the possibility to move. But the members of Building 4 searched the entire building and could not find the trace of the jet ski. This made Lin Kaidong wonder if Chen Hao had awakened some kind of supernatural power like himself. So Lin Kaidong set up a big plan, using Anna, who was related to Chen Hao, to attract Chen Hao and negotiate with Chen Hao. If Chen Hao gave in and was willing to hand over the jet ski, then let Chen Hao go. It doesn't matter if he even accepted Chen Hao as the second in command. But if Chen Hao didn't appreciate it, then use the net to kill Chen Hao. But now it seems that the probability of them killing Chen Hao is not high. Instead, Chen Hao may kill all of them. So Lin Kaidong frowned and threw out a killer. Chen Hao. Don't you care about Anna and the baby in her belly? As long as I give the order, the people inside will start immediately. I can kill you two with one body now. Threat me, it's interesting, but can you afford the price of threatening me? Chen Hao said with a sneer, and walked out from behind the rock calmly. At this moment, there were only Chen Hao and Lin Kaidong in the living room. In fact, there were more than 20 people, but the others were all killed by Chen Hao. Lin Kaidong's face twitched slightly, but for the sake of the jet ski, Lin Kaidong could only temporarily give up the frontal attack on Chen Hao. Chen Hao, I only want the jet ski in your hand. As long as you hand over the jet ski, we can write off today's matter, and I can also let you join us and become our second. So you want the jet ski? Just say it. I'll give it to you. Chen Hao waved his hand, and the jet ski immediately appeared in front of Lin Kaidong. Lin Kaidong was excited. With this jet ski, he can move. Move to a safer place, no need to wait for death in this community. But looking at Lin Kaidong's excited face, Chen Hao curled his lips, twisted the throttle directly, and put a piece of tape on it. Although the jet ski can only speed on water, if it is full of power, it can also rush some distance on land. So Chen Hao is sending this jet ski to hit the wall. Chen Hao! You lunatic! Section 54. Lin Kaidong's eyes were splitting when he saw this scene. Quickly spread your big feet and chase the jet ski. After all, he didn't know that Chen Hao had the ability to copy. So he thought this jet ski was the only one. After all, who would be so bored as to hoard several of these things? Catch up. We must catch up. Lin Kaidong's heart was beating fast. After chasing with all his strength, he finally took the lead, caught up with the jet ski, and tore off the tape on the accelerator. Fortunately, I caught up. But just when Lin Kaidong was still rejoicing, Lin Kaidong suddenly smelled a strange smell. What is the taste? On top of this jet ski, there was a black backpack. The backpack was bulging. I didn't know what it contained. But on the zipper of the backpack, on a gray lead, there was a little flashing red spark. This is dynamite. Boom! All the explosives in the backpack exploded. The intense flames that erupted instantly engulfed Lin Kaidong. At the same time, the people in the room were still waiting nervously for Lin Kaidong's instructions, but suddenly they heard a roar. And the whole floor was shaking. What's going on? I haven't had time to respond to what the situation is now. Chen Hao had already kicked open the door and rushed into the room. On the bed in this room, Anna was half lying there comfortably, without any intention of being forced, but she was very leisurely and comfortable. She was not worried at all about the life safety of Chen Hao, who came to find her. It's Chen Hao. Shoot quickly. The three groups who stayed in the room panicked when they saw Chen Hao rushing in. They all picked up the homemade pistols in their hands and shot Chen Hao desperately. Bang 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 bang. However, the bullets were fired vigorously, but not one fell on Chen Hao. On the contrary, Chen Hao, after taking a quick look at the number of people in the room, took out his 2 guns and aimed them between everyone's eyebrows. Boom! 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 1 bullet kills a person. And they are all right between the eyebrows. Seeing that Chen Hao was like the god of war, easily killing everyone in the 3 groups, the leisurely Anna finally couldn't rest anymore. Chen Hao, brother! Brother, are you here to save me? However, Chen Hao ignored her and just threw a 2-meter-high stone and blocked the door of the room, then strode to Anna's side, took out a pregnancy test needle, and quickly pressed it into Anna's hand. Pricked the ground. Ah! Chen Hao! What did you do to me? Anna stood on her head with hair all over her body. I don't know what the needle in Chen Hao's hand is. But the next second, Anna knew that her reaction was too fierce, especially when she saw Chen Hao had a gun in his hand. She was afraid that Chen Hao would shoot her to death. So Anna immediately suppressed her uneasiness and wanted to get closer to Chen Hao in a coquettish way. Brother Hao, are you here to save me? Why did you arrive so late? I'm scared to death. Woo woo woo. Oh? Why are you worried about me? I thought this was a trap set by you and them, and you wanted to kill me. How could it be? You are the father of my child, how could I betray you? Anna's face changed into 3 expressions in an instant: panic, calm down, confidence. She is not pregnant, so she panics. Chen Hao came to find her, which meant that Chen Hao cared about the children, so she was calm. As long as she doesn't know this fact, she can use her child to make Chen Hao forgive herself. Unfortunately, Anna didn't know that Chen Hao was using the latest blood test pregnancy test needle, which can produce results in 1 minute with a 100% accuracy rate. This is something Xiao Xiao thoughtfully brought home. Specially given to Chen Hao. So Chen Hao took a look at the pregnancy test results. 2 bars mean pregnancy, 1 bar means no pregnancy, and the result of the blood test is no. Seeing Chen Hao's cold eyes, Anna was extremely frightened, and her first reaction was to escape, but unfortunately, Chen Hao had sealed the door with a big stone. Chen Hao looked at Anna first with an expressionless face. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. How dare you lie to me? No. No. I was forced. Brother Hao, believe me. Anna backed up in horror, feeling so regretful that her intestines were blue. When Lin Kaidong came to find her, she just felt that there were 1,000 people on Lin Kaidong's side and only 1 person on Chen Hao's side. Whoever loses would win, then isn't it obvious at a glance? But who knew Chen Hao could be so powerful? Lin Kaidong is no match for Chen Hao. As for Chen Hao, he was disappointed with Anna to the end. Anna never stood up when he angered the whole community. When she was pretending to be out of food, Anna never came over to say a word of greeting. Even now, Anna is full of lies and never tells the truth. So Chen Hao shook his head. The actor is ruthless, the bitch is ruthless. But at this moment, there was a bang. A ball of flame struck suddenly. It burned directly through the wall. Chen Hao turned his head and took a look, thinking that Lin Kaidong was not dead at all. Just look at Lin Kaidong, who has turned into half human and half ghost. Half of the body was still fine, but the other half was devoured by flames, leaving countless twisted scars. Lin Kaidong wailed heartbreakingly. Chen Hao. I must kill you. Kill you. Everyone. Do it. Dig out those women hidden in Chen Hao's house. And those supplies. Dig them all out for me. With Lin Kaidong's order. Countless noisy sounds suddenly came from the entire community. There was a loud rumble. Chen Hao looked out the window. He saw countless heads pouring out of buildings 1, 2, and 3. Wearing raincoats and carrying simple boats made of wooden beds and empty buckets, these people frantically flocked to building 4. The momentum is huge. It was like tearing the entire building apart. There are actually so many people. Chen Hao frowned slightly. He was sure that in addition to the demolition gang, there were other property owners who also participated in this attack. But just when Chen Hao was looking out the window, Anna, who was standing next to Chen Hao, suddenly looked hard. He took out a fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed Chen Hao hard in the abdomen. Go to hell! Anna gritted her teeth and shouted in her heart. However, before the edge of her knife stabbed Chen Hao, her hands were held by Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked at Anna coldly. Anna's whole body was shaking unconsciously. I can't even control it. Brother Hao, I didn't mean it. Ah! Boom! After a gunshot, Chen Hao walked out of the room and looked at Lin Kaidong, who was half human and half ghost. You're next. Ha! Chen Hao. I know there is a woman named Zhou Xiaoxiao hiding in your house. Now my people have rushed up. Can you still fight seriously? Lin Kaidong yelled like he was venting his anger. From the beginning to now, he has been suppressed by Chen Hao. So he can't wait to get back with his revenge. Let Chen Hao also taste the pain of being tortured. However, Lin Kaidong's answer was a sharp gunshot, bang. But this shot was not fired by Chen Hao. But someone is outside pulling the trigger. What? Lin Kaidong said in disbelief. He didn't know that Chen Hao also had Amy as a helper. But Chen Hao just put on a pair of headphones, leisurely, bone conduction headphones, which are small in size and have good sound effects. The call is made through the Bluetooth signal emitted by the safe house, and the range of use is 300 meters centered on the safe house. So others can never eavesdrop on this signal without Chen Hao's authorization. Amy, how's the situation, sassy Amy my hair? There are so many people. But don't worry, leave it to me. I will fight until I can fight no more. Amy stood on the balcony with a smile, wearing a tight-fitting black suit, holding a beret, copied by Chen Hao, in her hand, then looking down at the densely packed simple boats below, and then shot one by one. Treat all these people as live targets and kill them. By the way, they also maimed a few of them as a deterrent. So it's just 1 minute. The pool of water downstairs has been dyed a coquettish blood-red color. It's dyed red with human blood. Ah! Save me! Save me! Ah! Ah! My hand! My hand! My legs, aha! Ah! Listening to the wails coming from downstairs, Lin Kaidong trembled involuntarily. He felt that he was being led by Chen Hao again. Chen Hao pinched her hard again. But Chen Hao just looked like a matter of course. Plus a little banter. Of course I can fight seriously. But can you? I'm afraid not. Section 55 Damn. Fuck. Seeing Chen Hao's confident look, Lin Kaidong's eyes turned red. My current half-human, half-ghost look is all thanks to Chen Hao. But until now, Chen Hao is safe and sound, not even a hair was hurt, and he even looks aloof. How could Lin Kaidong endure this? Chen Hao. Go to hell. Go to hell. Ah! Lin Kaidong attacks in anger. From the palm of his left hand, balls of flames the size of basketballs continue to burst out. Blast towards Chen Hao, who has no cover. Lin Kaidong is confident. Even if Chen Hao blocks it with rocks, his own flames can still burn through the rocks. Blast Chen Hao into a ball of coke. However, to Lin Kaidong's surprise, Chen Hao just stood there, motionless. He didn't release any rocks or any defensive things, he just stood there quietly. But when these fireballs get close to Chen Hao, they suddenly disappeared en masse. Didn't burn Chen Hao a little bit. Not to mention Chen Hao was reduced to ashes. What? Lin Kaidong opened his eyes in disbelief. I couldn't believe that my fireball just disappeared out of thin air. You're anxious to get your fireball back, aren't you? Give it back to you. Chen Hao laughed evilly and waved his hand. Instantly shoot all Lin Kaidong's fireballs back to Lin Kaidong. Lin Kaidong's face was filled with disbelief. My own fireball actually turned around and hit me. But I still instinctively choose to run away with my head in my arms. Because of the power of fireball, no one knows it better than Lin Kaidong. One shot is fatal. Damn Chen Hao. You really underestimated his ability. However, I have also understood his offensive method. It is to absorb other people's attacks and then fight back to others. But I don't believe it. I can make dozens of fireballs at once, and you can still absorb them all. Lin Kaidong's eyes hardened. Try moving your right hand. My right hand, whose shoulder was smashed, still has some feeling and can barely move. So Lin Kaidong jumped out suddenly and shouted in the direction of Chen Hao. Chen Hao! Get out of here! He believes it. Chen Hao can catch the fireball he shoots with one hand. But what if you shoot fireballs with your own hands and double the number? It's impossible for Chen Hao to catch it. But the next second, Lin Kaidong was stunned by the scene in front of him. Because what was in front of him were hundreds of fireballs exploding towards him. Not only are there more than him, and the fireballs were bigger than his. How is this possible? Ah! Lin Kaidong screamed and was engulfed by the fireball. The sound is shrill and shrill. Like evil spirits being burned by fire in hell. He never dreamed of it. Chen Hao can not only swallow his fireballs, but can even copy his fireballs. And he used it more domineeringly than him. Oh, I'm a very aggressive person and I won't just accept a beating. Chen Hao said with a sneer, not interested in watching how Lin Kaidong would be burned in the end. He was more concerned about the safety of Xiao Xiao, Amy, and Wu Shiqing. Amy, how is the situation over there? It's a bit bad. There are too many people, and they can't even get scared. Amy said with a smile while blowing up a few more heads, then picked up the magazine and neatly loaded a new set of bullets for Barrett. The ground is already covered with golden bullet casings. Because from just now to now, Amy has fired more than 50 sniper bullets. But you know, Barrett's recoil is extremely strong. Ordinary people's bodies won't be able to bear it after just 1 or 2 rounds. Even a well-trained sniper cannot shoot more than 20 rounds in a row. So Amy shot more than 50 times in a row. My body can hardly bear it anymore. But when she thought that the task assigned to her by Chen Hao was not over yet, Amy chose to persevere without hesitation. Fortunately, Chen Hao also knew this, so he immediately gave Amy the order. You've done a great job. Now prepare to retreat. Just do what we said before. Good. Amy didn't hesitate for a second, immediately put away Barrett and rushed from the 32nd floor to the 31st floor. As for Chen Hao, he also stood on the balcony, looking down at the water below. The water was densely populated with simple boats made by the demolition gang, and they were rushing towards Building 4 like crazy. Because in the apocalypse, materials represent the hope of survival, but Chen Hao is the one with the most materials. So they can't help but be moved. It's crazy. Chen Hao took out Barrett, aimed at these people's heads, and shot. One shot. Then another shot. The current situation is either you die or I die. There is no room for kindness. At the same time, Chen Hao also used Bluetooth headsets to communicate with Wu Shiqing in room 3. Shiqing, it's me, Chen Hao. I'm talking to you now using the safe house's communication device. A woman will come to pick you up later. Her name is Amy. You can trust her and just follow her. Wu Shiqing in the safe house was a little at a loss, but she nodded anyway. In fact, from just now, there was a bang 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 banging sound everywhere. Wu Shiqing didn't even know what happened, and she was extremely nervous. But at this time, the door of the safe house opened automatically, and a heroic woman walked out of the door. Hello, I'm Amy. Mr. Chen Hao asked me to pick you up. Amy said with a smile on her face, while her eyes casually glanced at Wu Shiqing's figure curves. This was the first time Amy saw Chen Hao's other women, and she wanted to compare them. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Wu Shiqing nodded slightly nervously. He told me to listen to you. Follow me. Amy did not delay, picked up Wu Shiqing, and walked to the 32nd floor. At the same time, she reported the progress to Chen Hao. I've picked up the people in house number 3. Aha! Behind them, there was a burst of screams, which frightened both Amy and Wu Shiqing to look back. It was the floor of 3103 that had been smashed open, but inside 3103, Chen Hao had placed a lot of huge rocks. As a defensive method, so once it was smashed open, the huge boulder fell naturally. The people below will die naturally. Don't worry, you go to 3201 now, I will make arrangements. Chen Hao had no time to pay attention to these people, but he also knew their madness. These people must want to dig up the ground of 3101 and go up from 3101 to 3201. But they didn't expect that 3101 was put in a safe house by themselves and couldn't be dug up at all. Then he changed to digging 3102, then changed to digging 3103, and finally he was stoned to death. Hey, Xiao Xiao, it's me. I'm sorry that I can't have hot pot now. 2 women will come over in a moment. The 3 of you go to my bedroom together. There are things I have prepared for you. Brother Haozi, what about you? Xiao Xiao said nervously. At the critical moment, she didn't want Chen Hao to face the danger alone. But Chen Hao just smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll pick you up right away. Subsequently, the door of the safe house in 3201 was open under Chen Hao's instruction. Amy and Wu Shiqing walked in from inside. The 3 women glanced at each other, and they were all a little embarrassed, because they were all very good-looking and in good shape. There seemed to be no reason why they would be Chen Hao's only favorite. But Xiao Xiao did not forget Chen Hao's instructions just now. You guys come with me. Then he led the 2 of them into Chen Hao's bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Chen Hao's Simon's soft bed had long since disappeared. In the room, there was only a fixed special capsule, a capsule-shaped escape boat. 4 meters long and 1.6 meters high. There are 4 seats built in the middle. Can accommodate 4 people. You 3 get in there and remember to fasten your seatbelts. Already tied. Okay. Now, prepare for the explosion. What? The 3 women Zhou Xiaoxiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy were all frightened to death. What did they mean by preparing for an explosion? But the next moment, they understood. Because Chen Hao has given instructions to safe house number 2 and safe house number 3, self-destruct. So boom. The 31st floor of building 4 exploded instantly. A whole floor. They were all exploded into pieces in an instant. Let the number 1 safe house hidden on the 32nd floor rumble into the water on the ground. This scene shocked everyone in the demolition gang. They thought of countless ways for Chen Hao to save the woman, but there was no one like this. It fell. Run! Run! The people below were running away in fear, but their simple boat, which only had basic driving functions, could not be faster than the falling steel and concrete. What's more, there is also a huge thing falling down with a rumble. It's smashed down. Ah! However, unexpectedly, at the moment when the safe house was about to hit the water, the safe house actually made a crashing sound. It automatically disintegrated in the air. A large amount of alloy materials, as well as the escape capsule mixed in, rumbled into the stagnant water. This was specially arranged by Chen Hao. Otherwise, if they fell from the 32nd floor, even if they were protected by safety capsules, 3 women would be shattered to pieces. Okay, now, I should go pick them up. So Chen Hao put away his sniper rifle, took 2 steps back, then smiled slightly, quickly sprinted and jumped out of the balcony. Then, a 10-meter-long speedboat was released in the air. Chen Hao was sitting in the speedboat and hit the water hard. Chen Hao jumped from the balcony, and when he was near the water, he released a speedboat. Boom! The speedboat hit the water hard. The water splashed more than 5 meters high. The members of the demolition gang who were riding in simple boats were stunned for a moment. Their purpose in dealing with Chen Hao was to get supplies, and the other was to get the jet ski. After all, the building will collapse sooner or later due to the rain. If you don't have the tools to escape, you're waiting to die. But now, a tool more exciting than a jet ski has appeared. Section 56. Quick! Stop him. Grab his speedboat. Everyone's eyes reveal madness. Even a cockroach. An ant. Everyone wants to survive desperately. What's more, they are a group of pampered people. You know, the demolition households have always been the richest group. And the richer the person, the more reluctant he is to die. Because they can't bear to live a life of drunkenness and dreams. So in order to survive, they can do whatever it takes. Kitchen knife. Glass bottle. Badminton racket. As long as they were anything that could be used as weapons, they took out all of them, drove a simple boat, and rushed towards Chen Hao crazily. Surround him. Surround him quickly. Don't let him escape. Ah! Chen Hao sneered and moved his right hand, causing the speedboat to open fire. He rushed towards the crowd. Those simple boats made of wooden planks and empty buckets fell apart in an instant. The members of the demolition gang fell into the water one by one like dumplings. The stagnant water with radiation instantly let them know what it feels like to be burning. Aha! Aha! A group of people were wailing heart-piercingly. Like a mad dog, he was struggling in the water and waving his limbs, but it was of no use. Because only awakened people can be immune to the cosmic radiation in stagnant water. And there is not even one such person among 100 people. As for Chen Hao, he has no mercy. Would you like a mad dog that wants to bite you? Only a fool would like it. So Chen Hao continued to rampage until he was close to the escape capsule, then he stopped and took out the key tablet. Silly girl, send the three of them up. Good master. The underwater escape capsule immediately starts the propulsion device, the three propellers at the tail of the capsule, and rushes out of the water powerfully. Arriving at Chen Hao's speedboat. Chen Hao took out 3 raincoats and threw them into the capsule. Put on your raincoat and come out. Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy all put on their raincoats. In fact, Amy, who is already awakened, is not afraid of radiation, so she doesn't need to wear a raincoat, but Chen Hao wants to be exposed to both rain and dew. After the 3 women boarded the boat, Chen Hao immediately activated the defense mode. Several decks extended from the sides of the cockpit, firmly covering the cockpit. As for the windshield of the cockpit, sorry, that was all bulletproof glass. Even sniper bullets can't penetrate it. I got him. I got him. A group of crazy people swam to the speedboat and grabbed the edge of the speedboat with their hands in ecstasy, but they were too happy too soon. Chen Hao directly pressed the counterattack button. All of a sudden, powerful currents emanate from the entire hull. Not to mention those who put their hands on the speedboat. That's people within a 50-meter radius. They all suffered horrific electric shocks. Ah! Aha! The shrill wail resounded throughout the entire community. Everyone's only thought now. Just stay away from this speedboat. The further away the better. If you don't let them, you will die on the spot. Ah! Chen Hao laughed coldly, drove the speedboat swaggeringly, and rushed out of the community. Only a chic back is left. Let everyone in the demolition gang gnash their teeth with hatred. Chen Hao! You damn thing! We will never let you go. As long as one of us is alive. We must kill you. Kill you. The people in the demolition gang were cursing. Vent your dissatisfaction. Venting the dissatisfaction of failure. In order to deal with Chen Hao, they mobilized thousands of people together and almost demolished the building. But in the end, we lost so miserably. They are not willing to give in. Not willing to give in. At this time, several people shouted in surprise. I seem to have superpowers. I seem to have superpowers. What? Everyone around looked at it in surprise. Looking at the stagnant water, there are 2 people floating on the water, not dead like the others. And there are also strange changes in these 2 people. One has hair growing all over his body, just like the legendary werewolf. The other one stretched out his hand, and a green poisonous gas emitted from his palm. Seeing this scene, the demolition gang, which was still in the haze of failure, immediately burst into laughter of surprise. Ha 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 ha. Great! We have 2 more superpowers. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao, you would never have imagined that our demolition gang has become stronger again. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. We have hope again. Ha 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 ha. Even the people who had not awakened their powers were laughing so happily, and the 2 people who had awakened their powers were even more confident at this time. Chen Hao. You will definitely die in our hands. Absolutely. That's right. When the time comes, he will know that he shouldn't offend us. He shouldn't abandon us and run away when he can kill us. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. However, just when all of them were getting carried away, a wave pushed forward violently, causing many people to rise and fall. What's the situation? The next second, they made a shocking discovery. A luxury yacht tens of meters high appeared in front of everyone. What is that? Is it a boat coming to rescue us? Maybe it is. That's great. Chen Hao, this idiot, actually abandoned the rescue boat and ran away by himself. Ha 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 ha. Hey! We are here. Here. Come and save us. But just when the people of the demolition gang were waiting expectantly for the yacht to come and rescue them, Chen Hao appeared on the deck of this luxury yacht, and looked down at all of them with a sneer on his face. So in an instant, the hearts of all the people in the demolition gang were cold. It was like falling into an ice cave. How? What's going on? Why did Chen Hao appear on the deck of that yacht? Could it be that the yacht is his? Impossible. Impossible. He only won 5 million, not 50 billion. How could he afford such a luxurious yacht? This is absolutely impossible. But no matter how this group of people struggled, they could not change one fact, that is, Chen Hao really stood on the deck of this luxury yacht. So the people in the demolition gang all realized another problem. No, then what is he doing here in this yacht? Is he trying to save us? But they thought this idea was impossible. The hatred between them and Chen Hao is even deeper than that of a deadly feud. Only the complete death of one party can end it. So Chen Hao came back, to let them all die? No way, he won't really kill all of us, right? How can he kill? There are so many of us. How many can he kill? Even if he kills from day to night, he can never kill all of us. No. He can. Finally, someone realized with a grim face what Chen Hao was going to do. Chen Hao could not kill them all by himself from day to night. But if he used water with cosmic radiation to kill them, he could kill a large number of them at once. As for how to kill them with water with cosmic radiation? The answer is also very simple. Just knock them all into the water. No. No. Ah. All the people who finally understood screamed and turned to run away. Unfortunately, it was too late. How could a few simple boats made of wooden beds and empty buckets be faster than Chen Hao's Noah's Ark? So Chen Hao waved his hand. Turn on defense mode. Go full speed. The smart housekeeper who received the command, silly girl, immediately executed Chen Hao's order, cover the entire Noah's Ark with a thick deck. Then crashed into the community building. That's right. Chen Hao killed the demolition gang alone, and he couldn't kill them all from morning to night. Even if Amy was called to help, the speed would not be much faster. But if all the people of the demolition gang were thrown into the water, it would be much easier. Cosmic radiation will not let any ordinary person go. So crashing the building is the fastest and most convenient way. After all, how can a building made of reinforced concrete stop a fully armed Noah's Ark? So it was just a moment. Chen Hao's Noah's Ark crashed into the building of the community. Effortlessly. The building collapsed in an instant. Large chunks of reinforced concrete, carrying many white bones and human flesh that had not been eaten yet. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know how Lin Kaidong stabilized 1,000 people? If there is no food, these 1,000 people would have been in turmoil long ago. So there must be enough food. But where does the food come from? There is only one answer. Either they are the people of their demolition gang, or they are the food of their demolition gang. The people in the entire community have been eaten up by them long ago. These people deserve to die. Sitting in the cockpit, even Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wu Shiqing, who had the best temper, clenched their fists in anger. Chen Hao sneered and said nothing, but continued to command Noah's Ark to crash all the buildings in the community. Building 1. Building 2. Building 3. and building 4 where Chen Hao has lived for many years. As the building collapsed, the demolition gang members also fell into their final struggle. Ah! Help! Ah! But they were either crushed to death by the falling steel bars and concrete, or they were killed by the accumulated water with cosmic radiation. Section 57. So on the huge surface of water, only a few awakened people are still alive. After all, 1 out of 100 people will awaken, so it is normal for a few out of 1,000 people in the demolition gang to awaken. Damn it! Chen Hao! I will never let you go. No! These people slapped the water surface angrily. They roared at Chen Hao with hideous faces. And then they were shot in the head by Chen Hao. Before you think about killing me, think about whether I will let you go. Chen Hao smiled contemptuously, raised the Barrett sniper rifle, and shot 1. 2 shots and a pair. Frightened, the few people who had just threatened to take revenge all turned around and ran away in fear. But none of them escaped. They all died under the muzzle of Chen Hao. Even so, Chen Hao did not relax for a moment. Silly girl, turn on the life detection mode and see if there is anyone hiding. Okay, master. The remaining few who slipped through the net wanted to play dead to avoid this crisis, but they were forced out of the water by the strong current, and then all of them were shot in the head by Chen Hao. Looking at the slowly setting sun, Chen Hao sighed leisurely. It's over. Then he looked at the 3 women behind him, the gentle and caring Xiao Xiao, the clingy Wu Shiqing, and the heroic Amy. Chen Hao couldn't help but smile again. But our new life has begun. On Noah's Ark, the scene at this time was a little awkward. Whether it was Zhou Xiaoxiao, Wu Shiqing, or Amy, they all thought so about the 2 women who suddenly appeared after all. They had never seen the other 2, so they were a little embarrassed. But Chen Hao was very calm anyway. These 3 sisters would meet sooner or later, so it would be awkward sooner or later, and there had to be such a process. Just be calm. Let me introduce you briefly, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, Amy. Okay, I'll take you to visit this yacht. Xiao Xiao and others couldn't help but twitch their faces thinking that you really introduced it simply. Apart from knowing each other's name, nothing else is known. But in fact, the more formal the introduction, the more awkward it will be because people need to have a process of mutual exploration between each other, so that a good relationship can be formed. This is true between women and women, and even more so between men and women. So 2 formal introductions will only make people restrained and stay on the surface of courtesy. First of all, the floor we are on is the first floor. This floor is mainly used for daily life. We usually eat, exercise, and take a hot spring bath together. It's all on this floor. By the way, the bedrooms are also on this floor. There are 6 rooms in total, so you can all live here and don't have to share a room with me. Hearing Chen Hao say this, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy were not happy that they could live in a room by themselves, but instead felt a little disappointed. This second floor is the brain of the entire yacht. In addition to the fully intelligent cockpit, there is also a signal transmitter and a computer room for storing data. In short, you don't usually use the complex functions. But you can use the simple functions, such as wireless network. You can watch the TV series and movies I have stored in the database, and even play games. By the way, I have downloaded hundreds of thousands of these things. Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy were all a little shocked. They didn't expect that at this time, they could still watch TV series, movies, and play games. It really is possible to do whatever you want if you have money. But Chen Hao doesn't seem to have that much money. As for the third floor, it is the Sky Eye observation room and an open-air balcony. After the rainstorm stops, we can go up there to have a drink and eat barbecue, but not now. After briefly introducing the functional division of the 3 floors above, Chen Hao assigned rooms to the 3 women. Zhou Xiaoxiao lived in room 2, Wu Shiqing lived in room 3, and Amy lived in room 4. As for Chen Hao himself, of course he lived in room 1. So there are 2 empty rooms to welcome goddesses to live in. Of course. Chen Hao can also be generous and move out of room 1 and move in another goddess. Then Chen Hao can go to different rooms every day, chat with them, talk about heart, and study the origin of life. What about the extra day? Sleep on the sofa. Rest. After arranging the accommodation for the 3 women, Chen Hao sat on the internal mobile car, a four-wheeled car like a wheelchair, but it is smart electric and made to look like a sofa, which is very comfortable. He inspected the negative floors, the filter room on the negative first floor, the fuel room on the negative second floor, and the escape hatch on the negative third floor. After confirming that everything was fine, Chen Hao notified the three women. Everyone gather at the restaurant. If you don't know how to get to the restaurant, it doesn't matter. There are robots at the door to lead the way. Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy were all a little surprised. Then, when they opened the door, they saw a chubby robot turning around in the corridor. This is a housekeeping robot. The main function is to deliver things. Its chubby belly is used to hold things. When the three women came out, the housekeeping robot immediately jumped out a soft and cute voice. Please follow me, the restaurant is this way. The three women were amazed. After all, high-end intelligent life has not yet entered the homes of ordinary people, so it is somewhat incredible to see it for the first time. Following the housekeeping robot forward, the three women soon came to a wide restaurant. There were floor-to-ceiling glass on both sides, and a long table in the middle, like the one used for aristocratic dinners, which could hold dozens of plates. But the most important thing is that the things on the table were unexpected. Because it was actually hot pot. No. You can actually eat hot pot? Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing opened their cherry mouths in surprise. Only Amy was indifferent, because she was not Chinese. So she didn't know what a hot pot meant to people. But she would know soon. And she would fall deeply in love with this kind of thing. Just like she would fall deeply in love with Chen Hao's warmth. Chen Hao waved gently. Sit down. Eat a little first. Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing immediately found a seat and sat down obediently. Both tried to walk closer to Chen Hao. Amy was a step slower, and could only sit in a remote position with a little pride. Since I can't sit next to you to attract you. Then sit in the farthest place to attract your attention. Chen Hao smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Anyway, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have women fighting for him. So he ordered the kitchen robot. Serve. Immediately, fresh dishes were served after simple processing. There are beef balls, beef rolls, shrimp balls, lamb rolls, tripe, yellowthroat, lettuce, enoki mushrooms, etc. The dishes are so rich that even this table that can hold 50 dishes can't fit. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Wow! It's still a red pot. Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing's eyes lit up. The hot and boiling soup is boiling. The rolled-up red waves are like the devil's temptation. People can't help but want to drink a sip. But Amy didn't think so. How can something like this be so tempting? Until Amy ate the first beef meatball, she knew she was wrong. And she regretted it. Regretted why she had to eat such delicious food now. If I had known earlier, I would have boarded the boat with Chen Hao earlier. After all, the heavy rain and high humidity made me sticky all over. But after taking a bite of the hot beef meatball, all the pores on my body stretched out in an instant. The hot sweat and heat instantly drove away the sticky feeling. It made people feel as comfortable as taking a sauna. Delicious. Delicious. Amy kept picking up the food in the pot and even got closer and closer to Chen Hao's position in order to pick it up faster. After all, Chen Hao was responsible for putting it in the pot. So sitting next to Chen Hao, there is meat to eat. Chen Hao smiled as he watched the three women sweating profusely because the three women with looks and figures above 90 points were pleasing to the eye even if they were sweating wet. And more importantly, during the hot pot, the relationship between the three women is also heating up rapidly. This beef roll is super delicious. I have never eaten such delicious beef rolls. This lettuce is also good, it feels like it was just picked. I still like this meatball. But the other things are also delicious. My God! How can there be such delicious things in this world? Ah! Ha 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 ha! Then you eat more. That's right. This is the best way to enhance feelings. Eat a lot of meals together. Because no one can resist the temptation of food. Especially in this end of the world. So the three women who were a little embarrassed at the beginning became happy at this time. and they all had a lot of good feelings for each other. But compared to the bustle in the yacht, the world outside the yacht, in addition to being devastated, is full of messes because of the collapse of several buildings. Noah's Ark is stranded at this time. It is stranded on the original land of the community. Especially after entering the night, the lights on the cruise ship are just like a spark, which attracts the attention of the nearby wolves. But Chen Hao dares to do this, so he has the confidence to do so. Not afraid of anyone coming to challenge. So there are many people around, paying attention to the movements here. Ha! Why is there a light there? Hasn't the whole city been out of power for a long time? Two people wearing protective combat clothing stood on the top of a building and said, one of them had a hot body. Even through the protective combat clothing, you can still see her proud figure. At least 95 points or more. It's a rare top-notch. So the top-notch figure took out the infrared telescope and looked at the light from a distance, and then she was shocked to see. Someone was drinking wine in a luxury yacht. Eating hot pot. Having fun. Then she swallowed her saliva unconvincingly. Gurgle. Watching Chen Hao and the three beauties feasting on Noah's Ark, the two men in protective combat suits had some ideas. What do you think? Lin. Those guys don't look well trained. Should we go over and investigate the situation? Maybe we can take the yacht directly. A deep male voice sounded from behind the biochemical mask. He and the perfect body are partners. Section 58. The woman with the best figure, also called Lin, fought for a few seconds and then made a cold and queenly voice. Go back and report first. Don't forget, our mission is reconnaissance, not attack. But they look completely defenseless. If you miss this time, you may not have such a good opportunity next time. Sungpa, I know what you are thinking. You are very envious of that yacht, so you can't wait to live in it. But I also want to remind you. Dare to eat and drink there at this time, which means that they are either not extraordinary or a group of brainless idiots. You may expect them to be the latter, but I believe they must be the former. Got it, then go back and report first. The man named Sungpa was a little unhappy, although he was convinced he really wanted to live in Noah's Ark immediately. Because from the lights in the yacht, it can be seen that it must be very warm. And his current environment is full of annoying rainstorms and extremely humid air. It makes people feel uncomfortable even through the protective clothing. So although Sungpa said he was going back, he still made a statement intentionally or unintentionally before going back. By the way, if we go back and report now, we can get a reward, but we don't have the right to share the spoils. You haven't forgotten this, right? Yes, I haven't forgotten. The best body simply responded with a sentence, and then? There is no then. This attitude of no then means that he doesn't want to continue talking to Sungpa. So seeing that this last struggle also failed, Sungpa could only walk into the rain curtain with dissatisfaction and annoyance. As for the best body, after taking another look at the hot pot of Chen Hao and others, she sighed and followed Sungpa's steps. In fact, she also wanted to eat hot pot. But there is no way. In the end times, she, a delicate woman, has to be cautious. So the two of them went down from the rooftop of the 28th floor to the 7th floor one after another. The water level of the entire Tiandu city has risen again. It has risen to a height of nearly 20 meters. Then he took out an inflatable raft and quickly inflated it. Then he installed the electric motor. Let's go back. Yeah. After that, there was no more conversation between Jipenhaitian and Sungpa, only the sound of the electric motor, which was constantly humming and agitated. And the direction they were heading was the most famous wealthy area in Tiandu City, Qian Villa. That is, Qian Villa, which was very close to a garrison as Shouhou and Chen Hao had said. In Qian Villa, in the villa numbered 1066, a dog barking was coming out at this time. Woof! Woof! But this was not a real dog barking, but the sound of the master asking the slave to learn to bark. Come on, bark louder. Bark louder, and this box of instant noodles that has only expired for 1 month will be rewarded to you. A man with luxuriant hair, lying on the sofa, said, his name is Su Jiang. At this moment, at Su Jiang's feet, there was a squatting woman, a woman with skin whiter than milk and beautiful appearance. The woman is now pretending to be a kitten, gently licking the man's big feet. In front of Su Jiang, a man with a big belly, just like a dog, was lying on the ground, but this man with a big belly was not an unknown person. On the contrary, he was the richest man in Tiannan City, Song Yulin. Once, because after entering the end of the world, all wealth has become nonsense. Only food and clean water are valuable. Woof! Woof! Song Yulin, who was once the richest man and is now just a dog, learned to bark without dignity. Even his newly married little wife licking other men's feet, he didn't dare to have a slight opinion. Because he was really hungry. So hungry that he could abandon all his dignity for a bite of food. Ha 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 ha. That's right. It really deserves to be our richest man. He knows what he should do. Ha 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 ha. Su Jiang laughed proudly at the sky. There is a different kind of pleasure in humiliating Song Yulin. This is because he used to be very humble, so humble that he was just a bodyguard of Song Yulin. He was ordered around by Song Yulin every day. Just like a dog. So now, the situation is changed, it is Su Jiang's turn to be the master, and Song Yulin is the dog. It's so exciting. Who would have thought that a few days ago, you were still so high and mighty that people dared not look at you more? But now, you are here obediently licking my toes. Su Jiang gently rubbed the woman's face with his feet, a strong sense of accomplishment. It made Su Jiang very proud. Before the end of the world, Su Jiang didn't dare to look at this woman more. But after the end of the world, Su Jiang immediately led all of Song Yulin's bodyguards and occupied the entire Qiyun villa. Then the first thing he did was to applaud his love with his little wife in front of Song Yulin. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. This is a kind of venting. It is also a kind of revenge. Venting for his former humbleness. Revenge for Song Yulin treating him like a dog. But after venting and taking revenge, Su Jiang began to think about another question: how long can Qiyun Villa last? Although Qiyun Villa is a villa complex built on the hillside, let alone a 20-meter high flood, even if it rises another 20 meters, it will not flood Qiyun Villa. But the problem is that there is nothing else on this mountain except villas. No pheasants. No fruit trees. Not even a field for growing vegetables. So it is like an isolated island in the sea. Sooner or later, people will starve to death. Considering this situation, Su Jiang used the supplies to make deals with the bodyguard teams of other wealthy people before. These bodyguards who did not belong to Su Jiang's team could be used as scouts to look for the bases of living people everywhere. Every time he found a place, he would reward the other party with a piece of supplies. Then he personally led the team to capture the other party's base. Grab food. Grab water. Grab women. As for whether Su Jiang was afraid that these investigators would betray him? The answer is no. Because Su Jiang has several key supplies: gasoline, kayak, protective clothing, and rifles and bullets. These were all prepared by Song Yulin out of fear of death, and in the end, they all helped Su Jiang. I thought I was working for our richest man, but I didn't expect that it was the richest man who was working for me. Ha 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 ha. When Su Jiang thought of this, he couldn't help laughing again, and he was shaking with excitement on the sofa. At this time, someone came in from outside and brought Su Jiang a message. The scouts of Group 2 are back, and they brought an important message. Oh? What is it? They said they found a luxury yacht. The people on it can even eat hot pot in it. Hot pot. Su Jiang couldn't help but stand up from the sofa. He had been craving for this for several days. Now when he heard these two words, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Where is it? Is it far from us? Not far. Only less than 10 kilometers away. Good. Su Jiang was even more excited. Call the people from Group 2 in. I want to ask in person what the situation is on the yacht. If there is no fighting power. He. The yacht and the hot pot will all be mine. On Noah's Ark, Jinhao is playing a tense and exciting four-person game with three goddesses, Xiaoxiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy. Quick! Shoot quickly! No! I don't feel it. You get off. I'll get on. My skills are better than yours. No! I want to be on top. How can my skills get better if I don't practice more? You don't have to be on top, you can also be on the bottom. How to do it? Listen to me. First like this, then like this. Slow down. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be so fast. Okay. It's done. Exploded. Yeah. Chicken. Amy raised her hands excitedly. The proud upper body suddenly jumped around like two naughty little rabbits. Chenhao smiled and reached out to touch Amy's head. Great! You got the chicken dinner. Hee hee. Amy shook her head with a satisfied look on her face, wanting to rub Chenhao's hand for a while longer. Chenhao didn't object. It was just Xiaoxiao and Wu Shiqing, who pouted and felt a little jealous. But there was nothing they could do about it. Because the four of them were playing a game called Shooting Elite, four people teamed up to shoot the enemy, although this game, due to the end of the world, could not be connected to the internet and could only be played by single players against human computers, but under the control of artificial intelligence, human computers could match dozens of different tactics. Even better than experienced professional players. So Xiaoxiao and Wu Shiqing, who had no sense of guns, naturally couldn't beat Amy. After all, Amy was a professional killer. Okay, take a break first and play later. Okay. Xiaoxiao and Wu Shiqing, who didn't get the chicken dinner, were somewhat resentful. Amy had won the chicken dinner several times, but they didn't get it once, so they could only get it by the way. Especially Xiaoxiao. She could see that Chenhao had something in common with these two people, but she didn't. And now, Chenhao actually used the only action that had any contact with her, patting her head. On Amy. Section 59. So Xiaoxiao was very unhappy. But Amy was not ignorant of the ways of the world, so she took the initiative to invite the two. Let's go to the hot spring together. I just finished playing games and my whole body is stiff. It must be very comfortable to soak in a hot spring. My neck is indeed a little tired. It may be better to soak in a hot spring. Then let's go. Okay. So the three goddess-level women walked towards the swimming pool at the back, talking and laughing together. As long as the swimming pool is set to hot spring mode, the swimming pool will immediately become a big hot spring. Looking at the increasingly harmonious appearance of the three people, Chenhao couldn't help but touch his chin. It seems that their relationship is getting better and better. They can even soak in the hot spring together. Then can we play the game of stripping together someday? Chenhao was seriously thinking about the possibility of this matter, but suddenly, Silly Girl issued a danger warning. Master. Suspicious enemy detected. Check immediately? What's going on? After comparing the database, two characters who appeared yesterday reappeared today. And brought more accomplices. Oh? Someone is coming to die so soon? Chenhao sat on the sofa and took out the key tablet. The tablet showed that last night, two figures wearing combat protective clothing appeared about 1 kilometer away from him. They also used infrared telescopes to look at him for more than 5 minutes. However, since the last two people did not approach Noah's Ark, the intelligence system determined that the other party should not have the intention to attack, so no danger warning was issued. However, just 1 minute ago, the two people not only reappeared, but also brought more accomplices. So the intelligence system determined that the other party might pose a threat to the Ark. Combat protective suits? They don't look like ordinary people. How many people are there? At present, the Sky Eye has detected a total of 7 people. Should we turn on the radar to detect the real number of the other party? Yes, turn it on. Since this is not on the sea, the observation ability of the Sky Eye will be affected by the buildings. It must cooperate with the radar to detect the surrounding situation in order to fully control the surrounding situation. Only 10 seconds later, the data in Chen Hao's hand was refreshed again. In addition to the 7 people detected by the Sky Eye, there was a team of 5 people lurking in secret. There is even a sniper on standby. Interesting. It seems that they are really well trained. They are in a triangular formation right from the start. They want to attack. Chen Hao couldn't help but sneer. He even dealt with 1,000 people himself. A mere 13 people want to capture their own Noah's Ark. Isn't it too much to underestimate yourself? These people must pay the price for their contempt. Brother, don't you come and soak for a while? You'll be tired after playing games. Xiao Xiao wrapped in a bath towel, standing in the corridor of the living room and said, but what was looming inside was clearly an attractive swimsuit. And the good figure outlined by the swimsuit. Bathrobe Xiao Xiao, so it can be seen that finding Chen Hao is not the point is to show your charm. Facing Amy and Wu Shiqing, who have been accepted by Chen Hao, Xiao Xiao is under great pressure. But Chen Hao just smiled and waved his hand. You go first, I'll take care of something and come back. Then brother, hurry up, otherwise the hot spring will be cold. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Okay. I'll be there soon. But in fact, this hot spring is constant temperature, silly girl. You can't even lie. Bathrobe swimsuit. At the same time, on the rooftop of a building, Su Jiang was leading his team, holding a telescope, looking at Noah's Ark from a distance. He kept making a sound of tut 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 in his mouth. Noah's Ark. Yeah, it's really a good thing. Boss, do you know this yacht? You guys are new to Song Yulin, so it's normal that you don't know. This yacht belongs to Musk. He sent this yacht to Tianan City to attract attention, and set a super low experience price of 100,000 yuan a day, so many people have gone on it to play. Boss, have you been on it too? No. Song Yulin, that bastard, thought that he was the richest man. Why should he rent someone else's yacht? So he built one himself, but his yacht, is not as good as someone else's little finger. Ha 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 ha. So Song Yulin is a real bastard. Ha 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 ha. Hey, that guy, I remember it was. Looking at Chen Hao's face, Su Jiang always felt that he had seen it somewhere. After thinking for a few seconds, Su Jiang finally remembered. It turned out to be him. Boss, do you know that guy too? He. That's right. Although I've only met him a few times, I have indeed seen him, and I also know who he is. Rich second generation? Boss? Neither. This guy is just a yacht rental salesman. It was him who came to promote yacht rental services to Song Yulin before, but was scolded and kicked out by Song Yulin. And I kicked him out personally. So, this guy has no fighting power? Of course. Su Jiang said this in a decisive tone. After all, when he drove Chen Hao out, he didn't push him out gently. Instead, he deliberately used a lot of force to directly fracture Chen Hao's arm. A normal person who encounters such a heavy blow will definitely try his best to resist. Chen Hao is the same. But he was easily suppressed by Su Jiang. Because Su Jiang is a professional. He was a former Special Forces soldier who became a bodyguard after retiring. So Su Jiang knows very well how much Chen Hao weighs. Okay, since it is confirmed that the other party is not a threat, let's go straight ahead and occupy this yacht. Su Jiang clapped his hands and said comfortably, as if Noah's Ark was already in his pocket, and he heard that there were 3 beauties on that Noah's Ark. So he wants the Ark. He also wants beauties. Standing behind Su Jiang, when he heard Su Jiang say that Chen Hao was just a waste, Songpa's face was ugly. If he had known that Chen Hao was a waste, he should have launched an attack last night. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. So Songpa could only look at the best body viciously. It was because of this woman. He lost the perfect opportunity to occupy Noah's Ark. The best body was also a little disappointed. Because she also lost the opportunity to live in Noah's Ark. But she didn't regret it. Because her purpose, from the beginning, was to survive desperately. So the best body took a step forward. Since it is confirmed that the information we provided is valuable, then what about our reward? I'll give it to you when I go back. And I'll give you double it. Su Jiang said generously, then he greedily took a look at the bumps of the best body. I say, Bailalin, why do you insist on being a scout? As long as you agree to be my lover, you can enjoy the supplies at home. Why do you need to risk your life and death? I have my own principles. Principles? Ha! Principles are useless. In this world today, strength is the only truth. It's not shameful to rely on the strong. Su Jiang said without any concern, then took out the walkie-talkie and gave orders to others. Everyone, get ready, prepare to attack. Take down this yacht. Boss. Something is wrong. As a sniper, number 2 has been observing Noah's Ark with a 32x scope, so he was the first to discover the abnormality. Su Jiang couldn't help but frown. What happened? The Chenhao you just mentioned, he actually came to the deck, and, bang! A loud noise. Su Jiang's ears were almost shattered. So Su Jiang roared angrily. What the hell are you doing? He's dead. What? Wait, who are you? Hearing the voice of a strange man on the intercom, Su Jiang immediately realized that something was wrong. He thought someone had killed number 2. And took away number 2's intercom headset. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Chenhao was not bored and ran so far to grab the other party's headset. Chenhao directly asked Silly Girl to invade the other party's communication channel. So Chenhao said calmly. Let me introduce myself, my name is Chenhao, and I'm going to kill you. Chenhao. Section 60. Hearing this name, Su Jiang couldn't help but get his hair standing on end. Because at this moment, there is also a Chenhao on Noah's Ark. Are they the same person? So Su Jiang immediately looked at the deck of Noah's Ark with a telescope. I saw Chenhao standing on the deck of Noah's Ark, wearing a black raincoat, holding a Barrett sniper rifle in his hand, and pulling the trigger quickly. Fuck! Su Jiang suddenly shrank his head. Just at the moment when he just shrank his head, a bullet flew over his forehead. Su Jiang couldn't help sweating. Just now, he was only one step away from death. Good boy, you are still a little smart. Deliberately threatened to kill us, tricked me to use a telescope to see you, so that you could lock my identity and shoot me in the head, right? That's not a threat, that's what I will definitely do. Ha! Then let's try it. Everyone switched to channel 2. In an instant, Su Jiang and all his men switched communication channels. So Chenhao's side was immediately left with only a piece of snowflake sound. But Chenhao just smiled calmly, because it only took 10 seconds for Silly Girl to invade the new channel. Noah's Ark, what an amazing thing! Su Jiang was jealous. Even Chenhao, who had no ability, could become so powerful with the blessing of Noah's Ark. If I get Noah's Ark, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world? He. Noah's Ark, I'll take it. So Su Jiang immediately ordered. Do it. Group 1 is responsible for attracting firepower. Group 2 approaches silently. Understood. The 5-member team lurking in the dark immediately turned off the motor engine and used paddles to propel it. Although the speed of travel was slower, it would not attract the enemy's attention. More importantly, with their strong physical strength, it only took 3 minutes to reach the location of Noah's Ark. It wouldn't waste too much time. Then, Su Jiang's side also reassembled a sniper rifle. Su Jiang handed the sniper rifle to a subordinate next to him. Xiao Lu, this opportunity to make a contribution is for you. If you can kill him with one shot, I will let you be the vice captain. Thank you, boss. The subordinate named Xiao Lu immediately popped his head out excitedly, and then couldn't wait to lock the target, because the higher the position, the higher the benefits. A man likes the feeling of holding a good wine and a beautiful woman in his arms. Chenhao. You will be the stepping stone of my new life. However, Xiao Lu's dream has not ended yet. With a bang. His head is gone. His life, all stayed in a beautiful fantasy. But watching Xiao Lu being shot in the head, Su Jiang just smiled and reached out to take back the sniper rifle. This kid really has some sniper talent. In fact, Su Jiang deliberately let Xiao Lu pop up, from the 2 shots that Chen Hao just shot to kill sniper number 2 and almost shot himself in the head, Su Jiang suspected that Chen Hao was a sniper expert. Because they are almost 1 kilometer away from Noah's Ark. That is a full 1,000 meters. At such a long distance, even if you use the best Barrett sniper rifle for ordinary people, plus the highest 32x scope, it is impossible to hit the target. Even professional snipers find it difficult to hit the target 100% of the time. But Chen Hao did it. Because the only shot that missed was dodged by Su Jiang's own prediction, otherwise it would have been a headshot. So at this distance, we are completely live targets, and we can only let Chen Hao shoot. Well, it turns out that we still have to rely on Group 2. So Su Jiang picked up the dagger and directly cut off one of Xiaolu's arms, and used the gun to attract Chen Hao's vitality. Seeing Su Jiang treat the body of his comrade in arms like this, Bailey Lin couldn't help but frown. Bang! Xiaolu's arm was just exposed a little, and was shot away by Chen Hao's bullet. But Chen Hao also found something wrong in an instant. The arm flew out? Something is wrong. In this case, the whole arm should not fly out. Is it to attract firepower? So Chen Hao directly controlled the tactical glasses with voice, super intelligent glasses. It can directly connect to the intelligence system on the yacht and display it on the lens. Use the sonic radar to detect and see where the 5 people who were hiding in the dark just now are now. The real-time position has been detected. It's actually close to 100 meters away from the yacht. Chen Hao looked at the red dot displayed on the lens, and his mouth corners were hooked up evilly. It seems that he is still underestimated. Several people rushed over in a rubber kayak. They must learn a lesson. Let them know that if they get close to Chen Hao's things, they will die. Silly girl, release high voltage current, the deadly kind. Understood. At the same time, Su Jiang picked up one of Xiao Zhang's thighs and continued to attract Chen Hao's vitality. At the same time, he also picked up the walkie-talkie to ask about the progress of Group 2. Hey, Team 2, are you close to the target? Only 50 meters left. We'll be done soon. Okay. I'll open the champagne for you when you take over Noah's Ark. Okay. A sharp scream suddenly sounded. Su Jiang and others who were listening to the intercom were all horrified. One person couldn't help but stand up and wanted to use a telescope to see what happened. Then bang! He was shot in the head by Chen Hao again. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What happened? Damn it! Is there anyone who can explain it to me? They are all dead, that's it. Chen Hao. Su Jiang opened his eyes in disbelief. Not only because Chen Hao hacked into his system again, but also because Chen Hao found 2 groups and killed them all easily. But how did he do it? It's me, you must be confused now, right? But you don't need to think so much, just remember that I, Chen Hao, am someone you can't afford to offend. If you want to kill me, be prepared to die miserably. Su Jiang threw the walkie-talkie on the ground in anger. Then he took out his pistol. He didn't want to stop until the bullets were completely emptied. But the walkie-talkie had already become a pile of fragments. Seeing that even Su Jiang was furious, Sangpa, who originally felt that he had missed the opportunity, now looked at Baililin with a look of gratitude instead of anger. If Baililin hadn't insisted on reporting it, he would probably have been dead. But Baililin was also relieved. In fact, she had also thought about attacking Noah's Ark, but fortunately she held back. After emptying the magazine, Su Jiang not only vented his temper, but also regained his calmness, so Su Jiang slowly put away his pistol and ordered everyone. Retreat! No one had any objection. Because the strength shown by Chen Hao at this time was completely invincible. No movement? Chen Hao's eyes immediately locked on the iron door of the rooftop. As expected, the iron door opened gently, proving that someone escaped from the rooftop. Did you run away? It seems that you are not a rough man type opponent. But, I don't like to be passive, I only like to be active. Silly girl. Understand, Master. After receiving Chen Hao's order, the silly girl immediately released 6 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft from the Sky Eye studio on the 3rd floor. In fact, the standard configuration is 3, but Chen Hao copied thousands of them. After all, the rainstorm weather is bad, and the damage rate of drones is still quite high. So the 6 drones, under the cover of the rainstorm, quickly followed Su Jiang and others who were evacuating, and monitored them in real time from a high position, and synchronized all information to the intelligence system of Noah's Ark in real time, waiting for Chen Hao to check at any time. After making preparations for the backup, Chen Hao returned to the yacht and changed into a bathrobe. He didn't forget that there were 3 beauties waiting for him to take a hot spring bath together. I heard that in hot springs, men and women can't help themselves and get entangled together. Is it true? Well, try it and you'll know. So Chen Hao walked into the hot spring pool. As soon as he entered, the white hot air filled the room and hit him. It makes people want to take off all their clothes. Brother, you're here, Xiao Xiao said shyly. Brother, you're here, huh? Why are you alone? They went back first. That's it. Chen Hao didn't think too much about it after all, he had just been out for a long time, about 20 minutes. Normal people who soaked in hot springs for so long would be almost scalded, and it was time to go back. Why don't you go back? I'm waiting for my brother. Xiao Xiao said while soaking in the water, and shyly pressed her hands on her chest because of the buoyancy. The proud chest couldn't stop floating up, so she could only press it with her hands. Section 61. This little girl has really grown up. So Chen Hao found a place to go into the water, and then snapped his fingers with the housekeeping robot, which immediately brought a hot spring package, a wooden tray, a bottle of sake, 2 cups, and some dried fruits and meat jerky. Chen Hao lay on his back in the hot spring, soaking in the hot spring comfortably, while picking up the wine glass and taking 2 sips gently. He was as happy as a god. Seeing Chen Hao looking tipsy, Xiao Xiao pressed her chest and slowly approached Chen Hao from the water. Chen Hao didn't object. Chen Hao knew what Xiao Xiao was thinking. She wanted to take advantage of the time when they were alone to have something happen with him. Chen Hao didn't think of objecting to this matter. After all, he and Xiao Xiao, not to say that they were in love, also had a good impression of each other. Not surprisingly, after Xiao Xiao came over, she whispered in Chen Hao's ear. Brother Haozi, do you want to rub my back? Rubbing my back. Oh, that's fine. Chen Hao turned around and gave his back to Xiao Xiao, and then he felt something soft rubbing against his back. It was a little itchy and a little comfortable. Xiao Xiao, are you rubbing my back? Yes. Oh, Brother Haozi, I want to ask you something. What is it? Do you think of me as a sister? Or a woman? What do you mean? It's just Sister Amy and Sister Shirqing, they both have that kind of relationship with you. Why don't I have one? And, I'm the one who has known you the longest. Want to know? Chen Hao turned around and looked at Xiao Xiao, who didn't hide anything, just rolled her eyes and waited for Chen Hao's answer. Because we are too familiar, it's hard to start. Is it just for this reason? Of course not. Chen Hao touched Xiao Xiao's head. I hope that our relationship is a natural one, not that you are in a hurry to prove that you are my woman by having something happen in bed with me like others. Am I too anxious? Xiao Xiao's face couldn't help but turn red, thinking back to her recent actions. Even she blushed and her heart beat fast. It's really getting bigger and bigger. I promised your brother that if I want to start with you, I will take your feelings seriously, so we can take it slowly. But I can give you a little benefit first. Chen Hao said, and hugged Xiao Xiao into his arms. Xiao Xiao's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although she had imagined this scene countless times, she was still a little nervous and at a loss when it really came. Chen Hao just smiled, then buried his head, blocked Xiao Xiao's mouth, and picked up the honey in her mouth. Xiao Xiao's mind was blank. She had no idea what happened and what she should do. When she woke up, Chen Hao had already let go of her body and urged her to go back and rest. Hurry up! If you soak in the hot spring for too long, you will faint from low blood pressure. Xiao Xiao answered lightly, feeling like she was dreaming, but Xiao Xiao knew that it must be a beautiful dream. This little girl really doesn't know anything. Chen Hao shook his head. The contact just now was very comfortable and felt very good. It was a refreshing feeling from the soul to the body. If Xiaotingzi knew that I treated his sister like this, he would definitely kill me. He might be jealous. Thinking of Zhou Ting, Chen Hao could already foresee the scene where Zhou Ting wanted to come over and beat him up with a twisted face. It's a pity that Zhou Ting, this kid, doesn't know which tank he is soaking in now. This is a foreshadowing, by the way. Those guys in protective clothing should be back to the base camp soon, right? So Chen Hao lay on the hot spring, drinking a little wine while taking out the key tablet to check the real-time synchronized video. The video shows that 6 people wearing combat protective clothing, riding a motor-powered kayak, returned to a villa built halfway up the mountain, Chiyun Villa. The base camp is actually here, which is interesting. Chen Hao's mouth shed a trace of sarcasm. These rich people have been encouraging ordinary people to buy pigeon houses in the city center, but they turned around and bought villas in the suburbs. As a result, at the end of the world, the pigeon houses became bird cages, leaving the people inside to wait for death. And these rich people can still live happily in a safe area. It's just that you have calculated a little wrong. That is, the dogs you raise will not only bite the enemy, but also the owner. Because Chen Hao has seen that these once arrogant rich people are now more miserable than each other. Some are locked in iron cages. Some are hung up. Some are simply left with only a human head, and I don't know where the body has gone. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. As for who has the ability to easily subdue these rich people? Without a doubt. Only the good dogs raised by the rich themselves. Bodyguards. At this moment, in the largest and most luxurious villa in Chiyun Villa, Su Jiang kicked the villa open, then reached out and picked up the dog leash tied to Song Yulin, and called Song Yulin's little wife, Xu Qian, to help him cool down. Come here. I'm very angry now. Then Su Jiang lay on the sofa, feeling Xu Qian's warm embrace, and the bad breath in his chest finally faded away slowly. Su Jiang looked at his subordinates standing in front of him, as well as the 2 investigators Songpa and Bailalin, but he didn't even mean to cover them. Today's incident. It's our shame. But shame is not to be accepted. It's to be retaliated against. So everyone, go back and think about how to break through that damn Noah's Ark. Yes. Boss. Su Jiang's direct subordinates all left the living room tactfully. For a while, only Songpa and Bailalin were still standing. Well, you said that our reward would be doubled, Songpa said hesitantly. Interrupted by Su Jiang impatiently. Don't you know the occasion? I'm not in the mood to reward you now. Go back. I'll consider whether to give it to you after we break through Noah's Ark some other day. Songpa pursed his lips. Although he was very unwilling, he still chose to turn around and leave. Bailalin also wanted to turn around and follow, but was stopped by Su Jiang. Bailalin, wait a minute. Bailalin frowned, knowing that she was in trouble again. Standing aside, Songpa looked at Bailalin, then looked at Su Jiang, who was angry, hesitated for a moment, and finally left Bailalin alone. Bailalin looked at Su Jiang. Su Jiang, what do you want to do? Don't you know what I want to do? Su Jiang looked up and down at Bailalin with an evil look on his face. His face was full of primitive impulses. But he also knew that this Bailalin was not easy to mess with. Bailalin, I'll give you one last night to think about it. If you agree to be my lover, we'll be happy together. If you don't agree, then I'll have to force you to be happy with me. Did you hear that clearly? Got it. Facing Su Jiang's aggressive attitude, Bailalin knew that Su Jiang was taking out all the frustration he had with Chen Hao on her. But even if it was crazy talk, angry talk, nonsense, as long as Su Jiang said it, he would do it. To satisfy his pitiful face and dignity. So Bailalin had to think about a question: should she escape? Or stay and be the lover of this dog Su Jiang? I really don't want to choose either. Bailalin sighed helplessly in her heart, then walked out of the living room, ready to leave the villa. Just as she walked to the door of the villa, Bailalin suddenly looked up at the sky with a sense of something in the gray sky. She sensed that something was hovering there. At this time, a figure came over from the side and asked Bailey-Lin a question. Section 62, what are you looking at? Nothing, I just feel like I haven't seen the sun for a long time. Bailey-Lin only thought for 1 second before choosing to conceal the existence of the drone, because she felt that she seemed to have found the third option, Chen Hao and his Noah's Ark. Songpa also looked up at the sky. Yeah. It's been half a month, right? It's been raining. I've been waiting for you here just now. Well, thank you. Bailey-Lin said perfunctorily, then walked into the rain curtain, and walked through the rainstorm to the villa number 3699. This was the villa of her former employer, but after her employer was locked in an iron cage by Su Jiang, only Bailey-Lin lived in this villa. Ha! Bailey-Lin took off her combat protective suit, revealing a 90-point face, and at the same time exhaled a long breath of turbid air, because the combat protective suit is almost completely sealed. The purpose is to reduce the invasion of all toxic substances to the greatest extent. So as long as you wear it for more than 3 minutes, your whole body will sweat profusely. Not to mention that their missions are 5 or 6 hours each. The feeling of being covered in sticky and smelly sweat. It's really uncomfortable. When will this kind of life end? Bailey-Lin sighed lightly, then took out her last bit of food from the safe, half a bottle of water, half a pack of instant noodles, then drank a sip of water and chewed a mouthful of noodles, which was dinner tonight. Then, Bailey-Lin sat on the sofa and stared at the TV quietly, but the TV was black, because the power had been cut off in the whole city, so the TV could not be turned on at all, and even if it was turned on, there was no program to watch, because all the programs had been stopped. After sitting there bored for more than 10 minutes, Bailey-Lin stood up from the sofa, picked up the bath towel, and prepared to take a shower in the bathroom. And all this was monitored in real time by Chen Hao's drone. She's actually going to take a shower? Isn't the water out? Or is she not afraid that the rainwater is poisonous? Chen Hao soaked in the hot spring, holding up a small wine glass and thinking secretly. In fact, Chen Hao had noticed this woman a long time ago. First, this woman's figure is really eye-catching. Perfect head-to-body ratio. Perfect S-shaped figure. Like a goddess walking out of a comic. Second, this woman is not equipped with weapons. This means that she and Su Jiang and others may not be in the same camp. There is a possibility of internal division. Of course. Whether to use internal division depends on Chen Hao's mood. It is not impossible to destroy them all directly. So under Chen Hao's control, the drone slowly flew into the villa. Even in silent mode, the sound was so subtle that people's ears could hardly hear it. However, just as the drone flew into the villa, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A water curtain suddenly appeared. The door of the villa was sealed. Ha! Chen Hao exclaimed lightly, the ability to control water? This is almost one of the strongest abilities in this era full of torrential rain. You are Chen Hao, right? Bailey-Lin walked down the stairs slowly, her eyes fixed on the drone, as if she wanted to see through the drone and see Chen Hao hiding behind the drone. Chen Hao smiled slightly and generously turned on the projection, projecting himself in the hot spring onto the wall in front of Bailey-Lin. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to be an awakener who can control water. Chen Hao picked up the wine glass, took a sip comfortably, and then looked at Bailey-Lin with slightly drunk eyes. Bailey-Lin was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this drone could actually project. And more importantly, Chen Hao looked really comfortable over there. Hot spring. Wine. Dried fruit. Everything is full of temptation to Bailey-Lin. So Bailey-Lin couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. I didn't expect that you could use a drone in such a rainy weather, and you followed me all the way here. Let me ask you a question. When did you find my drone? Chen Hao asked calmly. But Bailey-Lin was silent because she had already found the drone, but didn't tell others, which meant betrayal. So Bailey-Lin couldn't tell Chen Hao the truth. But Chen Hao got the answer from Bailey-Lin's silence. It seems that she had found it a long time ago. Yes, being able to lure me in by taking a shower means that she was luring the snake out of the hole. But why didn't you tell your companions after you found it? Is it because you don't get along with them? This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Bai Li Lin was immediately facing a great enemy. At this moment, she didn't want to turn against Su Jiang. Because she was not Su Jiang's opponent. That's right. The reason why Su Jiang could lead a group of bodyguards and easily suppress the people in the entire Qiyun villa was not only because Su Jiang's group had the largest number of people. More importantly, Su Jiang also awakened his superpowers. And his superpowers are very strong. Above Bai Li Lin. Seeing Bai Li Lin's nervous look, Chen Hao also guessed something. So Chen Hao also extended an olive branch. A mouthful of water, a mouthful of noodles, eating only this little every day, even if you have an iron body, you can't last long, right? What do you mean? Don't you want to eat steak? Drink red wine? Or, have a steaming hot pot? Chen Hao said with a smile. He knew Bai Li Lin couldn't refuse. Because the database showed that night, Bai Li Lin watched them eat hot pot for a long time. A long time. Bai Li Lin couldn't help swallowing another mouthful of saliva. Although the amplitude of this action was very small under her efforts to suppress it. But it was still discovered by Chen Hao. But what I need is not the benefits of a meal. I am now facing a choice about dignity. If you can't be my third option, then I would rather die than become your or someone else's plaything. Bai Li Lin said firmly. The attitude of facing death and being extremely resolute. Even Chen Hao admired her. So Chen Hao gave Bai Li Lin a chance. Tell me, what is the choice? Why am I the third option? As you can see, the current leader of Qiyun Villa is a madman named Su Jiang. Su Jiang? This name sounds familiar to me? He used to be Son Yulin's bodyguard. I see. No wonder it sounds familiar to me. Okay, you can continue. Yeah, after Su Jiang occupied the entire Qiyun villa, his personality became very twisted. Not only did he abuse all the rich people, he also treated the rich people's women and daughters as trophies to play with. I understand. Now, he is targeting you again. Chen Hao smiled. He was not surprised at Su Jiang's change at all. The more inferior a person is, the more he wants to cover up his inner weakness by showing off his power. This is very common among awakened people. Hearing Chen Hao speak out about his current situation, Bai Li Lin also directly put forward his own ideas. I don't want to be his plaything, but I'm not his opponent. So I want to cooperate with you. Why? Or, why? Since Su Jiang is so troublesome, why should I fight him? Chen Hao asked calmly, but in fact, this is just a negotiation technique. Retreat to advance, to gain greater benefits for yourself. Bai Li Lin's originally relaxed mood became tense in an instant. Even if you don't want to fight with Su Jiang again, he won't let you go. He has set his eyes on your Noah's Ark, so he will definitely snatch it until he gets it. Sorry, I'm just stranded temporarily. By tomorrow, the water level should be enough for me to get out of trouble. At that time, I will leave Tiandu City and go to a safe place to live happily. Isn't it easier than fighting Su Jiang to the death? Bai Li Lin was speechless for a while. Because Chen Hao is right, instead of fighting with Su Jiang to the death, it is better to hide far away and live happily. If it were Bai Li Lin herself, she would do the same. Therefore, she must give enough temptation to make Chen Hao choose to fight Su Jiang again. So Bai Li Lin gritted her teeth. Do you also want my body? If so, I would rather die. Wrong. What I want is your whole person. Including your body, your soul, and your superpowers. Chen Hao said strongly but not overbearingly. Because he was seriously proposing conditions. Instead of forcing Bai Li Lin to do something. In fact, for a woman like Bai Li Lin, oppression can only have a counter effect. On the contrary, proposing conditions and discussing cooperation can get Bai Li Lin's approval. I want you to work for me for 3 years. During this period, you must listen to my instructions and work for me. And I will provide you with food and accommodation. Okay. But you can't let me sell my body. This is my bottom line. It doesn't matter, I don't lack women anyway, Chen Hao said carelessly. But this attitude inexplicably aroused Bailey Lin's competitive spirit. Are you looking down on my beauty and temptation? Section 63. Okay, let's talk business now. Tell me, what is Su Jiang's ability? Last time, because it was a long-distance battle, Chen Hao took a Barrett sniper rifle and directly pressed Su Jiang and others to fight. As a result, Su Jiang had no chance to show what his ability was from beginning to end. So Chen Hao now raised this question, firstly to understand the enemy situation, and secondly to test Bailey Lin's loyalty. Bailey Lin was a little unwilling, although she knew that Chen Hao had several women, all of whom were goddess level, but which woman was willing to admit that her charm was not as good as other women? So if other women can seduce Chen Hao, she must be able to do it too. And she must be able to seduce Chen Hao more than other women. So Bailey Lin temporarily hid this idea in her heart. Let's talk about business first. Su Jiang's ability is to strengthen people. After strengthening, the comprehensive quality of these strengthened soldiers will increase rapidly in a short period of time. According to my estimation, the combat power of these strengthened soldiers is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. In other words, as long as the number of people is sufficient, he can even form a strengthened army? I don't know about this. The most I have seen was when he suppressed Qiyun Villa, and about 30 people were strengthened. What impressed me most at that time was that after these people were strengthened, they were still able to maintain efficient action after being shot. Can they still act efficiently after being shot? That is indeed not to be underestimated. Chen Hao nodded slightly because the power of modern bullets is very fierce. Even if an ordinary person is shot in the shoulder and does not hurt the vital parts, he will not be able to get up for several hours. Not to mention being able to act efficiently. So if you want to deal with him, the best way is to launch an attack from a distance and snipe all his men, which will greatly weaken his combat power. Well, I will consider this suggestion. I hope you can be quick. Because Su Jiang gave me a deadline tomorrow. Are you in such a hurry? Well, he is very anxious. No, I mean you. Well, we have just reached a cooperation, and I haven't even had time to verify whether your information is accurate. You want me to go to war with Su Jiang? Bai Lilin frowned slightly. She began to get a little irritated. It's not because what Chen Hao said was unreasonable, but she also agreed with Chen Hao's point of view. Life and death matters must be cautious. So the information must be verified first. Otherwise, it is easy to pay the price of death. But Bai Lilin can't delay for too long, because Su Jiang really does what he says. Hard to her. So you won't come tomorrow? No. I will go. But you have to remember. I could have refused. It was only because of your request that I risked losing everything, including my life and the names of my women. I risked losing everything to save you. You must remember this forever. Chen Hao said without question, in short. Bailey Lin owed Chen Hao a favor. A favor worth several lives. If Bailey Lin still had a conscience, she would have to swear to serve Chen Hao until death. I will always remember that I owe you a life, and also the lives of your women. Bailey Lin said calmly. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very firm. In fact, Bailey Lin did what she said in the future. Chen Hao was very satisfied with Bailey Lin's attitude, because he scanned it with a drone, and when Bailey Lin said this, her body temperature did not change significantly. When ordinary people lie, their heart rate speeds up due to nervousness, and their body temperature will rise by about 0.3 degrees. So Chen Hao snapped his fingers. The drone immediately flew in front of Bailey Lin, opened the inner box, and released a fingertip-sized earphone from it. I will use this to contact you tomorrow. Contacting you will prove that I am ready to go to war. As for before I go to war, if Su Jiang wants to do something to you, you can deal with it yourself. Of course, you can also use me as an excuse, saying that you worship the strong. As long as Su Jiang can capture my Noah's Ark, you will be his woman. You can be flexible. Okay. Bailey Lin took the earphone and carefully put it in her underwear, allowing Chen Hao to appreciate Bailey Lin's beautiful scenery. Then everything is settled. If there is any special situation, you can use your superpowers to condense an SOS sign with rainwater at an altitude of 200 meters in the air. This is not difficult, right? I can try. Okay. After that, Chen Hao hung up the video call and began to carefully sort out everything he had just done with Bailey Lin, especially at the end. Chen Hao asked Bailey Lin to condense an SOS sign with rainwater at an altitude of 200 meters, and Bailey Lin did not refuse to say that she couldn't do it. This shows that her superpowers have a large range and can attack the enemy from a long distance. Chen Hao couldn't help but smile. Does he trust Bailey Lin? Of course he trusts. But does he doubt Bailey Lin? Of course he doubts. Always keep trust and vigilance, this is the best way to survive in the end times. You must keep some tricks. Alas, why do I feel it again? Chen Hao, who was soaking in the hot spring, not only did not have the idea of creating a human being scalded to death by the hot spring, but he was also a little excited. Well, it's not a bad thing to relax before the battle. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So Chen Hao walked out of the hot spring, wrapped in a bath towel, and walked to the place where he was staying. As for whether to go to Wu Shiqing's place? Or to Amy's place? Ha! Only weak chickens are ready to fight alone. Strong people are all I want to fight 10. So Chen Hao called Wu Shiqing and Amy to his room. Wu Shiqing and Amy were a little embarrassed for a while. They came to Chen Hao's room before, but they came alone, and never together. That. Brother Chen, why did you ask us to come here, fight the landlord? Chen Hao took out a deck of cards and said in his heart. It's indeed playing landlord. I'll fight you two alone. Wu Shiqing and Amy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they knew that the other party was Chen Hao's woman, they were still a little overwhelmed to suddenly have to go to a new world with 3 people. Fortunately, it's just playing cards. So Wu Shiqing and Amy both sat cross-legged on Chen Hao's bed. Brother Chen, how do we play? Just play normally, but if you lose, you have to take off your clothes. Ah. Without some bets, it always feels a little less interesting, right? Don't worry, I'm not a gambling god, I won't let you take off. Oh no, I won't let you lose everything. Chen Hao said with a smile, and he had already started shuffling and dividing the cards, and took the landlord card to be the landlord. Wu Shiqing and Amy looked at each other, and then looked at Chen Hao, and made up their minds, 2 against 1. Who will lose yet? Come on. So the room was immediately filled with the joyful sound of playing cards. Pa. 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 One night passed, the next morning. Chen Hao looked at Amy and Wu Shiqing, who were too tired to get up in bed. He couldn't help but shook his head. 2 against 1 can't beat me, alas. Then he came to the balcony, looking at the rising water level and the slight bumps on the boat. Chen Hao knew it. The water level is enough. Noah's Ark is ready to set sail. So Chen Hao ordered Silly Girl. Silly Girl, start Noah's Ark, target, Chiyun Villa. Okay, master. Instantly. The powerful power of Noah's Ark started. The accumulated water around it immediately boiled, and could only push Noah's Ark to start sailing. And the people who lived in the nearby high-rise buildings saw the most shocking scene in their lives. A luxury yacht, proudly sailing among the high-rise buildings. Passing through Wanda Plaza. Passing through Walmart Supermarket. Passing through Uniqlo and Luckin Coffee. Moving forward without hesitation. Chiyun Villa, the largest and most luxurious villa in the center. Su Jiang was looking at Bailey Lin with a smile on his face, an evil smile. At his feet, the woman pretending to be a kitten was still concentrating on serving Su Jiang's toes. What do you think, Bailey Lin, do you want to be my woman actively? Or do you want to be my woman passively? I don't want to do either. Ha? Because I want to be the woman of a strong man. So if you are a strong man, I will take the initiative. But if you are a weak man, ha? Bailey Lin sneered contemptuously, which not only did not make Su Jiang angry. Instead, it greatly stimulated Su Jiang's interest. This is not the first woman who dared to put forward conditions to him. But the conditions put forward by Bailalin made Su Jiang feel very exciting because deep in his heart, he always wanted to prove that he was a strong man. The strongest kind. Oh? Then tell me, how can I prove that I am a strong man? Su Jiang stretched out his foot and hooked the kitten woman's face into his hand, kneading the kitten woman's face hard and said. Section 64. Do you want me to broadcast live in front of you? To show you how powerful I am? No. I am a very practical woman. I need a sense of security more than physical enjoyment. So I want to live in Noah's Ark. You mean, as long as you can snatch Noah's Ark and let me live in it, I will admit that you are a strong man. And I am willing to be your woman. While Bailalin was talking, she took off her combat protective clothing and revealed her beautiful face with a score of more than 90 points. Su Jiang couldn't help licking his lips. He felt hot all over. If you want a dead fish, then do it to me now. But if you want a real woman, then prove that you are a strong man worthy of me sticking to you. Okay. Okay. I like women like you. You wait, I will take down that Noah's Ark today. Su Jiang looked at Bailalin straight and said, his throat kept swallowing saliva, it can be seen. Bailalin just doesn't like to show her charm normally, once she takes it out, the man will immediately feel dry mouth. Seeing this, Bailalin couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. Did you see it? This is the charm of this girl. Qin Hao, do you think you can hide? Su Jiang, who was in high spirits, immediately waved his hand and called Songpa beside him. Go! Show me what's the situation of Noah's Ark today? I'm going to go all out and catch him off guard. Yes. Songpa nodded, then strode out of the door, but within 5 seconds, Songpa ran back in a panic. Oh no! Boss! That Qin Hao is coming to kill me. What? Su Jiang kicked the little cat woman away, and went up and grabbed Songpa's collar directly. What did you say? That Qin Hao is coming to kill me, ha 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 ha. How is this possible? He doesn't even know who I am, how can he come to my door? But, Songpa hesitated and didn't dare to speak loudly. He could see that Su Jiang was a little panicked when he heard the news that Qin Hao was coming. So he was very angry. If he made a mistake in answering, Su Jiang would definitely beat him to death on the spot. Seeing Songpa's cowardly look, Su Jiang was annoyed and knocked Songpa to the ground with a punch, and then shouted an order. Everyone! Follow me! I want to see if this Qin Hao has any eyes in the sky that can even find this place. Yes! The moment the order landed, dozens of bodyguards came out of the room and followed Su Jiang in a mighty manner. Everyone was holding a submachine rifle in their hands. Even grenades were hung on their chests. At the same time, 1 kilometer away from Qian Villa, Noah's Ark was moored domineeringly. Due to the influence of high water levels, everything in front of Qian Villa was submerged and turned into an empty ocean, so Noah's Ark moored on the water was extremely conspicuous. People can see its existence at a glance. In Noah's Ark, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy all looked at this unfamiliar environment with surprise. Oh my god! What is this place? This is Qian Villa, the place with the highest housing prices in Tiandu City. Those who live in it are the richest people in Tiandu City. But that was in the past. Those who live in it now are a group of vicious thugs. Qin Hao said with a smile on his face, but Amy knew that it would be a fierce battle next. So she struggled to get up. I'll help you. No need. Qin Hao kissed Amy's forehead gently, and then pushed Amy back to the bed. You guys just rest on the bed, I'll be back soon. Really, is it okay? Don't you know whether I can do it or not? One sentence made Wu Shiqing and Amy blush and their hearts beat fast. Qin Hao is more than capable. He is simply too capable. It is said that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. Facts have proved that the person who said this has a narrow vision. There are already 2 fields that are about to be plowed to death here. After comforting Wu Shiqing and Amy, Qin Hao walked out of the room and saw Xiao Xiao standing at the door with a slightly red face. Brother Hausi, don't say anything, wait for me to come back. If you are bored, go watch a movie, you can search on TV. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Yeah. Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. Chen Hao was not stingy and kissed Xiao Xiao's forehead gently. Men. You have to treat everyone equally. Then Chen Hao put on a raincoat, carried a Barrett sniper rifle, and came to the deck. Silly girl, use the drone to help me see how many people are on the other side. Okay, master. According to the condition of enemies wearing biochemical protective suits, the search shows that there are 32 people on the other side. 32 people? That's a lot. Warm reminder, Master, 6 people on the other side have left the team and are heading to different high points. I suspect that the other side is occupying sniper positions and deploying snipers. Synchronize the positions of these people to my glasses. Chen Haoxie said with a smile, and put on tactical glasses at the same time. There are 6 small red dots heading to the tops of different villas to quickly occupy the high points. It's a pity, the war hasn't started yet. Their positions have all been exposed. So Chen Hao immediately pulled the bolt of the gun. Boom! 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 6 gunshots rang out in a row. Su Zhang's expression changed immediately. Because 6, neither more nor less, it is easy for Su Zhang to think of the 6 snipers he just deployed. Group 2, what's going on? Answer me. Group 2. The 2 groups that did not have any answers have already given their answers. They are all dead. Fuck. Boss. Let me go. I'm good at sniping, I can definitely kill him. Stop. Su Zhang's face twisted for a while, and then gradually returned to calm. He is a madman, yes. But madmen also have brains. This kid, every shot is so accurate, there must be something wrong. Hide in the bunker first and don't come out. He wants to fly a kite to kill us. We will force him to go ashore and force him to face us. Duel. Beilalin's face changed slightly when she heard Su Zhang's battle plan. She didn't expect that Su Zhang would come up with a response plan so quickly. And more importantly, once Chen Hao lands ashore, he loses the advantage of long-range sniping. Instead, they fell into the battlefield that Su Zhang and others are best at. Land. Close. In fact, Su Zhang's guess was correct. The reason why Chen Hao was able to hit every target was not because of the magnifying glass, but also because of the creation of space. When Chen Hao releases the space field, he can selectively make small distortions in some places in front of him in the field, twisting it into a concave and convex mirror, and the high-precision magnification mirror is actually nothing more than a concave and convex mirror. A combination of several concave and convex mirrors. It's only limited by the volume, so it can only be up to 32 times. But Chen Hao's creation space is not affected by volume. So don't say 32 times. It can be made even if it is 3,200 times larger. But now, with Chen Hao's spatial magnification lens, Su Zhang and others could no longer be seen. Silly girl, what's going on? Where have they gone? Master, they all hid in the house. Ha! It seems that you know that my sniping is powerful and you don't want to be killed one by one, so you are ready to test your patience with me to see when I will land ashore, right? Master, this is very possible. All right. Chen Hao put away his sniper rifle and prepared to go ashore, because there was not only Beililin there, but more importantly, there were many arms and weapons collected by Song Yulin. Grenade. Assault rifle. Combat protective clothing. These are what Chen Hao wants. You think I can only do long-range sniping, right? Ha! Let me show you, in fact, whether it's melee combat or sniping, I can do 100 million points. Boss, will that boy Chen Hao really come over? Huddled in a villa, one of his subordinates asked Su Zhang curiously. After all, according to normal logic, no one would be willing to give up his greatest advantage. Su Zhang snorted contemptuously from his nose. If he doesn't come, we won't go out. Anyway, we are here, we have food and drink, what are we afraid of? Yes, but just hiding like this is a bit frustrating. Feeling frustrated, right? Su Zhang suddenly smiled cruelly. Then he took out his pistol and pointed it at the subordinate who just said suffering. Section 65. Get out now. Stand at the door for 1 minute. Boss, his men immediately turned pale. What's the difference between standing at the door for 1 minute and being Chen Hao's target? Get out. Otherwise I will shoot you to death right now. The men could not help but tremble all over. I can only stand up and walk towards the door step by step. Because if he goes out, there is at least half a chance of surviving. As long as Chen Hao doesn't see it. But if he doesn't get out, Su Jiang will shoot him to death immediately. Because Su Jiang is such a lunatic who does what he says. However, this subordinate was very lucky, because Chen Hao happened not to be on the deck, but was driving a speedboat on the 3rd floor. So after a short but long minute, the subordinate turned back excitedly. Great! I'm not dead. I'm not dead. You're too happy too soon. Boom! Su Jiang pulled the trigger, and a bullet immediately blew out the subordinate's head. Seeing this scene, Bai Lilin and others all changed their expressions. I felt a strong sense of crisis. Because Su Jiang is so crazy that you can't even guess what he is thinking. He doesn't know who the next person he will kill will be. Su Jiang also knew this, but he didn't care. More important than taking care of the emotions of these subordinates, was to maintain his unshakable dominance. This shot, I killed him for Chen Hao. Because he can't be so lucky every time. It happened to be when Chen Hao didn't want to kill anyone. So no one can't question my decision. It's better to be aggrieved than to die. Do you hear me clearly? All the subordinates nodded immediately. It means that he will be very obedient. Because they don't want to follow in that idiot's footsteps. At the same time, they all know that in the end of the world, they are just humble little characters. Only by clinging to an awakened person like Su Jiang can we have a way to survive. Boss, there's a situation. The observer who had been by the window secretly watching Chen Hao's every move sent Su Jiang a message as if to please. I just saw Chen Hao driving a speedboat towards us. Did you see clearly? Clearly. Good. Su Jiang licked his tongue excitedly. As long as we kill Chen Hao, not only can he get Noah's Ark, but also the beautiful girl Baililin. In addition, Su Jiang has not forgotten that there are 3 beauties on Noah's Ark. He. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Just kill Chen Hao. So Su Jiang took the lead and rushed out of the room. He didn't allow anyone to compete with him for Chen Hao's head. It's just that Su Jiang just popped up. A bullet whizzed straight into Su Jiang's face. Su Jiang was so frightened that he immediately tilted his head. Then I felt a cold sensation in my right ear, and then there was a heartbreaking pain. Because his ear was pierced. Ah! My ears. My ears. You fucking lied about military information. Su Jiang immediately raised his assault rifle and smashed the observer's ears. Said the observer, covering his ears in pain. Boss, I'm not lying. He really left Noah's Ark and rushed over in a speedboat. Fuck you. Then tell me. How can he drive a speedboat and point a sniper rifle at my head at the same time? Obviously, Su Jiang does not know that there is such a thing as intelligent driving. Boss, he seems to be driving a boat and sniping at the same time. What did you say? Su Jiang looked fiercely at the person who spoke for the observer. The man swallowed and said, Boss, you can see for yourself, we are not lying. Su Jiang picked up the binoculars and looked at Chen Hao on the sea. He saw Chen Hao sitting on a speedboat, holding a Barrett sniper rifle in both hands, and slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! The telescope in Su Jiang's hand was smashed to pieces. How did this guy manage to drive a speedboat with only his feet? Then, Su Jiang looked at his subordinates. These people were already on the verge of collapse, because Su Jiang was too crazy. This made them feel like there was a gun put to their heads. I'll beat them to death at any time. Although he was separated by a mask, Su Jiang understood what these people were thinking from their trembling bodies, so Su Jiang took off his mask and looked at everyone. Everyone was terrified. I don't know what Su Jiang is going to do. Are you going to kill someone else to extinguish the fire? But this time, Su Jiang's gun was pointed at himself. I know, I am an unqualified boss. Because I am always ready to shoot you, so in order to punish myself, I decided to use my life to pay you back. No. Boss. In an instant, these people all shouted to stop Su Jiang, because there was no Su Jiang. They will definitely die in Chen Hao's hands later. So in their hearts, they couldn't help but begin to beautify Su Jiang and give themselves the reason to let Su Jiang live. Although Su Jiang shot at every turn, it was for the unity of the entire team and for everyone to survive. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Hearing the cries of his men, Su Jiang was secretly proud, but on the surface he remained calm and even began to deflect conflicts. Alas! Actually, I don't want to do this. However, Chen Hao puts too much pressure on me. He has killed more than a dozen of our brothers. But we haven't even touched his little finger. But, I really want to kill Chen Hao. As long as you kill him, we can get the Noah's Ark and live together in a big and warm yacht. This is what I, the boss, should do for you. Su Jiang roared in pain. Being a dog under Song Yulin for many years has made his acting skills perfect. Under his instigation, these nervous subordinates suddenly found their outlet. The boss is right. All of this is because of that Chen Hao. Before that Chen Hao appeared, the boss had never been like this. That's right. Boss did this all for us. So as long as you kill Chen Hao, then all these problems will be solved. That's right. Kill Chen Hao. Kill Chen Hao. For a time, the crowd was excited. Everyone seemed to have a mortal feud with Chen Hao. I wish I could bite Chen Hao to death. Su Jiang also smiled secretly. Brainwashing successful. People. Such an emotional creature. Just a bit mean. You are usually nice to him, but one day you slap him and he thinks you are a bad person. But you give him a slap every day, and suddenly one day you care about him, and he thinks you are a good person. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. So Su Jiang is also striking while the iron is hot. Brothers. Let us kill Chen Hao together and seize the Ark. Revenge for the dead brothers. Kill Chen Hao. Seize the Ark. Avenge the dead brothers. Kill Chen Hao. Seize the Ark. Avenge the dead brothers. Everyone shouted slogans excitedly. Under the leadership of Su Jiang, they sneaked to the shore with murderous intent. As soon as Chen Hao came ashore, that would be their home court. They can easily kill Chen Hao. Only Bai Li Lin's face looked ugly under the mask. Chen Hao, what are you thinking? Why do you rush over so quickly? She now doubts whether she has found the wrong partner. Can she really win over Su Jiang if she is so impatient? Another hit? It seems that Su Jiang's superpower is also very strong. Chen Hao couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, thinking that this would be more interesting. The more powerful the awakened person is, the higher the overall quality of his body will be and the stronger his perception will be. So Su Jiang is very powerful. It's a pity that in front of Chen Hao, it's not enough. Xi'an Villa, the last time I came here, the security guard sent dogs to bite me, but now, the dogs have turned into dog meat hot pot. Chen Hao supported the speedboat with one hand and landed gracefully on the ground. He had been on the yacht for a few days, and now that he was on the ground again, Chen Hao still felt a sense of stability. After all, the ups and downs of the waves are very uncomfortable for people who are used to living on land. How about I also find an island? I usually spend my days and nights on the island, but when I get depressed, I get on the boat and go outside to get drunk. Chen Hao touched his chin and said, suddenly becoming a little excited, and then he looked at the houses non-stop like a tourist. He wanted to see which villa was more comfortable, and then uprooted it and took it away. Strange. Why is this guy not nervous at all? Compared to Chen Hao's relaxed state, Su Jiang's men hiding in the dark were already nervous. Because the war is about to break out, and you will die if you don't do it, how can you not be nervous? However, Chen Hao is so relaxed and leisurely, which makes people puzzled. Is Chen Hao not paying attention to them at all? Or did Chen Hao not realize his situation at all? Do you want to do it now? Wait a minute. The boss said, lure the enemy deeper first. wait until he goes deeper, and then kill him in one fell swoop. Okay, he walks so slowly, when will he be considered deep? This, section 66. Everyone was helpless, because Chen Hao's current state was really just wandering around, looking here and there, slowly and leisurely, with no intention of going to the battlefield at all. But for people with tight nerves like them, this is completely naked torture. In a state of highly tense nerve lines, every second. It seems like a long year. So Chen Hao, this woman, has the same rhythm as going shopping. It's completely torture for them. Damn it. I can't bear it anymore. Hold it. Don't ruin the boss's plan. A group of people were gnashing their teeth secretly. But Chen Hao knew all this in his heart. He knew that Su Jiang's purpose was to lure the enemy deeper and let Chen Hao join the wolf pack. But how does Su Jiang know that his behavior is not inviting a wolf into the house? Until Chen Hao walked up a distance of 200 meters, it was deep enough to be surrounded by Su Jiang and others. Su Jiang gave an order suddenly. Shot. All of a sudden. Dozens of angles from all directions. Countless violent bullets were fired one after another. And because of these people's resentment towards Chen Hao, just empty the magazine out of anger. Dozens of people with assault rifles. Hundreds of bullets. It just rained down on Chen Hao like a heavy rain. However, during the heavy rain, a strange scene occurred with Chen Hao as the center. A strange sphere appeared within a 10-meter radius of Chen Hao. Within this sphere, all rainwater disappears. And disappeared together with the hundreds of bullets that should have hit Chen Hao. What? Su Jiang looked at all this in disbelief. But he soon understood Chen Hao also has superpowers. And it's also a space power. So the bullets of myself and others were swallowed. No wonder you dare to come up alone. It turns out that you have special powers. He. What if I also have superpowers? Su Jiang said with a sneer, and a ball of red gas suddenly popped out of his cold eyes. Covered his whole body. And covering dozens of his men. This is his power, group strengthening. Not only can you strengthen yourself, but you can also strengthen others. And as long as these people are within a 100-meter radius of Su Jiang, the enhancement will always be effective. This is how Su Jiang can become the boss. And the reason for suppressing the entire Qian villa. Chen Hao, you are dead today. I can't save you even if I am here. Ha 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 ha. Su Jiang said with a wild smile, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of enhanced warriors immediately rushed towards Chen Hao. Is this an enhanced warrior? Let me see how much it weighs. Chen Hao said slowly, with a thought. Hundreds of bullets hit the reinforced legion like a rainstorm. Swish 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 swish. So fast. The power is so fierce. It's impossible for normal people to escape. But these enhanced warriors actually escaped. After all, the bodyguards of other wealthy people in Qiyun Villa also have weapons. But why was it still suppressed? Because ordinary weapons are useless to them. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao, you didn't expect it. Even if you can swallow my bullet, you can still shoot it back. But it's still useless. Su Jiang shouted arrogantly. Oh? What if the number of these bullets is increased by 10 times? What? Su Jiang was suddenly sweating profusely. Because the prerequisite for being able to dodge bullets is that the bullets are not dense enough. It also gives people something to hide from. But if you add 10 times, it will almost cover all aspects. There is no hiding at all. I don't believe it. You can't have so many children. Before Su Jiang finished speaking, bullets were already coming like a storm. Dozens of bullet holes were directly punched through Su Jiang's body. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Ah. Su Jiang howled violently. He had no idea that Chen Hao could actually release 10 times more bullets. But where did these bullets come from? Impossible. Impossible. Su Jiang half knelt on the ground, looking at Chen Hao angrily with two eyes. Before the end of the world, he felt that he was a lonely hero who had no skills but countless uses. But after the end of the world, he awakened his superpower. I feel like the world is finally fair. A hero like him should show off his skills and become a hero. But now, his good days, which have only just begun a few days, are about to end. Because he met someone stronger than him, Chun Hao. Impossible. Impossible. It's the end of the world now, and I've awakened my powers. So I should be the protagonist, there's no way I can lose. Su Jiang said with blood-red eyes. Under the violent fluctuations in his emotions, the red light covering his men began to float back to Su Jiang's body, and at the same time, it took away the vitality of these people. Aha! Boss! Don't awe! It's a pity that words are pale, they can't stop Su Jiang's final madness. That's right. Su Jiang's superpower can not only strengthen others, but also extract the life force of others to strengthen himself. It's just that this huge life force is like a great tonic. It can help people, but it can also harm people. Because great supplements are also great poisons. But at this time, Su Jiang can no longer care about so much. He wants to prove himself. Prove yourself to be a strong person. And not a wretch. Chen Hao. You are just a yacht salesman. You are not qualified to be my opponent. I was the one who drove you out of Qian Villa back then. I can still drive you out now. Aha! Su Jiang charged towards Chen Hao angrily. He wants to use his strongest strength. Punch Chen Hao through the chest. However, Chen Hao just calmly opened the space field. 5 times gravity. All of a sudden. A huge force of gravity is like a huge mountain. In an instant, it was on Su Jiang's shoulders. Su Jiang let out a loud thud and knelt on the ground with his legs. This. What's going on? Su Jiang's eyes are about to burst. I don't understand what's going on. And this is the power of Chen Hao's creation space. After opening the space field, Chen Hao is invincible in this field. But you can change any rules of this space as you like. Just like the distortion of space can form a simple concave and convex mirror. So as long as Chen Hao is willing, let alone 5 times gravity, even 10 times. 100 times the gravity. It's all achievable. You said that you were the one who kicked me out of Qian Villa back then. Now, just keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Why am I in Qian Villa? I can go wherever I want and no one can stop me. Bang! The muzzle of Chen Hao's Barrett gun was pointed directly at Su Jiang's head. Su Jiang's body also fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. I will never die with my eyes in peace. I can only watch Chen Hao taking a leisurely stroll in Qian Villa, in this place that Xu Jiang thinks is his own territory. Go wherever you want. It's almost time for you to come out, right? Chen Hao turned his head and looked to his right. Behind the tree on his right, Bai Lilin was hiding there with a strange look on his face. She originally thought that Chen Hao might just be a barbarian. But the final facts proved it. Chen Hao is a strong man. He is a strong man who can crush Su Jiang. That's why Chen Hao felt confident and arrogantly climbed to Qian Villa. But what really makes Bai Lilin feel strange is that after Chen Hao showed such a powerful power, she wasn't afraid. But it moved my heart. And it was like a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten meat for dozens of days and then suddenly saw a delicious lamb. My body feels like it can't wait to pounce. So Bailalin's face became slightly hot. Could it be that deep down in my heart, I really belong to Mu Chang? So Chen Hao, who is so powerful, not only makes me completely unable to resist, but even wants to pounce on him. Do you want me to say it a second time? I don't like to repeat myself. Chen Hao put his hands in his pockets speechlessly. It was obviously a partnership. Why did he still hide? But that being said, Baililin is indeed still a little girl when it comes to love. She has never been in love before. There isn't even a boy who is excited about it. Chen Hao is absolutely the first. So Baililin walked out with a slight blush. I'm out, and didn't I say that when the operation starts, you will take the initiative to find me? It was obviously a matter of complaint. But Chen Hao could hear the smell of a little girl's resentment, complaining about why her boyfriend didn't answer her call at 2:30 in the middle of the night. The main thing I think is that we don't need to work together to solve Su Jiang, right? I can do it alone. In this way, well, come with me for a walk. I want to take a good look at Chiyun Villa and see what I can take away. Chen Hao said with interest. A long time ago, this was the living area he dreamed of. But later, Chen Hao was severely beaten by society and knew that he couldn't afford this place. But now, this is just a place to collect supplies. This tree is pretty good. I remember it cost about 1 million. It doesn't include the shipping cost. Well, I'll put it away and plant it for fun next time. Chen Hao said with great interest, and collected the tree without hesitation. But anyone familiar with the situation knows, what is 1 million? What's really expensive is the shipping cost. For the same tree, whether it looks good or looks ugly, the price is not the same, the difference is huge. That's right. Trees also depend on their appearance. In order to ensure the beauty of the tree, when transporting the tree back from other provinces, the branches and leaves of the tree cannot be broken. What should I do if I pass the gas station? The gas station has a limited height. Simple. Demolish the gas station. Then ship it over and rebuild. So how many gas stations do we have to pass along the way? How many more gas stations will have to be demolished? So compared with shipping cost, price is nothing. Because for the rich, what does he want? It's this feeling of being able to do whatever you want if you have money. Just being superior. The quality of life is so high that ordinary people cannot imagine it. It's a pity that after entering the apocalypse, they will know that they can no longer do whatever they want if they have money. You can really do whatever you want. It's a strong man like Chen Hao. Hey! You too! Get out of here! Song Yulin, who was naked and wearing only a dog leash, came out and looked at Chen Hao and Bai Lilin with a fierce look on his face, even though he wanted to act aggressive. But his body kept shaking. Chen Hao looked at the richest man in Tiandu City curiously. He didn't know that this richest man actually had the habit of wearing a dog leash. Bai Lilin sneered. What? Being a dog isn't enough? You still want to bite people. Section 67. I'm telling you. I've already contacted my friend. They'll be here soon. You don't know who my friend is yet? He's the warden of Tiandu prison. And now, he's already contacted the troops. Song Yulin raised his satellite phone and roared. It was as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. He was venting his dissatisfaction with being a dog for Su Jiang. Chen Hao also understood. Song Yulin, this guy, is indeed a former business tycoon. On the surface, he was a dog, but behind the scenes, he had already contacted his helpers. It's really inspiring. But Chen Hao didn't take him seriously and took out a pistol directly. What did you say? I have bad ears and can't hear clearly. I mean, whatever you want, I will fully cooperate with you. Song Yulin said very humbly. Even the little cat woman who licked Su Jiang's toes every day couldn't help rolling her eyes. So good. Chen Hao sneered, and then asked Bai Lilin. Where do Su Jiang and his men store supplies? In the basement of the villa, because there is a security vault built with a lot of money, so Su Jiang put everything down there for safety reasons. Okay. Chen Hao waved his pistol lightly, and Song Yulin immediately made way wisely, to put it bluntly. He is just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He just wants to use the name of the army to scare the enemy. Because he has had enough of being a dog. Half an hour later, Chen Hao brought Bai Lilin out of the security vault with satisfaction, because he got a lot of good things here: combat protective clothing, assault rifles, rifle bullets, gasoline, motor kayak, sniper rifle, and the most important thing, a Gatling machine gun. You know, this kind of machine gun is already heavy firepower. Because it can fire more than 2,000 rounds of bullets per minute. Theoretically, it can even reach 6,000 rounds. So as long as there are enough bullets, it's not impossible to use it to sweep a building. But it doesn't have any shortcomings, that is, it's too heavy. Most people can't carry it at all. This is also the reason why Su Jiang and others did not use it. So usually, this kind of Gatling machine gun is equipped on airplanes or tanks. This is a treasure for Chen Hao, who owns a yacht. After all, Noah's Ark, except for some hidden black technology, is not equipped with weapons. So Chen Hao looked at Song Yulin with appreciation. The collection is good. I am very satisfied. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As long as you are satisfied. As long as you are satisfied. Song Yulin nodded and said. He kept bowing until Chen Hao disappeared, and he bowed for 2 more minutes. The little cat woman next to him couldn't bear it anymore. You are so serious? This person has disappeared. Besides, isn't your friend coming soon? Do you still need to be afraid of them? But the little cat woman didn't expect that in order to let Song Yulin survive, she would not hesitate to treat herself as a cat and lick Su Jiang's toes every day. But now that it was safe, the first to turn his face and disown Song Yulin was Song Yulin. Pa! What qualifications do you have to talk to me? You shameless bitch! Song Yulin slapped her directly. After all, as a man, he could not accept that his wife had licked someone else's toes. You! The little cat woman looked at Song Yulin in disbelief. She didn't expect that she would give up her dignity to save Song Yulin, but the result was such a result. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I tell you. The kind of woman I hate the most is women like you. You are really a mother dog. Bus. 10,000 people killed. Song Yulin's scolding became more and more unpleasant. He took out all the anger he had suffered from Su Jiang on the little cat woman. As for what his little wife's name was? Song Yulin himself had forgotten it a little, it seemed to be Chu Qian. Song Yulin cursed for half an hour, and finally waited for 5 helicopters to fly over. And they were not civilian helicopters. They were fully armed military helicopters. Song Yulin waved and shouted excitedly. Hey! I'm here! I'm here! Come and save me! Target found! Target found! All land! Sitting in the helicopter, a man in protective clothing picked up the intercom to inform everyone of his whereabouts, and on his chest, 3 long golden badges were particularly eye-catching. Everyone else on the helicopter only had one. You are finally here. You are finally here. Song Yulin greeted him with tears in his eyes, and held his old friend, Page Anoa, the warden of Tiandu prison, tightly with both hands, but Song Yulin didn't notice that his old friend looked a little embarrassed. Page Anoa made way for the man with the 3 badges to sit in the main seat. Let me introduce you. This is our Commander Wang's adjutant, Major General Lin Nan. This rescue plan is hosted by him. Major General Lin Nan, nice to meet you. I am Song Yulin. Song Yulin wanted to shake hands with Lin Nan enthusiastically, but he was met with a cold shoulder. Lin Nan put his hands behind his back and had no intention of taking them out, which made Song Yulong's hands, which were frozen in the air, feel a little awkward. After a few seconds of silence, he could only silently take them back. Didn't they say there were thugs? Where are they? Lin Nan said without any emotion. Song Yulin could only answer honestly. Just now they said they were going out to deal with a man named Chen Hao, and they haven't come back yet. I think they might be, Group 1. Investigate. See what's going on. Yes. Not wanting to listen to Song Yulin's personal guess, Lin Nan directly asked someone to determine the final result. Afterwards, Lin Nan swaggered into Song Yulin's luxurious villa, looking at the magnificent decoration. A sneer came out of the corner of his mouth. In the end of the world, no matter how luxurious the decoration is, what's the point? Looking at Lin Nan's cold attitude, Song Yulin could only look at Pei Jian'o inquiringly, and asked him with his eyes what's going on? However, Pei Jian'o turned his face away and refused to make eye contact with Song Yulin. Song Yulin's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It's over. Just out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's den again. It was also at this time that Lin Nan suddenly let out a light exclamation. Ha! Then Lin Nan, who had been moving slowly, walked quickly to the side of the kitten woman Chu Qian. Chu Qian was trembling with fear. You, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Come. Lin Nan stretched out his big hand and helped Chu Qian up. Song Yulin, who saw the scene. He was simply ecstatic. Sure enough. No matter what time it is. Beauty is a sharp sword. In just the next second. Song Yulin was horrified. Because he saw that Chu Qian, who had always been well-behaved and obedient, was looking at him with great resentment at this time. That look was even more poisonous than the inverted tail of a scorpion. It's over, Song Yulin finally understood and accepted it. Now is the end of the world. His banknotes and stock prices have all become a pile of garbage. So he no longer has the money to make a woman forgive him in the next second. So what awaits him in the future? Must be ruthless and endless revenge. Major General. Those thugs have been found. What exactly happened? All these people are dead. And their deaths are very strange. They were surrounded in a circle, and then they were shot from the center. They were surrounded in a circle, and then they were shot from the center? Lin Nan couldn't help but frown, thinking what kind of strange way to die is this? Then he finally remembered that Song Yulin mentioned a name just now. You just said that those thugs were going to deal with someone. What's the name of that person? His name is Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Not a bad name. What's his background? He used to be a yacht salesman. He contacted customers and asked them if they wanted to rent a yacht. In other words, he was just an ordinary person before, without any formal training, but after the end of the world, he could easily kill dozens of thugs. Ha, he is a talent. A hint of appreciation flowed from Lin Nan's eyes. After the end of the world, he had seen awakened people. But most of the awakened people, like Su Jiang, directly became thugs. But Chen Hao and his people are gone, but Song Yulin is still alive, which shows that Chen Hao is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Not killing innocent people indiscriminately is already a high moral standard in this doomsday. So although Lin Nan has not met Chen Hao yet, he already has a lot of good feelings for Chen Hao. Report. Everything in the safe depository is gone. A soldier came up from the basement to report. After all, this time, they braved the heavy rain and launched 5 helicopters to Qian Villa. Of course, it couldn't be as simple as rescuing Song Yulin. After all, in the doomsday, what value can a dead fat man have? So they anchored on the labor and food reserves in Qian Villa. Among the food reserves, according to Song Yulin himself, he stored enough food for 10 people to eat for 1 month in the safe depository. No matter how you count it, there must be more than a dozen boxes. Ordinary people can never move it alone. Section 68. So Lin Nan couldn't help but frown. All gone? Yes. Whether it's weapons, protective clothing, or food, they're all gone. Lin Nan turned his gaze to Song Yulin. He was not the kind of person who would be fooled and foolishly bring Song Yulin back to the base. In an emergency, is it necessary to waste military power? Shoot him on the spot. Feeling a murderous intent on his forehead, Song Yulin broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. He quickly bent down to explain humbly. Sir, I really didn't lie. There are really food, protective clothing, and weapons in my safe. By the way, look at those thugs in Sujiang, they are wearing my protective clothing. Lin Nan looked at the members of Group 1, who were responsible for finding Su Jiang and others just now. The members of Group 1 nodded slowly, indicating that Su Jiang and others were indeed wearing combat protective clothing. The warden Pei Jianhua, who had been silent, also knew that he could no longer remain silent, because he was the one who reported the matter of Qian Villa, which should have been counted as a merit for him. But if Qian Villa has no supplies, it would be a false report to defraud military merit. He should be shot. Major General, I have been to Song Yulin's safe, and there are really protective suits and food in it. And some of his guns were given to him by me. Hearing that Pei Jianhua was quite nice and would give Song Yunlong things from the country, Lin Nan immediately sneered. Ha! Pei Jianhua and Song Yulin were both sweating coldly. But they also knew that compared to defrauding military merit, embezzling some state assets before the end of the world is a much smaller crime. At least his life is saved. If there are really so many supplies, how did he move them away by himself? Could it be space-type superpowers? Lin Nan's eyes showed a trace of disbelief. As people in the military region, they have stable information channels even in the end of the world. So the research on awakened people is far ahead of ordinary people. So Lin Nan knew very well that among the many types of superpowers, space superpowers, it is extremely scarce. It is also extremely powerful. So almost in an instant, Lin Nan made a decision. This Chen Hao is worth winning over. So Lin Nan immediately ordered. Group 1, follow me. Group 2 and Group 3, clean up. Take away all the materials that can be taken away. At the same time, count the available labor, confirm the number of people, and send the list in coordinates to the base. Understood. Lin Nan took the members of Group 1 and walked quickly towards the helicopter. But before leaving, Lin Nan took a special look at the kitten woman Chu Qian, and then ordered his subordinates. Protect her well. Take her back. But at this time, he didn't know what kind of terrible changes this woman would bring to their base. Search the nearby water. Even though Chen Hao is a space awakener, he must have a boat to walk on the water. He must check carefully and there must be no omissions. Understood. At the same time, in the high-rise buildings in the city, Chen Hao's Noah's Ark was moving slowly. The scene was so shocking that it was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared on the street. So those people who were struggling to survive in the nearby high-rise buildings all looked at Noah's Ark in disbelief, their eyes full of longing. Because they thought it must be very cozy inside. Very warm. Not humid at all. But who knew that at this moment, the atmosphere in Noah's Ark was very awkward. Come, let me introduce you to our new shipmate, Bailey Lin. Chen Hao introduced solemnly. But Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy all heard it. What new shipmate? It's obviously your new woman. So everyone's face was a little unhappy. And a little jealous. But they also knew that they had to adapt. Because there was still one empty room on the ship. As long as it was full, there shouldn't be any new ones. I think so. As for Bailey Lin, she was also a little surprised, because these three women were more beautiful than she thought. So in terms of appearance alone, she was really a little inferior. But in terms of figure, she won a little bit. In other words, it's hard to tell the winner. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. No wonder Chen Hao said before, he has a woman. Not interested in me. It turns out that there are already 3 top-notch girls on the ship. No. I must not lose to them. At least not in momentum. So Bailey Lin walked forward generously. Hello. I am Bailey Lin. In the days to come, I hope we can all live in harmony together. Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Amy all answered with a smile on their faces. Of course. Of course. We will definitely live in harmony. Chen Hao next to him also nodded secretly, that's right. Harmony is very important. Okay. In order to welcome our new shipmates, let's have a Cantonese dinner together happily today. Chen Hao said with great interest, the best way to get closer is to eat a lot of big meals together. Whether it's between men and women, or between women and women, it's the same. As for the women, they couldn't help but drool when they heard about the Cantonese dinner. Because Cantonese cuisine is famous for its rich taste. Roast duck. Roast goose. White-cut chicken. Barbecued pork. Black bean ribs. Roast pigeon. Roast suckling pig. There are countless varieties. And each has its own characteristics. So just hearing the names of these dishes makes people salivate. But at this time, the early warning system on the ship automatically issued a danger notice. Alert! Alert! A helicopter is approaching. A helicopter is approaching. Ha! Chen Hao immediately took out the key tablet, only to see a helicopter constantly shuttling through the city's high-rise buildings, quickly approaching Noah's Ark. Message alert! There is a signal requesting to connect and communicate with the Ark. Do you accept it? Accept. See what they are going to do. Chen Hao was not afraid at all. After all, with his ability, even if there are 10 times or 100 times more helicopters, he can still fight. What's more, Chen Hao had just obtained a Gatling machine gun and was just about to test its power. As soon as the dialogue channel was connected, Lin Nan immediately stated his identity. Stop the yacht in front. We are soldiers of the 339th Corps. Is Mr. Chen Hao on the yacht? 339th Corps. Hearing the other party's number, Chen Hao's face changed involuntarily because in the last life, the ending of the 339th Corps was extremely miserable. The 339th Corps is the garrison corps guarding Tiandu City because Tiandu City has Tiandu Wharf, and since ancient times, whenever a war breaks out, the wharf is a place that must be fought for by military strategists. So the importance of the 339th Corps is self-evident. But in the last life, the only news Chen Hao heard about the 339th Corps was about the civil war in the 339th Corps. Because of a woman, the entire 339th Corps was torn apart. Split into more than a dozen small forces. In the end, the battle continued. The mountain was blown flat. All the people died. I didn't remember it before, but now I finally remember it. It turns out that the corps that Shouho was talking about is them. After all, just hearing about the garrison corps doesn't have any concept, but when Chen Hao heard the number 339, his impression was too deep. So Chen Hao decided to get in touch with these people, because in China, no one would dislike these people's soldiers. I'm Chen Hao, what can I do for you? It's great to find you, Mr. Chen Hao. Is it convenient for you? I want to have a simple chat with you. Sure. Wait a minute, I'll set up the helipad right away. Chen Hao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Silly girl immediately extracted the keywords in Chen Hao's words just now and set up a helipad for Chen Hao. Lin Nan, who was flying in the air, was shocked to see that on the open-air layer of Noah's Ark, many decks suddenly emerged from both sides, completely covering the open-air balcony, and then perfectly spliced into a helipad. Awesome! This yacht! Lin Nan secretly praised it, and signaled the pilot to fly the helicopter down. Watching the helicopter land on the tarmac, Chen Hao turned and said to the 4 women. You go and play for a while, I'll go to the restaurant to receive them. Yeah. Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. Wu Shiqing had no objection. Amy was looking forward to it. After all, she was a foreigner, and the army she saw at home was evil. She didn't know the value of the People's Army. So she was looking forward to Chen Hao asking her to help her fight together. Bai Lilin was a little embarrassed. Amy, are you free? Yeah. Then you help take her to room 5. It happens that you are a killer and she is a bodyguard, you two will definitely have a lot of common topics. Amy looked disappointed, but she would still do what Chen Hao told her to do seriously. There is no way a man will die for his friend. So Amy enthusiastically led the way for Bai Lilin. Follow me. Section 69 Thanks. Bai Lilin also responded politely to the foreign shipmate. Seeing such a harmonious scene between the two women, Chen Hao nodded happily. I hope they can be so harmonious in other things. Afterwards, Chen Hao gave instructions to Shan Yo. Bring them directly to the restaurant. Understood, master. Soon, under Shan Yo's voice prompts, Lin Nan and others walked from the apron on the 3rd floor to the restaurant on the 1st floor, and in the restaurant, Chen Hao had prepared a sumptuous afternoon tea break, waiting for them to come and enjoy together. Hello, I am Lin Nan, the Major General of the 339th Corps. I currently hold the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Corps. Lin Nanduan made a military salute to Chen Hao upright, and then extended his right hand generously to show friendship. Chen Hao also responded with a smile. I am Chen Hao, Major General Lin Nan, and the other 3, please sit down. You're welcome. Lin Nan and others sat down in a hurry, although the tea break on the table was very tempting. Donuts, sandwich, cheesecake. There are also handmade cookies. These are rare delicacies nowadays. But no one grabbed it and ate it casually, including Lin Nan. What? Is it not to your liking? Chen Hao asked curiously. But Lin Nan just shook his head. The purpose of our coming here is not to eat, but to have a good chat with Mr. Chen Hao. Don't know what the topic of the chat is? I would like to invite Mr. Chen Hao to join our 339th Corps. Chen Hao couldn't help but be a little stunned, not to mention that he was used to being free and loose, and he couldn't get used to the life in the military camp. As for the tragic ending of the 339th Corps, it was not a place anyone wanted to go to. It's just that Lin Nan doesn't understand these things, so he still sincerely invites. If I guess correctly, what you should awaken is a space-type ability. That's right. That's it. With your special abilities, you can definitely make a difference in this current environment. So I want to invite you to protect the national border with us. Is it such a big task? Chen Hao said with a slight smile, but he knew that Lin Nan was not lying. In fact, it is impossible for such a large meteorite to be hidden from everyone on the Earth. So after discovering it, many countries tried to deflect or destroy this meteorite. It's a pity that all means failed. Therefore, knowing that the meteorite will definitely arrive, many countries are preparing to deal with the doomsday, building large aircraft carriers. Deploy a secret base in the mountains. Stock up on food reserves. And recruit some high-quality talents. It can be said that this is entirely to leave some seeds of inheritance for the Earth and human civilization. Unfortunately, they all failed later. Because despite all calculations, no one expected that mutated creatures were more ferocious than meteorites. Directly massacred all remaining humans. Only Chen Hao and Zhou Ting are left. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. But Lin Nan thought Chen Hao didn't understand the situation, so he explained patiently. Although now it seems that the country no longer exists, so the national borders have no meaning. But in fact, the country is still there. The people of the country are still working hard to save themselves. But in today's world, 99.99% of the supplies no longer exist. And the resources cannot be regenerated in a short period of time. So the remaining people must fight to grab the 0.01% of the supplies. It's going to go crazy. First there is internal fighting. After the internal robbery is over, we start to take advantage of external neighboring countries. And our country has a very large land area and borders many countries. Do you know what this means? This means that we have many enemies. Once we fail to guard our borders and allow the enemy to break in, then they will be like locusts, taking away all our supplies and starving our people to death. Although natural disasters are inevitable, we can still prevent man-made disasters. Lin Nan made an impassioned speech, because he hoped to persuade Chen Hao to join their 339th Corps. But Chen Hao has already refused in his heart. First, he knew that the 339th Corps would be destroyed, but he didn't know who the specific threat was. Second, the real threat to the future is not humans themselves, but creatures other than humans. So Chen Hao cannot forget his mission. He needs to create more strong men in order to reverse the fate of mankind's ultimate destruction. Otherwise, what kind of country will it be if humanity perishes? What national border? None of it makes any sense. So it's not that Chen Hao doesn't have feelings for his family and country, nor is he unmoved by the perseverance of Lin Nan and other disciples, it's just that everyone has different tasks to do. So Chen Hao gave an intermediate option. Major General Lin Nan, do you think it's okay for me to not join the 339th Corps but still protect the national border? I will use my own power to protect Tiandu City and my own country. But, as you know, it is actually quite difficult for ordinary people to adapt to life in the army, Chen Haoyu said while holding his pipa, half hiding his face, and glanced in the direction of the living room intentionally or unintentionally. I heard bursts of female laughter coming from the living room. Lin Nan also understood. It's human nature. He also understood. Besides, Chen Hao also said that he was not unwilling to defend, but just wanted to defend the country in his own way. So Lin Nan nodded slightly. I understand. And this is just an invitation, so Mr. Chen Hao, you don't have to have too much psychological burden. Then Lin Nan reached out to the person behind him, and the person behind him immediately handed over a satellite phone, a bit like a mobile phone, with a long antenna on it. If you find any enemy situation, you can use this phone to contact me, don't act rashly. Protecting yourself is also very important. I understand. Chen Hao took it very smoothly. After some contact, Chen Hao felt that this major general named Lin Nan was a good person. Okay, since the matter has been discussed, we will say goodbye. Lin Nan stood up and said. Chen Hao took a look at the black tea and snacks on the table. Don't you want to eat some? We have a rule that we can't eat anything when we're on a mission. Lin Nan smiled slightly and led the members of Group 1 to return along the original route. Chen Hao raised his eyebrows and his impression of Lin Nan and others improved a little, so Chen Hao made a decision. He wanted to try to change the tragic fate of the 339th Corps. So Chen Hao and Lin Nan said. By the way, I'd like to ask, are there many women in your 339th Corps? Mr. Chen Hao, isn't this question a bit presumptuous? Besides, you don't seem to lack women. Lin Nan didn't get angry immediately. Based on his intuition, he felt that Chen Hao was not the kind of creature who thought with his lower body, so he should have something else to say. Chen Hao also admired Lin Nan's rational character. Do you believe in super perception? The kind that can foresee where something might happen? Lin Nan's eyes lit up, although he had never heard of it. But after the end of the world, so many people have awakened their superpowers, so it is not surprising that some strange abilities appear. So Lin Nan asked sincerely. What do you foresee? The 339th Corps will be in chaos, and the cause is a woman, so be careful of women. Thank you. Lin Nan nodded, and then led the team to salute Chen Hao properly, and then returned to the apron along the original route. As soon as he got on the helicopter, Lin Nan gave an order directly. Pay close attention to all the women in the Corps, and pay close attention to their movements. Understood. Looking at the direction where the helicopter went away, Chen Hao could only say a blessing. I hope everything is fine. Unfortunately, the collapse of the 339th Corps still happened. And after it happened, it quickly affected everyone in Tiandu City. Including Chen Hao. Shuqian. The 339th Corps is located deep in the mountains 10 kilometers south of Chiyun Villa. Although this place looks like a mountain, it actually has a lot of secrets inside. Under the appearance of the mountain, the inside of the mountain has long been hollowed out, and thick steel and cement mixed with special materials support one huge space after another. 1,000 soldiers and 200 logistics personnel all live in this huge space. It has just become a little crowded recently because of the arrival of more than 2,000 new laborers. Huff. Huff. Hurry up. Section 70. Harder. Harder. Our standard here is at least 8 hours. If it's less than 8 hours, you should examine yourself to see what's wrong with you. Hurry up. Work harder. Sprint. Sprint. In a cement house, slogans of sprint kept ringing. This is because there are dozens of power-generating bicycles installed in this room. As long as you pedal hard, you can generate a certain amount of electrical energy and inject it into the power storage station in the base. There are a total of 20 rooms like this in this base. That is, there are a total of 1,000 power-generating bicycles. As for who will ride these power-generating bicycles? 3 shifts. 1,000 laborers worked for 8 hours. Then replace it with another 1,000 laborers to pedal for 8 hours. As for the 1,000 soldiers in the base, they will also come here in shifts and step on them when they have time. Only in this way can the base's huge power expenditure be maintained. Save power generation fuel as much as possible. Make longer-term plans. Who? Among the crowd, Song Yulin, who was once the richest man in Tiandu City, was sweating profusely while pedaling his bicycle. In order to prevent anyone from being lazy, there was a statistical meter under each bicycle. If the daily power generation is not enough, the rations will be deducted. Because of extraordinary times. Even if he is a disciple soldier, he is not willing to support idlers. Okay. Time's up. Shift change. Following a soldier's announcement, Song Yulin moved his legs and buttocks with his waist, and then got off the bicycle. He was a big boss, and he used to play golf and watch the singing and dancing performances of girl groups when he had free time. What, when have you ever done such hard work? So after more than half a month, Song Yulin gained more than 10 kilograms. You can always go to the second to last gear today, right? Song Yulin looked at the electric meter with a weak face, and then his face turned pale. Because he is still in the last gear today. The standard meal in the penultimate category is 3 steamed buns a day, plus a bottle of drinking water. But Song Yulin has been eating white water steamed buns for more than half a month. I almost felt like vomiting after eating it. Damn it. When will this hard life end? Damn it. I might as well be a dog to Su Jiang. At least I can still have food to eat. Song Yulin was cursing, and then a hand stretched out from behind and patted his shoulder. Song Yulin was so frightened that he quickly explained. I'm talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. But the person standing in front of Song Yulin was not a soldier, but Pei Jianhua. Pei Jianhua said to Song Yulin with a mysterious face. There's something good. Then he stretched out his hand and made a drinking gesture, making Song Yulin immediately ecstatic. He has been craving this bite for more than half a month. So Song Yulin immediately pushed Pei Jianhua out. Go, go, go. Quick. Quick. Hey. I know you like this bite. Let's go. Pei Jianhua chuckled, revealing a sinister look. Before the apocalypse, we were just friends. After the apocalypse, what true feelings can there be? Everything is just a conspiracy. So under the leadership of Pei Jianhua, the two came to a small room in the logistics department. Inside the room, there was a small square table and 2 benches, but the most important thing was that on the table, there was a small bottle of ergotu, as well as a bowl of scrambled eggs and fried ham. Song Yulin couldn't wait to sit down and devour it. Delicious. Delicious. So delicious. Oh. What are you in a hurry for? Pei Jianhua also sat down and poured a cup of ergotu for Song Yulin. Of course, he also poured a small cup for himself. Song Yulin was chewing ham and eggs while picking up ergotu. He was so happy that he almost shed tears. Brother, you don't know. I've been eating boiled steamed buns every day recently, and I almost vomited after eating them. So your ham and eggs are simply delicacies in the world. I also eat it occasionally. Seeing Song Yulin drink ergotu, Pei Jianhua laughed and put ergotu down. Didn't drink. Actually, I have benefited from you. Originally, I was just like you, riding a bicycle in the power room all day long, and almost couldn't survive. But who would have thought that you called me and said that you still have people alive over there? As soon as I reported this matter, hey! He immediately reported me a favor and sent me here to work as a support person. I don't have to step on it every day. Bicycle. Damn it! You still have the nerve to say that. Song Yulin slapped his chopsticks on the table. Pei Jianhua was so frightened that he was shocked. What the hell? I thought you were really related to the Corps and could bring me here to enjoy it. But I ended up being caught as a coolie. Just be content. Didn't you see those young soldiers riding bicycles whenever they have free time? This is called leading by example. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Well, should I say it or not, they are quite nice people. Song Yulin sighed. Today, he could only accept this situation. But Pei Jianhua, who was sitting opposite him, looked increasingly gloomy. So, being a logistics person, just moving some things and cleaning every day, isn't it pretty good? But now someone is actually trying to stuff me back into the power room. Ha ha. Who is so capable of stuffing you back? Your wife, Chu Qian. Pei Jianhua looked at Song Yulin viciously. When he heard this name, Song Yulin was also suffocated. The last time he saw Chu Qian's sinister eyes, was a terrifying scene he would never forget in his life. Chu Qian, where does she get so much power? Ah, I said your wine is really strong. The more you drink, the hotter your body becomes. Because something was added to this wine. What was added? Bull whip? Tiger whip? It's brother whey. And it's an overdose of brother whey. So much that it can make you die suddenly. No. What do you mean? Song Yulin finally realized that something was wrong. First Chu Qian was able to stuff Pei Jianhua back into the power room, and then Pei Jianhua put brother whey in the wine. No matter how you look at it, Chu Qian asked Pei Jianhua to set a trap for him. But Pei Jianhua said nothing, just stood up, opened the door, and let in a bunch of women. There was a fat man with 200 pounds of fat. There was a 60-pound skinny woman who looked like a human. There was even an old woman in her 80s who had lost all her teeth. Song Yulin's face turned red immediately. His brain told him that if he touched any of these women, it would be a lifetime shadow. But his body told him that if he didn't vent it, he would be bloated to death. So Song Yulin used the last bit of his rationality to rush out. Ah! Let me out! But the door was cruelly closed by Pei Jianhua. Before closing it, Pei Jianhua did not forget to kill Song Yulin with a heartbreaking move. This is the last gift from Commander Chu Qian. The commander also wants me to tell you, we are husband and wife. I wish you a happy time. You guys, do a good job. If you do a good job, the commander will naturally give you what he promised you. Ah! Ah! Aha! In the small room, there was only the wailing of Song Yulin. But this pig-killing howling made Pei Jianhua happier and happier. Because the more miserable Song Yulong was tortured, the more generous the reward Chu Qian gave him. But Pei Jianhua didn't expect that a variable appeared. Lin Nan. Fuck. Seeing Lin Nan leading a team of soldiers and walking towards him aggressively, Pei Jianhua panicked and subconsciously wanted to escape. But he was caught by Lin Nan. Say. What are you doing in there? This, Pei Jianhua was hesitating, but heard a scream in the small room. Ah! Go in! A soldier immediately went up and kicked the door open. Seeing a bunch of strange-looking women inside. All of them were disheveled. And Song Yulin was already dead, with his eyes wide open. You! Lin Nan was furious. He couldn't believe that such a thing could happen in this disciplined base. Tell me. Who told you to do this? It was the commander. Commander? You're talking nonsense. How could the commander let you do such a thing? Lin Nan directly pointed the gun at Pei Jianhua's head. He wanted to shoot this nonsense guy to death. Pei Jianhua was so scared that he peed his pants. Section 71 No. No. You misunderstood. I'm not talking about Commander Wang, but Commander Chu Qian. Chu Qian, Commander? Yes. Just in the morning, Commander Wang called me to the commander's office, and then told me that Chu Qian will be the commander from now on, and he wants me to obey her in everything. Chu Qian. Lin Nan was shocked. He realized an important problem. For more than 10 days, he has always remembered Chen Hao's warning. Pay attention to every woman in the base. This is also the reason why Lin Nan and others are here at this time. Because those weird women are also women. But he just forgot about Chu Qian, the new woman who entered the base. Damn it! At that time, I just thought that Commander Wan's legs and feet were inconvenient and he wanted to find a woman who could be more careful and take good care of Commander Wang. I didn't expect that she would take advantage of him. So Lin Nan immediately decided to kill Chu Qian. Otherwise, the 339th Corps may really be doomed. so Lin Nan waved his hand. Let's go. Go to the command room. At the same time, due to the continuous heavy rain, the water in Tiandu City has reached an astonishing level of 40 meters. And with the corrosion of standing water, a large number of high-rise buildings began to collapse. It fell into the stagnant water with a rumble and turned into a small island in the stagnant water. Another building has collapsed. Chen Hao stood on the deck and shook his head slightly as he watched another building collapse. Xiao Xiao, who was next to her, was holding a fruit plate and fed Chen Hao a piece of apple. By the way, she also fed Wu Shiqing and Amy, who were pinching Chen Hao's legs, a piece of apple each. Only Bai Lilin had no sense of participation at all and wanted to go in, but Chen Hao's two thighs had already been divided, unless she was going to squeeze the third one. Just think of this place. Bai Lilin's face turned red. Brother Haozi, you seem to have been staring in that direction recently? Is something going to happen? It's best if nothing happens, otherwise it will be a big deal. Chen Haojing said jokingly. Then, here comes the sad news. The satellite phone Lin Nan gave to Chen Hao rang. It was Lin Nan himself who called. And the call was still a rescue call. Mr. Chen Hao, I'm sorry, can you come over and help me? I may not survive more than 2 hours. Where are you now? Chiyun Villa. Okay. Just lie where you are and don't move. I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao made a 3-step arrangement. First step. Unleash the drones. Take the first step to observe Chiyun Villa and its surroundings. Step 2. Put Noah's Ark in a state of emergency. What happened to the deputy of the commander of the corps cannot be a trivial matter. Maybe the next step will be missiles flying all over the sky. Third step. Organize manpower to launch rescue. Not to mention that Chen Hao has a good impression of Lin Nan. Just to protect himself, Chen Hao must also understand what happened in the 339th Corps. So Chen Hao focused on Bai Lilin and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, this time, I need you to go out with me. All right. Xiao Xiao nodded with excitement. She has long hoped for such a day. Just like the woman who hopes to be Chen Hao. Bai Lilin had no objection. She and Chen Hao had an agreement to work for Chen Hao for 3 years, so she did not refuse. Shiqing, you drive the ark to this position. If you encounter trouble, just pull back. There is no need to force it back. Then we're leaving on the yacht. What about you? Don't worry, I have a way. Chen Hao said with a slight smile, and then looked at Amy. The protection of the yacht will be left to you. Protect the ark well and wait until we come back. Promise to complete the mission. Amy patted her chest confidently. Those thick chest muscles made a dull sound. It sounds pretty good. Okay. Let's go. Chen Hao led Xiao Xiao and Bai Lilin and drove a 10-meter speedboat straight to Chiyun Villa. It was not far away and could be reached in about 5 minutes. But what Chen Hao didn't know was that at this moment, there was another team slowly approaching Chiyun Villa, but it didn't look like they were going to save Lin Nan. How about it? I can already smell his blood. It's heading towards Chiyun Villa. Okay. You haven't forgotten Commander Chu's order. If you see Lin Nan and his accomplices, shoot them all to death. He. I haven't forgotten. Besides, I have long wanted to taste the difference between the blood of a major general and the blood of ordinary people. He. Ha! If you get caught, it's up to you. Let's go. A group of guys wearing protective suits drove a yacht in the direction of Chiyun Villa, but unlike Lin Nan and the others, they were wearing white protective suits. They were wearing black protective clothing. This symbolizes the power of darkness in the Corps. Master, the last location where the signal was sent has been locked. Where? In the second villa on the left side of the entrance. Good. As soon as Chen Hao and the others arrived at the foot of Chiyun Villa, they saw the motorboat Lin Nan used to escape. In order to cope with the apocalyptic crisis, the Corps also reserves a lot of transportation equipment. So Chen Hao blew up the jet ski with one shot. At the same time, he gave Bai Lilin a look. Bailey Lin immediately understood. He stretched out his hand and moved. The rain on the ground twisted. All the places with Lin Nan's blood were cleaned up. At the same time, in the living room of a villa, Lin Nan was lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. His right hand was gone. His body was also full of traces of corrosion by rain. If it weren't for the pacemaker in front of his chest, helping him to hang on to his life, he would have died long ago. No. I can't die yet. I can't die yet. I must pass the news of the 339th Regiment to the region. Lin Nan lay on the ground, muttering at the corner of his mouth. The 339th Corps is just a small corps responsible for Tiandu City. Above them, there is the Z3 Corps that commands the entire Jiang province. As long as the Z3 Corps takes action, the 339th Regiment's little fight can be settled immediately. But the premise is that the news can be spread. I can't die. I can't die, Lin Nan said with blurred eyes, and the large amount of blood loss has made him a little unconscious. Even when Chen Hao and others approached, he failed to notice it in time. How is his condition? His heartbeat is already very weak. He has lost too much blood. He still has a breath now, all thanks to the pacemaker on his chest, which periodically stimulates his heart with electric current. Once it stops, I'm afraid, Xiao Xiao's brows were tightly knitted. At this point, it was no longer a question of whether to save him or not, but a question of how long he could live. Chen Hao had no time to sigh. Every minute and every second now was extremely precious. Can he still talk? If there is adrenaline, yes. Right now, here you go. Xiao Xiao was about to say that there was no adrenaline now, but Chen Hao turned his wrist and took it out for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao didn't waste time either, and immediately drew in the needle and injected it into Lin Nan's body. At this time, Bailey Lin's brows slightly frowned, issuing a danger warning. Someone is coming. The next second, Chen Hao's tactical glasses also displayed the notification from Silly Girl. Warning! Warning! There are 4 unidentified people approaching. They are coming really fast. Although I knew there would be pursuers, the other party was still so fast that they entered the room. They were exactly the same as Chen Hao. How is it? Can he speak? No. He should have been injected with adrenaline before, and the amount was not small. So the small dose of adrenaline now has little effect on him. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading. Then increase the dose. He called me over so anxiously, he must have something to say. Make sure he finishes his words. Tell me what you need. I need a medical observation room and more adrenaline. If there is no observation room, too much adrenaline injection will directly lead to his sudden death. Okay. Chen Hao did not hesitate, and immediately released a medical observation room from his creation space. This was also carved out from Noah's Ark. On Noah's Ark, most of the functional areas are like puzzles, and can be peeled off separately. Section 72 Walk into. The enemy? They won't be able to attack for a while. Listen to what Lin Nan wants to explain first. Good. The 3 of them approached the medical observation room together. The plates on this Noah's Ark were naturally made of special alloys that ordinary people couldn't break in at all. Although those approaching outside are an unusual group of people. Although the blood stains have been cleaned up, the alluring sweetness can still be smelled. One of the 4 people wearing black protective clothing smelled Lin Nan's blood with a slight sniff. Then his nose twitched again. No. There are also the smells of the other 3 people. There are other people here. Is it reinforcements? Don't worry about it. Didn't the commander give the order anyway? Find Lin Nan. All his and his accomplices will be killed without mercy. Hey. That's right. Then kill them all cruelly. Hey. Qian Villa, in the living room of the second villa on the left-hand side of the entrance, a red light is flashing at the door of a medical observation room. The red light means emergency. The green light means the rescue is over. Through the large transparent glass window, you can see Chen Hao and Bai Lilin standing on one side, while Xiao Xiao is rescuing Lin Nan. Oh. What is this? Is it a medical observation room? How did you move such a big thing here? I heard that there is a guy named Shenhao near Qian Villa. He is a space superpower, and he has also had contact with Lin Nan. I think it is probably him. Is it a space power? It's interesting. It must feel good to kill. He looks like a handsome boy. He's my type. A group of 4 people appeared at the door of the villa leisurely, looked at the medical observation room where Chenhao and others were hiding, and walked in slowly, with a hint of playfulness on their lips. At this moment, they thought this was just an ordinary medical observation room, not knowing how powerful it was. How about it? Who goes first? That's a very rare space superpower. I come. A burly man strode forward and looked at Lin Nan, who was dying inside, with an evil smile on his lips, because Lin Nan's right hand was cut off by him. This time, you are not so lucky to escape from my claws. Mutation. Transform into wolf. Under a violent roar. The man's body changes drastically. From a big living person to a werewolf covered with long hair. The 10 fingers of both hands turned into wolf claws that could cut through steel. Yaksha, take it easy. Don't kill them all so quickly that we won't have any fun. Don't worry. I will only kill those 2 men and leave the rest to you. The werewolf Yasha responded with an evil smile. As the dark existence of the core, they can't even use names, they can only use code names among themselves. And most people, the code names they give themselves are related to their abilities. With extremely strong self-confidence, Yasha came to the glass window of the medical observation room aggressively, aimed at the glass window and gave it a sharp claw. Come out. From Yasha's point of view, if he puts his claw down, the glass window of the medical observation room will definitely break in an instant. However, this glass window is made of special materials. So Yasha pawed down, and the claws directly rubbed against the glass window, causing sparks. It broke Yaksha's claws directly. Hey, huh? Yasha was still smiling triumphantly, but the next second, a heartbreaking pain surged to the top of his head. They say 10 fingers connect the heart. What's more, the claws on his hands were torn alive. So Yaksha suddenly started wailing. Ah! 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 The sound is shrill and tragic, and it makes people's hair stand on end. But Chen Hao in the medical observation room just said expressionlessly. Silly girl, turn on the sound filtering mode and record the opponent's superpower information at the same time. Okay. Master. After all, it is common for your opponent to fail in front of you, so there is no need to pay special attention to it. What's more, Lin Nan is already awake. Major General Lin Nan, how are you? Seeing Lin Nan wake up and Yasha's attack failed again, this special operations team finally became a little anxious. Because their mission is to hunt down Lin Nan and prevent Lin Nan from spreading the news of the mutiny of the 339th Corps to Zheng Province. As the commander's deputy, Lin Nan has always been responsible for supervising the commander. And he has a way to contact the district that even the commander doesn't know. So this is the reason why Lin Nan cannot die. In the team, a man who was not tall and even a little stocky spoke. Yaksha, come back. You focus more on agility than attack. Let me do it. Yasha pursed his lips. Originally he wanted to be tough, he could break through this glass. But the pain in his hand was really killing him. No. You cannot. So Yasha retreated into the team, and this short and sturdy man stepped forward. After the short and stocky man came up, he did not rush to take action. Instead, he carefully looked at the glass window of the medical observation room, especially the area that Yasha had just attacked. Then he laughed. So that's it. It's made of special materials. Ha ha. But the biggest problem with this material is that it can be easily broken by a single-point attack. And I am best at single-point attacks. Because his codename is Iron Fist. Can blast rocks with one punch. A super soldier with supreme power. Ah! Break it for me. Boom! And the facts also prove that. Iron Fist's attack power is far better than Yasha. Under his heavy punch, the glass window of the medical observation room was actually blasted with a 0.01 centimeters scratch. Iron Fist's facial muscles twitched. It's so hard? If there is no accident, he only needs to punch again. There is hope to cause substantial damage to the glass window of the medical observation room. I just don't know if his fist of Iron Fist can still be kept after the punch. Damn it! Standing in the team, as the team leader, Fengshen, began to get a little irritated. The new commander has just taken office. If he fails to make achievements and even makes a big mistake, then their team will basically start to sit on the bench. After all, in the 339th Corps, there are more than one similar awakened group. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So Fengshen gave the order directly. Iron Fist, get out of the way. Since I can't break this layer of glass with brute force, I will drain its oxygen. Without oxygen, I wonder how long you can hold on. After all, in Fengshen's impression, this kind of independent medical observation room is generally only equipped with an air filtration system, that is to say, external oxygen is still needed, so as long as the oxygen around the medical observation room is drained, there is no fresh oxygen supply inside, and it will naturally fall into a state of hypoxia. What a pity! This is not an ordinary medical observation room. This is a medical observation room equipped with black technology. Wind! Rise! Fengshen raised his hands high. In an instant, the airflow in the entire hall rolled wildly. A huge tornado was formed. Boom! 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 The powerful wind twisted quickly. The medical observation room was tightly surrounded. Because the eye of the tornado is in a vacuum state. That is, there is no oxygen. I wonder how long you can hold on. Ding! The external air environment has changed, and the oxygen supply mode is being changed. The current oxygen supply mode is internal emergency oxygen supply. In the medical observation room, fresh oxygen came in waves. Not only did not make people lack oxygen, but it was even more refreshing than before. This shocked the wind god outside. Because his method has always been effective for people hiding in the tortoise shell, and has never failed. But now, Chen Hao and others are not only alive and well, but they even received a watch from Lin Nan. Key? The wind god's eyes were bloodshot. They never thought that Lin Nan would disguise the key to contact the district as a watch, and kept shaking it in front of their eyes. But more importantly, this key is now in Chen Hao's hands. Chen Hao can contact the district at any time. This is all my fault, my fault. I shouldn't have taken that woman, took that woman back. On his deathbed, Lin Nan was still mumbling about his mistakes. If he hadn't brought Chu Qian back to the 339th Corps, the 339th Corps would still be a sharp sword to protect the people. But now, I'm afraid it has become a butcher's knife. But Chen Hao just told a fact, not a consolation. Just a fact of seeking truth from facts. You made a mistake, but you have done your best to make up for it. And at the last moment, you made a very correct choice, that is to find me. Section 73I. I must be the one who can fix your mistakes. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Lin Nan smiled miserably, and then closed his eyes with peace of mind, because he knew that his mission was over. Leave the rest to Chen Hao, a person stronger than him. Brother Haozi, he is. Xiao bit her lip tightly and said, it was not the first time she saw a dead person, but it was the first time she saw a person who could obviously die several times, holding on until the god of death slashed him several times before dying. In the legend, Death's Scythe can kill people with one strike. I'm in a bit of a bad mood right now, so I'm going to go out and find a few people to vent my anger to. Chen Hao took off his coat and covered Lin Nan's body. It was an honor to wear this piece of clothing to cover the remains of a real soldier. Xiao, you stay in this observation room, they can't get in. Aha! Xiao nodded. She knew that Chen Hao was preparing to go out and kill. If you go out by yourself, you will only get in the way. Become a burden to Chen Hao. Then, Chen Hao looked at Bai Lilin. Bai Lilin gave Chen Hao a firm look. I want to fight alongside you. Have you thought it through? It's very clear. First, I admire this young soldier very much. Seeing him die in the hands of these people, I am not happy. Second, I don't want to be a vase, since I have chosen to follow you, I want to be a useful person. Good. Chen Hao didn't say anything more, but anchored his gaze on the 4 people outside and began to allocate prey. I want all 4 of these people. You will be the auxiliary. Damn it! Why is it useless at all? Are they all the world's breath-holding champions? The wind god's eyes are about to burst. The hatred towards Chen Hao and others has reached its peak. Because Chen Hao was hiding in the medical observation room, and he couldn't get in, and the oxygen pumping had no effect. If you continue like this, you will delay your own future. Damn! Come out! Come out! But at this time, Fengshen keenly sensed that the surrounding wind sounds had changed a little bit, something soft was quietly approaching him. Careful! Spread out! The next second. Where the 4 Fengshen stood, clouds of raindrops sprayed down like shotguns. Even if you don't beat people to death, it will definitely beat people up with holes. Water? The 4 Fengshen couldn't help but take a breath of air. In this world full of heavy rains, you can have the ability to control water. Just think about it with your toes and you will know how unnatural it is. So Fengshen's eyes immediately surged with murderous intent. This man must not be allowed to live. Because within them, data has been used to prove that the supernatural power of awakened people can be grown through training. So the best way to kill the awakened is as early as possible. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the 4 people in Fengshen all raised their heads and looked at the medical observation room. Only then did they realize that when the 4 of them stepped back, 2 people came out of it, one was holding a toy. Chen Hao from Light. The other is a woman with long hair. Is it that woman? So Fengshen immediately gave the order. You 3 go and kill the man, and I'll deal with the woman. In his opinion, Chen Hao may have great supernatural powers in the future. For example, tearing apart space. Space dimension / infinite space explodes. Waiting for these legendary space-related abilities, but now, the end of the world has just begun, and the supernatural powers have just awakened. So Chen Hao's space ability is just a weak skill that is more auxiliary. So just leave Chen Hao to the other 3 to deal with him. As the strongest member of the team, he went to deal with Bailalin, who now had some threatening attributes. After hearing the instructions from the god of wind, Yasha was undoubtedly the most excited one. Chen Hao. You must know that just now, when Chen Hao and others were huddled in the medical observation room, he was the only one among them who was injured. And the Duclaws are still upside down. The pain is heartbreaking. Therefore, Yasha must return this pain to Chen Hao 100 times 1,000 times. Chen Hao. Yasha roared. The body's agility coefficient is fully activated. Turned into a gray shadow. Quickly approach Chen Hao. This is his specialty, Wolf Shadow Trace, wrapping around the opponent at super high speed, so that the opponent can only see the afterimage, but cannot resist it at all. In the end, he can only be tortured to death of despair and fear and horror. However, Chen Hao didn't even bother to look at Yaksha, and directly launched Space Domain. 5 times gravity. In an instant, within a 10-meter radius with Chen Hao as the center, the gravity field distorted and changed, and the gravity became 5 times that of the outside world. For creatures accustomed to the light gravity of the Earth, although this will not cause death immediately, it will definitely be caught off guard. What? So Yasha staggered and knelt directly in front of Chen Hao, waiting until Yasha realized that something was wrong. Boom! A gunshot. The werewolf who cut off Lin Nan's arm lost his head. Aha! Yasha! As Yasha's friend, Iron Fist's eyes are splitting. He roared loudly. Then he rushed directly in front of Chen Hao regardless of everything. You go to hell. Aha! But go. It's too late for Fengshen to stop him. Because he heard from him that there was something strange around Chen Hao. This strangeness is probably the reason why Chen Hao can easily kill Yasha. But Iron Fist actually rushed forward like this. So no surprise. As soon as Iron Fist stepped within a 10-meter radius of Chen Hao, my body suddenly felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on me. It's like you are suddenly hit by a stone when you are running fast. There is no way to stabilize the center of gravity immediately. So I could only kneel on the ground in humiliation. It's over. Big beads of sweat immediately appeared on Iron Fist's head. He finally knew how Yasha died. It's so stupid. Before he understood Chen Hao's abilities, he rashly approached Chen Hao to seek death. And now, he will also die of stupidity together. Boom! A gunshot. This Iron Fist broke Lin Nan's liver. No head either. Next, it's you. Chen Hao turned his eyes and looked at the only woman in the Fengshen team. Although she was wearing protective clothing, from her graceful figure, it could be inferred that she was a woman. And more importantly, this woman has never made a move until now, and she still doesn't know what her abilities are. So Chen Hao pointed his gun directly at the woman. You should die too. Wait. I surrender. The woman opposite didn't hesitate at all, and immediately raised her hands high. Seeing this scene, Fengshen's face turned deathly pale and he roared angrily. You traitor! But he was just distracted. Bailalin's rainstorm of bullets immediately hit him. If it weren't for the atmosphere surrounding him to protect him, he would have been riddled with holes. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Damn it! This woman is also very troublesome. Fengshen said through gritted teeth. 2 of his men were headshot by Chen Hao in a row. A haze of death pressed on his head, making him somewhat timid. Opposite him, Bai Lilin, who was still a novice in using supernatural powers, had gained a lot. It turns out that superpowers can still be used in this way. We can learn from it. Seeing the woman opposite raising her hands, Chen Hao ignored it and continued to pull his finger to prepare to pull the trigger. After all, a soldier never tires of deceit. But noticing Chen Hao's tiny movements, the woman opposite took off her mask, revealing a face that was blurry but also very stunning. Sir, are you really willing to kill a beautiful woman like me? The voice is delicate and cold, and after just listening to a few words, the nobility and insidiousness of red roses are constantly emerging in the mind, although the rose is beautiful. But it is thorny. It is poisonous. But it is so popular among women that even though they know it has thorns, they still want to embrace it with open arms. Just like a woman, you know she will hurt you, but as a man, you can't help but hold her tight. So at this moment, Chen Hao understood that this was a woman who could cast charm. But the spiritual will still fell into her trap uncontrollably. Hey. Got it. Seeing that Meng Mei was restraining Chen Hao, Fengshen showed a scheming smile. In terms of attack power, among the 4 of them, Meng Mei was the weakest. But when it comes to the difficulty of ability, Meng Mei is definitely number 1. Especially for men. Because once you fall into the charm of Meng Mei, no man can give up the tenderness and eternal sleep in the charm. Boy! Just enjoy it. Then, enjoy it comfortably and die without pain. It's funny, I actually got tricked. Chen Hao looked at the scene in front of him and found it a bit funny, because what he saw were rose petals flying all over the sky. So bright. As beautiful as blood. And they overlap one another, covering the sky and earth in Chen Hao's eyes. Section 74. But this shocking scene did not make Chen Hao feel anything. After all, men are not women. Why do they like roses so much? Unless they want to soak their feet in roses. But this woman does have some skills. Thinking of Meng Mei's clear and blurry face, Chen Hao wanted to applaud Meng Mei, because the situation at that time was like you were walking on a pedestrian street, and then suddenly brushed past a super beauty. What would your reaction be? Would you look back again? The answer is, definitely. And you will look very seriously. Because if you miss it, you will never meet it again. But the result is that because of this look, people fell into the illusion all of a sudden. Because the illusion is like hypnosis, the more you focus on one thing, the easier it is to be tricked. But this level of illusion is not difficult at all. I can see it's fake at a glance. Chen Hao smiled slightly. In the last life, Chen Hao encountered many enemies of illusion. So he has accumulated rich experience in breaking illusions. What's more, the higher the level of illusion, the more plain and simple it is, making it difficult for people to distinguish between reality and illusion. Only in this way can people sink deeper and deeper into the quagmire of reality and illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Just get out. Chen Hao was about to remove this inferior illusion. Then he heard a cold but heartbreaking voice behind him. Are you really willing to leave? Leave me alone? Chen Hao looked back, and then he understood the real horror of this illusion. Because Chen Hao saw that in the flowing river of roses, a woman's figure emerged, a naked woman's figure. She appeared in the rose, naked. But the flowing rose petals became her shame, covering her most attractive sexy parts. But the result is even more tempting. And this time, Chen Hao really saw her face clearly, oval face, curved eyebrows, like a princess of the Rose Kingdom, with the most beautiful face in the world. 100 points. Really 100 points. Are you really going to leave me alone? The woman asked in the roses. The flowing roses on her body made people a little distracted. And I thought that this damn rose would disappear automatically. Let me see everything about this woman clearly. And I thought that this rose should not disappear, and keep a little mysterious atmosphere, so that people can be more sexually excited. So between the two options of see clearly and mystery, Chen Hao began to hesitate, and it seemed that he was not so anxious to go out. Or are you going to stay and be with me? In a trance, the woman's hand had already pulled Chen Hao's hand, and before Chen Hao could react, the woman's lips had already found Chen Hao's lips. The taste is delicate, the experience is real, and it feels great. In an instant, Chen Hao understood the real strength of the other party. You give this to men, which man can resist this temptation? He can only fall willingly. Feeling Chen Hao's mental state becoming more and more relaxed, Meng Mei couldn't help but smile evilly. Ha! Man! So far, no man has ever escaped from this illusion, because the self in the illusion is so beautiful. So tempting. So people can't stop and can't bear to leave at all. There are even some people who know they will die, but are willing to sink into it, just for a moment of pleasure. It's really ridiculous. Then, you will be immersed in this empty happiness forever. The real Meng Mei shook out a sharp knife, ready to use this sharp knife to cut Chen Hao's throat, so that Chen Hao would die without pain. Even when he died, he was quite happy. But just before she was about to do it, her body suddenly stiffened. Then, a hot red glow quickly covered Meng Mei's face. This is, you don't seem to know the risks of performing illusions? Then let me tell you. Chen Hao's voice rang in Meng Mei's ears, shocking her, because in her opinion, Chen Hao should be deeply immersed in desires now, and it is impossible for him to say such rational words. What? Shocked? It's okay, you will understand everything after you finish listening. The so-called illusion is just to use mental power to interfere with the will of others, so as to control the other party, but this is only true when one's own mental power is stronger than that of the opponent. What? Meng Mei was shocked. Because the superpowers have just been awakened not long ago, and the mental power of the awakened illusionists is generally stronger than that of ordinary people, so the illusion is always effective. But I didn't expect that if I wanted to perform my illusion successfully, I would have to put forward conditions first. So under strong curiosity and a little bit of fear, Meng Mei trembled and asked Chen Hao a question. What if my spiritual power is not as strong as my opponent's? Then it will be like this. Ah! An ecstatic voice sounded, making Meng Mei's head go blank. Then, she showed an extremely terrifying expression. Because her body's sensation actually comes from Chen Hao's behavior in the illusion world. In other words, her illusion was rebounded. Everything Chen Hao did to her in the fantasy world was truly reflected on her own body. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. No, do not want. Meng Mei said in horror, wanting to end it all. But it wasn't until then that she realized she couldn't stop the illusion. Because the dominance of illusion has been restricted by Chen Hao. as long as Chen Hao doesn't stop. This illusion will continue forever. But what's even scarier is, the reason why Mengmei is called Mengmei is because the time flow rate in her fantasy world is different from that in the real world. It's like a dream. When you spend an hour in the environment, you only spend 1 second in the outside world. So a few hours of excitement in the fantasy world, it will be condensed into a few seconds in the outside world. Powerful output to Mengmei's body. This is an orgasm that no woman can bear. No, do not want. So Mengmei collapsed on the ground all of a sudden, her entire brain went blank, and her whole body was trembling and twitching slightly. She was basically useless. At the same time, Chen Hao, who felt refreshed, seemed to be less angry. So he stretched out and pointed his barrett gun at Mengmei's head. Interesting. But you can go die. Mengmei. Fengshen couldn't help but his eyes turned red. If Mengmei also dies, then he will really be helpless. And more importantly, he has been pursuing Mengmei personally for a long time. So Fengshen immediately abandoned Bailalin, who was fighting, and whipped up a strong wind. Rushed towards Chen Hao. He rushed towards Mengmei, who was lying limply on the ground. But he never expected that Chen Hao's goal from the beginning was not to kill Mengmei, but to deceive himself. Here we come. Let's go in then. Fengshen's eyes went dark. Chen Hao and Mengmei in front of them turned into a void of darkness. And there is no wind in this place. No sound. No air either. Ah. A strange sound came from the Fengshen's throat. Then after a violent struggle, he suffocated and died in Chen Hao's creation space. Interestingly, suffocation was originally the method he planned to use to kill Chen Hao and others. As for Mengmei, the last member of the Wind God group, she finally regained her consciousness after experiencing a brain blank for several hours. And the first person she saw was Chen Hao with his legs crossed. It's him. Recalling those few hours in the fantasy world, Mengmei couldn't help but blush. Because those restless and crazy hours are really unforgettable. Chen Hao sat on the chair and looked at Mengmei, whose legs were still weak and her face was still blushing, with a slight evil smile on her lips. Awakened illusionists, after awakening their powers, often have the ability to pry into people's hearts, peep into other people's memories, control other people's emotions. It can even modify other people's emotions. But they don't know. Behind such a terrifying method, there is also an extremely terrifying risk hidden, that is, when your own mental strength is no match for your opponent, you will suffer backlash. My memory may be spied on by my opponent. Your emotions may be controlled by the other person. Even your own emotions may be modified by your opponent. So Mengmei suffered this severe backlash. After all, in his last life, Chen Hao walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although the strength of the supernatural power has gone back due to the time reversal, the mental strength has not diminished at all. It even gradually strengthened due to the untying of the knot in my heart. So in Mengmei's fantasy world, Chen Hao accomplished two things. The first one rebounded Mengmei's illusion, making it impossible for Mengmei to escape from the illusion. The second thing, I peeked into Mengmei's memory and learned a lot about Mengmei. Especially about the mutiny of the 339th Regiment. In Mengmei's true memory, she did not take action against Lin Nan, and even secretly let Lin Nan have a chance to escape. This is why Chen Hao did not kill Mengmei. One of the reasons for the charm. Because Mengmei just couldn't help herself. If she didn't participate in the pursuit of Lin Nan, she would be killed instead. Under the current, she had no choice. We can only help our former comrades in the form of releasing water. But now it seems that I also accidentally accomplished a third thing, which also affected her emotionally. Chen Hao looked at Mengmei, who had a blushing face and a shy expression. He was no longer familiar with this expression. Every woman has this expression after having sex with him, indicating that they have been greatly satisfied in some way. And generally men and women are satisfied enough in this regard. The feelings are not too bad. So Chen Hao stretched out his hand slightly. You're awake. Mengmei nodded slightly, then obediently put her palm into Chen Hao's. Chen Hao gently exerted force, and Mengmei sat obediently into Chen Hao's arms, the good figure she had trained as a woman and as a soldier could be said to be moderately soft and hard, and very elastic. Chen Hao gently lifted Meng Mei's chin. Tell me, what's going on in the 339th Corps now? Although he had peeked into Meng Mei's memory, Chen Hao could not be sure that Meng Mei would choose to stand on his side, so he still had to use necessary tests. Test some questions that he knew the answers to. Section 75. Meng Mei blushed slightly as she leaned against Chen Hao's arms, her nose greedily sucking in the scent of Chen Hao. The commander of the current 339th Corps has become Chu Qian, and this order was issued by Commander Wang himself. Although everyone had objections, after a meeting, the main figures in the Corps suddenly all agreed that Chu Qian would be the new commander of the 339th Corps and take charge of all the power of the 339th Corps. So I suspect that this Chu Qian should also be an awakener. Meng Mei not only talked about the current situation of the 339th Corps, but also added her own personal speculation, because she was afraid that Chen Hao would leave as soon as she answered the question. Oh? How do you know she is an awakener? Because Commander Wang is not a man who would indulge in women, so there is only one reason why he would do this: he can't control it himself. So, Chu Qian's ability is quite powerful? Indeed, she can control more than a dozen main characters in the base in a very short time, and she can also continue to control them. She is indeed not an ordinary woman. Meng Mei showed deep fear. As an illusion awakener, the time she can affect her opponent is actually very limited. It can be several hours in dreams, but only a few seconds in reality. But Chu Qian can actually control the other party for more than 10 days. And this may not be her upper limit. Okay, after talking about serious things, let's talk about some non-serious things. Chen Hao pinched Meng Mei's chin. I have to say that Meng Mei's face is extremely beautiful, her skin is so tender, and her facial features are delicate and elegant. If there is a perfect score for appearance, her appearance is definitely infinitely close to the perfect score. Do you usually use your real appearance to seduce others in your environment? No. Meng Mei blushed and shook her head. I only use my real appearance when I see a handsome guy. Oh? How many handsome guys have you met? After awakening the superpower, you are the first and only one. In the future, except for you, I will no longer use my real appearance to attract people. Although Meng Mei was shy, she still boldly revealed her innermost thoughts. She is not such a procrastinating woman. Procrastination will only make you lose the opportunity you should have. So Chen Hao smiled and changed Meng Mei from sitting diagonally in his arms to sitting facing him, then hugged Meng Mei's back with both hands and pulled the distance between him and Meng Mei. Meng Mei did not retreat, but greeted her and took the initiative to entangle with Chen Hao. In another room of the safe house, Xiao Xiao and Bailey Lin blushed slightly when they heard Meng Mei's weak shouts. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. They knew what it was, but they didn't want to admit it, because they were the first to come, but another woman got there first. So the two could only awkwardly make a round. Brother Hausi is still working hard to interrogate the prisoner. Yes, it is quite hard, hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Then they couldn't talk anymore. A few hours later, Chen Hao embraced the exhausted Meng Mei and looked at Yin Hong on the corner of the bed with a little curiosity. You have no experience. Where do you get such a rich imagination and seduce people? I learned it from watching small movies. I didn't expect you to have this hobby. In fact, 90% of girls will secretly watch small movies, and the remaining 10% of girls, although they don't watch them, will also secretly pay attention to the intimate scenes in normal movies. Meng Mei said with a slight smile, and then gently lifted her hair. Where are we now? Where you live? No, this is still Chiyun Villa, but I released a safe house and temporarily lived in it. Space ability, it's really convenient. Meng Mei, if I need you to do something for me, will you do it? Do you want me to go back and be your insider? Meng Mei is not a brainless woman. From the fact that she would look for inspiration in small movies to enrich the details of the illusion, it can be seen that she is actually a very careful woman. Chen Hao nodded. I am worried about Chu Qian. The last time I saw her, she was just a humble little woman, but now, she has transformed into a commander. Are you worried that her desires will expand, and she will want to unify Tiandu City and eliminate all hostile forces? I'm afraid it's more than that. And more importantly, when women gain power, they often go to extremes and do things without considering the consequences, such as, Chen Hao gestured with his hands to make a driving gesture. For example, when driving, if someone suddenly jumps out in front of you, men will choose to brake immediately. But some women will scream, "Ah!" and then cover their eyes with their hands and dare not look. Poochie. Meng Mei was immediately amused by Chen Hao, but she also understood that Chen Hao was worried that Chu Qian, a woman, would not play by the rules and infinitely magnify the danger. So Meng Mei gently hugged Chen Hao's arm and said, "I can go back undercover, but I also have a request." "What?" "Don't forget me. That place is dangerous. I hope you will come and pick me up." After saying that, Meng Mei bit Chen Hao's arm hard, a bit reluctant to let go. "But I want to be more ruthless. She wants this man to remember her." Chen Hao didn't stop her, he just touched Meng Mei's head and gave her a promise. "I will definitely go back to pick you up. I will also remember your words." Meng Mei looked at Chen Hao with a smile and said, that face that was so close to a perfect score, every frown and every smile was pleasing to the eye. After briefly discussing some details, Chen Hao sent Meng Mei out of the safe house. Looking at Meng Mei's limping walking, Chen Hao shook his head slightly, he still kept his hand. In order to let Meng Mei go back to perform the mission. So next time, Meng Mei must know her true level. Then, Chen Hao turned his wrist and pulled out the watch Lin Nansai gave him. It looked like a watch on the surface, but it was actually a satellite communicator that could contact the district. It's just that it's severely damaged. Looking at the material of this watch, it should be made of special materials, but even so, it was injured. It seems that the battle was very fierce at that time. Chen Hao frowned slightly. It was precisely because of this that he chose to let Meng Mei go back to perform the undercover mission. Because there is no way to contact the Jiang province region immediately. So we must prevent Chu Qian's next step. So, what will this crazy woman do next? Chen Hao thought for a moment. He didn't notice at all that Xiao Xiao and Beilalin behind him were jealous because Chen Hao kept staring at Meng Mei's back. "Brother Haozi, you are a bit biased." Xiao Xiao clasped her hands behind her back and pouted a little dissatisfiedly. Chen Hao glanced at Xiao Xiao. "Aha! You asked me to take my time, but you go as fast as everyone else. This makes me very unhappy." Xiao Xiao said with her arms crossed, and even stamped her foot in anger, making the two cute little rabbits jump up and down. But being so cute is not angry at all, it's just acting coquettishly. So Chen Hao grabbed Xiao Xiao, rubbed his hands on Xiao Xiao's head, ruining Xiao Xiao's hair like a chicken coop, and then pinched Xiao Xiao's face and said, "How about it? Brother Haozi can only rub your head and play with it, but he can't rub other people's heads. Will you be happy?" "No way." Xiao Xiao said no, but she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Beilalin looked a little helpless. Was it a bit too naive to be coaxed by Chen Hao so easily? But when looking at Chen Hao rubbing Xiao Xiao's head, the two of them really love each other. "It seems that I am actually a little envious, and I also want to have my head rubbed." "No? Am I actually that easy to coax?" Beilalin couldn't help but blush in her heartbeat, because she realized that she actually wanted to have close contact with Chen Hao, even if it was something as boring as rubbing her head. So Bai Lilin quietly took a small step towards Chen Hao, expecting Chen Hao to give her some unique little interactions, biting his ears or squeezing his face. It's a pity that Chen Hao was a little confused and didn't notice Bai Lilin's little move. "It's getting late, we should get ready to go back." Section 76. Chen Hao waved his hand and said, he had already buried Lin Nan, so there was no reason to stay at Chiyun Villa. After Beilalin heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but she still followed Chen Hao back to Noah's Ark obediently. Just as soon as she returned, Bai Lilin proposed to Chen Hao. "In today's battle, I learned a lot of new techniques, so I want to go to the open-air balcony on the 3rd floor to try them out." "Okay, go ahead." Chen Hao nodded and didn't ask much. After all, he had more urgent matters to deal with, which was to repair Lin Nan's watch. "Silly girl, scan it for me to see if there is any possibility of repairing it." "Okay, master, scanning is in progress." The unhappy Bailalin walked up to the open-air floor on the third floor. With a wave of her hand, she made a rain curtain for herself, so that all the rain falling from the air would avoid falling on her body. Then she stretched out her right hand, and the rain immediately formed a whip in her palm. Snapped. Bailalin unhappily whipped her whip into the air and gave a loud blow. Although this whip is very powerful, Bailalin still feels that it is not enough. Not enough to vent her unhappiness. So Bailalin continued to crack the whip. And each whip is more fierce than the last. Snapped. 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 Boom. Bailalin also woke up when she heard the sound of the whip being wrong. Only then did he realize that he had unconsciously struck the railing of the yacht with a whip. In an instant, the super-hard alloy railing broke his whip and pushed a powerful countershock force to Bailalin, causing Bailalin's right hand to hurt. Ah! Then he staggered and fell back. Just this fall, he fell on a broad and powerful shoulder. Who? Bailalin looked back in shock, but what she saw was Chunhao's warm smile. Why are you so angry? Without. Bailalin bounced away from Chunhao's arms like an electric shock, because she was still angry. But she immediately regretted it. Because this is the first time she has hidden in Chunhao's arms. But Chunhao just pulled Bailalin domineeringly, looked at her slightly red palm, took out a bottle of medicinal wine, and gently rubbed Bailalin's injured area. The cold medicinal wine was applied to his hands, but with a few simple movements by Chunhao, it became warm, comfortable, even a little enjoyable. And seeing Chunhao's serious look, the emotion in Bai Lilin's heart became uncontrollable like a torrent. So Bailalin looked directly at Chunhao and said, Chunhao, can I be your woman? What's wrong? Are you afraid that all the women on this boat have a relationship with me, but you don't, so you are afraid that I will abandon you? No. It's because I'm attracted to you. So I want to be your woman. Bailalin said firmly, but there was one thing she didn't say, and that was that she would be jealous. Jealous other women can be intimate with Chunhao, but not themselves. Although she has no intention of preventing Chunhao from being intimate with others, Chunhao must also be intimate with herself. Seeing Bai Lilin's extremely persistent attitude, Chunhao didn't say much, and just left Bai Lilin with one sentence. If you really want to be my woman, I will wait for you in the room at 8 o'clock tonight. Chunhao placed the remaining medicinal wine on Bailalin's palm, then turned and left gracefully. Bailalin, who had just been bold but was now a little shy, was left with only a blank and one thought in her head: I must go to his room at 8 o'clock tonight. At the same time, in the secret meeting room of the 339th Corps, the limping Mengmei was reporting the situation to her new commander Chu Qian. At this time, Chu Qian had changed from the humble girl she was when she was a kitten. She was wearing a green shirt and a coat outside. A military green commander's coat. It does seem to have the aura of a superior person. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chu Qian crossed her arms and glanced coldly at Mengmei in front of her. You mean, all three of them died, but you paid some price, so you survived? Yes. What about what I want? Sorry, I didn't succeed. However, I took the opportunity to use my tactics. He will not be able to use the key normally for at least 3 days, so we still have 3 days to use it against him. Okay, although you failed to complete the task, you have tried your best. Go and rest first. Yes. Commander. Mengmei stood up straight, performed a military salute upright, and then limped away. It wasn't until Mengmei left that Chu Qian snorted from her nose. Night Owl, what do you think? From the secret room on the side, a man with a hooked nose slowly walked out. This is the 339th Corps, the most powerful warrior among all the awakened ones. Night Owl. He is also the only man who has been favored by Chu Qian. So the relationship between the two is a superior-subordinate relationship, as well as a couple relationship. A flash of light flashed in Yi Zhao's cold eyes. I don't think I can completely believe what she said. Since the key can be manipulated, why can't it be destroyed directly? That's what I think too. Unless the key is made of material, she can't break it. Then do we still want to keep her? Keep it for now. Maybe what she said is true, and she really did something to buy us 3 days. What if it's fake? If there is any trouble in Jiang province within 3 days, be the first to kill her to sacrifice the flag. Clear. Night Owl nodded, and at the same time cruelly stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Before the end of the world, he was responsible for executing the assassination plan. There is no certain madness about killing him. And after the end of the world, killing ordinary people can no longer satisfy his needs. You have to kill the awakened ones. However, I am still worried about Chen Hao. He is a space superpower and has a Noah's Arkansas. He can go wherever he wants. Maybe, after the key is broken, maybe we can go directly to Jiang province to report. Then I'll kill him. To avoid future troubles. Hearing Yi Xiao tell the answer he wanted to hear, Chu Qian was satisfied and put her thighs on the table, red high heels. Black Valentino. Come on, baby. Let me give you a pre-war mobilization. As you command. My beloved queen. Yi Xiao stepped forward and kissed Chu Qian's feet gently, and then used his mouth to climb to the highest step by step, pushing the ambiguous atmosphere to the highest level. New Chu Qian Noah's Ark, in the 150 square meter living room on the first floor, Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing were making cocktails on the bar. The color of this is beautiful, add a little. And that one looks good too, add a little bit of that one too. Wow. This tastes so weird. Ha 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 ha. The two women laughed so hard that their flowers trembled wildly. There was absolutely no sense of tension in the apocalypse. On the contrary, after entering the apocalypse, their lives became more colorful. For example, Xiao Xiao had been in the shadow of loan sharking before, so she didn't dare to spend a penny randomly, and she was still worried all day long, for fear that someone would come and break down the door. But it will be different after entering the doomsday. Not only can you eat and drink delicious food every day, but you can also see the person you love most every day. As for Wu Shiqing, before the end of the world, she was just a humble college student taking postgraduate entrance examinations. She wrote endless papers and read endless materials every day. Now? Fuck papers and information, I want to enjoy life. So Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing, who had been depressed for a long time, hit it off immediately and started tinkering with cocktails at the bar. What are you two doing? Amy lay on the bar, looking at the cocktails that the two of them had carefully prepared, dark cocktails that made people look undesirable, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her face. My hair. Is this wine? It looked pretty good just now, but after adding this and this, it became like this. My hair. This and this, aren't they both pretty? How could they be? Well, actually, I think it might be a little ugly, but it might taste pretty good. Then you try? Section 77. Amy, why don't you come? My hair. I'm just a child. I still want to live a few more years. Ah. This is our carefully prepared cocktail. No one drinks it. Woohoo. I come. Bailalin appeared from the end of the corridor and then sat gracefully in front of the three women. Before that, Bailalin had always felt a certain distance from them. This was the first time that Bailalin took the initiative to enter the room. So Amy, Wu Shiqing, and Xiao Xiao were all a little surprised, and then they all blinked at Bailalin. They always feel that Bailalin smells a little different, more mature. It becomes more tempting. Did she also go to Brother Housy's room? Damn Brother Housy! Xiao Xiao was furious for a moment. I was just about to go find Chen Hao to reason, then I heard Wu Shiqing weakly asked by Lilin, and she immediately forgot about the matter. Are you sure you want to drink it? It might taste really bad. But maybe, just like you said, although it's a bit ugly, it's still delicious. Bailalin said with a slight smile, then picked up the dark glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. After savoring it for a few seconds, Bailalin slowly uttered a few words. Tasty. Really? Real. Yeah. Wu Shiqing and Xiao Xiao hugged each other excitedly. Then I picked up the bottles of colorful wine and started making the second cup. Amy, just wait, we'll get you a drink too. Actually, I know how to make cocktails. Why don't I make you one? Ha? You can? Know a thing or two. Baililyn said with a slight smile, stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers, and streams of wine flew out of the bottle, like brightly colored rainbows, into the shaker, and then stirred quickly. Fusion. Color layering. Finally, it flew out of the shaker and was distributed into 4 cups, turning into cups of sparkling cocktails. Wu Shiqing and Xiao Xiao both looked at Baililyn with admiration. Wow! It looks great. It tastes delicious. Come, let's try the taste together. Baililyn said with a smile, and then took a sip. Ugh. Show off your skills too much and make it taste bad. So Bai Lilin's heart suddenly tightened. Originally, I wanted to get closer to each other. After all, we are all sisters in the same boat, and they are also sisters. If the relationship is not good, it will be very embarrassing. But now that she has made such a terrible drink, everyone may look down on her. She was the last one to come, and yet she made such a terrible drink. However, what Baililyn didn't expect was that Amy slapped the table. My hair! What a delicious drink this is! Give me another drink. The flavor is a bit unique. It seems that I have never tasted this kind of flavor before. Wu Shiqing was also commenting on the side, and even took a few more sips to savor the taste. As for Xiao Xiao, she just took a small sip and said in a daze. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to faint. Oh. Then poof. He happened to fall into Chen Hao's arms. Chen Hao helplessly covered his forehead. This little girl is really good at food and loves to drink. Next time there is a drinking event, don't call her. Even if there is alcohol, give her less food, she can't drink well. Oh. Wu Shiqing and Amy responded simply, but there was a slight hint of bad taste in the corners of their mouths. Why did they find out about such a fun thing so late? This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Hey! Be sure to have fun next time. Baililyn also felt a little surprised. None of what she had thought about before happened. Because she imagined the next outcome based on her previous experiences. But here, she found that everything was so warm and loving. So Baililyn felt that she really fell in love with this place. There is a man who is strong in all aspects, and a group of good sisters who can play together. By the way, why don't we go fishing? I found that fishing is quite fun. Amy suggested. Wu Shiqing also responded immediately. Okay. Oh, it's just too troublesome to have rainy days all the time. Otherwise, it would be great to sunbathe and play golf on such a nice yacht. Do you like playing ball? Baililyn looked at Wu Shiqing. Wu Shiqing nodded. I'll play a dozen when I have time. Because the pressure to take the postgraduate entrance examination is very high, so if I don't exercise, I feel like I'm going to die. So that's it, then I have a way to play ball on the open balcony. Any solution? Baililyn smiled slightly but said nothing. 10 minutes later, a strange spherical shape appeared on Noah's Ark. In this spherical shape, not a drop of rain fell on the open-air balcony of Noah's Ark. Wow, that's great! Wu Shiqing and Amy ran around on the deck excitedly. Although they knew that this was Baililyn's ability and it was not really the rain that stopped, it felt so good to be able to move freely outdoors. Hey! Then let's have fun together. Amy and Wu Shiqing, each holding a badminton racket, played badminton on the deck of Noah's Ark, and Baililyn stood aside, waiting with a smile. She felt that she was slowly integrating into the ship. Becoming Chen Hao's woman. Becoming good sisters with Chen Hao's other women. But just when the three of them were having fun and having a deep sisterly relationship, Chen Hao suddenly received a reminder from Silly Girl. Alert! Alert! A large creature is approaching quickly. A large creature is approaching quickly. What's going on? Chen Hao looked at the secret key tablet. The tablet showed that an unknown creature of 10 meters in size was approaching the Ark quickly. The current distance is less than 3 kilometers. It is expected to contact in 1 minute. So Chenhao immediately notified the 3 women on the 3rd floor. There is danger. Hurry up and retreat to the cabin. Wu Shiqing, Amy, and Beililin, who heard the news broadcast, all changed their faces and hurried to the cabin. They dared not disobey Chenhao's words. But at this moment, a strange sound came quickly from afar. Aha! Aha! The sound was extremely sharp. It was like a needle piercing the minds of the 3 people. In an instant, the 3 people collapsed on the deck. My hair, Amy roared, and the next second, her eyes were bloodshot. She suddenly jumped up from the ground and looked around fiercely. She entered a frenzy state, breaking through that adverse reaction. At the same time, she also felt that something was spinning in the heavy rain around her. Swish! 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 In the heavy rain, a black shadow kept hovering over Noah's Ark, like an experienced hunter, waiting for the prey to reveal a flaw, and then kill it with one blow. It's waiting for me to show a flaw. Amy also realized this, and she was also very clear that the current situation was not favorable to her. The opponent could hover in the sky, while she could only move on the deck, and she didn't have a sniper rifle, so Amy couldn't fight back at all. The only way is to help Lin get rid of the bad state. She can control water. In this rainy environment, she is the strongest. So Amy immediately set off, and her body rushed to Bailey Lin's side very quickly, ready to get rid of Bailey Lin's bad state. From the situation that Amy just got rid of the bad state, Amy believed that as long as she was stimulated enough, Bailey Lin could recover her ability to move. So Amy was ready to grab Bailey Lin's body. However, her body had just approached Bailey Lin. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and hit Amy's body with one blow, and flipped Amy hard on the deck. So fast. Section 78. Amy's eyes are splitting. Although she already knew that this monster would take the opportunity to attack. But I didn't expect that the opponent's attack speed would be so fast. However, Amy's beating was not in vain. She saw clearly the appearance of the other party. The other party was actually a gray-haired cat with a pair of big wings on its back. It is said that if a cat is big enough, the tiger will not be the king of beasts. Because in terms of agility, reaction speed, and muscle strength control, cats are far superior to tigers. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Amy got up with blood in her mouth and looked in all directions with red eyes. She knew that this winged cat was playing with her. Why did he keep himself alive when he could have killed him with just one blow? There is only one reason, because I can automatically dispel its sonic attack. This made the weird cat angry. So it has to torture itself. Let yourself die in pain. But that's okay. I'm here to hold off the time so that Chenhao can come over. With Chenhao here, even if it is a cat with wings, it will never be able to cause any trouble. Amy wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth fiercely. At this time, she didn't care about her own life. She just wanted to hold the other party back and give Chenhao a chance to come over. But this confrontation could not last more than 1 minute. The strange cat in the sky seems to have sensed a dangerous aura. He actually swooped down quickly and opened his sharp claws towards Wu Shiqing. Not good. Amy rushed over quickly. I want to use all my strength. Go fight this 10-meter-long cat. But Amy never expected that this big cat was just feinting to catch Wu Shiqing. Its real goal is to catch itself. So when the big cat caught Amy, Amy's heart suddenly thumped. I just wanted to resist. Ah! The sonic attack sounded at close range. Amy was knocked unconscious in an instant. Oops, the powerless Amy suddenly became the big cat's trophy, and was taken away triumphantly by the big cat. It's too late. Chenhao rushed to the deck, looked at the gray rainstorm around him, and frowned slightly. In the end of the world, the most threatening mutant creatures are about to begin to rise. But now, there is another problem to deal with. Because rain contains radiation, awakened people are not afraid of rain, but ordinary people are not. Once you get caught in the rain, it can range from being burned by a flame to death. Beililin was controlled by the big cat just now, so the rain curtain she opened also lost control. The heavy rain crackled on Wu Shiqing's body. Don't let anything happen. Chen Hao quickly rushed over and picked up Wu Shiqing, who fell in the heavy rain. Ha! This is it? Chen Hao was surprised to find that Wu Shiqing didn't have anything wrong at all. Is she also awakening? Facing this unexpected surprise, Chen Hao had no time to cheer, so he could only carry Wu Shiqing on his shoulders, then walked up to Bai Lilin and gave Bai Lilin a gentle push. Lin, how are you? Call. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Bai Lilin took a sharp breath. After his body twitched for a while, he regained some mobility, but he couldn't even stand completely. I'm fine. But Amy, I know. Leave this matter to me, and you and Shiqing will be responsible for taking a good rest. It's my responsibility for not taking good care of you. Chen Hao helped Bai Lilin and walked towards the cabin. The expression on his face was the saddest he had ever seen before. He dared to touch his own woman. Even if the opponent is not a human being, he is destined not to live. So after Bai Lilin and Wu Shiqing were settled, Chen Hao immediately launched a pursuit, but this time, Chen Hao did not use a speedboat to pursue, but used an escape capsule. Because the capsule can walk underwater, it can approach the target silently. Let me see where this guy went. Chen Hao put on his tactical glasses. As soon as the strange cat appeared, Shan Yo had already activated all detection equipment and detected the strange cat's every move in real time. So after the strange cat left, the Sky Eye has been tracking the strange cat. Following the direction in which the strange cat left, Chen Hao was surprised to find that the place where the strange cat settled was actually the only university in Tiandu City, Tiandu University. Where is it? In my last life, I remember that a demon appeared there and killed almost all the survivors in Tiandu University. But it's not a cat, it's a person. A demon and a strange cat. Two monsters appeared in the near Tiandu University. He. Chen Hao sneered, without hesitation, and continued to rush towards Tiandu University, because his woman was in the hands of the strange cat. So as a man, you have the obligation to save your woman. Tiandu University, as the only university in Tiandu City, has been given great preference by the entire Tiandu City, sufficient funding for running the school. Vast campus area. And exquisite teaching buildings. But now, after the rainstorm, all of this no longer exists. The only thing that still exists is the mountain behind the school. It was originally a barren mountain. When the school was built, in order to expand the school area and add more face, the leaders made a big move and included this mountain in the planned area of Tiandu University. But I didn't expect that such a face-saving place would eventually become a life-saving place. Really, my head is about to stink. When will this messy life end? A girl with delicate looks complained. Her name is Yume, and she claims to be the flower of the literature department. In fact, she is just an upper middle level, with a maximum score of 80 points, but she is confident I am the most beautiful in the world. Sitting next to Yume, a group of girls also made dissatisfied voices after hearing Yume's complaints. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to stink too. I really want to wash my hair. Me too, but Teacher Tang said that we can't touch water casually. Everyone knows this. But we can't just not wash our hair or take a shower. Can't she be more diligent and help us get some usable water? Yeah, Teacher Tang is so great, it's only right for her to do more. A group of girls chattered, and the noise soon reached the ears of the boys next door, because they were living in a big cave at this time, and there were many small caves in the cave, which were used as different functional areas. Hearing that these girls, in this situation, actually wanted to wash their hair and let their goddess in their hearts, Teacher Tang Kaier, fight for their shampoo, many boys exploded immediately. You girls, are you so funny? It's already this late, and you still need Teacher Tang to find shampoo for you? What does it have to do with you boys when we girls talk? Why is it none of our business? Teacher Tang's business is our business. TSK. A bunch of losers. Do you think you are manly when you say that? Come on. You are so greasy when you say that. Fuck. Who are you talking about, losers? I'm talking about you. You are useless. If you were useful, Teacher Tang wouldn't have to fight for her life alone outside. You. Are you useful? We are useless. That's why we thought of asking Teacher Tang to help us go out and find water, so that we don't have to go out by ourselves and cause trouble for Teacher Tang. Fuck. You. The boys were so angry that they couldn't speak. Such shamelessness with such self-righteousness really makes people speechless. But at this time, a tall and thin boy glanced at the group of girls with contempt. You want water to wash your hair, right? I have it. There's no need to bother Teacher Tang for such a small matter. Do you have it? Yumei and the others were shocked, because there were more than a dozen of them, and Tang Kaier was not a sage, so she could only guarantee that each of them could have a bottle of water to drink and 2 meals a day, so most people didn't have enough, so how could they save food and clean water? So Yumei confirmed incredulously. Xin, do you really have water to wash your hair? Do you have so much water? Wait. Xin responded, then turned and walked towards a small cave next to him. When he came back, he had a large bottle of water in his hand. Yumei and the other girls' eyes lit up at once. Really? Xin. Seeing that you are usually silent, how did you save so much water? But before they finished speaking, Yumei and the others found something wrong, because the color of the water was a little yellow. But before they could figure out what it was, a stream of water suddenly splashed on their faces and heads. Then, a smell of urine rushed into their noses. This is urine. This is urine. Aha! Yumei and others screamed. They couldn't accept it even if they were beaten to death. They were splashed with urine on their faces. And they couldn't accept it even more. There was a little salty in their mouths. But Xin looked at the girls jumping up and down, and there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. You are really lucky. I kept this for the last minute. But Xin didn't regret it. Because these girls are so fucking annoying. Dong dong dong. A dull knocking sound came from the cave entrance. Hearing the sound, Xin and others knew that Tang Kaier was back. In order to avoid attacks by wild animals, Tang Kaier and Xin and others took some drifting desks and chairs, made a simple wooden door, and blocked the cave entrance. Every time Tang Kaier went out, she would close it, and knock 3 times when she came back. Xin was about to open the door, but Yumei and the others got there first and opened the door first. Wow! Teacher! Xin and the others are bullying us. Not only are they mean to us, but they're also urinating on us. Woo 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 woo. The wicked man complained first, leaving Xin and other boys speechless. The cause and effect, especially the fact that you wanted to use Tang Kaier as a cow to find shampoo, but you didn't say anything at all. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Xin and others were just about to explain. Tang Kaier, wearing a raincoat, waved her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet first, then walked in and took off the hood of the raincoat, revealing a beautiful and gentle face. The facial features are small and delicate, very temperament. At first glance, you can tell that she is a beautiful girl from a scholarly family. Tang Kaier looked at the aggrieved Yumei and other girls, and then looked at the angry Xin and other boys, and smiled slightly. Okay, let's stop with this little fight. Today I found some compressed biscuits, let's share them. But teacher, Yumei, the teacher can't just listen to what you say. If you want to continue, I have to let Xin and the others speak. I believe that their story is another version. What do you think? The implication is that Tang Kaier knows that in Xin's version, she, Yumei, is the bad guy. So Yumei pursed her lips and said nothing more, but in private, Yumei cursed viciously. Damn it! Stinky bitch! You didn't help me get revenge. Fuck! What the hell? Seeing that Yumei and the others had calmed down, Tang Kaier nodded slightly to Xin and the other boys, and then walked towards her own lounge. After closing the door and turning on the flashlight, Tang Kaier's face suddenly turned pale. After lifting her clothes, a 10-centimeter hole appeared on Tang Kaier's lower abdomen. This was caused by the monster cat. Can't hold on any longer? Tang Kaier's face was miserable, because she had been looking for medicines everywhere these days, especially antibiotics. But nothing. If this continues, even if she is an awakener, she will probably die. However, at this time, Tang Kaier suddenly heard a sound, and her face changed immediately. This is, because this kind of sound. It is not something that humans can make. And this sound is still approaching her quickly. This is, ultrasonic? Why does it appear at this time? Tang Kaier frowned slightly, because ultrasonic waves are sound waves beyond human perception, but other natural creatures can, such as fish, so humans can use instruments to emit ultrasonic waves to achieve the purpose of driving away, inducing and catching fish. But in fact, there is another common use of ultrasonic waves that will seriously interfere with the normal activities of fish, that is radar. The principle of radar is to release ultrasonic waves, and then based on the ripples that bounce back, know whether there are obstacles ahead? What obstacles are there? But the released ultrasonic waves will not bypass fish. So a large number of fish have become frightened birds of the radar. So this is why Tang Kaier has a violent reaction to ultrasound, because she has awakened her superpowers. She has become a mermaid. Is there a fishing boat nearby? No. If a fishing boat wants to catch fish, it will go directly out of the port. There is a port in Tiandu City. Why is that? Thinking of this, Tang Kaier knew that she couldn't sit down anymore. Whether it was a human or a mermaid, facing unknown dangers, they always wanted to figure it out. So Tang Kaier put on her clothes and went out. I'll go out for a while, you stay in the cave, don't run around. Teacher Tang, what are you going to do? Xin kept chasing Tang Kaier's figure to the entrance of the cave, and then hesitantly expressed his thoughts. I can help you. Thank you. But I can still handle it. Besides, wouldn't it be better to keep your ability to protect your classmates? Tang Kaier smiled, and it was sweet to Xian's heart all of a sudden, making Xian's heart beat. Then Xian nodded vigorously. I will protect my classmates. Thank you for your help. Tang Kaier walked into the rainstorm wearing a raincoat. Her thin figure became more and more powerful as she walked in the rain. This is the characteristic of a mermaid. The more water there is, the stronger she is. So the land is her weakest battlefield. So Tang Kaier slowly changed from walking to running. From running to running wildly. And took off her clothes while running, and finally only her beautiful figure and a bikini were left. Plop! Tang Kaier dived into the water with a dive, and her body was covered with a layer of transparent and colorful scales from top to bottom. At the same time, her legs closed and turned into a huge fishtail. Like a blooming lotus, it shone in the water, as if a god had landed in the underwater world. Over there! Tang Kaier breathed more easily underwater than on land. Her body moved as she wished, and she gently leaped, like a bird soaring in the sky, and easily leaped dozens of meters. At the same time, Chen Hao, sitting in the capsule submarine, was watching a spectacular scene. Exquisite teaching buildings were buried underwater. Countless fish came here along the rainstorm, shuttling through these concrete jungles that once represented human wisdom. Can humans defeat nature? At this moment, nothing can be more ironic and playful than this scene. But this interest in watching soon came to an abrupt end. Alert! Alert! There are humanoid creatures approaching quickly. There are humanoid creatures approaching quickly. Humanoid creatures? Turn on the holographic vision. Okay, Master. The capsule submarine's observation method immediately changed, from radar and observation vision. Replaced with holographic projection vision. Borrowing the hidden camera on the capsule submarine, the surrounding scenes are all projected in front of Chen Hao in real time. So in an instant, Chen Hao saw the mermaid rushing quickly from a distance. Tang Kaier. Is it her? Chen Hao was a little surprised, because he and Tang Kaier actually knew each other. Strictly speaking, the two are college alumni. When they attended the social gathering before, they were the so-called one-day lovers. The one-day couple is to quickly close the distance between men and women, so that they can experience a day of couple life. They can go out shopping, watch movies, take photos together. As for the specific unlocking degree, it depends on the favorability of both parties. Those with low favorability can just walk around and the whole day will pass. For those with high favorability, it is not impossible to say that they are tired halfway and find a hotel to rest together. Later, in view of the fact that some students had impure ideas and really participated in this activity for one day, the school intervened and stopped this activity, so Chen Hao and his group became the last one-day couple. I didn't expect to meet her here, and she seems to have become more attractive than before. Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. After all, they were still very young at that time. So the feelings were relatively pure. Especially for people like Chen Hao who have truly experienced the end of the world, those pure feelings are very rare. The moment Chen Hao discovered Tang Kaier naturally discovered Chen Hao, but what she discovered was Chen Hao's capsule submarine. What is that? Tang Kaier was suspended in place, watching the capsule submarine from a distance. As far as she knew, Tiandu University did not have submarines of this level. So Tang Kaier could only wait and see. But at this moment, Tang Kaier heard a sound wave. To be precise, someone was using the sound wave to talk to her. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Kaier, hello, I am Chen Hao. Do you still remember me? Chen Hao. Tang Kaier was slightly surprised. She had never thought that she would see Chen Hao again under such circumstances. In fact, unlike Chen Hao, who was a blockhead, the reason why Tang Kaier and Chen Hao were one-day lovers was that Tang Kaier bribed the referee and asked her to arrange for herself to be a one-day lover with Chen Hao. Because Tang Kaier's principle of life is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. So when she meets someone she likes, she will try every means to fight for him. At that time, Chen Hao, who was tall and thin and had a bookish look, made Tang Kaier quite fond of him, so Tang Kaier wanted to get to know him better. And then there was the matter of a one-day couple. After that, Tang Kaier took the initiative to find Chen Hao several times, but Chen Hao always had a mentality of working part-time to earn money for his studies, so Tang Kaier was tactful and did not take any action for the time being. Because Tang Kaier knew very well that no man would like to find a woman he likes when he is down and out, because that would make a man feel powerless. Feeling useless. It would make people feel inferior to the bones. So Tang Kaier has been waiting for Chen Hao to get rid of poverty and be willing to boldly love life and women, but he entered the end of the world. So Tang Kaier responded to Chen Hao's sound waves from a distance. Are you the Chen Hao I know? It's me, the one who only cares about working part-time to earn money for his studies, knows how to work every day, and deliberately ignores you chasing me. Hearing that Chen Hao actually didn't know anything, Tang Kaier was actually angry and wanted to laugh for a while. I was angry because Chen Hao pretended not to understand and ignored my feelings. I was amused because Chen Hao knew my feelings. He has learned to joke, but I don't understand what he thinks of me now? Tang Kaier couldn't help but get a little nervous. Beautiful Kaier, although I am happy to see you again, there is one thing I still need to ask. Does it hurt to have such a big hole in your stomach? Tang Kaier looked at the transparent hole on her stomach and felt a little embarrassed. No matter whether it is a man or a woman, they would not want to make a fool of themselves in front of the person they like. So Tang Kaier smiled a little awkwardly. Section 80. But Chen Hao just smiled slightly. I have antibiotics on the ship. Find a place and I'll give you an injection. Okay. Come with me. Tang Kaier turned around and rushed towards the back mountain with Chen Hao. At this moment, of the huge Tiandu University, only the back mountain was still above the water. It might hurt a little, just bear with it. Then slow down. Good. Slow down. Slow down. I can't stand it. Phew, that's it, you can continue. Until all the liquid in the needle is injected. Chen Hao Tsai said something. I pulled it out. Good. Tang Kaier clutched her stomach and was sweating profusely. She has been very afraid of injections since she was very young. But she didn't expect that Chen Hao would still remember the little things she mentioned to Chen Hao so many years ago. This made Tang Kaier very happy. However, Tang Kaier still asked a key question. Chen Hao, why did you suddenly come to Tiandu University? And you're still driving such a high-end submarine. After all, submarines are different from many things. Many things are like mobile phones. The larger they are, the more expensive they are. But submarines are different. The smaller they are, the more sophisticated they are, the higher their technical content, and the more valuable they are. So this capsule submarine is definitely not something that ordinary people can drive, Chen Hao said with a smile. It's just a windfall. In fact, I came to Tiandu University this time to save people. Do you know a strange cat with wings? Did you meet that weird cat too? Tang Kaier's face turned very ugly. She knew better than anyone how scary that strange cat was. Because that strange cat left a huge transparent hole in her belly, and it hasn't healed yet. After listening to Tang Kaier's words, Chen Hao looked at the wound on Tang Kaier's stomach and couldn't help but sneered. I understand. That's just right. When I go to save people, I can help you get revenge. Are you alone? Tang Kaier was a little nervous. But Chen Hao just nodded firmly. Don't worry, just like you have the power to be reborn, I have also awakened the power, so I'm not afraid of it. Even so, I don't recommend you to go, because there are some creatures in the back mountain that have also mutated. That strange cat can only be said to be the best among them, but it may not be the most powerful. The implication is that Chen Hao may not be defeated by the strange cat, but he may also be defeated by other mutated creatures. This made Chen Hao somewhat interested. Tell me what mutant creatures there are in the back mountains and what methods they use. I'd better go with you. There are many types of mutations. If you just use words to describe them, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them alone. Is this okay? Your body is still injured. It's much better already. Tang Kaier pointed at her lower abdomen. Only then did Chen Hao surprisingly discover that there was a transparent hole that was as large as 10 centimeters. Now it has shrunk to about 5 centimeters visibly to the naked eye. It seems that Kaier's awakened power is not just that of a mermaid. So Chen Hao didn't refuse. After all, he and Tang Kaier were quite happy to get along. So you could be a couple for a day before, and now you can be a comrade for a day. While Tang Kaier led Chen Hao the way, she chatted with Chen Hao. I heard that after you graduated from college, you went to work in a yacht company. Could your submarine be taken from the company? That's right, but it's you. You actually stayed in Tiandu City after graduation. This is something I didn't expect. Because in Tiandu City, there is one thing that I haven't finished yet. Tang Kaier didn't say what it was, but both Chen Hao and Tang Kaier knew what it was. It was that Tang Kaier had been waiting for Chen Hao to find time to fall in love. Speaking of which, how did you attract the attention of that strange cat? In order to avoid it, we have never dared to move at night, and every night, someone must keep watch. You? Chen Hao frowned slightly. He originally thought that Tang Kaier was a mermaid now and could survive alone. As a result, she is still with someone else? Doesn't that mean that Tang Kaier is very likely to encounter the legendary killing demon? But Tang Kaier thought that Chen Hao misunderstood that she was with someone else, so she quickly explained. It's a group of my students. Because I teach biology courses, I happened to bring a small team to the back mountain to collect organisms before the heavy rain came. Unexpectedly, through a strange combination of circumstances, I avoided the heavy rain and survived. Good luck is sometimes a way to win over others. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel sad for the people staying in university dormitories, because usually, the highest floors in schools can only be built to the 6th floor, which is no more than 20 meters, and the tragic reality is that now the water level has surged by almost 50 meters. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Look, that's the top of the hill where that strange cat lives. Chen Hao looked in the direction of Tang Kaier's finger. He saw a mountaintop in the heavy rain. He couldn't see it clearly, but he could faintly feel an evil spirit. An evil spirit that naturally forms when there are too many dead creatures. The smell of blood is so strong. This guy must have killed a lot of people, right? This guy appeared about half a month ago. After he appeared, he basically wiped out the area with blood. Originally, there were still a few small groups surviving nearby, but now they are all gone. And a few days ago, I was suddenly attacked by it when I was about 20 meters underwater. It actually attacked you underwater? A cold light flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. That strange cat knew that the water was Tang Kaier's home court, but it still dared to take action. That only shows that this strange cat is not only intelligent. He was also bold and careful, so he was able to catch Tang Kaier off guard. He's a troublesome guy. You have to be careful with him. It would be bad if he hurts Amy. So Chen Hao took out his drone, turned on the silent mode, and flew to the top of the hill where the strange cat was. Tang Kaier was a little surprised. Where did you get this thing from? Private space. I have awakened space-type powers, so I can store items in it. I see. Tang Kaier suddenly woke up, and then moved closer to Chen Hao, and watched the real-time video with Chen Hao. As the distance between the two became closer, Chen Hao's breathing and the smell of Chen Hao's body were all changing. Break into Tang Kaier's breath. He smells even better than before. He was admiring the smell of Chen Hao with some intoxication. The next second, the faces of Chen Hao and Tang Kaier became extremely ugly. Because they saw an extremely tragic scene. Chen Hao and Tang Kaier saw a lot of corpses on the hilltop occupied by strange cats. And the appearance of death is extremely terrifying. Some were split in half from the middle. Some even had their hands and feet cut off by sharp claws. There is also a body that looks like running in front, but the head is still on the ground behind. All these signs of death show that this strange cat does not eat people, but only plays with them. It's so scary. This cat just enjoys killing people. Tang Kaier felt sick in her stomach. In fact, Tang Kaier had never seen corpses in the apocalypse, but the corpses she had seen were all those that suffered accidental deaths at best. Instead of being tortured to death like what we see now. Do you take pleasure in killing living people? Chen Hao thought of the information recorded by Noah's Ark, that strange cat, which obviously has the power to crush Amy, has been hovering in the air, playing a game of eagle and chicken with Amy. Generally speaking, a creature hunts another creature in order to survive. But this strange cat is not. Its behavior pattern is more like revenge than abuse. Revenge against creatures like humans. And get the pleasure of revenge from it. If we analyze it along this line of thinking, then maybe it was originally a stray cat on campus. Tang Kaier is also an extremely smart person. She immediately understood Chen Hao's thinking and extended it from Chen Hao's analysis. Let's say it's a stray cat. Once in human society and civilization, we were looked down upon and driven away by humans, and even some were beaten severely. Then its behavior at this time has been reasonably explained. If this is really the case, then I have a rescue plan that I can try. What plan? At the same time, on the hilltop occupied by the strange cat, Amy was being thrown on the ground full of bloody smell. My hair. This smell feels familiar and annoying at the same time. Section 81. Amy wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the corpses around her calmly. Although the environment was bad, Amy didn't give up the idea of escaping for a second. So Amy quietly picked up a thigh bone from the ground and held it in her palm. But strangely, after throwing Amy to the ground, the big cat ignored Amy. Instead, it swaggered onto a stone, curled up its limbs and lay down, looking like it was going to sleep. Sleep? Amy was slightly surprised, but she didn't act rashly. Instead, she observed the strange cat for more than 10 minutes, and then she was sure that the breathing was stable. The big cat was indeed asleep. But Amy still couldn't figure it out. Why? Why did it only think about sleeping after bringing me back? Does it think that I have been seriously injured and don't have the ability to escape? Amy couldn't figure it out. But she still decided that she had to escape as soon as possible. At least, she had to delay for a little longer. This way she could wait for Chen Hao's rescue. If Chen Hao would come to rescue her. From the situation just now, this should be a place similar to an isolated island. Because Tendu University was submerged, only the hills behind the mountain were not submerged, so it is not wrong to say that it is an isolated island. So even if I can't escape, I can find a place to hide. So the next moment, Amy's eyes were fixed on the strange cat, and then she quietly got up. But the strange cat really seemed to think that Amy couldn't get up, and continued to sleep soundly on the stone, without being aware that Amy had stood up. Seeing this, Amy quietly tiptoed, staring at the strange cat with both eyes, and slowly retreated backwards. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Just when Amy's spirit was highly concentrated. And she escaped smoothly little by little. In a trance, Amy seemed to see the strange cat raised a corner of his mouth. It was like laughing evilly. Ridiculing Amy's little actions. Son of a bitch. Didn't it sleep at all? It's been playing tricks on me. Watching me run desperately, like a clown. Amy was furious. This feeling of being teased is more uncomfortable than killing her directly. Seeing that Amy has already discovered it, the strange cat simply stopped pretending and flew straight from the stone into the sky. Then it circled violently and turned sharply. It rushed in front of Amy quickly. It stretched out its cat claws with a whistle. Meow. Amy only felt a gust of wind coming. Her whole body was about to be blown up. The next moment, a violent impact hit Amy's body. Amy's body was almost torn into pieces. My hair, Amy felt that every inch of her skin was about to crack. Every bone in her body was about to fall apart. She even felt that she was only one step away from death. Fuck. Fuck. It ends here. I'm really unwilling. I still have a lot of delicious food. I haven't eaten it yet, and a lot of fun things. I haven't played with my sisters, and the most important thing, is that I haven't been able to give him a child. Amy couldn't help but think of Chen Hao's smile in her mind, the greatest manifestation of a woman's love for a man. It's to take the initiative to help this man have a child. Unfortunately, this idea seems to have no way to be completed. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. He. Seeing that Amy was really lying on the ground and couldn't move this time, the strange cat suddenly laughed extremely anthropomorphically. As if it was not a cat, but a person who turned into a cat. He. The strange cat laughed a few more times, and after carefully confirming that Amy was not pretending to be dead, he walked over and prepared to chop off Amy's hands and feet. This is its latest discovery. The vitality of these two-legged beasts is very tenacious. So after the limbs are cut off, you can still live for a long time. And then after this long time, you still have no limbs, that is the extreme pain. He. The strange cat walked up to Amy with a strange laugh, and stretched out a sharp claw from its huge paw, ready to fall on Amy's limbs. But at this time, Amy, who was almost dead, suddenly opened her eyes. Then she stabbed the bone spur on her hand into the cat's paw. Ah! The strange cat screamed. It fell to the ground and rolled. This scene. Amy laughed out loud. Ha. Dead cat. Stinky cat. Remember this. People are always your uncles. You can't afford to offend them. Ha. Sure Ching, I used this sentence you taught me. Woo. Chen Hao. I will never see you again. Woo. Amy cried and laughed on the ground. She felt that she was really going to die this time. But at this moment, a voice from Chen Hao's side rang softly in Amy's ears. Little fool, don't be afraid, I'm here. You're here? Amy couldn't believe it. But Chen Hao just smiled. If you don't stop your tears quickly, I will see your ugliest side. I'm not crying. Amy said and quickly wiped away the tears on her face. No woman would want to show the ugly side of herself crying to the man she likes. Then where are you? Ouch. Chen Hao hasn't appeared yet, that weird injured cat. He has come back with red eyes. This time. It doesn't care whether Amy is dead or alive. Amy must be cut into pieces. Oops. Amy's pupils shrank suddenly. Such a fierce stance. I'm afraid that even if Chen Hao comes in person, he won't be able to save himself. He even got injured along with it. Chen Hao. Don't come here. Amy. Don't be afraid. See how I drive it away. Chen Hao's voice came, and the next second, Chen Hao suddenly appeared. But not the 1.8 meter tall Chen Hao. Instead, Chen Hao, who was 180 meters tall, suddenly appeared on the ground. Chen Hao. Amy was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth from ear to ear. She thought of countless ways for Chen Hao to appear. But this is the only one I haven't thought about. And that strange cat was so frightened that it stood on its head with all the hair on its body. Keep roaring and falling backwards. In front of Chen Hao, who was 180 meters away, it seems to have turned back into that poor stray cat. Vulnerable. No resistance. As for Chen Hao, after seeing the pitiful appearance of the strange cat that was cowardly and pretending to be fierce, he just smiled with disdain. Get out of here. The word go came out. Like rolling thunder. The strange cat was so frightened that it screamed. Turn around and run away in embarrassment. Success. Seeing the strange cat running away from a distance, Chen Hao and Tang Kaier secretly smiled. Chen Hao, who is 180 meters tall, is naturally fake. That is actually an illusion produced by thousands of drones, projected holographically together. If it weren't for Chen Hao's space being able to be copied infinitely, plus Shanyo's extremely powerful artificial intelligence, there is no way to create such a massive illusion. But with that strange cat's intelligence, he should be able to react quickly. So be fast. Amy must be rescued before it comes back. So Chen Hao shook his hand and released an off-road motorcycle. Kaier, get in the car. Good. Kaier immediately sat on the back seat, and her proudy chest was pressed tightly against Chen Hao's back. Woo! 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 Chen Hao was driving a mountain motorcycle and quickly shuttled through the uneven mountain roads, so in order not to be thrown off, Tang Kaier could only hold Chen Hao tightly and press her chest tightly against Chen Hao's back. So during this bumpy journey, Tang Kaier and Chen Hao were constantly squeezing and rubbing, as if they were both getting a massage. Chen Hao massaged his back, while Tang Kaier massaged that proud chest. So much so that Tang Kaier's face turned a little red. After all, it is sensitive meat. Amy. Chen Hao stopped the car next to Amy, quickly turned over to check Amy's condition. At this moment, Amy's condition was a bit bad, her mouth was bleeding, dozens of bones in her body were broken, and her whole body was also shaking. High fever, but her body is healing quickly. As an awakened berserker, Amy's resilience is extremely strong. Fortunately, I finally caught up, but I still have to get a shot first. Chen Hao took out a small dose of epinephrine and injected it into Amy's arm. This could boost Amy's physical vitality and allow Amy to recover faster. Chen Hao. It's here again. Feeling a gust of wind coming, Tang Kaier immediately issued an early warning. Section 82. But Chen Hao wasn't nervous at all, because the reason why Chen Hao didn't choose to attack before was because Amy was in the hands of the strange cat, and he was afraid that the strange cat would kill Amy in a rage. But now that Amy is back in his hands, Chen Hao no longer has to tie his hands and feet. So Chen Hao put Amy into a safe house and took it into the creation space. It's not that living things cannot be stored in the creation space, but because there is no oxygen in it, the creatures will die quickly after entering, but it is safe. There is an automatic oxygen supply device in the house. It can supply Amy with oxygen for at least 24 hours. Weird cat, right? Let me see what you are capable of. Boom! A dull gunshot sounded. A bullet passed through the air and hit the strange cat in the sky. That bullet was shot by Barrett, the most powerful sniper rifle in the world. High speed. More powerful. So even if it is a strange cat with rough skin and thick flesh. I was also scared to death. He escaped with his strong perception. Missed. Tang Kaier secretly cried out that it was a pity. If it were an ordinary monster, it would be fine if it missed. But this is an intelligent monster. So next, the strange cat will definitely change the way he fights. You won't rush in like this. And the reality is just as Tang Kaier feared. Frightened by Barrett's power, the strange cat did not dare to blindly approach again, but quickly passed through the sky, leaving a string of harsh sounds. Ah 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 ah. The sound is sharp and harsh. It was like 1,000 needles were stuck into Chen Hao and Tang Kaier's ears at the same time. Voice. Voice. Kaier. Relax. This is just a sonic attack. Chen Hao gently patted Kai's shoulder, which instantly made Kai relax a lot. The function of sound waves is mainly to stimulate the brain and make people temporarily lose their mobility. But for people with strong will or strong strength, the effect is minimal. Seeing that his sonic attack was ineffective against Chen Hao, the strange cat flying in midair couldn't help but feel annoyed. Meow. It has grown up under the bullying of humans all its life. Now I finally have the strength to take revenge and go back. But it met someone more powerful than it. This makes it feel extremely unwilling. However, if you can't deal with Chen Hao yourself, can you let other animals try? After all, in the biological world, even the largest and most powerful elephants will die suddenly from eating parasites. So killing people doesn't necessarily have to be suppressed by force. Then the strange cat whistled a strange spring sound in the air. Meow meow. Chen Hao and Tang Kai couldn't help but pricked up their ears in curiosity, because the strange cat's meow at this time didn't sound like a fight at all, but like courtship. Is it crazy? No. It's driving the whole mountain of animals crazy. Chen Hao felt something bad. Under the roar of the strange cat, the animals in the entire mountain seemed to have received some kind of signal at the same time, and they were rushing towards Chen Hao and others. What is that? Is it a dog? No. It's a rat. Tang Kai felt physically uncomfortable for a while. Rats are disgusting enough. What's more, it's a mutated mouse. Built like a dog. The ugly face looks more like it has been scalded with sulfuric acid. But what's even more terrifying is that these mutated rats are coming from all directions. Everyone flocked to Chen Hao and Tang Kai. What to do? Don't be afraid. Look at me. Chen Hao instantly opened up a 10-meter field. With Chen Hao as the center, everything within a radius of 10 meters has become an absolute space field. Any creature that comes over will be sent directly into the creation space. And then suffocated to death. This is an all-round defense. In the sky, the strange cat witnessed all this. With a faint light shining in its eyes, its perception is extremely strong. As early as when Chen Hao was still in Noah's Ark, he knew that Chen Hao was not easy to mess with. It's just that it never knew what kind of means Chen Hao had. But now, the weird cat understands. Chen Hao can swallow everything into a weird space. Meow meow meow. Another high-pitched cry sounded. The strange cat once again used its powerful biological deterrent to mobilize the animals in this mountain. But this time, what it mobilized was not all the disgusting things like mice, but butterflies one after another, all emitting a faint light. Butterfly? Chen Hao was a little surprised. These butterflies were flying in the air, not afraid of the beating of the rainstorm. Even when they spread their wings gracefully, they would emit bits and pieces of pink light from time to time, and these pink lights seemed to be dancing. Fireflies flying in the wind flew everywhere, filling the entire nearby space aimlessly. What's this? Tang Kai, who had never seen this kind of butterfly, was shocked. Then she looked at the pink light floating in front of her. She couldn't help but take it with her hands, crush it with her hands, and then put it under her nose and smell it. The smell was faint. Yes, there is only a little fragrance, not particularly good. Strange, why do I suddenly feel so hot all over my body? Tang Kai couldn't help but start to pull her clothes. Her body felt like a fire was burning. It was so uncomfortable that she had to take off all her clothes immediately. Chen Hao, who was on the other side, also realized the problem of this pink light. Oh no! These things. Could they have aphrodisiac effects? There's something wrong with these pink spots. Kai, are you okay? Chen Hao looked at Tang Kai, but just as he turned around, a hot beauty got into Chen Hao's arms. Kai. Chen Hao. I'm hot. Tang Kai's eyes were blurred and her whole body was hot. Under the high temperature around her body, Tang Kai's body could not help but begin to emit a faint fragrance, and it penetrated into Chen Hao's nose, and then penetrated into Chen Hao's heart little by little, making Chen Hao's heart itch. This is the fragrance of mermaids. Chen Hao could not help but think of the legend of the previous life. In the previous life, many people awakened to become mermaids. Among these mermaids, a small number of people, especially women, can emit a special body fragrance that can seduce men, making men obsessed with them and willing to sacrifice their lives for them. But Chen Hao didn't expect that Tang Kaiyar had this extremely rare physique. At the same time, he didn't expect that this body fragrance was extremely attractive, even he couldn't control himself. No wonder the legend says that mermaids are good at seducing sailors. Who can resist this kind of attractive fragrance? Chen Hao's consciousness began to become drowsy, and an instinctive desire was quickly occupying Chen Hao's consciousness. Chen Hao just wanted to struggle a few more times. Tang Kaiyar in his arms has begun to take the initiative. She threw Chen Hao down with force and continuously delivered her honey to Chen Hao. Chen Hao did not refuse, and began to enjoy this sweetness in big mouthfuls, while hugging Tang Kaiyar tightly, and entangled with Tang Kaiyar. The strange cat flying in the air, looking at Chen Hao and Tang Kaiyar entangled together, couldn't help but let out a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. He. Because it found an opportunity to kill Chen Hao. Back when it was still a little wild cat, back when it was bullied by humans at will, it discovered one thing: when a man and a woman are entangled in the wild, it is the easiest time to get revenge. So the strange cat leaped up and quickly dived towards Chen Hao and Tang Kaiyar, that can join people in the air. It is sure that at this time, when Chen Hao is immersed in the gentle countryside, it only needs to lightly claw to chop off the heads of Chen Hao and Tang Kaiyar. But the strange cat didn't expect it. Just when its claws were about to fall on Chen Hao, a strong sense of crisis surrounded it instantly. It made its hair stand on end instantly. Meow! The strange cat screamed. It immediately wanted to turn around and flee. But the powerful diving force just now could not be stopped immediately, so its body approached Chen Hao by dozens of meters. Meow! The frightened strange cat exerted all its strength. A pair of wings flapped desperately. It finally stopped its body 5 meters away from Chen Hao. Ha! The strange cat secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because although Chen Hao's ability is very strong, there is still a limit. That distance is only about 5 meters. So if he is 5 meters away, he will definitely be fine. However, the strange cat's relief did not last for 1 second. A terrifying sense of crisis instantly overwhelmed it. Meow! The hairs on the strange cat's body stood up again. And this time, the strange cat couldn't help but tremble all over, feeling unprecedented terror. Because this time, it felt that it would really die. And it was the kind of death that there was no escape. Meow! Meow! But even if it knew it was going to die, the strange cat still struggled hard. It tried its best to escape. It's a pity. The more it struggled, the more painful it would die. You cruel beast, just die obediently. Chen Hao, who was holding Tang Kaiyar and exercising, sneered. The superpowers will gradually become stronger with the body. So before, it could only expand a 10-meter space area, but now it can expand a 30-meter space area. As for why Chen Hao only expanded a 10-meter space area when he was catching the cheap mouse? Ha ha! When your enemy is watching you, if you don't hold back, it is equivalent to giving your life to the other party. So, be a man. No matter when. You must hold back. So, go to hell. Chen Hao's thought moved, and the strange cat was immediately swallowed into the creation space by Chen Hao. In the creation space without oxygen, even if the strange cat has a body length of 10 meters, extremely sharp cat claws, and wings that can fly, it still can't change its final outcome. Death. Watching the strange cat die, Chen Hao's bad breath in his heart finally dissipated. Dare to catch his woman, it is obvious that he thinks his life is too long. But now that the worries are lifted, Chen Hao is in a good mood, and the joy of entanglement with Tang Kaiyar has become particularly enjoyable. 3 hours later, Chen Hao looked at Tang Kaiyar in his arms with some surprise. Although it was Tang Kaiyar's first time, the mermaid's physique that gets stronger when in water was fully demonstrated on her. Not only did she not feel any pain due to the bleeding, but because of the heavy rain, she became more and more courageous. She was the one with the best physical strength among the many women at present. It seems that mermaids are the protagonists of this rainstorm world. But how did mermaids become extinct in the last life? It seems that because there is no strong leader, they became a mess, and were finally besieged to death by mutant fish in the ocean? Thinking of this, Chunhao couldn't help but have an idea. If he supported Tang Kaiyar and made her the leader of mermaids, would it change the future of mermaids, a new species? This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Although mermaids can't be completely considered human, they can't be completely considered fish. Well, so humans and mermaids still have a chance to live in harmony. So Chunhao kissed Tang Kaiyar on the forehead gently. This Tang Kaiyar waited for him to fall in love for a full 5 years. Are you going to leave? Feeling Chunhao's kiss, Tang Kaiyar, who was lying in Chunhao's arms, was reluctant to stick to Chunhao's chest. Chunhao smiled slightly. What do you mean? I heard that when men are about to leave, they like to pretend to kiss women affectionately to show that they love women, but they don't really want to leave. Then I'm different from them. Are you really affectionate? No. Not only do I want to leave, I also want to take you with me. Chunhao gently lifted the messy hair on Tang Kaiyar's forehead and said, Come with me. I have a big ship, big and comfortable. Not yet. Tang Kaiyar shook her head and actually rejected Chunhao's invitation. I still have a group of students waiting for me in the mountains. I can't leave them behind. Speaking of your students, I want to ask, are there any awakened ones among your students? Especially, are there any students who have awakened fire-type superpowers? Chunhao confirmed very seriously in the last life, the demon who killed all the students used fire-type superpowers. This is the only point Chunhao confirmed. But Tang Kaiyar just shook her head slightly. No, the only student who has awakened his superpowers, he uses telekinesis to control rocks to throw at his opponent. Like this. Chunhao frowned slightly, thinking that it was because of his rebirth that the demon that was supposed to appear disappeared. After all, the impact of his rebirth is like the butterfly effect. Even if he just sneezed, it is possible to form a tornado and sweep the whole world. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly concerned about my students? This matter, Chunhao was about to explain to Tang Kaiyar, but unexpectedly, the key tablet in his pocket vibrated and issued an emergency report. Alert! Alert! Encountered enemy attack. The deck on the 3rd floor was severely damaged. The damage to the deck in Area B is 1%. What? Chunhao was a little shocked. Noah's Ark, but it can even block a wave of nuclear bombs. But now someone can break its defense. And it broke 1% at once. So Chunhao immediately turned on the holographic projection just above Noah's Ark. A figure stood like a demon king. And his eyes were emitting fiery red laser light. He was slowly cutting the deck of Noah's Ark. This person. It was Night Owl. He was the strongest of the 339th Corps. He was also the lover of Chu Qian, the current commander of the 339th Corps. He came to kill Chunhao and Noah's Ark. But now on Noah's Ark, there was only Chunhao's woman. Mermaid Meng Mei once used illusion to show me all the awakened people in the 339th Corps and their abilities. It was indeed Night Owl. But I didn't expect that his combat power was so strong that he could even cut through the deck of Noah's Ark. Looking at the laser light emitted from Night Owl's eyes, Chunhao knew this person was dead. He must die. Kaiyar, I'm going back. If you don't want to go on the boat with me for the time being, then take this satellite phone and call me if you have anything to say. Of course, you can also call me if you miss me. You don't need me to go with you? That guy doesn't look easy to deal with. Tang Kaiyar was a little worried because that Night Owl looked like Superman in anime. And Superman in anime has always been synonymous with invincible. But Chunhao just smiled slightly, and then kissed Tang Kaiyar on the forehead gently. I just need you to be safe and happy. As for other things, I will handle it myself. Slippery tongue. You've learned bad things. Tang Kaiyar said lightly, but the smile on the corner of her mouth was obviously unable to be suppressed. In fact, it's not that she doesn't like slippery-tongued men, But the men she likes didn't slippery-tongued before. Yeah. So when Chenhao slippery-tongued, she began to like slippery-tongued men. Okay, remember to call me to chat. Also, if you find that one of your students has awakened a fire-related ability, stay away from it. And notify me immediately. Okay. I remember. Then I'll leave first. As Chenhao spoke, he released a mountain motorcycle, then drove the motorcycle away on the top of the mountain. Looking at Chenhao's receding back, Tang Kaier stared blankly for a long time, and then suddenly scolded him coquettishly. Damn Chenhao! Why don't you explain to me why you saved a woman? I'm not the kind of woman who only wants to occupy you alone. Humph. But Chenhao really couldn't hear it, because the attack of Night Owl was stronger than expected. So Chenhao was sprinting at full speed. 100 meters above Noah's Ark, a man in a black coat stepped on the air with his hands behind his back. His name is Night Owl. He is the recognized strongest man in the 339th Corps. No one dares to be his enemy. Flying. Laser eyes. Super strong physique and overwhelming power. These are just like Superman in comics. It's simply invincible. Even the deck that bullets can't penetrate slowly began to melt under his laser eyes, but this deck is said to be able to withstand a wave of nuclear bomb attacks. Ha! The material is really extraordinary. It can actually hold up until now. Ha ha! But it will eventually be destroyed in my hands. Night Owl sneered. At this moment, he was more like a willful child than a warrior, so willful that he wanted to do something that looked boring. For example, watching a person lick a lollipop, how many licks does it take to lick it all? Or watching a person slap a watermelon, how long does it take to smash the watermelon? Why? Because it's too boring to be strong. So far. Anyone who is Night Owl's opponent will be solved by Night Owl instantly. So if Night Owl doesn't kill time, then when he goes on a mission, he basically chases and kills thousands of miles away, and then finishes the task in 5 seconds. There is no joy at all. Let me see how long you can hold on. So Night Owl continued to activate the laser eyes, carefully and meticulously cutting the deck on the 3rd floor of Noah's Ark. Let Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, Beilal and 3 women panic. Shiqing, is there still no way to get rid of him? No. His flying speed is faster than Fangzhou. I have no way to get rid of him. What should I do? Let me try. Bai Lilin took a deep breath, and then her eyes suddenly flashed blue light. Then, the rainstorms from all directions suddenly turned into 5 to 6 meter long snakes in the air. All of them bit the Night Owl in the sky violently. They wanted to cut him into 700 to 800 pieces. But facing these dozens of snakes, the Night Owl just showed an interested expression. Ha, it's interesting. That's right. If you don't struggle, it will be less interesting. So the Night Owl stood still and let these snakes transformed from rain bite him one by one. They wanted to cut him into 700 to 800 pieces. But... what? Bai Lilin opened her eyes in disbelief. Because she got feedback from the rain. Her snakes were already biting the Night Owl's body. But these snakes that could bite through iron plates didn't even bite through Night Owl's skin by 1 millimeter. Is this guy's body made of alloy? It can't be bitten through at all. What should we do? Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Because Noah's Ark, which had never issued a red alert, was still broadcasting the progress of danger. Alert! Alert! The damage to the deck on the 3rd floor reached 5%. Please pay attention to timely protection. Please pay attention to technical protection. Bai Lilin gritted her teeth. Chenhao was not there, and as the strongest person, she naturally had the obligation to protect her sisters. Section 84. So Bai Lilin comforted the 2 of them. Don't be afraid. I have plenty of means. I will never let him hurt you. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. The blue light in Bai Lilin's eyes was even worse. This was a further manifestation of her ability. Blue represents water. So the blue light in her eyes means that she is giving full play to her ability to control all water sources. Condensate. Water prison. Bailalin shook her hands. The rain all around suddenly enveloped the night owl like a pair of big hands. Next moment, the rainwater condensed into a round ball. Trapped the night owl in 360 degrees without any blind spots. Bailalin couldn't help but pant after mobilizing such a large amount of rainwater. Every living thing needs to breathe. No matter how strong your body is, if you can't breathe, you will still die. So Bailalin is confident in this move of hers. She believed that she could suffocate Yi Xiao to death if she had the chance. And the chances are great. But Night Owl, who was in the water prison, just pressed his ears with his fingers in boredom. Is it only to this extent? I thought it was going to use some kind of ability, but it turned out that it just trapped me in it out of boredom and wanted to suffocate me to death. Ah! Yi Xiao sneered and raised his hand to punch. Suddenly there was a bang. The water prison that Bailalin had worked so hard to condense exploded in an instant. What? Bailalin's eyes shrank. The quality of water is not light. 1 cubic meter of water contains 1 ton. And that water prison is at least 20 cubic meters. That's 20 tons. But he was knocked away by Yi Xiao's punch just like that. So facing such a powerful enemy, even Bailalin couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't help but start asking secretly in her heart. Chen Hao, where are you? I need you. So did Xiao Xiao and Wu Shiqing. Brother Haozi, where are you? I'm a little scared. And just when the 3 women were calling out in their hearts, Chen Hao's voice rang out. Don't be afraid, babies, I'm back. Chen Hao / Brother Haozi / Brother Chen. The 3 women screamed in surprise. This sudden dawn in despair made their hearts jump with excitement. And the night owl in the sky also felt the aura of a strong man. In the face of this aura, his fearless and powerful self-confidence actually began to shrink a little. This makes Night Owl very angry. Let Night Owl grit his teeth and look at a speedboat on the water. He shouted out a name through gritted teeth. Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Hao. I wish I could bite Chen Hao to death. Facing a strong person, the self-confidence of ordinary people will definitely shrink. Because there is an insurmountable gap between the strong and ordinary people. Therefore, ordinary people are only qualified to fail, and there is no shame in losing to the strong. But is Night Owl an ordinary person? No. He is not. He is an invincible person. But he shrank in front of Chen Hao. How could he not be angry? So Night Owl became willful again. But this time, the willfulness is not to slowly torture Chen Hao to death, but to attack quickly. Don't test Chen Hao's ability. Don't test Chen Hao's trump card either. Just choose to do it. Chen Hao. Go to hell. Yi Xiao quickly rushed in front of Chen Hao, more than 10 meters away from Chen Hao. Just punch in the air. Boom. The powerful punch hits the air. A terrifying shock wave formed. Quickly rushed to Chen Hao's location. Sharp. Chen Hao directly expanded the space field. Collect this shock wave into the creation space. It's a pity that I'm more powerful. Gone. Yi Xiao suddenly stepped back. The disappearance of the punch shockwave still gave him a warning. That's Chen Hao's spatial ability, which doesn't seem to be that easy to deal with. Must be treated with caution. But when Chen Hao saw Yi Xiao enter a defensive posture, he immediately took out the Barrett, pointed it at Yi Xiao, pulled the trigger and fired 3 shots. Boom! 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 Night Owl's body suddenly trembled 3 times. Known as the most powerful sniper bullet in the world. It actually only penetrated Yi Xiao's body slightly. Only 3 minor injuries were left on his body. What a terrifying body defense! This guy is simply a 6-sided warrior. Chen Hao was a little surprised. Generally speaking, everyone has shortcomings. The Awakened is no exception. But currently, it seems that Night Owl is all about speed, strength, defense. A hexagonal warrior all in one. Yi Xiao, who received 3 sniper bullets from Chen Hao, was also very proud. He has long heard that Chen Hao's main attack method relies on a sniper rifle. So even a sniper rifle can't hurt him, so what else can Chen Hao do? So in a flash, Night Owl's confidence is back. Haha, is that the extent? You don't even have the thought of letting me dodge. But Chen Hao didn't say anything. He just calmly put away the sniper rifle and replaced it with a big and heavy Gatling. 6,000 rounds per minute. Even if you are made of iron. I can also grind an iron pestle into a needle for you. So the moment he saw the Gatling gun, Night Owl couldn't help but gasp. Gatling gun. The next second, a beam of bullets was like a cutting machine. Bang bang bang, it hit his chest, cutting his body. This damn space mutant. He can even take out such a weapon. Night Owl cursed wildly in his heart. But then he found out that the power of this Gatling gun was just that. It was like a mosquito bite, which made him have no desire to dodge at all. At the same time, Night Owl also glanced at Chen Hao's remaining bullets. It looked like there were only 200 or 300 rounds, and it was estimated that he would be finished in another 10 seconds. Ha! There is no need to hide at all. So Night Owl straightened his chest and let Chen Hao's bullets shoot at his chest. When Chen Hao shot all the bullets, he found that it had no effect on him. The expression at that time must be very exciting. However, time passed by minute by minute. There was no sign that the bullets in Chen Hao's hand were finished. On the contrary, it was Night Owl himself. Although it was only the pain of a mosquito bite. But when the number is added up, it is as powerful as a mosquito, and it can bite people to death. So in an instant, the accumulated pain came like a tidal wave. Night Owl couldn't bear this pain, and with a wild roar, he soared into the sky and dodged Chen Hao's bullet. Aha! Ha! Still want to leave? Chen Hao didn't hesitate, and immediately turned the muzzle to chase Night Owl. And he deliberately aimed at Night Owl's wound to chase. It's better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Hitting someone means chasing the wound. The old wound was attacked by a new attack. The intense pain tortured Night Owl's entire face to deform. Damn Chen Hao! But no matter how much he cursed, he still had to hide. The strongest man of the 339th Corps. He was beaten by Chen Hao like a drowned dog. He fled in the sky in a panic. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao, Wu Shiqing, and Beilin all smiled from ear to ear. Brother Haozi, so awesome. At this moment, Chen Hao was like a god. So powerful that he was invincible. Representing safety and hope. But this also completely irritated Ye Xiao. Especially when Ye Xiao saw that there were 3 top-notch goddesses on Noah's Ark, watching him make a fool of himself. No man wants to make a fool of himself in front of a beautiful woman. Even if that's not his woman. Seductive. Ye Xiao swung his hand violently, his eyes flashing red, and shot 2 sharp laser beams directly at Chen Hao's gun line. This is his most powerful attack method. The temperature is as high as 3,000 degrees. And you know, it only takes 1,500 degrees to melt steel. So Ye Xiao's laser beam has always swept everything, ignoring any defense of anyone. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. So when Night Owl's 3,000-degree laser vision met Gatling's bullet beam, without a doubt, Gatling's bullet beam was defeated miserably. It was simply crushed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Night Owl laughed triumphantly. While exerting force with his eyes, he brought his powerful laser beam closer to Chen Hao little by little. He believed that in front of his powerful laser beam, Chen Hao would definitely flee around in a panic like he did just now. But what Night Owl could never have imagined was that it was him who was fleeing in a panic this time. Section 85 finally used it. Chen Hao, who was carrying Gatling, looked at the laser beam coming from the sky with a calm expression on his face, not even hiding. Then, Night Owl's powerful laser beam mysteriously disappeared right in front of Chen Hao. Because they were all taken into Chen Hao's creation space. What? What's going on? Yi Xiao frowned and realized something was wrong. He always thought that no matter how powerful Chen Hao was, he could only collect tangible things, such as bullets and so on. But now it seems that Chen Hao can even absorb laser light. No! This is impossible. My laser beam has a temperature of 3000 degrees. How can he absorb it? So Night Owl increases its efforts. Push your own laser beam to the limit. Towards the 6000 degree mark. He doesn't believe it. Such terrifying heat. Chen Hao can still take it in. But Chen Hao not only accepted it, he was also very happy to receive it. It turns out that the temperature can be raised. Okay. Try harder and raise the temperature a little more. Don't hide it. Hateful. Night Owl was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His eyes flashed red and the laser beam stopped. After all, if he wants to shoot such a high temperature, the consumption for himself is extremely shocking. But seeing Yi Xiao stop, Chen Hao smiled slightly. You can't do it anymore? Okay. Then let me do it. Ah. Although he was panting heavily, Yi Xiao still scoffed. Gatling wanted to kill him, it was simply a fantasy. But the late night snack is absolutely unexpected. What Chen Hao took out this time was not a Gatling bullet, but the same laser beam as him. Even take it out. Bigger than his. Even stronger. Laser beam. Activate. What? Laser beam. Activate. What? Hearing Chen Hao shout laser beam, Yi Xiao couldn't help but was slightly startled, thinking that is obviously my unique weapon. But the next moment. One dish is thicker than a midnight snack. A laser beam bigger than a midnight snack. It shot out suddenly from Chen Hao's palm. Boom! The laser beam carries a rumbling momentum. Blast in front of Yi Xiao with great domineering force. Shocked and unable to accept it, Night Owl reluctantly used Cyclops to fight back. Aha! Two tiny laser beams merge into one. Challenge Chen Hao head-on. He doesn't believe it. It's also unacceptable. Chen Hao's laser beam is actually bigger than his own. Thicker than mine. After all, that is the unique weapon that I am most proud of. So you must be the strongest. I am the strongest. Chen Hao, go to hell. The Night Owl roared hysterically. Power surged throughout his body, and every inch of muscle on his body turned bright red. This is him burning his muscle power, turning it into a laser beam, to compete with Chen Hao. But the reality is cruel. Night Owl is indeed very strong. But it's not enough to be an enemy of Chen Hao. How many copies of the laser beam he is proud of can be copied in Chen Hao's hands? Just copy as many as you like. How big to copy? Just copy as much as you want. So Chen Hao only felt a little resistance, that is, the full force of Yi Xiao. Then he smiled coldly. Increase output. Boom 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 boom. Just for a moment. Night Owl's all-out effort became irresistible. His laser beam was shattered by Chen Hao. His powerful right hand. He was also blasted into blood mist by Chen Hao. So for a moment, Yi Xiao was stupid. This is the first time he has failed since he awakened his powers. And he was defeated so completely. I lost. The Night Owl's eyes are about to burst. The look in Chen Hao's eyes was also full of horror and fear. Because he understood one thing. Chen Hao can kill him. And it's a complete kill. So Night Owl immediately turned around and ran away. Shout into your headphones at the same time. Come and save me. Come and save me. This arrogant and powerful man. Now I don't even bother to use nice words like rescue. Just ask someone to rescue him in embarrassment. So the first reaction of people who hear this sentence is surprise. The second reaction is that the situation is very urgent. Quick! Let everyone nearby rush to support Yi Xiao. Chu Qian, who was sitting in the command room, immediately issued the highest order. The importance of Night Owl to the 339th Corps cannot be replaced by anyone. So we must try our best to save it. So the moment the order was given, dozens of helicopters lurking around, plus hundreds of armed drones. Everyone moves out. Kill Chen Hao as a means to support Night Owl's escape. Fire! Fire! The Gatlings on the helicopter opened their guns one after another and blasted Chen Hao with a powerful firepower of 6,000 rounds per minute. Chen Hao waved his hand. Space domain. 30 meters absolute field open. Swallow all the bullets instantly. Everyone on the helicopter was stunned. You're done fighting, it's my turn. Chen Hao raised his hand again, and a powerful laser beam shot out domineeringly. With a few booms and booms, all the helicopters were swept down in an instant. There were screams. Ah-ha! Ah! Chen Hao looked at the result with satisfaction. This laser beam is much easier to use than bullets. Seeing that the helicopter was unable to stop Chen Hao, Chu Qian quickly ordered, "Get the drones on." The command was issued, and hundreds of drones rushed towards Chen Hao like mad dogs. The longest part of this kind of drone is only 1 meter, so it cannot carry firearms at all, because the recoil of the bullet will make its accuracy extremely poor. So if you can't carry firearms, you can only carry bombs. Boom! 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 Micro-missiles the size of pens were launched from the drone. Relying on the precise guidance of the drone camera, one shot at a time in the air towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao's eyes couldn't help but light up. And this kind of treasure. You know, more than 90% of the most powerful technological products are produced in military technology. For example, the internet, VR, telephone communication, etc. that are now popularized are all used for civilian purposes only after they were eliminated by the military. So the most cutting-edge technology still has to be found in the army. So the moment the drone released the micro-missiles, Chen Hao had already decided he had to grab some. Even if it's just one. So Chen Hao waved his hand. The powerful laser beam swept across half of the sky. Destroyed dozens of drones in an instant. Boom! 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 The flame flow from the explosion of the drone instantly knocked over the surrounding drones. Make these drones fly unstable, and then be forcibly captured by Chen Hao. Succeeded. The corners of Chen Hao's mouth raised slightly. In this way, this battle has yielded huge gains. Not only has the powerful means of laser light speed been obtained, he also gained an artifact like an armed drone. Of course, there is another reward, that is, killing Yi Xiao, the strongest combat force of the 339th Corps. So Chen Hao looked at the Night Owl who had fled far away, curled his lips, and used his absolute control over the space field to start distorting the space. As long as he distorted a few convex lens spaces, and then distorted a few concave and convex lens spaces, it will form a powerful telescope. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Don't talk about the 32x lens. Even 3,200 times is fine. Already aiming. Chen Hao said with a smile. At the same time, Chu Qian, who was sitting in the command room, just breathed a sigh of relief. Although a large number of helicopters and armed drones were lost, Chen Hao was finally stopped and gave Yi Xiao precious time to escape. As long as Night Owl can be kept alive, the price will not be in vain. But Chu Qian never thought in her dreams, that last second. I am still grateful to be alive. The next second, a laser beam larger than Night Owl's entire body suddenly swept across. Instantly beat Yi Xiao into nothingness. Not even the scum is left. What? What? Chu Qian sat directly on the chair in shock. She didn't react at all. Yi Xiao actually died like this. When she reacted, she realized, the only one who could emit a laser beam more powerful than Night Owl was Chen Hao. It's Chen Hao. It's Chen Hao who did it. He actually did it. Chu Qian couldn't help but gasped. She began to regret why she wanted to provoke Chen Hao. And he also began to wonder why Chen Hao had not reported to the district until now that there was a mutiny in the 339th Corps. There was only one reason. That's what Chen Hao thinks. On his own, he can sweep the entire 339th Corps. Although this was Chu Qian's unilateral idea. Damn it! Damn Chen Hao! Chu Qian couldn't help but her face twisted slightly. She was originally just a very humble woman. She married Song Yulin because of money, so no matter how Song Yulin abused her, as long as he gave her money, she could continue to endure it. And now, she finally took control of the power and became the overlord of one party. But within her sphere of influence, an extremely piercing nail appeared. No! I will never allow such an awesome person to exist. This Tiandu city can only be dominated by me. It can only belong to me alone. Section 86. With an extreme thirst for power. Chu Qian definitely did something that violated the rules. Open the X-treasure house of the 339th Corps. In that treasure house, the biggest secret of the 339th Corps is hidden. Even Meng Mei and Yi Xiao don't know the secret. After outputting a full 2-meter wide laser beam, Chen Hao also felt weak. The more copies, the more consumption. This 2-meter wide laser beam consumed nearly 10% of Chen Hao's physical strength. It seems like it's not ready for casual use. Chen Hao couldn't help but frown. Due to the influence of time reversal, his copying ability has shrunk a lot. If he was at the peak of his previous life, he could even copy a laser beam of several hundred meters, and that was instantaneous. The consumption can even be so small as to be ignored. I've been training slowly. Compared to the previous life, my limits in this life are obviously better. Thinking that he had untied a lot of knots in his heart and brought his mental state to a better peak, Chen Hao knew it. My upper limit in this life is definitely far higher than the previous one. So Chen Haofeng returned to the ark calmly. Because we fought a good fight. You must go back to accept the awards from the goddesses. Really? The moment Chen Hao walked into the living room, he immediately felt a few wolf-like eyes. Women are born to admire the strong. Therefore, Chen Hao, who defeated the strong, is the strongest among the strong. No wonder these goddesses are not moved. There's no reason why they don't secrete dopamine. So Chen Hao just raised his eyes slightly and saw the eager and longing eyes of several women. Choose me. Choose me. Choose me. Choose me. Looking at the longing and eager eyes of all the women, Chen Hao knew this was dopamine at work. When women are nervous, it is easy for women to secrete dopamine towards men who feel secure. This is why men always like to take women to watch horror movies. So the more nervous a woman is, the more dopamine she secretes. What's more, it's a situation where you almost die. So at this moment, the eyes of the three women Zhou Xiaoxiao, Wu Shiqing, and Bai Lilin revealed a kind of desire, the desire to be held tightly in Chen Hao's arms. Then have a good and intimate relationship. The longer you linger, the better. Faced with the desires of three women, Chen Hao's choices of course, I want them all. After all, children make choices. As an adult, I want them all. So Chen Hao opened his chest generously. Bring it on! Three women immediately rushed into Chen Hao's arms. Everyone wants to hug Chen Hao the tightest. The person who has been posting with Chen Hao for the longest time. But Chen Hao touched the rein and do equally, kissed all three women gently on their foreheads, and then held all three women tightly in his arms. Just holding them like this made the three women's hearts feel a little itchy, especially Wu Shiqing and Bai Lilin. With Chen Hao's development, the way they expressed their love was not just as simple as kissing and hugging. So the two of them felt itchy. As for Xiao Xiao, she also wants to be developed by Chen Hao, and she also wants to be more than just kissing and hugging Chen Hao. Sensing the impatience of these three women, Chen Hao snapped his fingers on the spot. Silly girl, help me cover the entire deck. Good master. As the decks covered the windows, the living room became dark, and then lit up bit by bit like starlight. Pushing the ambiguous atmosphere in the living room to the extreme. So Chen Hao also let go of the three women. Go! Everyone go back and put on your sexiest clothes. Then come back to me. Good. The three women nodded shyly, and then walked back to their respective rooms. I wonder which woman doesn't have a few sexy and beautiful clothes in her collection to wear to the men she likes? Watching the three people walking back to their respective rooms, Chen Hao first came to Amy's room and released Amy on the bed. At this time, Amy had already recovered from her high fever, but because of the excessive physical exertion, she still couldn't. In a coma. Then Chen Hao snapped his fingers again. Silly girl, help me lower the oxygen concentration in Xiao Xiao's room and let her fall asleep. Why? Because Wu Shiqing and Bai Lilin are both women, but Xiao Xiao is just a girl. So a big scene with several people at once is not suitable for her. But Chen Hao also decided to pick an opportunity to give Xiao Xiao an unforgettable coming-of-age gift. Because after meeting Tang Kaier, Chen Hao suddenly felt that keeping a woman waiting for him was not what a man should do. So when it's time to grasp it, you must grasp it as soon as possible. Forgive me, Xiao Xiao, this is the last time. Chen Hao said with a smile, watching Xiao Xiao fall asleep in the room, holding his sexy black skirt in his hand. It was the skirt that Xiao Xiao had treasured for a long time. After wearing it, it feels sexy but not coquettish. Delicate but not coquettish. You're pretty good at choosing. Chen Hao smiled and nodded. You know, it is very important for a woman to choose clothes. Because I chose the clothes well, my husband came home early. After watching Xiao Xiao fall asleep, Chen Hao returned to the living room and waited for the two women to walk out of the room. The first person to come out was Wu Shiqing. She was wearing a backless white skirt. The whole skirt moved gently, like a cloud in the wind, gently wrapping Wu Shiqing, revealing her curvy figure. Although the length of the clothes is conservative, the material of the clothes is not conservative at all. Let Wu Shiqing be as sexy as she should be. It also made Wu Shiqing so conceited, so tempting. This feeling of being both conservative and seductive makes men more sexually interesting than being naked. Not bad. Chen Hao clapped softly and expressed his affirmation to Wu Shiqing's eyes when choosing clothes. This made Wu Shiqing feel slightly proud while her face was slightly red. Then, Bai Lilin also came out, but she was not very good at choosing clothes, so she simply picked a suit and uniform, and then put on a pair of glasses, as if she was an English teacher who was a role model for others. Aha! Chen Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If there is anything that would make a woman more attractive on her face, it would undoubtedly be glasses. Because glasses give people a conservative, quiet, ladylike feeling, but when doing wild and indulgent things, wearing glasses gives people a sense of witty contrast. I thought she was a good girl, but I didn't expect she was. So Chen Hao smiled slightly. It seems that today, I have to learn a foreign language. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Bai Lilin, who seemed to understand, felt slightly proud. She knew that her dress made Chen Hao happy. So Chen Hao slowly stood up and walked slowly towards the two of them. One moment of a spring night is worth $1,000. Come, let us cherish this hour. There will be another hour. And there will be another hour. Hate. The two women talked coquettishly, but they both agreed and fell into Chen Hao's arms, cherishing those hours one after another. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Until 11 o'clock at night, Chen Hao, who was sitting in the living room and looking at the heavy rain outside, was awakened by Shan You's notification sound. Master, someone is contacting you via satellite signal. Are you connected? Satellite signal? A glint flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. After the meteorite hit the Earth, some satellites on the Earth's surface were shot down, and some also lost control due to heavy rains that flooded the ground base, so the remaining satellites, they are all left behind selectively. Leave it to the military for missile positioning use. So the people who can use satellite signals to contact him at this time are definitely people in the army. But which army is it? Silly girl, can the keywatch left by Lin Nan be used now? Not yet. Because some important parts are missing, we are trying to repair it with 3D printing. In other words, it is no longer the Jiang province region. At present, the most likely person is Chu Qian, who is in charge of the 339th Corps. Chen Hao couldn't help but smile. This woman, from a character who was played by men, quickly grew up to be the commander in charge of a corps. Not to mention her amazing skills, but at least her powers were amazing. So Chen Hao decided to have a confrontation with her to see how much weight she had. Come in on her signal. Good master. 3 seconds later, the signals from both sides were officially connected, and a communication channel was established. From the channel, Chu Qian's voice that can make people feel numb to the bone came. Hello, Chen Hao, I am the commander of the 339th Corps, Chu Qian. Hello, Chen Hao, I am the commander of the 339th Corps, Chu Qian. Hearing Chu Qian's slightly condescending tone, Chen Hao laughed and refused to give her face. Sorry, 339 Corps, I have only heard of Commander Wang. I have never heard of Commander Chu. Oh, you want to see Deputy Commander Wang, right? Deputy Commander Wang, tell him. A middle-aged man's voice immediately came from the microphone. Hello, Chen Hao, I am Deputy Commander Wang. Our 339th Corps currently only has Commander Chu Qianchu as its official commander, so if you have anything, you can tell Commander Chu directly. Chen Hao, have you heard that I, Chu Qian, am now the official commander of the 339th Corps? Chu Qian said casually. It seemed casual, but in fact she had the attitude of a winner. She is announcing to Chen Hao that everything in the 339th Corps is under her control. Section 87. It's a pity that Chen Hao didn't respond, because Chen Hao never felt that he lost. The method is good. Is it a charm? Or some other kind of supernatural power? Can you actually turn a shrewd and capable commander into a plaything in your hand? Do you want to know? Then if you come to me, won't you know? Aha! Speak clearly. I want to recruit you to be my subordinate. If you agree, you can report to me tomorrow. Then what if I don't agree? Ha! I don't agree. If you don't agree, go and report to the King of Hell. Sorry. I don't have the habit of checking in with others. If you want me to meet the King of Hell, then let the King of Hell come as a guest on my ship. After saying that, Chen Hao hung up the phone directly, too lazy to chat with this woman anymore, but Chen Hao was still a little curious. What gave this woman so much confidence to dare to talk to him like this? You know, she just killed her strongest warrior, Yi Xiao. Could it be that you have some new trump card? When Chen Hao was guessing, suddenly, Chen Hao's satellite phone rang. The only satellite phone Chen Hao gave was to Tang Kaier. She had only been away for half a day, and Tang Kaier called him. Could it be that she was in danger? So Chen Hao answered the phone, and when he heard it, he didn't hear Tang Kaier's anxious voice. So he made a joke. What's wrong, Kaier, you miss me so soon? I miss you a little bit, but besides missing you, there is something else I want to tell you, and it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, right? That's a bad thing. Okay, tell me what the bad thing is. I just received a notification from a person claiming to be the commander of the 339th Corps, Chu Qian. What did she send? She issued an order for all living people in Tiandu City to attack you, Chen Hao. Anyone who does not participate will be bombarded with missiles. But if anyone can kill you or capture you, make him the deputy commander of the corps. It's quite cruel. A cold light flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. Even if the entire Tiandu city came, Chen Hao was not afraid at all. But there are too many mosquitoes and it's annoying. Chen Hao would be a little upset if he was pestered by these people every day. What's even worse is that Chen Hao knows that there are still several powerful forces in Tiandu City. After all, the end of the world is a knockout competition. Those who can live a long time may not necessarily have the ability, but those who have no ability must not live long. Kaier, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. And you can also come to attack me and pretend to be pretentious. This will save Chu Qian the trouble of going to you. You're still in the mood to joke. Tang Kaier found it a bit incredible. In her opinion, those who could issue such a notice in the last days were definitely not ordinary forces. But Chen Hao is not afraid at all. Chen Hao said calmly. I'm serious. If there is really a crusade against the army or something, you will join in. If you don't join, Chu Qian will still make trouble for you. If you join, you might be able to give me some help. Well, this is something you can consider. Tang Kaier felt that there was some truth to it. As long as she could help Chen Hao, there would be no problem in letting her be the agent. Okay, then I will pretend to agree to that, Chu Qian, but I think, in fact, you don't have to worry too much. It is already very difficult to survive in the apocalypse, so those who survive may not participate in such things. That's not necessarily true. If it were me, then I would have to use force to intimidate him, so that everyone can work hard for me. Aha! You're right. Chu Qian just sent a message. In 1 hour, she will destroy Qiyun Villa. Ha, that's interesting. Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. Deterrence by force is the crudest, but also the most practical. Because only you are strong enough, others will follow you. On the other hand, if you are too weak, others will only think about how to bully you. It seems that this Chu Qian has some brains. Of course, we can't rule out that someone is giving her advice. But no matter what, this woman is a crazy critic. So Chen Hao immediately ordered. Turn around and go to Qiyun Villa. Good master. Noah's Ark immediately started running automatically and rushed towards Qiyun Villa. Chen Hao wanted to see with his own eyes how powerful the missiles equipped by the 339th Corps were. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. An hour later, Qiyun Villa seemed quiet for a while in the heavy rain. After several battles between forces, this place has completely become an isolated island, with only a few people and ghosts left. Chen Hao was sitting on the recliner, eating fresh strawberries and waiting for the missile to come. Silly girl, have you detected the missile coming? No trace of the missile was detected, master. Okay, continue detection. Chen Hao frowned slightly, because the eye on Noah's Ark can detect things 100 kilometers away. But if this missile can avoid the eye of the sky, it will undoubtedly be very dangerous. Maybe at any time, the missile will land on the deck of Noah's Ark. But the next moment, an emergency alarm sounded on the Ark. Alarm, alarm! A high-speed moving object is detected approaching. Data analysis shows that it is a man-made missile. The expected attack location is Qiyun Villa. Here it comes. Chen Hao raised his eyebrows and looked straight at Qiyun Villa, and then there was a bang. A ball of fire instantly rose and turned into a mushroom cloud. Then the entire Qiyun Villa disappeared completely from the water. A missile. It directly flattened a mountain. Not even a slag was left. Awesome. Chen Hao's heart was pounding. But not because of fear, but because of excitement. Because Chen Hao has a creation space. Once you have such a missile, you can copy thousands and thousands of them. You can sweep everything and have a super strong military deterrence that no one can ignore. In a simple sentence, it is, if you don't listen, I will launch a missile. Boom, boom, boom. Watching Qiyun Villa being flattened in an instant. Chen Hao's heart surged. Those who were hiding and observing were also excited. At any time, strong power is the guarantee of survival. Not to mention that it is still the end of the world. So after Chu Qian showed such a strong side, many people decided to follow. So for a while, the entire Tiandu city looked very calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging in private. Daxin Office Building, a high-end office building famous for its 5A grade. Under the organization of the property manager Tao Ran, a property gang was formed, and the staff in the entire office building were recruited. After watching Chu Qian flatten Qiyun Villa with a missile, Tao Ran made a decision immediately. Everyone, prepare for battle. We must be the first team to submit to Commander Chu. And we must achieve results. Only in this way can we be taken seriously by Commander Chu. Tianduma, the Haichao gang formed by 16 deep-sea fishing boats, was arguing on the boat of leader Sundaban. Everyone has seen it, right? Commander Chu is not kidding. As long as she launches a missile, we will all be finished. She is powerful? If she is powerful, why doesn't she deal with Chen Hao herself? It is obvious that Chen Hao is not easy to deal with. That being said, but what? Isn't it just that he was scared by the missile? Let me tell you, what kind of world is this now? It's not easy to be alive. Do you still want to fight with others? At most, I can avoid it if I can't afford to offend it. We will go out to sea directly. Don't offend anyone. No. You. No matter how fast you run. Can you be faster than a missile? Why not? It's just that you are a coward. Fuck you. You are a coward. Fuck. Seeing that his Haichao gang members were arguing more and more fiercely, and even had the tendency to fight, Sun Dabin, the leader of the Haichao gang, knew that he could no longer remain silent. Stop arguing. Get ready. Get ready to attack the guy named Chen Hao tomorrow morning. Section 88. No. Big brother. That Chen Hao may not be easy to deal with. I don't know whether Chen Hao is easy to deal with. But Chu Qian is definitely not easy to deal with. Then we can go. Go? Ha! Now is the end of the world, so China is the end of the world. The outside is also the end of the world. It's not easy for us to survive here. Can we survive if we go out? Can we survive? So we must fight. Hearing Sun Dabin's decisiveness, the few people who held opposing opinions could only stop arguing helplessly. After all, if you want to survive in the end of the world, the simplest rule is that there can be controversy. But once a decision is made, you must unite as one and everyone will go all out. Phoenix community. Once a well-known pink community, there are many beautiful women who look bright and beautiful, but actually do flesh trade. But after entering the end of the world, these women have transformed into the strongest overlords in this community. And their leader is not someone else, but the Mama-san who once led them to do business, Gao Xiaoping. Sister, what do you think? Sister is Gao Xiaoping's nickname for all of them. Gao Xiaoping smiled contemptuously. Chu Qian, she was just a high-class product before, but now she has become the commander of the corps. So sister doesn't want to listen to her? Don't listen? Ha, are you sure you can deal with her missiles? Then, whoever has the bigger fist, we listen to him. It was like that before, and it is still like that now. Chu Qian has missiles in her hands now, so we listen to her. It's that simple. I understand, then I'll let the sisters prepare. Well, go. Gao Xiaoping looked at the Qian villa that disappeared in the distance, and felt infinite emotion in her heart. That place, she had led people into it countless times, and she had also entered it countless times by herself, but she didn't expect that it would be gone now. She felt a little empty in her heart. And the decisions of these major forces are basically the decisions of the other dozen small forces. After all, whoever has the bigger fist, we listen to him. This is reality. At the same time, in the back mountain of Tiandu College, the Tiandu College student survivors, led by Tang Kaier, also began to discuss Chen Hao. Teacher Tang, do we really have to deal with that Chen Hao? That's right. Teacher Tang. We are tired of living. Why do we have to deal with that Chen Hao? No. Teacher. I think this is a great opportunity. Tang Kaier looked at the female student who said this. The female student said very confidently. I think we should contact Chu Chen right now. Let her come to save us. After all, we are all talents of the motherland. And as soldiers, it is their duty to protect us. Hearing this, many people immediately sneered. What time is it, and she still has such a strong fairy attribute? Think she is a child of destiny? But Tang Kaier didn't say anything, just glanced at everyone, and then asked a question. Where's Yumei? Why can't I see her? Teacher, Yumei went out to find water. What? Tang Kaier was shocked. You know, rainwater is poisonous to ordinary people. If it is eroded by rainwater, the lightest is poisoned, and the worst is direct death. But at this time, a group of girls not only don't care about the business, but also take the opportunity to squeeze HEXIN. This chapter is not over, please click the next page to continue reading. Isn't it because of that HEXIN? He splashed urine on us, and Yumei was splashed the most. So her body is stinky. That's why she couldn't stand it, and went out to find water to wash her hair. Why don't you stop her? Tang Kaier's voice was not loud, but her power instantly subdued everyone. She is a weak person, but she has always appeared in the image of a little girl. But now, when it comes to life and death, Tang Kaier instantly becomes powerful without anger. All of you, stay in the cave. Xin, come with me and go out to look for Yume. Yes. Teacher. Xin stood up immediately. Although he was unhappy with Yume, he would not watch her die in the rainstorm. But just when Tang Kaier and Xin were about to go out, someone asked, Teacher Tang, if you and Xin can't find Yume, what will we do tomorrow? Will we go to attack Chun Hao tomorrow? If we don't go, we will be flattened by missiles. That's right. Teacher. You can't just leave us alone. You are a teacher, you saved us, you should be responsible for us to the end. Otherwise, why did you save us in the first place? It would be better to let us die. Yes. Listening to the complaints of these people, Tang Kaier finally understood the saying, a little rice brings gratitude, a big rice brings hatred. So Tang Kaier smiled and said, You are already adults, so whether you want to be bombed by missiles is up to you. I can't control it. No. The students wanted to say something, but Tang Kaier had already turned around and left with Xin. The students were left complaining. Really? This is too irresponsible. That's right. No conscience. As for Xin, listening to the complaints behind him, he couldn't help but look at Tang Kaier. Teacher Tang. Don't worry, whether I can find Yume or not, I will go back to participate in the crusade against Chun Hao at dawn tomorrow. After all, Tang Kaier didn't forget that she had to help Chun Hao as an insider. Xin was relieved. That's it. After a missile wiped out Chiyun Villa, the big and small forces in Tiandu City made a common decision tomorrow morning. Crusade against Chun Hao. Brother Haozi, the rain seems to be a little lighter. Xiao Xiao crossed her arms dissatisfiedly and walked to Chun Hao, who was watching the rain scene. She was very angry now. After all, every time Chun Hao did something bad, she happened to fall asleep. Such a coincidence, even people with an IQ of only 5 would understand that there must be something wrong. Yes. The rain is starting to get lighter. Chun Hao said with a smile. The first wave of impact of the meteorite on the earth was the sharp rise in water levels caused by heavy rain. And the next second wave was the great change in natural weather. Under the condition of excessive moisture, hail, fog, frost and other normal weather conditions have become deadly and terrifying killers. But seeing that Chun Hao didn't even notice her dissatisfaction, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but get even angrier. With a stamp of her feet, the naughty little rabbit kept jumping up and down. The rain is light, but my anger is not light at all. So angry. How can I coax you? No. Oh. Come here. Chun Hao pulled Xiao Xiao into his arms, hugged the pouting little girl, and rocked her gently like a rocking car. Don't be angry, okay? Humph. No. Don't be angry. If you don't get angry, I'll treat you to candy. What candy? Humph. No candy will make you better. Really? Chun Hao buried his head lightly, and immediately intertwined with Xiao Xiao, constantly exploring and sucking each other's mouth honey, making Xiao Xiao's little face slightly drunk and her face slightly hot. Chun Hao smiled slightly. How is it? Is the candy delicious? Humph. Although Xiao Xiao's lips were pouting, she couldn't suppress the smile on the corners of her mouth. Chun Hao gently scratched Xiao Xiao's nose. I know you are unhappy and resentful, but Brother Haozi, I tell you clearly that Brother Haozi likes you and will definitely let you be my woman. It's just that now, Brother Haozi has something to do. Look outside. Xiao Xiao looked outside, only to see that it was covered with gray rainstorm, and she couldn't see the scenery at all. Brother Haozi, what's outside? Enemies. Many, many enemies. And they are all staring at us. Really? Xiao Xiao was a little frightened. She didn't expect that it was so dangerous outside. But this kind of thinking is the most normal psychology. After all, it is warm and safe inside the ark. When people stay in a comfortable environment for a long time, it is easy to forget the dangers in the outside world. Silly girl, tell everyone to come here, I want to say something. Good master. For a moment, Shanyo's notification tone sounded in every room in the Arkansas. Everyone, please come to the living room. The master has something to announce. Everyone, please come to the living room. The master has something to announce. Wu Shiqing, by Li Lin, whose legs were a little weak, and Amy, who had just recovered from a serious injury, lazily came to the living room. Okay, everyone is here, let's start talking. Chen Hao moved casually, and dozens of little red dots were immediately marked by Shanyo on the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room. This is? Both Baililin and Amy's expressions changed slightly. They are both people with experience in firearms, so the red dot that locks the target, you can tell at a glance that it is used to lock the enemy's position. There are enemies. Surprisingly, the first person to say these words was not the experienced Amy and Baililin, but Wu Shiqing. Chen Hao also looked at Wu Shiqing curiously. How did you tell? No. I don't know. It was like a premonition and then I blurted it out. Wu Shiqing herself was a little confused. In fact, she didn't realize that she had awakened her superpower. Super sixth sense. Be able to perceive things in advance and make accurate judgments. Chen Hao smiled slightly and said nothing, because some of the manifestations of superpowers are more obvious, such as Amy's madness and Bailalin's water manipulation. But there are also some powers that are expressed in more obscure ways. For example, Wu Shiqing's sixth sense is so obscure that even the awakened ones instinctively doubt its existence. So Chen Hao didn't say anything more and just continued to talk about his business. Okay, let me talk about this. Just yesterday, someone issued a crusade order, asking everyone in Tiandu City to crusade against me. Now, these people have already arrived. So, I'm going to be in big trouble here next. At this time, you all have your own right to choose. If you want to leave to avoid trouble, I, Chen Hao, will not stop you at all. I will even give you a sum of supplies so that you can live a nourishing life for a while. So, you can make your own decision now. Chen Hao said calmly, letting the women make their own decisions, because after the war started, Chen Hao could not fight and appease the sensitive hearts of the women at the same time, so he had to unify the hearts of the people before the war started. Let the women make up their mind. But I heard that Chen Hao wanted them to leave. The women were anxious. Brother Haozi, how could you let me go? I must stay by your side. Xiao Xiao said firmly. Baililin also immediately became abnormal. Mr. Chen, although we were a cooperative relationship at the beginning, now, I have regarded this place as home and you as my relative. So I will not leave. Wu Shiqing also clenched her fists. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. I won't leave. I think, I want to be by your side all the time. I won't leave either. I am your woman and your comrade in arms. So no matter what time, I will be with you. Amy also expressed her stance firmly. Seeing that the women are firmly on their side, Chen Hao also showed his own attitude. Okay. Since you all have chosen to stay with me, let me tell you, I will win this battle. They will lose. No matter how many people there are. Yeah. We will definitely win. The women also clenched their fists and said. Because they still want to live happily on Noah's Ark with Chen Hao for a long time. So they will win this battle. At the same time, around Noah's Ark, all the big and small forces in Tiandu City had gathered, and they were all eyeing Chen Hao. It looks so warm inside that ship. And there are a lot of beauties inside. This Chen Hao really lives a fairy life. Boss, what should we do now? Do we want to take the initiative now and seize the ship? This is it. All the leaders, big and small, were also a little hesitant. After all, the first bird will be beaten with a stick. So no matter whether Chen Hao can handle it or not, whoever takes action first will have to bear most of the anger. This is something that none of them want to face. But Chu Qian already has a countermeasure for this situation. After all, Chu Qian may not be smart, but many of the people around her are experienced in many battles, so they can definitely help her with suggestions. And this strategy is also extremely simple, just a very simple instruction. Now, everyone, let's do it together. Otherwise, I'll hit you with missiles. Now. Everyone. Let's do it together. Otherwise, I'll bomb you with missiles. Feeling the threat of death, more than a dozen large and small forces in Tiandu City knew that they had no choice. They must attack Chenhao with all their strength. Otherwise, he will be blasted to death by Chu Qian. So the three leaders of the Office Gang, the Tide Gang, and the Phoenix Gang looked at each other. What do you think? Let's just go all out and kill Chenhao. If we delay, maybe we will be defeated by Chenhao one by one. He, I thought so too. Then let's do it. Wait a minute. Since we have decided to attack together, I will be responsible for the first wave of attacks. My ability is just right to contain this big ship. Tao Ran from the Dashin Office Gang stood on a kayak and said, the forces that have been able to survive until now more or less have some tools that can move on the water. Just watch Tao Ran put his hands into the water, and then streams of blue gas emitted from his body and quickly poured into the water along his hands. The people nearby were shocked. It's so cold. The blue gas on Tao Ran's body was extremely cold. Just like the ice in Antarctica. Just getting close makes you tremble with the cold. After about 3 minutes passed like this. Tao Ran roared loudly. Ice, next moment. The water surface with a radius of several hundred meters suddenly froze in an instant. It was frozen from the surface of the water to the bottom of the water. The water level is a full 50 meters high. They were all frozen. Seeing this scene, the faces of other forces all turned ugly. Not only because Tao Ran's strength is amazing. More importantly, Tao Ran really restrained Chenhao, which was tantamount to making the first move. So if others want to perform, they need to do better. So everyone went crazy. Everyone in the Tide Gang, get off the boat immediately, prepare ropes and fishing guns, and come aboard with me. We must be the first to board the boat. Sisters, the opportunity to make meritorious deeds is right in front of you, let's do it together. Come on. Kill Chenhao. Steal his boat. Steal his woman. Kill. 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 A group of people roared and rushed forward. Along Tao Ran's frozen ice. Quickly approached the location of Noah's Ark. It actually froze the entire water surface. It seems that there are some good awakeners among the opponents. He. Chenhao sneered, and then comforted the nervous Xiaoxiao and Wu Shiqing. Section 90. Don't be afraid, with me here, they can't cause any trouble. You can watch a movie or play a few games. Amy, Lin, you two follow me. Okay. So Chenhao took Amy and Bailey Lin to the deck on the 3rd floor, and gave them a big and heavy barret each, running on the unobstructed ice surface. That's like a live target. One shot, one hit. Kill them, don't show mercy. As Chenhao spoke, he had already made 2 bangs and quickly solved the 2 targets. Amy and Bailey Lin were not polite either, they also had experience in playing with guns, so they were quickly harvesting heads with 1 shot each. Realizing that Chenhao's counterattack was extremely deadly. Sun Dabin, the leader of the Haichao gang, shouted. It's all ready this time. If you still have any skills, don't hide them. Otherwise, we will all die together. Watch me. Gao Xiaoping, the leader of the Phoenix Gang, sneered and used his ability, Phantom Clone. They have the same appearance as real people, but they have no entity, just like a mirage. Although they can't cause substantial damage to Chenhao and others, they can effectively interfere with Chenhao and others sniping. Ha! So in Chenhao's vision, the hundreds of people in front of him suddenly became thousands of people, and the number increased by 10 times. And Amy and Bailey Lin also found something wrong. Oh my god. Why are these people still able to move after being shot? These people are not real. They are phantoms. So it's a complete waste to shoot bullets at them. That's right. These phantoms are used to interfere with us. Chenhao put away the barret, then smiled and brought out 3 Gatling machine guns. Do you think I can't do anything to you because you have many phantoms? No. I have more bullets. Amy, Lin, don't worry about the bullets, give me full firepower. Understood. Amy licked her tongue excitedly, holding the handle of the machine gun with both hands, and shot fiercely. Powerful output of 6,000 bullets per minute. Powerful firepower can make all troubles disappear. Ha 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 ha. My God. What illusion. Go to hell. Under the powerful firepower output, there was a wailing on the ice. A bloody rain poured down. Dao Xiaoping had never expected that she blocked the sniper rifle's burst fire, but attracted the Gatling machine gun's sweeping fire. Even she herself was hit in the shoulder by the Gatling machine gun. She fell directly on the ice with residual blood. Sister! Are you okay? Dao Xiaoping's sisters rushed over and surrounded Dao Xiaoping, but they were all trembling with fear. Chu Qian is terrible. But Chen Hao is not a kind person. Pick up the sniper rifle and shoot. Pick up the Gatling and sweep. They are caught in the middle, and their fate is really to be cannon fodder. So they are all scared. They are all timid. They all want to escape from this battlefield. Hide as far as possible. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As for the Haichao gang and the office building gang, their faces at this time were not much better than the Phoenix gang. They originally thought that they could take advantage of the number of people, quickly seize Noah's Ark, and catch Chen Hao off guard. But unexpectedly, Chen Hao was much stronger than them. Just moving his fingers, let them bleed like a river. So Sun Daban, the leader of the Haichao gang, was a little shaken. I say. Otherwise, let's retreat. If we continue to fight like this, let alone defeat Chen Hao, we will all die before we even get to Chen Hao. No. If we retreat now, then the people before us will die in vain. Tao Ran of the office building gang immediately refuted back. He was still thinking about joining the 339th Corps. So as long as he didn't die, it didn't matter if everyone else died. But Tao Ran had his own ideas, and Gao Xiaoping had his own ideas too. Damn it! I don't know if we will be killed by missiles. But I know that if we continue to stay here, we will definitely be killed by bullets. So I don't care. I will take people away now. Anyway, I can live one day at a time. It's better to be killed by missiles tomorrow than to be killed by bullets now. No. You. Tao Ran wanted to say something, but Gao Xiaoping had already given an order and took his sisters away from the battlefield. After all, they were originally a group of scattered sands. Even if they were barely gathered together, they would inevitably end up scattered. And watching Gao Xiaoping lead people away, Sun Daban, the leader of the Haichao gang who had wanted to leave for a long time, also made the same decision. Retreat! Brother! But our boats are frozen by ice. Don't want them all. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there is no fear of running out of firewood. The lives of us are the Green Mountains, not the boats. Understood. Go! You! Watching Gao Xiaoping, Sun Daban, and a group of small forces fleeing the battlefield, Tao Ran's face was ugly. Now there are only a few dozen people left in their office building. How can they deal with Chen Hao? But Tao Ran gritted his teeth and gave the order to attack. Attack! Because as long as Chu Qian can see his efforts, then Chu Qian will definitely value him. Use him as a great future. Unfortunately, these were all Tao Ran's own unilateral thoughts. At the moment, Chu Qian, who was sitting in the command room, was casually having her nails applied, and then yawned. Commander Wang next to him stepped forward and proposed the next battle plan to Chu Qian. Commander Chu. The first wave of consumption has been completed. These mobs should have consumed thousands of Chen Hao's bullets and completed their mission. That's right, the role of Tao Ran and others is just to consume Chen Hao's bullets, but poor Tao Ran still thinks that as long as he performs well, he can be reused by Chu Qian. But Chu Qian and others don't know, Chen Hao's bullets are unlimited. There is no such thing as being consumed. Chu Qian nodded casually. I know, what's the next step? The next step is to send out our secret weapons. That is, the powerful warriors developed in our X-Plan. Ha! Hearing that the warriors in the X-Plan were finally going to play. Chu Qian's eyes suddenly became ambiguous, because she thought of the night owl. With his superhuman body, Night Owl brought her a lot of happiness. But after the warriors in Plan X appeared, Chu Qian gained double happiness. Because Plan X is a cloning plan. Clone the most powerful warrior Night Owl. Turn the strongest single Night Owl into the strongest Night Owl core. So now, Chu Qian holds a whole Superman core in her hand. Pass on my order, let the Night Owl core go out, and must kill Chen Hao with thunder. Also let those bastards who fled the battlefield see how ugly they will die if they betray me, Chu Qian. Understood. Night Owl core, go out. The moment the order was conveyed, the Phoenix gang and the Haichao gang, who were fleeing in a panic, suddenly heard a booming sound of breaking wind in the air. What is that? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's a person. Just look at more than a dozen human-shaped black spots. At a very high speed in the air. Flying towards the direction of Noah's Ark. Locking on Chen Hao with murderous intent. And when these humanoid black spots passed by the sky, a murderous aura suddenly descended on the backs of the Phoenix gang and the Haichao gang. Cold. Contempt. As if a person would kill an ant with a pinch. No need to arrange at all, they can be crushed to pieces at any time. So it was just a moment. Gao Zhaoping and Sun Daban were sweating profusely. As awakened people, their perception is stronger than others, and the murderous intent they perceive is even more overwhelming. So the two of them looked at each other tremblingly, and they both understood what was in each other's mind. Next, it's us. As for who was the last one? No doubt. It was naturally Chen Hao. At this moment, Chen Hao also discovered these humanoid black spots coming from the sky, and Silly Girl also issued an emergency warning. Alarm! Alarm! A large number of humanoid creatures are detected approaching from the air. Danger! Danger! Silly Girl, these guys look familiar to me, do some data analysis. Section 91 Data analysis completed. The humanoid creature currently appearing is extremely consistent with the Night Owl of the 339th Corps, with a similarity rate of 99.99%. Every? Chen Hao narrowed his eyes and immediately gave orders to Amy and Bailalin. You two, retreat to the cabin. Silly Girl. Turn on defense mode. Good master. The Ark's defense mode starts immediately. All glass windows are immediately covered with large and thick decks. Under such a defense, even if the Night Owl Corps joins forces, they will not be able to break through within an hour. But Chen Hao stayed alone on the third floor deck, preparing for a head-on battle. Moreover, Chen Hao also roughly understood the origin of these guys. Super soldiers have always been the research direction of the army. It's just that it's always done in private and secretly. So after having such an excellent genetic sample as Night Owl, clone, copy, it's all within reason. The number is really large. It seems that the cloning technology of the 339th Corps has also made breakthrough progress. Chen Hao didn't hesitate and immediately picked up Gatling and fired. Although it is a replica of Night Owl, replicas always have good and bad qualities. Therefore, Chen Hao must test how many % of these Night Owl replicas have the strength of Night Owl. But looking at Chen Hao, he actually wanted to use Gatling to sweep down the Night Owl Corps. Chu Qian suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao, are you scared out of your wits? You actually want to use Gatling to deal with my Night Owl army. It seems that Guizhou Donkey has run out of skills. He. Deputy Commander Wang. Share the battle scenes with everyone in the Corps immediately. I want everyone in the 339th Corps to know. Under the leadership of Chu Qian, our 339th Corps is a war without war. Invincible. Yes. For a time, the scene of Chen Hao fighting tenaciously on Noah's Ark was broadcast in real time to the entire 339th Corps base. It is also accompanied by Chu Qian's voiceover. Everyone in the 339th Corps, please open your eyes and take a good look. Anyone who goes against me, Chu Qian, will end up like this. That's death. Hearing Chu Qian's cold and arrogant declaration, everyone didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The happy thing is that Chu Qian is so powerful that she can definitely protect them and let them survive in the apocalypse. The sad thing is that under Chu Qian's oppression, their life is worse than death. Among the many coolies, one person looked at Chen Hao and looked at Chen Hao's Noah's Ark, and he couldn't help but make a trembling sound. It's him! It's him! This person is Chen Hao's former colleague and the #1 licker of Chen Hao's boss Zhang Meili, Zhao Dong. Because he invaded the system of Noah's Ark, he was sent to prison by his boss to use the sewing machine. However, within a few days of using the sewing machine, the end of the world came. Then the warden brought the 339th Corps to ride on a power-generating bicycle. So to say who Zhao Dong hates the most, it is of course Chen Hao. If it weren't for Chen Hao, then in the end of the world, he, Zhao Dong, could go to Zhang Meili's side to protect Zhang Meili. But now, it's too late to say anything. So Zhao Dong clenched his fists bitterly. Chen Hao! You'd better not die. I, Zhao Dong, must kill you with my own hands. In Zhao Dong's angry eyes, Zhao Dong saw more than a dozen copies of Night Owl attacking Chen Hao in the air. Commander Wang, who was in charge of this battle, also started to explain to Chu Qian. Commander Chu, according to our analysis, Chen Hao's space power is able to take in objects and then release them, and he can absorb them 360 degrees without blind spots. However, according to our speculation, his absorption capacity should also have a limit. What's the meaning? To describe it simply, it's like drinking a drink. Chen Hao's stomach can drink a whole bottle of Coke, but he must drink it slowly. But if we give him a whole bottle of Coke in one gulp, then he will definitely, if you can't drink it, you might choke to death. I see. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Chu Qian's mouth. Any superpower has its limit. So does she herself. So she can only control a dozen high-level officials, and then use the high-level officials to intimidate the people below. In the same way, no matter how much Chen Hao's space can swallow, he can only swallow a small part of it at one time. So once a dozen night owls launch laser beams at Chen Hao at the same time, Chen Hao can't resist it at all. So Chu Qian waved her hand. Order! Let all night owl warriors use all their firepower. Isn't Chen Hao good at collecting things? Then I'll hold him to death. Clear. Deputy Commander Wang immediately used the walkie-talkie to issue combat orders. Night Owl Corps, listen to the order. Concentrate all your strength and fire laser beams. Chen Hao must be strangled to death at once. After receiving the order, the dozen Night Owl warriors in the sky all turned red, and their eyes glowed red. Because they really have no reservations. Even if all your blood and muscles are burned, you must output the most powerful laser beam. This made Chen Hao, who was on Noah's Ark, feel the threat for the first time after his rebirth. Has a problem. Has a problem. Chen Hao keenly noticed something was wrong. Among these dozen super soldiers, there was a super mutant. The so-called mutants refer to some uncalculated changes that occurred during the gene duplication process, such as amputated hands and feet. Or low IQ. After all, human genes are extremely complex. Even the most cutting-edge genetic science cannot grasp all the mysteries of genes. Not to mention the mutated genes of the awakened ones. So under normal circumstances, mutants are also called failures. But there are always exceptions to everything. Mutation, most of the time, what emerges from mutation are failures, but sometimes, what emerges from mutation is a super successful individual. Even more successful than the original. And now, Chen Hao was keenly aware that among these dozen super soldiers, there was a super powerful individual hidden. Over there. Chen Hao's intuition quickly locked onto a super soldier. He looked exactly like Night Owl. It's just that there is a huge number 7 written on his uniform, which means that he is a copy of number 7. Feeling Chen Hao looking at him, a change flashed in the eyes of replica number 7, but he quickly regained his composure. Did he find out? That's impossible. I'm obviously pretending to be exactly the same as everyone else, without any flaws. Never mind. As long as I kill him, even if he notices my difference, it means he didn't notice it. So in an instant, copy number 7 had a reason to kill Chen Hao. That's right. Replica number 7 is indeed different from other replicas. It's not just about being stronger. More importantly, he still retains his self-awareness. After all, the most ideal soldier should not have personal consciousness, so the super soldiers of the Night Owl Corps must undergo a lot of hypnosis from the time they are born to ensure their loyalty. But copy number 7, with its strong personal will, survived, so number 7 will not allow Chen Hao to betray himself. He wants to kill me. Is it because I discovered his secret? Clearly sensing the murderous intention of replica number 7, Chen Hao smiled calmly. There were many people who wanted to kill him, but they were all the ones who died in the end. Do it! In an instant. 12 super soldiers. All of them activated their strongest laser beams. Aim at Chen Hao. I want to hold Chen Hao to death in one go. Erase it completely. But they still underestimated Chen Hao's limits. They thought that with their numerical advantage, they could defeat Chen Hao to death. But they didn't seem to realize that Chen Hao had reached his limit? No. There has never been. No matter what it is, as long as it enters Chen Hao's space field, it will definitely be swallowed by Chen Hao. No matter how big or small. Quality. As long as you enter, you will be devoured. So Chen Hao waved his hand. Space domain. Swallow. The 30-meter circular space area suddenly showed its domineering and unreasonable side. Once anything comes in, don't even think about leaving. So there was a loud boom. The laser beams of the 12 super soldiers are like small streams of water pouring into the sea. It disappeared without a trace, causing no movement at all. What's going on? Watching Chen Hao forcefully swallow 12 laser beams, he even acted calmly, without any sense of difficulty. The first one to collapse was naturally Chu Qian. She broadcast live in front of the entire 339th Corps, and made bold words: anyone who goes against her, Chu Qian, will only die. Section 92. But the current situation is completely different. Instead, Chen Hao showed his power and shocked everyone in the 339th Corps. Let them respect Chen Hao far more than they respect themselves. What the hell is going on? Let them go all out. Chu Qian roared hysterically. Commander Wang looked ugly, and at the same time felt a little distressed. As long as Chu Qian was unhappy, he would be unhappy too. So Commander Wang issued an order. Night Owl Corps, listen to the order. Even if you use up all your strength, use it to death. You must complete your mission. Blow up Chen Hao for me. Let him die without a burial place. Yes. Even if we die, we must kill Chen Hao. All the super soldiers answered loudly, and at the same time, they exerted their whole body strength and concentrated all their strength on the laser beam. Only number 7 looked a little ugly. Awakened people will indeed die of exhaustion. Just like the legendary exhaustion. So if the others died, then I would be the only one left. What should I do? I am stronger than others. Thinking of this, number 7's eyes turned around, and then he made a decision that went against the Corps. He wanted to find Chen Hao to make peace. So number 7 moved his lips slightly. Chen Hao, I heard that there is a radar detector on your ship, so I use ultrasound. You should be able to hear my words. Ha! After receiving the message from Silly Girl, Chen Hao was a little surprised. This number 7 replica would actually use ultrasound to talk to him. It seems that his strength and IQ are above other replicas. So Chen Hao responded coldly. Are you going to kneel down and beg for mercy? No. I hope to make a deal with you. Number 7's face was slightly distorted. After all, he was a replica of Night Owl, so Night Owl's arrogant personality was inherited by him to a certain extent, so he would not accept kneeling down and begging for mercy. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Trade? What capital do you have for trading? Chen Hao said disdainfully. But number 7 was very urgent. I can provide you with information about the 339th Corps. Even information about their Plan X. The so-called Plan X is a plan to copy super soldiers using Night Owl as a sample. Super soldiers, I am somewhat interested, but you haven't told me yet. What do you want? What I want is very simple. That is, after the other 11 super soldiers die, you are not allowed to attack me. You must let me leave freely. Oh, I understand. Chen Hao smiled slightly. You are afraid that if you run away now, the 339th Corps will regard you as a deserter, and then change the plan, no longer let other super soldiers attack me, but turn around to attack you, right? Humph. Copy number 7 snorted indifferently. Although his strength is above that of other super soldiers, he is only about 3 times stronger, so once he is surrounded by more than 3 super soldiers, he will be in big trouble. What do you think? Do you agree to this deal? Okay. I agree. Then tell me everything about Plan X now. Remember, everything. How do I know if you will play a trick on me? Copy number 7 was still a little cautious. He was afraid that Chen Hao would go back on his word. But Chen Hao was too lazy to explain and directly gave the choice to copy number 7. If you don't believe it, forget it, just pretend we haven't discussed the cooperation. But if you believe it, I can assure you that I won't attack you after the other 11 people are dead. Copy number 7's face changed for a while, and in the end, the desire to survive prevailed. Okay. Then I will tell you everything about Plan X now. Everything I know. Yeah. Chen Hao agreed calmly, and sneered in his heart at the same time. That's right. He promised number 7 that he would not attack him after the other 11 people were dead, but he didn't say that he couldn't attack him before the other 11 people were dead. After all, Chen Hao would never let someone who had murderous intentions towards him go. Because once there is murderous intention, there can be a second time. So replica number 7 must die. So that's it. It turns out that there are so many things in the X plan. It seems that this Commander Wang also has a lot of secrets. Chen Hao's mouth corners slightly raised up. The secrets in the 339th Corps are far more exciting than he imagined. Seeing Chen Hao's satisfied smile, replica number 7 said solemnly. I have told you everything I know. I hope you can keep your promise and let me go when the time comes. Don't stop me. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. Chen Hao is of course a man of his word. After the other 11 people die, they will not attack number 7. But before the other 11 people die, Chen Hao did not say that he would not attack number 7. At the same time, as a large number of laser beams shot at Chen Hao, all of which were collected by Chen Hao into the creation space, such a strong consumption, even the super soldiers began to show signs of exhaustion. Alarm! Alarm! The life index is rapidly decreasing. The life index is rapidly decreasing. Hearing the report from the detection system, Commander Wang frowned and came to Chu Qian carefully. Commander Chu, the strength of this Chen Hao is far beyond our expectations. Do you think we should let the Night Owl Corps withdraw first, then replan the battle plan, and then fight with Chen Hao? No. No. We must kill Chen Hao now. Chu Qian clenched her fists tightly. The manicure she had just done was even directly shattered in her fists. She boasted so much. She set up such a big battle. But she ended up running back in disgrace. How embarrassing. Moreover, the people watching the battle now are not only everyone in the 339 Corps, but also all the big and small forces in Tendu City. Once this battle is lost, she, Chu Qian, will be embarrassed for the entire Tendu City. How can she live in the future? So Chu Qian firmly disagrees to retreat. Even if all the 12 super soldiers died in the battle, Chen Hao must be exhausted to death. Compared to the lives of these 12 people, my own face, my own authority is more important. Commander Wang, tell them to go all out. It doesn't matter if they die. Yes. Although reason tells Commander Wang that retreat is the best way at the moment. But emotion tells him that he can't disobey Chu Qian's order. Even if it is a stupid order. So Commander Wang also issued a very stupid order. Everyone, give it a try. It doesn't matter if you die. Understood. In an instant, the laser beams of the 12 super soldiers reached their limit in just a few seconds. The laser beams that were originally only the size of an eye, it actually expanded to the size of a fist. This is a level of power that they themselves cannot bear. So soon, the eyelids of these super soldiers melted. Unable to bear it. Then the face melted too. Unable to bear it. Finally, the head melted too. Unable to bear it. Aha! Soon, the first super soldier fell from the air. Even if they are the same batch of super soldiers, their strengths vary, so it will take time for them to be exhausted. Then, it was the second one. The third one. The fourth one. Watching the others fall one by one, the desire to escape began to stir in the heart of number 7 replica. I can't escape after all the others are dead. Although it will be the safest at that time, if Shenhao doesn't keep his promise, I will be in big trouble. When there are only 3 people left, including me, I will leave immediately. In this way, someone can hold Shenhao back. And if there are only 2 people left, they will not be my opponent. Thinking that he will soon be able to leave the shackles of the 339th Corps. Live freely and happily in the outside world. Replica number 7 couldn't help but smile happily the outside world. He had also heard that it was a terrible end of the world. But with his own strong strength, he can easily dominate one side. What else is there to worry about? As long as I leave, I can swish. Ha! Just when number 7 was still dreaming of being able to dominate the outside world after leaving the 339th Corps, a powerful laser beam accurately shot through half of his body. The replica of number 7 looked at the source of the laser beam in disbelief. Shenhao muttered in disbelief. You. Didn't we agree? You can't do anything to me? I said that, but I said that I won't do anything to you after the other 11 people died. Now, there are still 4 people alive. Shenhao said with a smile, and then the palm of his hand emitted a laser beam again, smashing the head of the replica of number 7. Seeing this scene, Xu Qian and Commander Wang all had expressions of horror on their faces. Section 93. The first thing to fear is that Shenhao can now defend and attack at the same time. This means that their battle plan has completely failed. They failed to break Shenhao's limit. The second thing to fear is that number 7 actually had a conversation with Shenhao. This means that among their super soldiers, some can maintain independent consciousness and even cooperate with Shenhao to get out of their control. External chaos plus internal chaos, they are now internal and external troubles. It is extremely unsafe. So in this situation, Xu Qian was embarrassed and didn't care about her face, and hurriedly shouted at Commander Wang. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Quick! Call back the remaining super soldiers. If they die or escape, then we are all finished. Night Owl Corps. All retreat. All retreat. Commander Wang gave orders with an urgent look on his face. But it was too late. Because Shenhao would not let any enemy escape alive from him. So Shenhao released laser beams with both hands, killing all the remaining 4 super soldiers. Completely eradicating the roots. Xu Qian couldn't help but tremble all over. At this moment, she realized how stupid her previous order was. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world for her. Commander Wang also gave orders with a gloomy face. Cut off the live broadcast. At the same time, enter the wartime state. Remember. At this moment, we must be stable internally. If anyone makes trouble, kill them all. Because from the moment the Night Owl Corps was defeated, the morale of the 339 Corps was scattered. No. No way? We have so many supermen, but we all lost? Does that mean this place is no longer safe? We don't have supermen to protect us? Oh my God. I thought that although life here is worse than death, at least I can live safely. Now it seems that there is no security at all. Ha ha. It's better to die. For a while, the sky above the entire 339th Corps was shrouded in a layer of uneasy haze of defeat, making the entire 339th Corps likely to fall apart at any time, because those who are afraid are not only the coolies, but also many soldiers and generals. So Commander Wang can only choose to suppress it forcefully. As long as it can be suppressed for a period of time, people's memories are short-lived, and everything will be fine. But if it can't be suppressed, so Commander Wang can only confess to his beloved Chu Qian. Commander Chu, we must prepare for the worst. The 339th Corps may split, or even be destroyed. No. No. With you here. You have such a high prestige, you can definitely calm them down. At this moment, the only person Chu Qian can rely on is Commander Wang, who has the highest prestige in the 339th Corps. But Commander Wang didn't even have time to be proud, and just said bitterly, Commander Chu, I may be able to calm the 339th Corps, but I can't calm Chen Hao. From the previous information, Chen Hao has never been a passive character. So next, he will definitely take the initiative to attack, drive Noah's Ark, and directly attack our 339th Corps. This is the biggest crisis. Chu Qian was stunned, but she also knew that Commander Wang was right. Wasn't it like this before at Chiyun Villa? Everyone thought Chen Hao would not come, but Chen Hao came to kill him. And killed all the enemies. So Chu Qian also became twisted after a moment of fear. Then blow up all the missiles. Even if I die, I will drag Chen Hao with me. And his group of women will be buried with me. Yes. Commander Wang said bitterly he couldn't bear Chu Qian to die. At this time, a messenger hurried to the command room. Commander Chu, Commander Wang, there is a coolie outside who said he has a way to kill Chen Hao. Kill Chen Hao? Is it true? Chu Qian couldn't wait to confirm now. She was like a drowning ant, and she wanted to hold on to any straw. She would never let go even if she was beaten to death. The subordinates have confirmed with him. He said that his name is Zhao Dong, and he used to be a colleague of Chen Hao in the same company. The yacht that Chen Hao drives now is the former property of their company, so he has a more advanced key than Chen Hao. Key? Chu Qian was ecstatic because Chen Hao used to be an employee of the yacht company, and she had never made this information public. Therefore, Zhao Dong's ability to tell this detail is proof that Zhao Dong's words have a certain degree of credibility, so being able to kill Chen Hao is also very likely true. So Chu Qian immediately ordered, let Zhao Dong in. If he can really kill Chen Hao, I will reward him as deputy commander. Yes. In less than 1 minute, Zhao Dong was hurriedly brought to Chu Qian. Chu Qian looked straight at Zhao Dong, with a cannibalistic light flashing in her eyes, and an attitude of holding the power of life and death. You said you have a way to kill Chen Hao, is it true or false? Of course it's true. Okay. If it's true, and if you really kill Chen Hao, I will reward you as the deputy commander of the 339th Corps. But if it's false, then you can cut me into pieces. Zhao Dong said confidently. After all, Noah's Ark is a high-tech yacht. And the more high-tech it is, the more it obeys high-level orders. Seeing Zhao Dong's confident look, Chu Qian smiled with satisfaction. Tell me. Your plan. My plan is very simple. Although Chen Hao has superpowers, and they are very powerful, he is still very dependent on Noah's Ark. So as long as we control the Ark, we can restrict his actions. Just restrict? Of course not. We can send him to a designated location and then bomb him to death with missiles. I don't believe that he can really swallow anything, even missiles. Zhao Dong is full of confidence in this plan. Although Noah's Ark can theoretically withstand a wave of nuclear bombs, that's only in theory. If it is really hit by a missile, it is estimated that if it doesn't die, it will be seriously disabled. As for Chen Hao and the Ark, needless to say, it must be the same. If he doesn't die, he will be seriously disabled. Commander Wang, who was standing aside, nodded slightly when he heard Zhao Dong's plan. Commander Chu, I think this plan is feasible. The reason why we didn't consider missile bombing before was because the heavy rain affected the coordinate positioning, and the Noah's Ark was mobile, so we were afraid that it would not hit accurately. If we can really restrict Chen Hao's actions, then we can hit accurately. Kill Chen Hao. Hearing the mature and steady Commander Wang say this, Chu Qian's fear suddenly disappeared. Ha 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 ha. God is still on my side. Chen Hao. So what if you have powerful abilities? So what if you swept my Night Owl Corps? In the end, the balance of victory still leans towards my side. Tell me. What do you need? I will provide you with everything. Chu Qian waved her hand, indicating that Zhao Dong could make any conditions, and she would do her best to supply them. Zhao Dong's blood was boiling. He was so excited that he trembled all over when he thought that Chen Hao would die under the plan he led. I need the network. As long as there is a network, I can send a higher level of instructions to Noah's Ark. Commander Wang. Understood. Commander Wang on the side immediately took out the intercom. All network technicians, listen to the order, take your equipment immediately, and come to the command room to wait. Yes. All network technicians quickly packed up all the equipment and sat next to Zhao Dong. The sense of power that others came immediately after an order made Zhao Dong feel a little proud. Now, you use satellite signals to connect to Chen Hao's Noah's Arkansas. As long as the network is connected, I can issue a second-level command to the Ark. And Chen Hao only has the third-level command. Ha? Second-level command? What about the first-level command? The first-level command is in Musk's hand, but now is the end of the world. He may have died long ago. So we who have the second-level command are basically equivalent to the first-level command. Okay. If you take down Noah's Ark, I will reward you with a luxury yacht. Thank you, Commander. Zhao Dong licked his tongue excitedly. Luxury car. Luxury house. Luxury yacht. These three things are basically the ultimate dream of men. Especially now it is still a doomsday water world, so owning a luxury yacht is simply a pleasure to the sky. Section 94. So Zhao Dong has already started to imagine how he will live a life of luxury after getting a luxury yacht. Otherwise, like Chen Hao, find a few beauties and enjoy himself on the yacht every day? TSK 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 TSK. Chen Hao, this guy, really knows how to enjoy himself. He. It's already connected to the network of Noah's Ark. This sentence interrupted Zhao Dong's dream, but Zhao Dong was not angry, but very happy. Because his dream was about to come true. Okay. I'll enter the key now. Zhao Dong picked up the keyboard, and after a while of crackling on the keyboard, he entered a series of commands. Commander Wang next to him also sent a coordinate. Let Noah's Ark go to this location. Okay. Zhao Dong immediately sent the coordinates to Noah's Ark, and then everyone looked at the satellite screen nervously. If the Ark really went to the coordinate location, then everyone would be happy. The 339th Corps is safe. Chen Hao is also eliminated. But if not, there is just no such if. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Because in the next second, Chen Hao's Noah's Ark rumbled and opened the remaining ice, heading for Zhao Dong's coordinates. Zhao Dong burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Success. Success. Noah's Ark is under our control. Great. Chu Qian also laughed excitedly. I thought I was doomed to fail, and would be beaten by Chen Hao without any power to fight back. But I didn't expect that in less than an hour, the situation would change dramatically again. So Chu Qian looked at Commander Wang. Commander Wang. Broadcast the entire Corps in real time for me. I want everyone to know that even if the situation is not favorable for a while, the final victory still belongs to me, Chu Qian. Understood. Commander Wang gave an order, and the live broadcast screen that was originally interrupted in the base was re-established. And it was accompanied by Chu Qian's voiceover. Everyone listen, Chen Hao has been controlled by us. Soon, I will arrange missiles to blow him to ashes. Now, let you see how terrified Chen Hao is. Chu Qian gave Zhao Dong a look, and Zhao Dong immediately understood. He immediately called up the surveillance footage on Noah's Ark and played the footage in the Hall of Noah's Ark. In the Hall of Noah's Ark, Chen Hao's women were panicking. What's going on? Why did the Ark suddenly move? I don't know. Where is it going? I don't know. Looking at Xiaoxiao and others who were at a loss, Chu Qian was a little proud, but still not satisfied. What she wanted to see was the arrogant and high-handed Chen Hao, who was panicked and embarrassed. So Chu Qian gave Zhao Dong another look. Zhao Dong's scalp was numb. He didn't want to offend Chu Qian. Where is he? Where is Chen Hao? But at this time, Chen Hao's picture suddenly appeared. Chen Hao was sitting behind a coffee table with a bottle of champagne on it, as if he was celebrating his victory. Zhao Dong's face twisted. Chen Hao. Wait, who cut the picture? I haven't cut the picture yet. We haven't cut it either. A group of technicians said with a dead look on their faces. They had a premonition of something bad. In this case, they could only think of one possibility. It was their network system. It was hacked by Chen Hao. So Chen Hao switched the picture himself. Chen Hao. Could it be you? Yes, I caught it. Chen Hao admitted it openly, because he had now hacked into the system of the 339 core and completely controlled all the networks of the 339 core. But Zhao Dong couldn't accept it. No. This is impossible. You only have the third level authority. How can it be higher than my second level authority? Sorry, no comment. Chen Hao said calmly. After all, he has no obligation to explain to the loser. Zhao Dong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He really couldn't figure it out. Obviously, the first level authority is only in Musk's hands, but why does Chen Hao have it? But this is because he didn't know this Noah's Ark was copied by Chen Hao using the creation space. So from beginning to end, Chen Hao has the highest level of authority. It is not affected by anyone's instructions at all. And the reason for pretending to be controlled is also very simple. Then it will take some time for silly girl to break into the network system of the 339th core, it's that simple. As for Chu Qian, her face was distorted with anger at this time. She wanted to re-establish her prestige in front of the entire 339th core. But unexpectedly, she made another big mistake. Such a continuous embarrassment. It's even more uncomfortable for her than killing her. Commander Chu, don't look so bad. I still want to thank you. Thank me? Thank you for what? Chu Qian's angry face suddenly became confused. She couldn't figure out why Chen Hao should thank her. But Chen Hao immediately gave Chu Qian an answer. Of course, I thank Commander Chu for the rocket. What? Before Chu Qian could understand what was going on, Commander Wang beside her had a premonition that something was going to happen. He quickly took out his key and his face turned uglier than death. No! Our rockets! All were launched. What? Chu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. It's the end of the world now. Therefore, heavy industrial items such as rockets are basically non-renewable. In other words, use one shot. One less shot. But now, Chen Hao actually launched all their rockets. Then what heavy firepower does their 339th core have left? Chen Hao! Chen Hao! Chu Qian roared hysterically. She knew that her rocket was finished. Chen Hao will definitely shoot him into a deserted place in the mountains, and every last one will be wasted. But Chen Hao said with a smile. What? Do you think I wasted all the rockets? No. I can tell you, I shot all the rockets onto Noah's Ark. What? What? Chu Qian felt even more incredible. Chen Hao, is this going to lead to self-destruction? But Chen Hao just stood up. Okay, now is the time for you to witness the miracle. Watch how I swallow the rocket, and then throw it back to you. No. It's impossible. No matter how powerful you are. You can't swallow the missile. Facing Chen Hao, Chu Qian could only deny it hysterically, because she couldn't accept the reality. However, the cruel reality is that Chen Hao plays more and more trump cards. And Chu Qian no longer has any trump cards. Night Owl. Died. Night Owl Core. All perished. Now even the missiles of the 339th Corps are flying towards Chen Hao's position. I want to be swallowed up completely by Chen Hao. So Chu Qian could only pray. Can't swallow it. Can't swallow it. It's impossible for Chen Hao to swallow the rocket. He will only be killed by the missile. It's a pity that Chu Qian has no say whether the missile can kill Chen Hao or not. The real control lies in Chen Hao's hands. Just watch Chen Hao come to the open-air balcony on the third floor and look up at the sky. In the sky, missiles are dragging long flaming tails, coming at full speed. Like meteorites, they were accurately projected on Chen Hao's position. Boom! Absolute territory. Chen Hao opens the space field. Huge missile. After entering the 30-meter radius of Chen Hao, it was like a stone falling into the sea and disappearing without a trace in an instant. But this, it's only the first one. There's a second one to follow. The third one. The fourth one. All disappeared without a trace. Not even a sound as big as a mosquito was made. Seeing this scene, Chu Qian was heartbroken. Now she began to wonder, what kind of opponent had she found? The strongest on Earth? But at this time, Commander Wang quietly approached Chu Qian and reached out to gently pull Chu Qian's little hand. Chu Qian just shook it off. She has no patience to play with this old man now. Section 95. But Commander Wang was very patient. Not only did he continue to hold Chu Qian's hand, but he also lowered his voice and whispered to Chu Qian. Commander Chu, we still have a chance. What chance can we have? He can even swallow missiles. Chen Hao can swallow missiles, but can he swallow exploding missiles? What do you mean? Chu Qian then looked at Commander Wang. Only then did she see that Commander Wang had secretly pinched a special instrument in his hand. It was only half the size of a palm, but there was a thumb-sized red button on it. What is this? This is a detonation device. In extraordinary times, missiles can be manually detonated. Really? Chu Qian was ecstatic. Even if Chen Hao could swallow missiles, that was the state when the missiles had not exploded. And once the missile exploded, the destructive power would come to her face, and she didn't believe that Chen Hao could still catch it. So Chu Qian immediately hugged Commander Wang's hand, and kept rubbing it gently, using that naughty little rabbit. Commander brother, hurry up. Help me kill Chen Hao. Okay. Commander Wang was intoxicated. Then he aimed at the critical moment when the last missile was about to be swallowed, and reached out to detonate the missile. You know, the most relaxed time for people is when things are about to be completed. So with a bang, a huge explosion occurred inside the 339th Corps. What? Chu Qian and Commander Wang both showed incredible panic. It was the missile on Chen Hao's side that was detonated. Why was it themselves who were bombed? But this is because they underestimated Chen Hao. Underestimated this man who survived to the end of the last life. Chen Hao knew better than anyone that opening champagne in the half would only lead to his own death. So Chen Hao had to keep a backhand no matter what time it was. For example, quietly leave a missile in the 339th Corps. So when Chu Qian and Commander Wang were sneaking around, silly girl, modify his instructions and detonate the missile left in the 339th Corps. Understood. So with a bang, the base of the 339th Corps was blown up from the center. A huge gap was blasted out from the ground. Half of the mountain was blown away directly, exposing the base. Oh no! Oh no! Our base is exposed. Everyone looked at Chu Qian and Commander Wang in horror. Even if Chen Hao had missiles, he could hold on for 3 days with the iron wall of the base. But now, the base was blown up from the inside. Then Chen Hao can drive straight in. Kill inside unimpeded. And the facts also prove that Chen Hao intended to do so. Because Chen Hao's Noah's Ark has rumbled towards the 339th Corps. It looks like it is going to kill everyone. What should I do? What should I do? He will definitely come to kill me. He will definitely. Chu Qian said in great horror. She knew very well. Chen Hao can let anyone go, but he will not let herself go. So when Chen Hao arrives, she will definitely die. Seeing Chu Qian so flustered, like an uneasy little rabbit, Commander Wang felt distressed immediately, so he made a decision immediately. Even if the entire 339th Corps was used as cannon fodder, Chu Qian must be saved. So Commander Wang immediately ordered. All soldiers, listen. As the commander, I order you to assemble at the gap immediately. Stop Chen Hao at all costs. Execute now. Anyone who disobeys will be shot directly for desertion. Understood. For a while, the entire 339th Corps was surging. Countless soldiers holding combat rifles gathered around the huge gap that was blasted open. Each of them looked serious, waiting for Chen Hao to come. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. The black muzzle of the gun, the sound of heavy rain, one still and one moving, just like the strange atmosphere that was both quiet and restless before the duel. But the next second, a rumbling sound came from afar. All the soldiers looked up and saw more than a dozen missiles streaking across the sky, bypassing the huge gap in the base, and then bombing the base. All the hills around the base were blown up. Boom! 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 The flames that hit the sky. The strong vibration. And the heartbeats that stopped temporarily due to fear. All told all the soldiers. If they wanted to be enemies with Chen Hao, they were simply courting death. So everyone's face turned pale with fear. And just when everyone was terrified, Chen Hao's voice, relying on the microphone on the ark, resounded in everyone's ears like thunder. Listen, everyone inside. This incident was caused by the awakener Chu Qian. She used her supernatural powers to seduce Commander Wang and led the 339th Corps astray. So I came here today to kill Chu Qian. As for you, you are all the people's soldiers who defend the country. So I respect you very much. As long as you get out of the way, I, Chen Hao, promise that I will never attack you. Hearing Chen Hao's words, countless soldiers felt a pang of pain in their hearts. Yes. They were originally the people's soldiers who defended the country, but now, what are they doing? For the personal desire of a Commander Chu, they fought against their former comrades. They launched missiles at the former people. Is this still defending the country? So many people are confused. But seeing that many people had confused expressions, they wanted to give up blocking Chen Hao and giving up being cannon fodder to help Chu Qian escape. Commander Wang was anxious. What are you all doing? The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. So I order you as a commander. Pick up the guns in your hands. Fire at Chen Hao. Commander Wang roared hysterically. He would not allow his beloved Chu Qian to die in Chen Hao's hands. But Commander Wang ignored the most important thing, the duty of a soldier is indeed to obey orders. But that is for the country and for the people. So no matter how difficult and harsh the instructions are, the soldiers will not hesitate. But if it is for the personal desires of some people, sorry. This kind of order is not even as good as garbage. So the next moment, hundreds of soldiers put away their weapons and pointed their guns at the sky. Then with a swish, they made way for a passage in unison. Welcome Chen Hao in. Kill Chu Qian. The right military style. Hundreds of soldiers, at this moment, all made their innermost choices. Welcome Chen Hao. Kill Chu Qian. The right military style. This shocking scene made Chu Qian, who was fleeing, jealous and twisted. This is obviously her soldier. In the end, he gave way to her enemy. So this battle, Chu Qian lost completely. From the situation to the hearts of the people. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can escape, I still have a chance to make a comeback. Chu Qian could only comfort herself in this way even if no one stopped Chen Hao, but she had reached the end of the base. So Chen Hao still lost. Because he spent so much effort, but in the end he couldn't kill himself. He couldn't even keep himself. But at this time, a burst of elegant footsteps came from the front of Chu Qian. Dang! 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 Who is it? Chu Qian was extremely nervous. She will be able to escape soon. She doesn't want to be intercepted at the last moment. Unfortunately, the more she feared something, the more Chen Hao would give her something. Yes. The one coming over now was the backup that Chen Hao had arranged long ago, Meng Mei. It's you. You really betrayed me. I knew it. I knew it. Chu Qian was a little hysterical. She had clearly thought that Meng Mei might betray her. She also kept a close watch on Meng Mei. But she never found any action from Meng Mei, nor did she contact Chen Hao. That's why she relaxed and didn't take action against Meng Mei. As a result, she left herself with a huge hidden danger. And it was at this critical moment. But Meng Mei just smiled disdainfully, nakedly mocking Chu Qian's afterthought. Chen Hao gave me only one mission from the beginning to the end. I don't need to do anything, I just need to make sure you don't run away when he attacks the base. I thought this mission would be a long way off. But I didn't expect it. Chen Hao really attacked. And when he attacked, he was welcomed by people. This is not like some people. Fleeing in a panic. As embarrassed as a dog. You. Chu Chen was so angry that she trembled all over. Her subordinates welcomed the enemy in, which was a huge shame for a commander. Commander Chu. Don't be fooled. She is stalling for time. Commander Wang on the side was more experienced and saw at a glance that Meng Mei had no intention of killing Chu Qian, if she really wanted to kill Chu Qian. Just shoot a cold gun in secret. So Meng Mei had only one goal. Delay Meng Mei. Wait for Chen Hao to come. Then Chen Hao will publicly execute Chu Qian. After being reminded by Commander Wang, Chu Qian also reacted in time. Fuck. Damn that bitch. You're wasting my time. Commander Wang. Come on. Kill this woman for me. Section 96 okay? Commander Chu, you go first. I will catch up with you. Commander Wang immediately took out his pistol without saying a word, even though his job is mainly civilian. But after all, he is a commander, and his basic military qualities are still sufficient. So Commander Wang aimed at Meng Mei, bang bang bang, 3 shots. Then looking at Chu Qian who was escaping quickly, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chu Qian. My love. This is all I can do for you. After saying that, Commander Wang smiled happily. Being able to die for the one you love deeply is the happiest thing in the world. It's just that Commander Wang doesn't know. At this moment, Chu Qian did not escape. He didn't shoot Meng Mei either. Everything he saw before his eyes was just an illusion cast by Meng Mei. You bad old man. Wake up! Wake up! Chu Qian desperately hit Commander Wang's arm with her fist, trying to make Commander Wang let go of the gun. But Commander Wang held the gun tightly. Don't give Chu Qian a chance to take it away. What made Chu Qian even more angry was that when Commander Wang held the gun, there was an ambiguous smile on his lips. This makes Chu Qian unable to tell the difference anymore. Commander Wang did this on purpose. Still having some dirty dreams. I never expected that the 339th Corps would be destroyed in the hands of a woman like you. Meng Mei shook her head sadly. Every soldier's dream is to die on the battlefield. To protect the country. Die to protect the people. But in the end, the 339th Corps was destroyed at the hands of a useless and shameless woman like Chu Qian. This is tantamount to being put on a pillar of shame. At this time, Chu Qian finally realized that she could not take out Commander Wang's gun. So Chu Qian made a sound and knelt in front of Meng Mei. Sister. Sister. We are all women. We all know that it's not easy for women. Just let me go. I really don't want to die. I want to live. You. Seeing that she couldn't walk away, Chu Qian directly played the emotional card and cried so hard, to be honest, it was a bit heartbreaking to cry. But Meng Mei just sighed. I'm sorry, it's not up to me to decide whether I can let you go or not. What do you mean? It means I'm here. Chen Hao was wearing a dark green raincoat and walked over slowly, but Chen Hao didn't even look at Chu Qian, who was kneeling on the ground. He just walked past without a glance and hugged her tightly. She fell in love with Meng Mei and gave her a deep kiss. Thanks a lot. Only a verbal reward? Nothing else? Aha! I miss you. Looking at Meng Mei's lustful eyes, Chen Hao understood instantly. Then he pinched Meng Mei's butt quietly. I'll take care of you later. I am waiting. Meng Mei gently blew into Chen Hao's ear and said, making Chen Hao's ear itch. My heart is itching too. And seeing Chen Hao and Meng Mei quarreling with each other in front of her, without even considering her as a threat, Chu Qian hated them so much that she gritted her teeth. What she hates most is that others don't take her seriously. Chen Hao. Let's see how long you can keep being proud. I want you to be a dog for me. Be a dog. Chu Qian secretly shouted in her heart. At the same time, it quietly releases its own pheromones. That's right. Chu Qian's power is to release specific pheromones to make the opposite sex fall crazily in love with her. So facing Meng Mei, a member of the same sex, Chu Qian was completely helpless. But as long as it's the opposite sex, then this pheromone is unsolvable. Because his physical strength is as strong as that of a night owl. The spirit and will are as strong as Commander Wang. They all only smelled a little bit, and they were all willing to be a good dog for Chu Qian. So Chen Hao will not be an exception. So Chu Qian stared at Chen Hao. Just a little whiff. Just a little whiff. Just a little sniff. Chen Hao. You will become a good dog for me. Chen Hao. Just sniff a little. Just sniff a little. You will become a good dog for me. Then I won't lose. I won't lose. So, smell a little faster. Smell a little faster. Chu Qian was so excited. Stare at Chen Hao's nose. I eagerly want Chen Hao to take a whiff. But Chen Hao just turned around coldly. So this is your superpower. Like a bug, you release pheromones. That's right, you are a pathetic creature to begin with. One word. Like a thunder. Let Chu Qian collapse to the ground. He discovered, only Meng Mei doesn't know why. What pheromones? Pheromones are a common communication method used by insects. You can think of it as, just like the queen ant controls the ant colony, she uses pheromones to control other ants to complete behaviors such as mating, hunting, and migration. Her pheromones are similar. Judging from other people's performance, it should make people fall madly in love with her. So much that they can't help themselves. So that's it. Meng Mei couldn't help but feel sad for Commander Wang and others. They thought it was true love. In fact, it's just Chu Qian's tricks. Then, Meng Mei frowned, then raised her eyes and looked forward, looking at the black mass of heads in front. All the soldiers of the 339th Corps walked over silently, and looked silently at their respected Commander Wang. Everyone's eyes are very complicated. I don't know whether to respect them? Or should I be sad? A lifetime of fame was ruined by such a despicable woman. Chu Qian couldn't accept all this. Impossible, impossible, my pheromones can't be useless. So you lied to me, right? Chen Hao. You lied to me, right? Actually, you love me so much that you go crazy right now, right? Chu Qian looked at Chen Hao in horror, trembling with tears streaming down her face. If Chen Hao couldn't save her, these soldiers would definitely cut her into pieces. So Chu Qian is more of a beg than a hope. Begging Chen Hao to say he loves her can save her life. It's a pity that Chen Hao doesn't have the habit of talking nonsense with his enemies. After collecting Chu Qian's pheromones, Chen Hao took out his pistol expressionlessly in Chu Qian's pleading eyes. Boom! Chu Qian fell to the ground convulsingly, flashing back to her glorious moments in her eyes. One word. Let the richest man Son Yulin die from exhaustion on the ugly girl. One word. Let Commander Wang of the Corps launch missiles for her. One word. Let the strongest single soldier night owl risk his life for her. What a scenery. What a sense of accomplishment. But all of this has been ended. They were all ended by Chen Hao's bullet. No, I don't want to die yet, I still want to control everything. Chu Qian opened her eyes wide. He muttered unwillingly. But the more she struggled, death will be more painful. It was so painful that she couldn't even close her eyes to death. Seeing Chu Qian's twisted death look, Chen Hao snorted coldly and released a ball of flame from his palm, completely crushing her to ashes. The soldiers who witnessed all this applauded Chen Hao in their hearts. This Chu Qian. It's really damn good. Okay, we've dealt with one, now it's time to deal with the next one. Chen Hao looked at Commander Wang with a smile on his face. At this time, Commander Wang was still immersed in the dreamy fantasy. It's time for you to wake up, Commander Wang. Commander Wang trembled suddenly, and his consciousness was separated from the illusion, and then when he saw Chen Hao, his first reaction was to draw a gun and shoot. Chen Hao. Seeing Commander Wang's actions, Meng Mei was about to attack. But he was stopped by Chen Hao. Unnecessary. Just look at Commander Wang's hand that was pulling out the gun. He was just halfway out when he suddenly froze, and a few seconds later, Commander Wang's face showed an expression of terror that he had never seen before. No more influence of Chu Qian's pheromones. He is no longer the dog-licking Commander Wang, but Commander Wang who protects his family and country. So the scenes from the past. One instruction after another. Now it's like needle pricks stimulating his brain. It made him howl in despair. Ah! What have I done? Aha! What have I done? Commander Wang held his head and knelt on the ground in pain. His eyes are growing. The tears couldn't stop flowing down my face. Because of his obsession. Most of the 339 base was destroyed. Because of his obsession. Lin Nan, whom he regarded as his biological son, is dead. Because of his obsession. His own life has been cast into a haze that cannot be washed away. So he is now. Life is worse than death. Seeing this middle-aged man kneeling in front of him, Chen Hao said nothing, because this was a confusing account. You can hardly say that Commander Wang is very clean. But it's hard to say he's not clean. So Chen Hao just looked at Commander Wang calmly, no matter whether Commander Wang chose to die. Still alive. Chen Haodu respects his choice. Although, I am controlled by others, those orders and instructions were all issued by me. So, this is still my fault. Section 97 Commander Wang raised his head, looked at Chen Hao in front of him, and growled and expressed his feelings. After all, such a big change occurred in the 339th Corps, and the death of just one Chu Qian was not enough to quell the turmoil. The Commander Wang, also needs to die in order to stabilize people's hearts. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. So Commander Wang will not pick himself off completely. He must do what he should do. Chen Hao, thank you for waking me up from that sweet dream. Although it is beautiful there, it is false. So now, I have to pay a real-world price for my greed. Commander Wang did not hesitate. He stood up, straightened his uniform, and then roared. Where's my hat? Someone on the side immediately brought Commander Wang's military cap. See, Commander. Thanks. Commander Wang didn't say anything. He just picked up his military cap, put it on properly, then turned to the north, looked at the north, and saluted the last military salute in his life with tears in his eyes. Wang Shouwang is ashamed of his country. He is not worthy of this military uniform. So Commander Wang put down his right hand, took off his military uniform, took off his military cap, then folded them neatly and placed them in the hands of the soldier who had just given him the hat. Commander! Hold it! This is my second last military order. Commander Wang said with tears in his eyes. Countless soldiers also had tears in their eyes. They already know what Commander Wang is going to do next. But they didn't stop it. Because that is Commander Wang, the last dignity of a soldier. As I said just now, those were my last 2 military orders, so this last military order is, after I die, no one of you is allowed to seek revenge on Mr. Chen. He is not my enemy, he is my benefactor. Do you understand everything? I understand. Hundreds of soldiers stood up straight and responded. Neat military posture. Loud response. Commander Wang is still a little relieved, he has brought out a group of good soldiers. This is finally a contribution to the country. Then what follows is my personal request. Next, I will pay the price for what I have done. If you want to see it, just open your eyes and watch it carefully. Use me as a negative example. In the future, you must be strong-willed and don't make the same mistakes as me. It's okay if you don't want to see it, just remember it, it'll be fine. The last sentence, as commander, as your elder, I love you all. Commander Wang smiled with tears in his eyes. At this moment, he did not hesitate, but firmly and forcefully picked up the pistol and put it against his temple. Chinese soldiers can take it and let it go. In my next life, I will be a soldier of China. Boom! The whole audience was in tears. No one is jealous. Chen Hao also closed his eyes and expressed his condolences for Commander Wang. This ending may be a good thing for Commander Wang, because he set an example to the remaining soldiers. Don't escape. Dare to take responsibility. That's why he has a backbone. Stand up straight. It was just at this time that all the soldiers looked at each other, as if they had made up their minds and made some decision. Then there was a thud. Chen Hao saw hundreds of soldiers kneeling in front of him and made a request to him. Please, Mr. Chen, lead us and continue to defend our country. Please, Mr. Chen, lead us and continue to defend our country. Please, Mr. Chen, lead us and continue to defend our country. Mountains roar and tsunami roars. What people want? Please, Mr. Chen, lead us and continue to defend our country. Please, Mr. Chen, lead us and continue to defend our country. Please, Mr. Chen, lead us and continue to defend our country. 3 times in a row. Mountains roar and tsunami roars. The soldiers explained their thoughts in the simplest way of expression. It proves that Chen Hao is what people want. But for this honor, Chen Hao is really a little embarrassed. He is used to being loose, and managing a few women is already the limit of his ability, let alone managing such a large corps. So Chen Hao smiled slightly and pushed Meng Mei in front of him. Everyone, when it comes to defending our home and country, I, Chen Hao, absolutely have the duty to do so. But I know better than anyone how much I, Chen Hao, am worth. I am not suitable to be a manager, so the management of the corps needs to be left to more suitable people. So, in my own name, I recommend Meng Mei to be the acting commander. As for why I am the acting commander, I think everyone understands. After listening to Chen Hao's words, all the soldiers felt a little unwilling, but they still accepted it more or less. First of all, do the right thing for the right person. Even Chu Qian knows that she is not good at managing the corps, so she can only leave it to Commander Wang to manage. Secondly, it is also the most important. They have no say in who will be the commander of the corps. It has to be decided by the above. However, the soldiers still refused to give up. Mr. Chen, I know what you mean. But since we are all here to defend our country, it doesn't matter where we are or who we are under. What matters is whether we can do our best. Mr. Chen, we understand. We will continue to contribute our own strength in the 339th Corps. I, Chen Hao, salute you. Chen Hao saluted all the soldiers with a standard military salute. This is what Zhou Ting taught him. And considering the time, Zhou Ting is almost resurrected. It's just that the brothers' meeting is still a bit far away, and there is a lack of opportunities. Okay, you lead everyone to repair the gap first. It's still raining heavily now. If the heavy rain continues to pour, it will become a big trouble. Okay. So Meng Mei looked at the soldiers, and the soldiers also looked at Meng Mei. Meng Mei took a step forward. Although Mr. Chin recommended me, if I am not competent, you are welcome to recommend a better person to replace me at any time. As for whether I can do it, I think I need a chance to prove myself. Everyone Salute the acting commander, Comrade Meng Mei. Swish. All the soldiers saluted Meng Mei in unison. The movements were neat. The voices were consistent. It was extremely pleasing to the eyes. So Meng Mei, as the acting commander, issued her first order. Now, everyone repair the gap immediately. The task must be completed within 6 hours. Received. The soldiers saluted Meng Mei in unison. Then they saluted Chen Hao. Only then did they rush to the location of the gap and race against time to complete the task. Seeing this, Meng Mei couldn't help but sigh. Although I am the acting commander, the commander in everyone's heart is actually you. What's the difference between you and me? Hate it. What are you going to do now? Meng Mei looked at Chen Hao reluctantly. They finally met, but she didn't have time to be gentle and affectionate with Chen Hao, so her eyes were glued to Chen Hao like a greedy cat, almost pulling the thread. Chen Hao smiled slightly. I'll just take a walk first. Then she leaned close to Meng Mei's ear and whispered. I'll deal with you in the evening. No. I want it now. Go to the illusion. Meng Mei didn't agree with anything and directly cast an illusion on Chen Hao, pulling Chen Hao into the illusion. Of course, this is also because Chen Hao didn't resist. Otherwise, Meng Mei couldn't do this. And in Meng Mei's illusion, a few hours inside is equivalent to a few seconds outside. So just a few seconds later, Meng Mei suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chen Hao reacted quickly and hugged Meng Mei in his arms. Section 98. Meng Mei complained about Chen Hao's super physical strength with a red face. Too cruel, nonsense. It was obviously your illusion that limited my performance. I must prove tonight that I am even more amazing in reality than in the illusion. Hate. Meng Mei said coquettishly. Then she tried to restrain the numbness of her body and limped to command the task of filling the gaps. Chen Hao shook his head helplessly. You have gaps to fill, and I have gaps to fill, and they are all big tasks that take several hours. Ha ha. As Chen Hao said this, he walked to a small corner next to him, and then looked down at a trembling figure inside and said, Do you want to come out by yourself, or do I point a gun at your head and force you to come out by yourself? Zhao Dong, who was hiding inside, secretly complained he thought that he had avoided Chu Qian. He also avoided Meng Mei. But in the end, he still couldn't avoid Chen Hao. So Zhao Dong tried to put on a smile, and then stood up and said with a smile, Chen, bang. Chen Hao didn't waste any words and sent a bullet to Zhao Dong directly. Before the end of the world, Chen Hao wanted to send this bullet to Zhao Dong. Unfortunately, Zhao Dong went to jail to operate the sewing machine at that time, and Chen Hao thought he had no chance. Unexpectedly, by chance, a few months later, this bullet was still sent out. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Okay, the mess has been dealt with almost, and next, it is time to deal with the business. So Chen Hao slowly walked underground to the 339th core. The 339th core did not only hollow out the belly of the mountain to build a base. It even dug 100 meters underground. Set up a secret underground second base. That is where the X-plan is. And all this was told to Chen Hao by the replica number 7. Because before the end of the world, the X-plan was originally used to study super soldiers, using technology to push the soldiers' physical functions to the limit. But after the end of the world, super soldiers are no longer enough. What they need more is powerful superpowers. So the X-plan has transformed into a place to cultivate superpowers. Is this the entrance? Chen Hao said as he looked at the big iron door in front of him. This big iron door is made of special materials. The thickness is as high as 1 meter. Even the thickness that laser weapons can hardly break through. Behind the big iron door is an elevator that goes 100 meters underground. If number 7 didn't lie to me, then the things underground are really exciting. Chen Hao couldn't help but recall the secret that number 7 said. During the entire X-plan, a total of 2 crazy existences appeared. One is the Destroyer. This is a monster that perfectly inherited the genes of the Night Owl. Even too perfect. Its power, conservatively estimated. It is also 10 times that of the night owl. So it was frozen by the researchers. They still dare not wake it up. The second one is the Matrix, that's right. Night owl is not a born superpower. His superpower comes from the Matrix. Night owl is just an ordinary person who was injected with her genes and merged quite successfully. So how powerful is this Matrix? Even number 7 doesn't know. And the only thing number 7 knows is that this Matrix is a woman. A very beautiful woman. The 339th Corps, the entrance to the secret base 100 meters underground, is full of soldiers with live ammunition because it is a level 1 confidential place. But now, all these soldiers have put down their weapons, because the person who came is Chen Hao. As the team leader, Ding Haoren, on behalf of all members, saluted Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, we all know what happened on the ground. Thank you for giving Commander Wang face. It was Commander Wang who gave himself face. Chen Hao smiled slightly and looked at the entrance of the secret base. The door of this entrance was even more exaggerated than the elevator entrance above. The thickness of the metal door reached 2 meters. So it was not opened by pushing and pulling, but by hanging it up like an elevator. Ding Haoren and others were not stupid, and naturally understood what Chen Hao meant. Mr. Chen, since you came here, I think you probably know what is inside. Well, I want to see. There is definitely no problem. It's just that 2 of them are more dangerous. Do you think they are? I don't want to see the ones that are not dangerous. Chen Hao walked calmly towards the door and waved to Ding Haoren and others. You continue to stick to your posts, I can go in by myself. Okay. Please be careful. Ding Haoren and others had no reason to object, because they had seen how powerful Chen Hao was. To be honest, compared to protecting Chen Hao, they are more likely to hold Chen Hao back. With the turning of gears, the 2-meter-thick metal door was slowly lifted up, revealing the research room inside. Dozens of researchers were walking back and forth, walking in front of rows of green nutrient tanks. These nutrient tanks were 3 meters high, with some figures suspended inside, all of them looking like they were sleeping. It seems that they are still cloning night owls, but it is true that such a powerful individual soldier is indeed very valuable in combat. But Chen Hao also saw that some clones can maintain the form of normal people, but some clones can't. They are so distorted that they can't even be seen as a person. It seems that there are many failed ones. Chen Hao didn't say anything, but continued to walk forward. The researchers he met also nodded to Chen Hao. Chen Hao saw that in some rooms, some clones were sitting on chairs and being tested. Some of them have superpowers. Some don't. Some only retain some of the superpowers of the night owl. For example, flying, or super strong defense. At the same time, some researchers were secretly communicating next to them. The most important problem is lifespan. Take number 419 as an example. All indicators are very satisfactory. But it only lived for 10 days and died. It seems that we still can't master all the genetic codes. We must work harder. For the persistence of these researchers, Chen Hao just smiled without emotion. If powerful superpowers are so easy to copy, why does Chen Hao still choose natural breeding? It seems that they still don't understand that the more powerful the ability, the more difficult it is to control the uncertainty. It is basically impossible to copy it perfectly. As for why it is basically impossible? That's because cloning is equivalent to humans trying to imitate God's ability. But no matter how similar the imitation is, it is just imitation after all. But Chen Hao is different. His creation space is actually the ability that only God can have. So the means to perfectly copy creatures are actually in Chen Hao's hands. But mainly copying creatures is too time-consuming and laborious, especially creatures with superpowers, which consumes a lot of energy. So Chen Hao was too lazy to use this ability. Okay, I've read the general things, and the next one is the key. Chen Hao came to the end of the laboratory here. There are a total of 3 rooms, marked 1, 2, and 3. Chen Hao didn't think much, and walked directly into room 2 on the left because when Chen Hao was at the door, he smelled a hot breath inside. But unexpectedly, after Chen Hao walked in, he found that it was actually a big ice cellar. In the center of the room, there is a piece of ice sealed with special materials. In the center of the ice, there is a monster. Is this the god of destruction? Chen Hao looked at it carefully. This destroyer is said to be a replica of the night owl, but in fact, it is more like a big lizard. In addition to the basic human form, it also has a big tail. So the whole body is 10 meters long. Ha ha. Interesting. But since you are already awake, why do you still pretend to sleep? Hearing Chen Hao's words, the god of destruction, who was originally motionless in the ice, suddenly had 2 red lights in his eyes. Chen Hao is very familiar with this red light. It is the same laser beam as the night owl. So Chen Hao immediately opened the space field. With a whoosh, the laser beam of the god of destruction instantly cut through the ice. Like a sharp blade, it quickly cuts on Chen Hao's body. But it was easily taken in by Chen Hao's creation space, without causing any damage to Chen Hao. But from the intensity of the laser beam, Chen Hao also knew that this god of destruction lived up to its reputation. The intensity of the laser beam is indeed more than 10 times stronger than that of the night owl. No wonder number 7 was so afraid when he talked about the god of destruction. But, why does it look weird? Just look at this super powerful god of destruction. At this time, it was hiding in the corner of the room, trying its best to keep a distance from Chen Hao. It gave people the feeling that it was completely a frightened little mouse, not daring to face the big tiger coming towards it. This made Chen Hao feel a little funny for a while. I understand, the more powerful the supernatural creature, the more acute its perception, so you know that I am an existence that you can't afford to offend, right? Hearing Chen Hao's words, the god of destruction actually nodded aggrievedly. Chen Hao was also helpless for a while. Okay, then I won't disturb you, you continue to pretend to sleep. After saying that, Chen Hao turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the god of destruction behind him suddenly took a step forward and knelt down facing Chen Hao's back. Chen Hao turned around to see the god of destruction kneeling on the ground, his mouth opening and closing as if he was saying something. Section 99. But Chen Hao couldn't hear a word. Is it ultrasound? Silly girl, help me translate what it's saying. The result of the translation surprised Chen Hao. Sir, please take me away. The woman next to me is so scary. The woman next to me? Chen Hao understood that the god of destruction was talking about the mother of the night owl. According to the number 7 replica, the ability of the night owl was not awakened naturally, but extracted from the cells of this woman and fused together. So how strong is this woman's own power? Number 7 replica didn't dare to estimate it. At the same time, this is also one of the reasons why number 7 replica wanted to escape from the control of the 339th Corps. He was afraid that after this woman woke up, he would be crushed to death like an ant. Interesting, this woman, go and take a look. Chen Hao's mouth curled up a wicked smile. This woman has given Chen Hao 2 surprises before they met, so Chen Hao is really looking forward to it. When they really meet, what kind of surprises can this woman give him? So Chen Hao closed the security door of room 2, and then walked to room 1 in the middle. Squeak! Accompanied by a long sound of pushing the door, Chen Hao had a clear view of everything in room 1. There were not many strange things in room 1, only a green nutrient tank. But this nutrient tank is 10 times larger than other nutrient tanks. It is actually 30 meters high. And in this nutrient tank, there is a woman who is glowing all over. Chen Hao looked at the woman carefully, and finally confirmed that this is indeed a human woman, although this woman is glowing white all over, like an angel. But under the white light, you can still see that she is a beautiful woman with black hair. Can you understand what I say? Of course, if you still want to pretend to sleep, you can choose not to answer. But I won't promise that I won't pull you out of the tank. Hearing Chen Hao say the most cruel words in the calmest tone, the woman soaked in the nutrient tank knew that she could no longer remain silent. Mr. Chen, I didn't pretend to sleep. In fact, I was sleeping, but only my body was sleeping. What do you mean? Sleeping is an effective way for organisms to repair body damage. Are you injured? Well, because my superpowers are too strong, even my own body can't bear it, so I can only repair my injured body through sleeping and gradually recover my vitality. The woman still looked like she was sleeping, so the way she communicated with Chun Hao was actually using mental thoughts. Chun Hao couldn't help but touch his chin. Then let me sort out the current situation. Your superpower is very powerful. It's so powerful that even your own body can't bear it. So you can only repair your body's functions by letting your body sleep. As for you now, only your consciousness is awake, right? Yes. Then you say, once you are completely awakened as a powerful awakener like you will definitely pose a threat to me, right? So I should take advantage of now. While your body can't move freely, drag you out of the jar and kill you directly. Oh. By the way, your spiritual will shouldn't be a hindrance to me, right? Although the woman's body was still asleep, from her silent attitude, she had already started to get angry. So the woman warned Chen Hao seriously word by word. Mr. Chen, I know you are very powerful, but with my current self, I can still die with you. As the voice fell, the holy light on the woman's body shone brightly, carrying the breath of dominating the world, pressing towards Chen Hao's body like a tidal wave. Brilliant light, illuminating the 30-meter nutrient tank, illuminating the entire room. Its power. It even penetrated room 1. The night owl replicas in the entire underground base were trembling with fear. The god of destruction in room 2 next door was even suffocated with fear. Almost stopped even his heartbeat. But unfortunately, all this was useless to Chun Hao. Chun Hao just smiled calmly. Together we will perish. It's quite scary. Ha ha. Tell me why I want to keep you. The light in the room suddenly converging to only a shallow layer, attached to the woman's body. I can strengthen the bodies of ordinary people and make them have superhuman physiques. For example, Night Owl? Yes. The personnel of Project X have always believed that Night Owl has superhuman abilities because he has merged with my cells, but in fact it is not. His ability comes from my holy light. It is my holy light that strengthens his body and gives birth to superpowers. What is the purpose of doing this? To keep researchers busy studying Night Owl, so that they don't harass me all the time, affect my sleep, and affect my recovery of body functions. Interesting, the destroyer next door is also related to you, right? Yes, I also secretly strengthened it, and gave it an order to pretend to be frozen and stay here to protect me. I just didn't expect that you would come over. In front of you, it is indeed not qualified to stop you. You are quite good at complimenting people, I enjoy it. But, this is not enough. It is not enough to be the reason for me to keep you. The murderous intent in Chen Hao's eyes flashed, because this woman can strengthen countless night owls. Once she wants to deal with me, I will really be annoyed to death. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Realizing that Chen Hao had a trace of murderous intent, the woman fell silent again, and then gave a king bomb. Don't you want to have more children? What did you say? A trace of murderous intent flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. If it was just a flash of murderous intent just now. Now, Chen Hao really has the intention to kill. Because I am the only one who knows that I have traveled back. Once it is known by others, other people, other strength, they will definitely want to dig out more information about the end of the world from Chun Hao. The variables that will arise at that time will not even be controlled by Chun Hao himself. Feeling a murderous intent lingering around her neck, the woman sleeping in the nutrient tank quickly opened her mouth to explain. Don't worry, I can't see into your heart. I just have the ability to perceive the future with the blessing of the holy light. Perceive the future? Yes. For example, I can sense that deep in your heart, you have the idea of having more children, and this idea will last for a long time, running through part of your future. Then what does it have to do with you if I want to have more children? Mr. Chen, you actually know very well that the more powerful the psychic, the harder it is to have children. Especially for a psychic as powerful as you, ordinary women, even female awakeners, can't bear your powerful genes. So when I recover, I can help you greatly strengthen the women around you. Let them combine with you and give birth to your children smoothly. The woman said confidently she believed that Chun Hao could not refuse this condition. But even she herself didn't expect that, although it was agreed that she would help Chun Hao and another woman give birth to a child. Later, she did rush to help Chun Hao give birth to a child. But the conditions given by the woman did move Chun Hao because several months had passed, and he had carried out hundreds of baby-making operations, but the progress of the task had not yet been broken through. So Chun Hao first made a smooth situation. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. What's your name? Xu Wejuan. Okay, Xu Wejuan, how do I know that you are not lying to me? What if you really have the ability to read my mind and can read what's in my heart? Chun Hao crossed his arms and looked at Xu Wejuan with cold eyes. Xu Wejuan also understood what Chun Hao meant. Then I'll tell you something outside your heart. After you leave here, the Haichao gang and the Fenghuan gang will come to you and express their willingness to follow you. I defeated the 339th Corps, so it's obvious that someone will follow me. Then, this rainstorm will slowly stop, about a week later. The rainstorm has been going on for almost 3 months, so it won't be a strange thing when it stops. Then, you will encounter a trouble. What is it? Chun Hao narrowed his eyes. There are not many things that can be called trouble in front of him now. After thinking about it, there is only one, that is the core of Jiang province. But this time, Chun Hao guessed wrong, because Xuejun said a name that Chun Hao had never heard of. Section 100 Sea God Religion. Sea God Religion? What is that? Chun Hao had never heard of this name, neither in this life nor in the previous life. It was a pity that Xuejun could not answer this question. I don't know either. It's just that when I was foreseeing the future, such a name suddenly popped up. As for the specific situation, I have no way to perceive it specifically. Can't perceive it specifically? Chun Hao frowned slightly. In the previous life, there were indeed many superpowers who took advantage of the opportunity of the end-time rainstorm to develop religions and caused considerable damage in various places. So Xuejun's words are indeed 3 points credible. Religion may bring trouble to oneself. So Chun Hao looked at Xuejun. I will verify what you said. If you are right, then I can keep you. If not, my premonition has never been wrong. Ha! Chun Hao just sneered, then turned and left in a chic manner, but before leaving the room, Chun Hao stopped. By the way, you just said that you can die with me. Ha! Are you serious? One sentence. Xuejun's sleeping body was sweating. She felt insignificant in front of Mount Tai. That feeling is like the powerlessness of a person who has to shake a mountain. It's impossible. Die together? I'm so naive, so arrogant, Xuejun murmured, leaving Chun Hao's tall and majestic figure in her heart. This figure, like a mountain, weighed on her heart. Lingering. And like a god. Walking out of room 1, Chun Hao saw Ding Haoren and others with nervous faces, all gathered at the door in fear. No doubt. Xuejun's movement just now caused them strong anxiety. Don't worry, it's okay. The Matrix is still the sleeping Matrix, and the God of Destruction is still the sleeping God of Destruction. Hearing Chun Hao's words, everyone felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, from now on, these 2 rooms will be sealed off. No one can enter except me. Okay? Okay. Ding Haoren and others immediately saluted. Just as Meng Mei said, although she was the nominal acting commander, in the hearts of the soldiers of the entire 339th Corps, Chun Hao was the real commander. So Chun Hao nodded and took out the key tablet. Silly girl, connect to the information database in the base, and then synchronize all the data. Then organize Xuejun's information for me. Okay, master. Silly girl immediately executed the order. Although the data of the entire base is astonishingly large, fortunately, the database of Noah's Ark is large enough, so copying is only a matter of time. After a night, Chun Hao did not return to Noah's Ark until the next day. During this night, Chun Hao was very busy. He collected all the equipment in the 339th Corps, including but not limited to combat helicopters, armed tanks, howitzers, submachine rifles, etc. He even collected the research equipment of the underground base, as well as nutrient tanks and other things into the creation space. Of course, this took him less than an hour, and he and Meng Mei explored the origin of life and the rest of the time. So when Chen Hao returned to Noah's Ark, Xiao Xiao pouted in dissatisfaction and blocked Chen Hao at the elevator entrance. "Why are you back so late? Alas, is it annoying?" "Yes. It is annoying." But it didn't say whether it was the matter that was annoying or the woman that was annoying. But Xiao Xiao's nose moved, sniffed Chen Hao gently, and then looked at Chen Hao with a face full of resentment. "Brother Haozi, you smell a bit weird. You're not born in the year of the dog." Chen Hao stretched out his hand and pinched Xiao Xiao's nose, and rubbed it gently, making Xiao Xiao's nose red. She was about to come up and tickle Chen Hao. But Chen Hao held her down with one hand. "Stop. During the time I was away, was there anything going on the Ark?" "Humph. Brother Haozi is a bad guy." Xiao Xiao muttered in dissatisfaction, but still answered honestly. "Some people are looking for you, claiming to be from the Haichao gang and the Fenghuang gang. They said they have something to do with you and are waiting not far away." "Yeah." Chen Hao nodded. Xuejuan's first prophecy came true. "Silly girl, send a drone over to perform AI intelligent projection, and then report the results to me. After all, they are just a group of small shrimps, and Chen Hao doesn't need to show up in person." Soon, the feedback from the drone came. Haichao gang and Fenghuang gang both expressed their willingness to follow Chen Hao and become Chen Hao's subordinates. The intelligence system also gave requirements according to Chen Hao's intentions. Chen Hao can provide them with certain living supplies, but they must obey Chen Hao's instructions and work for Chen Hao. Otherwise, Chen Hao will be the first to destroy them. In this regard, Sun Daban, the leader of Haichao gang, and Gao Zhaoping, the leader of Fenghuang, did not dare to have the slightest opinion. The submission of these two gangs, plus the people's support of the 339th Corps, Chen Hao. Although he did not dominate, he was already the well-deserved king in Tiandu City. But there are still troubles. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Hao looked at the information in his hand and fell into deep thought. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. First of all, the information about Xuejun, before the end of the world, was the so-called superpower. She could use telekinesis to interfere with the emotions of soldiers. So after the end of the world, her ability was greatly enhanced. In the end, because her body couldn't bear it, she was put into a nutrient tank by researchers. It can be said that this is just a basic background information, nothing special. The real trouble is the second information. Chen Hao asked Yi Mei, as the acting commander, to report all the unrest caused by Chu Qian to the Jiang province region. The content of the report includes the suicide of Commander Wang, the death of Adjutant Lin Nan, the death of Yi Xiao, the death of Yi Xiaocore, and Yi Mei's self-recommendation as the acting commander. It can be said that this is an extremely terrible report. Not only does it involve the life and death of the top leaders, but it also shakes the secret X plan to the sun. But for such a report, the reply was only 2 words. Agree. There was not even time to type one more word. This made Chen Hao doubt. Is the 339th Corps unimportant? Or is the Jiang province region in big trouble, and there is no time to make a phone call and send a specialist? Obviously, it is certainly not the former. Any corps in the end of the world is an extremely important combat force. So Chen Hao deduced that the Jiang province region must have encountered big trouble. What kind of trouble will it be? Will it affect Tiandu City? Just as Chen Hao was thinking about these things, in the living room, there were excited shouts from several women. Hey! The rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. Ha! Chen Hao looked out the window. The sky was still gray. But the heavy rain that lasted for 3 months has disappeared without a trace. Xuejun's second prophecy has also come true. So Chen Hao looked out the window, looking at the water that was connected to the sea, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then next is the third prophecy, Poseidon cult. In Tiandu City, the heavy rain that had been raging for 3 months finally stopped. The survivors who discovered this situation were all excited to go out for a while. After being locked up at home for 3 months, they could finally go out and breathe a breath of fresh air. Ha 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 ha. The rain stopped. The rain stopped. Ha 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 ha. Great. Great. The end of the world is finally over. I survived. Ha 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 ha. I hope it won't rain anymore. Don't rain anymore. Everyone cheered and felt that the disaster was over. They finally got a new life. However, the disaster did not disappear. It just wanted to torture people in another way. On Noah's Ark, the four women were also very excited and kept chattering.